Uber Eats has
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
What's the cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Boo!
Don't start that.
Every single year, it is usually the same thing here on the Friday after the first round of the NFL Draft. That is not how we actually feel, or myself. I'll speak for myself until Bobby Belt gets on the mic. He is our Cowboys insider. I'm Sean Truth. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Choppy will be back on Monday from the Italy honeymoon and vacation. And Tyler Booker, the offensive lineman that many Cowboy fans did not want position-wise, has joined America's team. Bobby, take us inside the War Room, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco for the way this all played out.
Yeah, this is it is a sexy pick. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not a sexy pick. It is a good pick. This is a good player, and they ended up with this pick because they didn't get Tet McMillan. So Tetairoa McMillan was their top target. Everybody you talked to around the team leading up to the last week was like, yeah, we're all just really hoping that it's McMillan. They were worried about three teams. They were worried about Jacksonville. They were worried about New Orleans. They were worried about a team trading up. And the team they were specifically worried about trading up, I think, was Denver. They thought Denver might come up and jump them and try to get McMillan.
Did any of you foresee, did any of the mocks consistently have Carolina? Because this felt like it hit out of the blue.
Carolina consistently for the last 3 months was one of those teams where they had the same player mocked to them every single time, and it was Jalen Walker from Georgia. And I think it's because people didn't know what to do with Carolina.
Yeah.
Nobody had any clue. I mean, look.
And I felt like we did a bad job of speculating that they could have gone wide receiver there because you're still trying to help Bryce Young.
Sure.
Who are the weapons?
Yeah. And I mean, they clearly just swung and missed on Jonathan Mingo 2 years ago. And so they felt like, I mean, that was an investment they banked on being there for a little bit that now they don't have.
DJ Moore already gone to Chicago.
Yeah. So it's something where it makes some sense. It's just usually I think we feel like we heard buzz about it, or we would have heard some sort of connection. There was really nothing. And they were one of the teams that was really looking to trade out. And I think they entertained it. They looked around, found they didn't like it, and then obviously they take McMillan. But as soon as McMillan got taken by Carolina, there was 3 picks remaining until Dallas was up. And I think they, at that moment, were like, we would like to bail. We want somebody to call. Let's hope somebody comes up for it. They sat back, and they got a call from Houston late in the process.
Because Nick Harris did a nice job earlier in the day of summarizing the Houston deal that they had made to maybe make another deal. It felt like, according to Nick, and he was right, Houston could be a trade player.
Yeah, and so Houston was coming up pretty far. They'd be coming up from 25 is where they were at. So 25 to 12, you're dropping like further down 13 spots than you were originally picking at 12. And so that's a big ask. And a lot of their compensation, I think Nick reported, was about future compensation. So it was not for this present draft where they're actually giving you capital to try and move up for this year. And Dallas obviously is a team that needs assets now, and they need things right now. And so I think the Cowboys felt like they were being lowballed a little bit, and they kind of went back and forth for a little bit. I think they got Houston to concede to a little more, but then...
And Houston's pick would have been where if you dropped down?
25.
25.
Yeah, you're dropping far down. You're going down.
And you have to feel like a combination of Walter Nolan, of a receiver, and Booker were going to be there, right?
At 25?
Let's say Houston gave you what you wanted, and you went down to 25. What do you think would have happened?
Well, at 25, so I think some of the names that they were kicking around when they got down to that point, or when they got to their pick, I think they thought, all right, we have some guys generally graded the same. So that's Booker, that's Nolan, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. That's Matthew Golden, the receiver from Texas. Emeka Egbuka, receiver from Ohio State. Like, I think these are some of the names you're talking about. All of them ended up gone by 25. So, I mean, I think for Dallas, they probably felt like we need more capital right now to be willing to drop that far. Now, they still probably would have had somebody that they really liked that's close. Because, I mean, Steven said last night in the post-draft press conference, they're 14th or 12th or 14th picking today. He said that they have way more than 14 players right now that they like. Like, he's confident somebody's getting to them right there. And I think he's right. I think they've got a lot of people that could get to them. But that was a significant drop that they weren't willing to do. And so when it got down to it, the Cowboys essentially had a bunch of players grouped together that were all really tight. We've heard this a lot, that players 10 through 40 for most of these teams right now are really closely graded together, more than they've ever been before. Nick said it yesterday that he's got like over 100 players graded with 1 through 3 grades because there's so many second and third round type players in this draft. And so when they were at that spot, you had Tyler Booker from Alabama as one of the players that was graded near the top for them. Texas receiver Matthew Golden, Walter Nolan, who we just referenced, Texas A&M defensive end Shamar Stewart was probably in that conversation, Georgia linebacker Jalen Walker. Like, those are some of the guys you're talking about. So when it came down to that and they're all graded the same, I think the Cowboys just said, all right, we need tiebreakers then. Let's look at the secondary things. If these players are all kind of the same, we feel like, what are the secondary aspects of it? And I think when they went through their checklist of what's most important to us, and they're going culture, and we want to improve the run game, and oh gosh, we want somebody who loves football and a leader, and a number of those things, Booker is so far ahead of all the other guys there that at that point I think it became easy, where if we're not trading out and McMillan's not there, it's easy. Room is unanimous. It should be Tyler Booker, and that's what they did.
If you listen to yesterday's show, you will know that I was more in support of offensive line than many other people.
Wow.
I think offensive line is the easiest and number one way to control a football game. I'd rather have Dak Prescott throw with a better offensive line to lesser weapons than have better weapons and not have the offensive line. Look at the Chicago Bears last year. They had all the fun, fancy, cool weapons. But as Bill Belichick and friend of the show Michael Lombardi kept saying all year, you can't block. Ben Johnson, as soon as he went there, the first thing he did was build up front. And I hearken back to the days, Brad Sham, of what we just saw with Cowboys retiring over the past month, when it felt like Dak could drop back and have all day to throw, and Zeke Elliott had gaping lanes because of Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, and Travis Frederick. The Cowboys have been a soft football team okay, who have lacked identity. The number one way, in my opinion, to start building an identity is offensive line. Brian Schottenheimer has been talking about that throughout the entire offseason. So to me, I'm never going to complain if you go offensive line up front. Now, do you want to guard at 12? In most instances, no. I want a sexy left tackle. Then I want a right tackle. And then we can talk about guard. And they're not even talking about position flexibility with Booker, that he's just going to go ahead and play guard. And he doesn't have fantastic athleticism, which Bobby is going to break down in a second. But you want to protect your investment at quarterback. You want to go ahead and make up for the fact that you may not have the best weapons to throw to. Then you need more time. You need to go ahead and reestablish the running game around here. And that's why I'm always fine, and I am fine with O-line. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know the type of player he is. That's what Bobby is for. We got Broadus, we got Wolchard, we got Nick Harris. But I'll steal from Mike Fisher here. In executing the plan, the philosophy of what they want to do, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, they checked their butt. This is not a flawed process. Like, if you just want to talk about the process of how they came to picking Tyler Booker, if you don't want to draft an offensive lineman there, I understand that as a criticism. You say, I don't want that position. Just like, for instance, I can really like Tyler Warren, but I didn't want them to draft a tight end. So to me, it's like, even if they would have picked Tyler Warren, I would have got, that's a good player. That's not the position they need. That's not something they really need on this football team right now. So I understand if your criticism is, I didn't want to pick an offensive lineman, or I didn't want to pick a guard. I saw plenty of that on Twitter last night. But then I also saw a lot of people who were like, this guy's going to be a bust. And it's like, all right, that tells me you just are unfamiliar with the player. Or you're
and just unhappy.
Yeah, or just unhappy, because there are plenty of reasons. Last year when they picked Tyler Guyton, I had said at the time, I was like, this is a raw player. Like, I think I said the very next day, like, he's either not going to play consistently this year, or he's not going to play very well. Like, I mean, that's the likelihood. You're going to have growing pains here with him. There are no growing pains with Tyler Booker. That's it. And I'm going to be...
So the floor is super high.
Yeah, he is a...
Like higher floor than Guyton.
Yeah, when we talk plug and play, he is plug and play. He's ready to be an NFL starting offensive lineman right now.
And he's going to start here where?
Right guard. And
exact
so,
spot.
yes. And so, I mean, you've got...
And before, yesterday when we were going through the exercise, the right guard was?
Brock Hoffman. And so, I think when you plug, and this is going to be this Tyler thing, I'm literally having to, when I say Tyler, I've had to pause 3 times so far this morning, just going like, wait, which Booker Guyton, like, have to pause and do that. So that's great. I'm glad Tyler Biotish isn't here anymore. That would be really bad. But no, he is a guy that is ready to play right now. In fact, I sent Aiden some stuff, some videos. So if you want to look on the fan cam, you'll be able to see some of the tape of just a cut up of him playing against Georgia and playing against South Carolina from last year. But this is what I'd written when I wrote up his scouting report. I had a 2nd round grade on him, which we'll get into the details of that here in a sec. But bulldozer power in the run game. He's consistently generating point of attack movement. The power pops on his tape, both in his upper and lower body. You can see visible power in his strike. He's consistent with movement when driving defenders with his legs. He has pro-ready mental processing of stunts, twists, late defensive line shifts, picking up blitzers. No one is better on the interior in the entire draft class at being able to process the games that defensive lines try to run on offensive line. If you want to talk about picking up twists, stunts, blitzes, this dude is ready right now to wreck shop. And that's where he's really, really impressive. And I'll throw up a separate video later of just those plays. Although he is just average to below average athleticism, that's largely negated in pass protection by strong fundamentals and clean technique. He doesn't just get in the way as a blocker. He's a violent finisher on his blocks. Always looking for work in pass protection. The negatives, he's not a great foot athlete by any means. He lumbers to the perimeter when pulling as a lead blocker. He appears heavy-footed at times when getting to the second level. He will occasionally miss his target in space and lunge, leading to awkward off-balance stumbles and run blocking. That's rare, but you see it. And the comp I had for him is Kevin Dotson from the Los Angeles Rams, who was a PFF All-Pro 2 years ago, got a big extension, $17 million a year. That's the type of player that he is. And Kevin Dotson's not a great athlete. But when everybody yesterday said, well, athleticism, that's a big part of being an athlete, it's like, can we be reasonable? Let's think about the position we're talking about. Guard, which is probably the position on the football field with the most below average athletes. You go inside at guard when you're kind of a lumbering, powerful guy. Yes, do you want the guy who can pull as a great athlete or get to the second level? Yeah, you'd love it.
Yeah.
But the reality is that a lot of guards.
Really where the biggest knock for athleticism is with just you pulling?
Because
it's hard for me to judge that he has a lack of athleticism in these pass blocking reps.
Right,
where
because
the play is processed and done in 2 seconds.
Well, and he is such a clean player in his technique that there's no stumbles, there's no issues with the movement. In fact, Aiden, we can go ahead and throw up the stuff on him with stunts and twists real quick. So you'll see it here on the fan cam. This is a video of him twist. So when defensive lines try to run games, I just want you to watch on this video
Causes
the way
a ton of confusion.
Yeah, the way that he has no issues picking it up and blocking it up and seeing it and processing it. So
look at this on the fan cam. Look at this tutorial here.
So you'll see him right there.
Yeah.
He's really strong. And that's the thing is that he's not a great athlete, but it doesn't totally matter because he sees it quickly. He knows where he's supposed to be. He gets in position. He's got clean fundamentals. He's a real technician at the position. He's ready to play right now. And that's the thing that's most exciting about it.
Let's hear from Brian Schottenheimer and Will McClay on what they saw on film.
We went through and worked him out and went through all the steps to figure out that he could do everything we needed him to do as an offensive lineman for us as a guard. I mean, it's all there on tape, but he can do it all.
Yeah, I remember just him talking about the power, the lower body strength, the length, the power, the play style. Those were the words I remember him talking about and how they jumped off the film.
One of the best parts of this radio station and being part of the Dallas Cowboys, we get the exclusive access first. So the first phone call and the first interview before even the rest of the media with Tyler Booker, who looked ecstatic to be a member of the Dallas Cowboys. Hear from your brand new offensive lineman and brand new Cowboy with his first ever radio interview next on The Fan.
We're here for you.
will it be brought up? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The great Brian Broaddus is already up early this morning. He's working the phones. He texted us. Jerry says they're more adamant about running back early today. We will get to, I think it's okay for me to read that. I just did, so Broaddus, apologies if I wasn't supposed to, but I imagine Jerry said that in the post-draft press conference. We'll have all the day 2 targets for round 2 today, right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and of course the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Tyler Booker is your brand new Cowboy. The guard from Alabama is moving up front, and here was the call that gave him his life-changing news, exclusively caught on The Fan.
Hey, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and we're turning you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, boy. We're glad to have you as a Cowboy.
I'm glad to be a Cowboy. I'm glad to keep the O-line tradition. Thank you.
Okay, well, man, listen, we're proud of you. Congratulations. Tell your folks how proud we are of you. But here's your coach.
Will do.
Here's your head coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tyler, Coach Shoddy, man.
What's going on, Coach?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, you blew us away in the process, brother. Here's what we need. You just come here, be you. You kick ass. Welcome to the family. We are so excited. We just want that same dude every day. Be physical, do what you do, man.
Yes, sir. You're going to get as long as we can listen to that Whitney Houston you was listening to that day.
Yeah, hey, no doubt about that, man. Hey, I want you to talk to our offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. Hey,
okay.
Congratulations, man.
Yes, sir.
So fired up. You're a Cowboy, baby.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Here's Coach Adams.
Okay.
Book, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
I am so freaking fired up that you're coming, man. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? Them Cowboys?
Let's go. Let's move the freaking line of scrimmage now, huh?
Let's do it. Duo and all that.
Here's Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
sir.
okay?
Okay.
Your offensive coordinator is a true offensive coach lineman at heart. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. I know that.
Oh, you
I
know
that.
Okay, well, you know him, but you got a lot of backing. I'm an old offensive lineman. I'm an old offensive lineman, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
They always are the best looking. They're the smartest, and they own the damn team. So that's an offensive.
Oh, definitely.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, best looking for sure. You should see my suit today.
All right. Hey, listen, good to have you here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be a Cowboy.
A lot of support in this room.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I can't wait to get there and get to work.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That could be the best secret audio first-round pick call I've ever heard. And his reaction was the definition of great TV. He was pumped. He was going crazy. I love what they did there in Green Bay, going through the hallway. Everyone was going by slapping the emblem of the team that just took him. And Bobby, this feels like a new regime pick. For all the talk about Mike McCarthy, and we'll get his thoughts on the selection along with other things coming up at 7 o'clock this morning. Mike maybe wanting to be more involved, felt like he should have been more involved. This feels like Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams with a stamp.
It does, because they're clearly on board in such a number of ways. And there's the Tyler Booker video you were talking about right there as he smacks the Cowboys logo.
Good job, Aiden. Good job.
Yeah, they're definitely, I mean, they're on board. They're excited about this pick. This is a guy they wanted. That's a guy they targeted. But I think it is, there was a little bit yesterday, I saw some people going like, oh, so this is coach's pick. We're back to letting the coaches pick players. No, like this is just unanimous. Like, they wanted McMillan. That's who everybody wanted. He didn't get there, but they were unanimous on this is our plan. And so this is somebody that everybody's excited about. But I think when you go down the list, like just that call, you can break it down in ways that...
But it wasn't that Booker was a clear-cut number 2. Trade down was probably the number 2 option, and then Booker was tied with a lot of people, and he won because of the intangibles.
Yeah, so guys, they had grades as to what kind of players they are. Their grades were, he was tied with a number of people. So the plan initially was, let's move back a little because we like a bunch of guys. We'll move back far enough just to where we can make sure we still get somebody we like that's in this group, but pick up some extra capital. They couldn't get anybody to play ball the way they needed to. So after that point, then they go to, like you said, the secondary things. And in the secondary things, Booker, I think, blew everybody away. Like blew out all the other players to where it was easy when they realized we can't trade, so it's Booker. But I think you hear him instantly there. The first thing he hits Jerry with is going to hold up that O-line tradition, which Jerry does not typically grab the phone back to like follow back up. So he hits him with that. He's clearly... didn't sound nervous, sounded comfortable talking to Jerry, like dynamic, hits him with that instantly. First thing Schottenheimer says, you blew us away during the process. So that's talking about the process of January through April, basically. And Schottenheimer said when he got hired, Jane, I think, had asked him, what do you want to be remembered by when you leave here? And he goes, well, hopefully a Super Bowl champion. He goes, but he said the main thing is I want to be remembered as somebody who created the best culture the history of sports had ever seen. So that's such a big thing that you can tell that was a massive tiebreaker for Shotty. And Clayton Adams sounding as fired up as he was, and he sounded legitimately excited and fired up. All right, this checks a box for me, checks a box for Shotty. I know the personnel department's excited about him, up and down. They all love the player. And so this is something that I think everybody is unanimous with. You heard their Booker said when he said, come down here, can't wait to move the line of scrimmage, and he said duo and all that S. So duo, okay, like that's going to give us a little tip. What does Clayton Adams' running game look like? Well, they're going to be running a lot of duo, which is the double team at the point of attack to kind of move the line of scrimmage, and so it's kind of a gap scheme. But it's something where this clearly is a pick that checks a lot of boxes for them. It was not their number 1.
Yep.
They didn't get their dream, but they got a dream, and one that they're very, very happy with.
All right. Let's hear the first official radio interview with Tyler Booker joining the draft show last night on 105.3 The Fan.
Offensive lineman Tyler Booker is on the line. Tyler, congratulations on a dream come true. Tell us what you're thinking at this point.
Thank you so much. And the thing that comes to mind is that, like, I'm blessed. Like, I'm so blessed to be a Cowboy. And I'm a football fanatic. Like, I love the game of football. So I used to grow up watching the football live. So I just remember watching all the football lives of how great the Cowboys were. And I'm excited to get to work and bring us back to where we used to be, to where we should be, America.
We heard you talk to the front office on the secret audio just a couple moments ago, and you talked about the tradition. What does it mean to you to add that tradition or add to that tradition now as a part of this team in Dallas?
It means everything to me. You know, it's just the way that I aim to further the winning tradition in Alabama. That's the same way I feel about coming to the Dallas Cowboys, and then especially being on a team and being a part of a brand so iconic, just as Alabama was. It's funny. Like my track record, I've been so blessed to be a part of like some of the best organizations in the world. Like I went to IMG Academy, one of the best high schools in the world. I went to Alabama, one of the best football programs in the world. And now I'm a Dallas Cowboy, like another one of the best programs, sports programs, sports organizations in the world. So like my journey is just very. I'm blessed, and I've done a lot of winning in my football career so far, and I'm ready to continue that.
Hey, Tyler, this is Tommy Yards. Congratulations, man. This is a team that, under new head coach Brian Schottenheimer, has made it very clear that they want to move up front and they want to run the football. What were those conversations like when you were going through the process with Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams in terms of what they want to do in the run game and how they want to utilize you to have success there?
Knowledge, my football IQ, and just talk about listen to how I talk about the game of football. Like I'm always talking about how I want to be at the point of attack, how I want to move the line of scrimmage, how I always want to be on the attack, and then they saw how fun I was, things that they liked. And I just remember my visit. I really enjoyed it. Like I got a great vibe from them, and I knew that I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. You never know on draft day, but this is what I was confident about, and I'm glad God saw fit me the Cowboy.
Hey, Tyler, I got to ask you, you know, we've heard the secret call of the team, and you referenced there to Brian Schottenheimer that he needs to keep playing the Whitney Houston. What Whitney Houston song were you guys listening to?
So I forget which Whitney Houston song. I wanted to say the one exactly. I told my parents as soon as it happened. So my parents 100% no. Okay, I want to dance with somebody. I remember now. I want to dance with somebody. It was funny because we're sitting there talking. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. And, like, I got to talk over Whitney Houston, but I loved it. Like, he's just authentically himself.
Tyler, this is awesome, man. Congratulations to you. What a night. What was that draft visit like? And you've obviously been training here in Dallas. So what do you like about the area, and how pumped are you to now be in DFW as your home?
I just love the area. Like, I trained there this past summer. Last summer, I trained there, and then just being one of my close friends, Jack Ford, he's actually from the area. So he showed me around, and then the training there for combine training too. Like I just had a great time. Like there's a lot to do around there. It's a really nice area. And then to be completely honest with you guys, y'all have Hutchins barbecue, and that's some of the best food I've ever had in my life.
Nick Harris, Tyler, I actually went to Hutchins earlier today, so I think I manifested this. I literally went to Hutchins at about 1 p.m. today. Yeah, we'll have to do a story on you over at Hutchins. Tyler, I want to talk about your love for football because I think it's very unique. Even when you talk about guys that love football in this class, when you were in high school, you were living in Connecticut. You drove 90 minutes every day to go to high school to play at a really respected program in New Jersey at Bergen Catholic. And then you moved halfway across the country to go to IMG before you were even the age of 18. You have put so much into this game. You have done so much at the University of Alabama. Can you just describe your love for football and why it is as strong as it is?
Yeah, my love of football starts from before I can even remember. Like my dad literally put a plush football in my crib. Like as soon as I was born, and then I still have it to this day. And then some of my first memories are watching old Steve McNair highlights because my dad was a Titans fan for a little while, and then just memories of me watching him play the college football video game and put me in the game. And just a lot of my first memories have to do with the game of football. And then I just start playing, and then my parents just kept me around the game. They saw how much I loved it at such a young age. They're like, we have to continue to push him and tap into this, and for that, I'm forever grateful for them.
Add him to Overshown, Ferg, Tyler Smith on the Cowboys all-interview team. I mean, you can just hear it.
Yeah, and you can tell when people talk about, the leadership and the way he commands a room. Dane Brugler had put in his draft guide. You saw a very low moment for Tyler Booker when Vandy beat Alabama last year. And Dane put in his draft guide that team captain, natural-born leader, gets the most out of his teammates. But he had this quote from an NFL scout that he talked to about Tyler Booker. He said, quote, he keeps everyone accountable in that locker room. After Bama's loss to Vandy, Book was the one who got everyone in that locker room back on track. And so this is a guy who had the complete command of the locker room. I had texted the Alabama offensive line coach, Chris Kapilovic, last night and just said, hey, tell me what you think about Book. He said he's a relentless worker, high football IQ, has tremendous power, elite in his preparation. And then this is the line that I think stands out and makes a lot of sense given what the Cowboys are trying to do now. He says he's the best leader I've ever coached.
Wow. And how long has he been there at Bama?
He's been at Bama for a year, but he's been coaching at big-time college programs for 20 years.
Wow. That's a hell of a quote. And he has fantastic taste in music. Now, how did this get played between he and Shoddy?
So he said that we heard him say, hey, coach, as long as you keep playing the Whitney Houston. So the way he said it set up, I guess, was he was walking up to his office for the 7 a.m. meeting, and Shoddy was playing this in his office when he walked up.
I love this song.
It's a great song. And we read about, I'm trying to remember, what was the Dallas Morning News article? I think we read it while you were out. But it was the profile on, Brian Schottenheimer and his family talking about how he's prepared for all this. And they mentioned his music taste is all over the place.
Yeah.
Like that his stuff will be, he's got Kendrick Lamar, but he's got Whitney Houston, and then he's got Johnny Cash, then he's got Boyd, but he's got just crossing over everything. And apparently Tyler Booker gets down with it.
What else happened around the Cowboys in round 1 last night? Did Jacksonville or Cleveland make the Travis Hunter mistake? The Giants have a new quarterback, and did Howie do it again? Just getting started with the Loaded Friday edition, one of our favorite shows of the year. Glad you're waking up and being part of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. But you also need to be part. There's no excuse for you not to go ahead.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dealership in the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
And we're off. Good morning, Metroplex. Round 1 post-draft recap here on Sean and RJ Choppy. We'll be back on Monday, but we have the football horse, Bobby Belt, carrying us to 10 o'clock right here on your home of America's team. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back responsible for all the draft audio, all the draft video on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's run through the rest of the round before we get to everyone's reaction. Not just some upset Tolos, but the entire world's reaction to Tyler Booker on the Cowboys at 7 o'clock. Cam Ward, number 1, to the Titans. And then the biggest storyline, well, I guess Shador is. But for me, the biggest storyline of round 1, a real storyline, Travis Hunter and the trade between Jacksonville and Cleveland.
And it's so stunning. It's like, wow, this popped up out of nowhere. Well, not quite. This trade was finished 18 days ago.
Wow.
Mike Silver, who's come on the show before, longtime NFL columnist, he wrote a breakdown over at The Athletic that just dropped this morning. April 7th, James Gladstone, the new 34-year-old GM of the Jaguars, hired from the Rams, the less need F them picks era, and Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, worked out the terms of the trade with 2 contingencies 3 weeks ago. First, it would only be completed once the Browns were on the clock, and only if the Titans or another team via trade selected Ward with the first pick. Otherwise, the Browns were going to scrap the trade and take Ward themselves. And secondly, each team's owner had to approve the deal. They both got it. They both approved it. What's wild about this whole thing is this feels very Nico Palinka-like almost. They kept it so quiet. Travis Hunter had talked to the Jaguars one time during the process. He talked to them at the combine, and that was it. Once they had made up their mind that they were actually going to make the deal to go get him, they didn't schedule a visit. They didn't go to a workout. They didn't do anything to set up a meeting with him.
You don't think Travis knew this was happening?
This article says Travis had no idea this was happening.
Wow.
And it's something where when he got there, their plan apparently, the Jaguars, is to play him at receiver to start. They are going to let him do two-way stuff, but while he gets his feet wet, they're going to start out at receiver. So, Trevor Lawrence has a new weapon that he has there, but Tony Baselli got on the phone and told him, he said, we were coming after you from the beginning. And so Jacksonville has just silently sat on this, and Cleveland, quiet, they kept it amongst themselves, but this is a deal that was done 3 weeks ago, and Jacksonville has had every intent of going up and getting Hunter the whole time.
So my first reaction is I texted my Browns buddy, and I was like, you okay with this? Because my first reaction is, oh, man, Cleveland's moving off of the next Dion.
Yeah.
A generational player. It better be made worth your while. Well, then the storylines that I read later in the night was the questioning of Jacksonville paying too much. So we have Cleveland moving off of something we may never see again and haven't seen since primetime, and probably a better receiver. Are you sure you want to do that? Versus did Jacksonville overpay? And my first thought, Bobby, was, is Jacksonville valuing Hunter as a receiver number 1? Because all we've kept hearing is Jacksonville offensive predictions. Genty, then Tetero McMillan. So they clearly wanted to help Travis. So I was like, do they think of Travis Hunter, like Brian brought us, as a receiver first and corner second?
Yeah, and that's exactly where Silver says they've got him as the primary to start out, is that they think he's ready right now to contribute as a receiver, that they know he wants to do two-way stuff, and they plan on doing that. Gladstone, when he got on the phone, said, guess which side of the ball our head coach comes from. And so they said the plan is to use him as receiver as he eases into his pro career, while creating a package of plays featuring him as a cornerback. Eventually, if all goes well, his defensive load could be increased. But again, this is also something that Travis Hunter made it very clear. He could be talking S, but he basically said, if I can't play both ways, I just don't want to play football.
Right.
And if he's going to talk that way, again, it's like, wouldn't you want to talk to him and make sure he's cool with your plan and you're cool with his plan completely, and get that all sorted out before you give up all this capital to do this?
Right. It's like not talking to Luka.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, the return here is...
Let's talk about the capital.
It's sizable. Yeah, so this is Cleveland traded their first-round pick, their fourth-round pick, and their sixth-round pick. So that's the second pick, and then 104 and 200. And Jacksonville sends over pick 5, pick 36 in the second round, pick 126 in the fourth round, and then a first-rounder next year. I don't think that's that ridiculous of a comp. So if you really believe Travis Hunter is who he is, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a comp.
I don't either. I'd be scared if I was Cleveland. I'd be a little bit nervous that I gave up a rock star.
And they tried to trade back again. That because they're just...
Which I get.
Andrew Berry recognized they're so hamstrung by the Deshaun deal. They just need as much young, cheap talent as they can get.
So Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Good for him. I'm rooting for the kid. He seems like a great kid.
Everything you hear from scouts is that even though there's bad chatter about Shador, it's the opposite, that Travis Hunter is everything he seems to be.
They didn't seem, unless I missed it, Pepe, they didn't show Travis's girl last night. They didn't want that storyline out there again, if they're still together. Abdul Carter to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell, we knew Patriots were going offensive line. They went with Will Campbell with the short arms out of LSU at 4.
Yeah, and I mean, best offensive lineman in the draft to me pretty easily.
He looks the part.
Yeah, he's a really good player. And it sounds like they're going to play him at tackle, even with the shorter arms. I think we've seen better success for shorter arm tackles in recent years. Rashawn Slater's a big primary example of that. But yeah, I mean, they had, the night before the draft, they had flown down to Baton Rouge. They were clearly really dialed in on him.
So the Browns move down and take Michigan defensive tackle. Don't swerve off the road, Tolos. Mason Graham at 5.
Yeah, and Mason Graham was consistently considered like a top 5 or 6 player in this draft. I don't think Dallas loved him. I think if he would have slid down to 12, I think they liked Walter Nolan more. I think Walter Nolan was their top defensive tackle.
Pete Carroll stays old school and gets Ashton Genty to the Raiders at 6. Armand Membu goes to the New York Jets at 7, the offensive tackle. Tet McMillan then breaks. Oh, as everyone from Arizona was hitting me up, I got a lot of Arizona interaction yesterday. Stop calling him Tet. ESPN came up with that nickname. It's not
He
Tet.
hates it.
He hates it.
Which is funny. Last night while we were on the draft show, Vach kept calling him Tetaroa. And then as soon as he got picked by Carolina, he was like, Tet McMillan. He's like, I'm going to start calling him Tet. He's not here anymore. I don't care.
So McMillan breaks the heart of Cowboy fans going to Carolina at 8. Kelvin Banks. A lot of Longhorns off the board. Kelvin Banks goes to the Saints at 9. A lot of chatter about what the Saints were going to do. This is the first no Shador. Well, I guess probably the second no Shador spot after Cleveland did not take him at 5. Kelvin Banks, Kellen Moore wanting to build up front with the Longhorn. And then a big stunner at 10 with Ben Johnson picking his tight end.
I don't have any clue what he's doing. This was the first one that we all sat there and went, does he know what he's doing? Is Ben Johnson maybe an idiot? Did you guys just get Nico'd over here? It's obviously not that bad, but man, he's putting something on the line here. So they draft Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan. I didn't know of any team. I didn't see a single mock or a single analyst. I didn't find anyone that had Colston Loveland ahead of Tyler Warren out of Penn State. Not a single one.
Did you have Loveland as a first rounder?
No. Loveland was I'd have to look, but Loveland's player 27 or something for me. And Warren was 7 or 6 or 7. And so, I mean, no, it's not even close for me, but I didn't know anybody in the NFL who had Loveland above Tyler Warren. Apparently, we heard some chatter last night. Ben Johnson said he reminds him a lot of Sam Laporta and the success that he had with Laporta in Detroit. But man, this is a juxtaposition that they've set themselves up for, where it's okay, now you have put yourself on the line here because this is a very clear, this was the better player according to everybody else, so you better be right.
There was word that San Fran loved Walter Nolan, who I thought the Cowboys may use as the backup plan. They go with Mikael Williams out of Georgia, the edge.
Yeah, and that's a guy that just the media and fans are not going to see him the same as the NFL does. The NFL loves him more than everybody else does. I talked to somebody recently who had said, look, he was about 80% healthy at max his entire last season. He's 20 years old. he was a dominant force as a 19-year-old. Like, it's projectable. There's a lot to really like about him that most people are missing.
Tyler Warren goes to Indianapolis at 14, and then let's get to the rest of the NFC East. By the way, Amarian Hampton goes to, no surprise, greater, tough physical football, Jim Harbaugh in L.A. with the Chargers. Matthew Golden making Tolos even more upset by going up there and getting the standing O from the Green Bay crowd. Matthew Golden, finally a receiver taken by the Packers in the first round. And then the NFC East starts to make some noise, Bobby. The New York Giants trade back into the round at 25 for the speculation that we covered yesterday. Jackson Dart is the new prospect. It is not Shedeur Sanders. Washington takes the Oregon tackle, and then old Howie gets on the phone with Kansas City.
Yeah, so we'll start with Dart. I think Jackson Dart's a really bad player. Like, I don't see an NFL quarterback at all when I watched him. Brian's a little higher on him than the rest of us are. He was like, no, I think that's a guy who's got some upside. But to me, and Wolchuk kind of saw it similarly, that's a guy who he can't process at all. And he gets duped really easily by disguise coverages. I just don't think he's got a really slow delivery. It's this big windup. I don't think that he's very good. I think I would rather.
John Gruden doesn't think he plays very smart in terms of taking hits. I watched his entire Gruden quarterback film.
I would rather have Joe Milton. Like, if you told me Joe, and that's not like, I mean, it sounds like I'm kind of like, but I mean, Joe Milton, I'd rather have the traits that Joe Milton has than Dart. The pick, yeah, look, Josh Connerly for Washington, solid tackle from Oregon. He's somebody who I was told could sneak into the first round, so that had made sense. Philadelphia flipping a spot to get Jahad Campbell. Everybody was very upset on the draft show last night. I was the only one who was, I guess, different over it because they all really love him. Jahad Campbell, to me, there's a lot of really great upside.
Everyone says he's a dog. He's a dog.
He can rush. He's a great athlete. There's some stuff to really like about him. He is consistently on tape a guesser, and a guesser at linebacker is death to me. And I very rarely have ever seen somebody go from a guesser at college to a good player at the NFL. So Jahad Campbell terrifies me.
You had him where?
I had Jahad Campbell in the second round as like an upside pick, but no, I would not have picked him in the first.
And Washington?
Washington, Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle from Oregon. Good player. I thought they were going to go defense, but I mean, I guess they're getting more stuff to protect Jaden Daniels and all the investments.
What does Micah, McCarthy, and McShay think about what the Dallas Cowboys did, along with your Tyler Booker reaction on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line on the home of the Cowboys? Next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. There is no other option, no better place to be than 105.3 The Fan for all of your NFL and Dallas Cowboys draft coverage. How you doing after last night?
Good. I mean, I'm a little delirious, but I'm good.
And Brian Broaddus had y'all in jackets. I thought it was just ties. Everyone wearing full suits?
No, so like we show up in the jackets, and then typically we take them off once we're on the air, but I was running around trying to get stuff and find out certain things to where I was walking in like right at when we were starting. Like, I mean, I'd been there, but I didn't get in the studio till then. And then by that point, I'd already sat down with the jacket on, had my hands on and I just never took it off because I got stuck on that. But yeah, we have to dress up every time to some extent. And so I was a little annoyed. I tell Brian every year, I'm like, I hate you on this night.
Yeah.
Because I have to dress up like this. But today I'll be able to relax a little bit and I'll be able to get to wear an actual hat instead of showing my hairline.
So you didn't wear the hat with the jacket?
No, I did not.
That would have sucked. I just did a clip-on tie when Broaddus used to do that. And I'm like, why is Broaddus in charge of this? I've been here longer than him.
Me and Zach didn't do the ties. We didn't even put them on. But I did wear the dressy clothes because there was a whole group message sent out from Kyle where he's like, remember, we dress up tonight. I'm like,
I imagine your wife as you're leaving the house and she's like, where are you going? I can't get you to dress up for a fancy steak dinner or our anniversary and you're wearing a suit jacket to talk freaking football.
Yeah, she's like, she just wants me to treat her like I treat Brian. That's all she asks for.
All right. Tyler Booker is the selection. Bobby and I, are you happy or are you okay with it?
Yeah, kind of like in the middle of that. Like, I mean, to me, I wanted
mid rare, not medium rare, not medium, mid rare.
Yeah, McMillan was the guy I had that would have been exciting. So it's not like that. But out of what the setup is and what's available to you, he's gonna make. They are a better football team today than they were yesterday.
And they upgraded how much at right guard over Hoffman?
That'll be an interesting thing to see play out because Hoffman is very much a unit player. Because Hoffman as an individual player is not one of the better ones, but because of the edge he brings and different things he does, he elevates the unit. So he's much better than Hoffman. I'll be interested to see how much it changes the unit totally. But I mean, he's so good and so sound. This is when I had said I'm picking them to be a 7-win team right now, but we got to see how the draft plays out. Booker is like a selection that coupled with others moving forward, you're like, yeah, that's the kind of thing that moves them closer to 9-10 wins next year. And so they're on the right track they've got a better shot to be a winning team next year.
Brian Schottenheimer, why did you want to go O-line?
Yeah, you're always looking to add valuable pieces. You guys know how I feel about Brock Hoffman, Rob Jones, a really good football player. It's a physical, violent position that these guys play. You can never have enough. We've all had the growing pains and the different rotations and things like that. So, again, I think it's one of those positions. It's a high-value position where you need guys that have flexibility and they can play different spots. And, again, you don't know how bad you need the position until you don't have it. And the obvious thing that everybody's talked about. I mean, you're in a division with Jalen Carter and Dexter Lawrence and some really, really good football players. And so those are matchups that we look forward to.
I just love, and love is an understatement. I don't have a stronger word that I can think of. Every single philosophical thing that he talks about and that they are talking about right now, hopefully it's just not hot noise like the hot boys from the past. I love it all. I love the culture stuff. I love the leadership stuff. I love the toughness stuff. I love the intangible stuff. I love the identity stuff. And I love it. Love it. Is it going to mean jack squat? Who knows? But I love what they're trying to do and what they're talking about doing. And they picked all of that last night.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing to realize. Whenever anybody thinks back on how could you have hired Brian Schottenheimer, and it may fail completely. And I think their process in a lot of ways in hiring him was flawed. It wasn't a good process. We even talked about it. Even if it works out, it'd be kind of like, yeah, well, it worked out when you picked Dak, but you didn't really target Dak.
Yeah.
I think it's important to understand, the more you hear him talk, I think the more fans are able to reason, okay, I can see how he sold them and convinced them in a sit down where they were like, holy cow, we got to have this guy lead our team.
Micah Parsons is probably a terrible poker player because when he does his draft coverage on Bleacher Report, you can see his immediate reaction. And last night he had some hesitation. He's like, and they started laughing at him. He's like, no, I don't hate the pick. I don't hate the pick. The guy's a stud. Guy's a stud. I don't know who Micah actually wanted, but Micah got pumped when Tyler Booker joined his draft pod.
You had one of my favorite quotes of the entire draft process. You said, quote, I make guys not love football anymore. What does it feel like to see the love of football leave someone's eyes?
It feels great, football is a child's game. So like people wake up, be like, man, I can't wait to play this football game today. They listen to their hype music, they take all the pre-workout, they get so excited to play football until they come across Tyler Booker. And then when I'm going after you, quarter after quarter, play after play, series after series, and I start to see that love leave their eyes, like that's what makes me love the game. Like I just really love.
I like that part. Yeah, you just got me right. Hey, he got me ready to go. I ain't gonna lie. He got me ready to go.
Bro, I'm going to play right now.
Yeah, God. Let's go. Yeah, he got me hyped. I ain't gonna lie.
All right.
Play after play, quarter after quarter.
Hey, man, welcome to the team. Yeah, he had me ready to go there.
Yes, sir.
So I want everybody to think, if you have a bunch of players graded similarly and Tyler Booker's on that plane, and just think about how much the college athlete or the draft prospect has changed in the last 5 years in the era of NIL. And what we're seeing right now of teams talking about entitlement and different things like that. Just think about the impact it makes on a football team when they hear somebody walk in and they talk like that. They talk about like, I don't even care. I just grew up obsessed with football. And man, oh my gosh, my favorite thing about football is watching the love of the game leave somebody else's eyes when I hit them.
What a quote.
Like, I mean, that's the kind of thing that stands out. And that's why when they have everybody graded together, that's why when they go to tiebreakers, it was really easy to settle on he's the one. All right. If we can't trade back, pick up extra capital, if McMillan's not here, we want that. Because if everything else is equal, but I get that with it, then give me that 10 times out of 10.
Mike McCarthy was on Pat McAfee's draft coverage. You're going to see the vape pen here momentarily from Aiden. Not Aiden, actually. Not breaking Odyssey laws, but he's going to put it up on the fan cam, Twitch.
He looks like a vape pen guy, though.
Aiden?
Yeah.
That was a little stereotypical.
Don't you? Oh, tell me he doesn't, though.
Mike McCarthy with his thoughts on the Booker selection.
Love the pick, Mel. Love the pick. I'm telling you, man. No, seriously. If you would ask me who we'd be picking, this is the way I think it goes. I think, once again, a lot of conversations. It's an offensive line that is better today than it was, at the point last year, because they had 5 young offensive linemen play a ton of football next year. Now you're adding Tyler, so I think you're getting back to hopefully the good old days in Dallas with an excellent offense.
And that's what I was thinking of, the good old days. The good old days there with Frederick and Zach and Tyron. And Pat McAfee has changed all the rules at ESPN. He is sitting there vaping right there on stage. He offers McCarthy a hit, and Mike's like, "Nah, man, I'm good.
Remember the days of Sean Hannity?
Look at this,
getting caught ripping a vape pen on Fox News and all, and like almost getting suspended like 8 years ago or whatever that was. It's just a different era now. And yeah, Pat McAfee doing his thing. Could you have imagined if he would have grabbed it though and hit it?
Oh my gosh. He throws it away. He could say it was just tobacco. Let's say it was just tobacco. But there he is. He's offering it to Big Mike. That would have been awesome.
I'm honest.
Mike, by the way, in the clips that I saw, man, I wish he just cut loose a little bit like that, a little bit more when talking with the media and talking with us. He was very good with us every Friday. But last night, he cut loose a lot more in terms of just the delivery. And I'm going to go and watch a little bit more McCarthy analysis today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never heard him talk that long without saying it's just like anything. So it's impressive. I did not hear it, but I know we got tweet tagged in it. So I don't know if you saw it, where I guess McAfee, when New Orleans was on the clock, asked him like 3 Kellen-related questions. And according to the person who tweeted, said Mike walked around all 3 of them.
Yeah, according to one of the Tolos that hit us up. All right, you want to feel better about not getting McMillan? Is that cupcake in here, by the way?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, I'll have
the condensation's gone.
I'll have the cupcake. And go ahead, put it back on the on the heater. As Bobby's so excited to do that. You want to feel better about missing out on McMillan, who Carolina took early in front of you and stunned all the Metroplex? Listen to Todd McShay's pre-draft evaluation on Tetaroa.
I don't trust him.
Okay.
I don't trust, and I have reports, and I know that Jed Fish had as one scout said when he was great when Jed Fish had his foot on his throat. Don't take that the wrong way. Like, obviously, it means like someone who is monitoring and making sure that pushing him, driving him.
Correct.
When Jed Fish left town, there was a new sheriff in town, and it was Tet.
Yep.
Tet didn't like to work out and practice hard unless a scout was in attendance. Showed up on the routes.
Okay.
Quitting on balls over the middle field. Didn't think he showed attention to detail. I get offended personally for Drake London when people say, oh, he's the next Drake London. Yeah, no, he's the same size. He makes the same acrobatic catches. Drake was a dog.
Woo! Wow. The flamethrower from Todd McShay towards McMillan's game, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical. So here's the thing. It's always important to, whenever there's changeover at a program, you got to be really careful about why is the testimony of this coaching staff so different from the other. And in either direction, you've got to be leery of the player. Potentially, you got to be leery of the new coaching staff that comes in there. Tom Herman came to Texas. There's a story that people in Austin have told for years. When Tom Herman first came to Texas, he was so upset at a couple players leaving early and not sticking around, including Connor Williams, one of them, that he just basically did everything he could to derail them with NFL teams and just flat out would slander them whenever teams would ask about him. So there's that. But then you've also got Tristan Hill. When Tristan Hill had a coaching staff change over at UCF, he became a pain, and the new staff was right about him. And so you do got to watch some of that. Dallas, one of the areas where fans wouldn't know this necessarily, one of the areas where they're really good relative to the rest of the league is their research. Like, and their investigative stuff and the things they find out about guys and what their character's like. I guess Dallas had zero concerns about him in terms of what kind of football character he had.
A 29-point comeback, an historic comeback for the Thunder last night in Memphis to take the 3-0 series lead. Ja on crutches. Bye-bye, Grizzlies. They're getting swept. The Knicks go into Detroit and win on the road. The Clippers stomp out Denver. And the Rangers played last night as well.
The 3-1 pitch. Swung on, line to center, base hit. Rounding third is Arias, and he will score. The throw by Leote is way late. Sliding in without a tag is Arias, and the A's have come back to win it by the score of 4-3.
Nadell with the call. DeGrom was on the mound, and add injury to insult, Bobby. Kumar Rocker to the IL with a right shoulder impingement.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Luke Jackson screwing it up in the ninth inning is also a bummer. I'll tell you what, obviously I wasn't watching this game last night because we were doing the draft coverage, but I'd pull up Twitter and I'd see some Rangers updates in there, and I was like, oh, great. The Rangers hit 3 home runs in an inning. Awesome. The offense is back. And so that's really all I'd seen about it. So when I woke up this morning and I pulled it up, I was like, oh, let me see the replay and what happened in the Rangers game. And I saw they lost. I was like, how the hell does that happen? They scored 3 runs. I figured they would have scored more than just 3 runs, but especially with DeGrom out there pitching. But ultimately, I mean, Luke Jackson's got to stop flirting with danger because you're going to see more of that.
Bobby's Day 2 Cowboy targets are coming up. Vach Lombardi is going to join us live at 8:40 in Below the Belt as part of our Cowboys coverage. But the number one storyline that was carrying the draft networks last night, what happened to Shador? The commercial-free expressway is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
What happened to Shador? And be honest, what were you saying at your draft party? We were set up at Pluckers with the amazing Tolos who came out. I had Jake Rietma alongside me. Glad I told Jake to take the ride share as I tried to pass along a few extra shots to him. And he stayed a little bit longer than me, and he had to be in even earlier than I did.
How many drinks did you have?
What, are you cutting down the music?
Faded out.
Huh?
It faded out.
Oh, okay. I probably had like 3 beers and like 3 shots.
Okay, you did more than I thought you would. That's good. Solid.
I didn't ask for any, and I declined a couple, and then the beers were like bigger, but I like left my last one, like half of it, because it just hit me at like 9 p.m. and I'm like, I'm tired.
That's Kristen's biggest complaint. When we go out and do a station event, for me, she's like, don't pregame. Don't order anything for yourself, because you know eventually somebody's going to come by and be like, hey, will you do a shot with me? I'll get, and she's like, and then you end up overdoing it because you've already drank before.
The staff at Pluckers was fantastic. The entire place was packed. Rietma getting on the mic, emceeing. So it was a good time. I wish I had the morning off in order to fully cut loose.
How many drinks had Rietma had by the time you posted that drunken video of him screaming at the crowd?
Maybe 1.
Oh, that was sober.
Oh
my God.
He had props. He had a Fire Nico shirt underneath, and he's like, I was planning on getting the crowd hype, but it's kind of tapered off here. I picked 20, and I was like, yeah, man, people got to work the next day, man. Cowboys pick at 12. I think he was expecting a rager with like glow sticks to break out with the chicken wings there at Pluckers. But fantastic setup from Pluckers, and thanks to every single Tolo Artemio. Man, he was bringing the shots nonstop. all the different Tolos that stopped by. Vanessa made the picks as well. All right, before we get into what happened with Shedeur, and I want to know at your draft party what you were saying to your group of friends about the fall and about the drop. Were you thinking this is a smear campaign? This is unfair. This is ridiculous. Or were you getting some type of satisfaction out of watching all the shots to Shedeur's party with Legendary in the background and all the hats that could draft him, and Deion Sanders looked like someone had taken his dog and he was half falling asleep? We'll get to that in just a second. But Tyler Booker is the newest Dallas Cowboy. Jerry Jones. I love the post-draft press conference right here on The Fan because Jerry will usually tell you what they had cooking and what the other options were so you can feel better or worse about it.
Yes, we well, the way what was there, didn't get a trade. We were there. Nolan's on the board. Booker sitting there. I'm just saying. And what's best for this team? Well, I'll tell you what. We had that one nailed. We were, and Stephen will get into that if we can hear him. He'll get into it seriously. But we had a good plan to trade out if we had takers or had offers to trade out. So. That was a part of the plan. But, boy, we really, again, I'm sorry not to give you a straight answer, but this guy is such a leadership person and such a dynamic person in his approach to football as a leader of a team within a team, the offensive line. So that really caused him to get our attention yesterday when we were looking at his likelihood of the possibility of him being there.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
And that trade was Houston, possibly.
This speaks to how much power, though, the head coach does have in Dallas. Because this has typically not been... You're basically hearing the Brian Schottenheimer philosophy or theories coloring the way that Jerry's talking about things. Line item number one would not have been that stuff, I don't feel like, in the past when talking about a player. You know, the leadership and just the intangibles and the way that they set the culture. But that's clearly something that Schottenheimer's establishes that's what's important to him. And he thinks that everything else will flow down from that. And that if that's broken, nothing else will work, no matter how good everything else is. And it's been effectively sold to them. And they've, not that it needs to be sold, quote unquote, but I mean, it's something that they have bought into.
A lot of people were wondering whether the pre-draft press conference about offensive line was a bluff. I kind of honed in on Jerry saying it's more about the offensive line than the running back. We did not have a running back problem last year. And when DeMarco had his years and Zeke had his years, we had fantastic offensive lines. And again, Jerry is an offensive lineman himself. But that set off people and fans in the Metroplex for some reason. I don't understand. Given the retirements we just saw in Tyron Smith and Zach Martin, I don't understand all the outrage over an offensive line selection. This is the number one unit on your football team, in my opinion. If Dak Prescott has any quarterback in the National Football League with time, in my opinion, can hit receivers. I remember those days early on Dak when it felt like, oh my gosh, all day long. If you give a quarterback all day long, he can throw to above average targets and complete passes. I don't care who the running back is. If they have lanes, they're going to average 5 yards a carry, and they're going to get to the second level. It all starts there. The Philadelphia Eagles manhandle everyone. You now have Jalen Carter, the Eagles D-line in front seven, and now the New York Giants. We can make fun of them all we want. We can hope that Jackson Dart is a bust. What does the New York Giants front four and front seven look like now? Abdul Carter.
For the moment, Thibodeau, Burns.
Lawrence?
Yeah.
You need to block them. You need to protect your $60 million quarterback, and you need to have running lanes for whoever this back is going to be. I just don't understand the premise. It's a philosophical foundation for football that the offensive line can start it and end it. So I'm not understanding.
We've got to come up with some name for the psychological effect that exists for, like we've talked about before. There's nothing Nico Harrison could do. Now, he shot himself in the foot the whole time, but there's nothing Nico Harrison could have said or done that would not have been criticized. Going to find a way to do it. Cowboys have been at that stage a lot throughout, and I think they're just there right now. There was almost nothing they could have done yesterday. Like the McMillan thing would have helped. That's not in their control. He got taken ahead of him. But after that, it's like, I don't think there was anything they could have done yesterday that people were not going to start complaining at them for.
Well, Golden is a popular local thing, all right? I mean, I guess we could have the exercise of going through the names on the board that were available to them that y'all would have wanted. Who was your pick at 12 after McMillan went to Carolina? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Is it going to be Emeka, who went 19? How about Tampa Bay loading up at receiver? My goodness. Is someone going to be expendable there? Was it Golden? Was it Warren? Was it Emeka? What were you getting on your feeds as the consensus?
So that's the thing. That's why I feel like it's kind of convenient the way that they're criticizing it, because it's not consistent.
Yeah.
It's people going, well, you at least should have taken Tyler Warren, or you should have taken Matthew Golden. You should have taken Emeka, or you should have taken the other offensive lineman. You should have taken Josh Simmons. You should there's just a steady stream of complaints where, to me.
Well, let me remind everyone of DFW draft judgment the day after, because I remember these Fridays.
Tyler Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Micah Parsons. You're not going to win the argument with me that the majority were happy with those selections. Yes, I said Micah Parsons because at the time we thought he was playing linebacker. Travis Frederick for damn sure, when Travis joined us for his first interview and was like, yeah, I'm kind of surprised they took me here, okay? We all wanted Manziel, or many people wanted Manziel with the hype. You certainly didn't want another boring guard in Zach Martin, and then you just talked about Tyler Smith. So wrong, recent wrong, and it still doesn't have anyone be like, let me pump the brakes a little bit, because maybe my opinion could be off. I would, if you told me if they picked Guyton this year, like if it was this year that they had
now you were right
Guyton.
about maybe Taco and Mozzie. Y'all were maybe right about that.
Yeah, and I think the one area where they were considered untouchable for a long time was the draft. The fact that the last two have been Mozzie and Guyton, and I still think Guyton's going to be really good. People have forgotten about all the highlight reel practices in Oxnard where Guyton was stonewalling Micah in those practices.
Yeah.
It's just he's still developing. Mozzie, I understand. Mozzie, you've probably missed on that one. But I think the thing that you look at here is they've lost that benefit now to where anything they do, even in the draft, has reached the point where it's going to be criticized. I can't remember what I saw somebody yesterday on Twitter say they've just gotten to the point where they're not very good at this anymore, talking about drafting. It's like, okay, I guess that's where we've gotten to. But if you want to say you don't like the offensive line pick, I understand it. The tweets I got yesterday and the messages I got yesterday saying a bust, this dude he can't move, blah, blah. It's like, okay, if you don't know the player or you're lying about the player. It's one of the two, because he's not. That's the consensus. And then do not throw back at me. Well, Marcus Mosier's consensus board of media mock drafts at 31. I don't give an F. That's not what I care about. The consensus among teams in the league was Tyler Booker was a top 20 player. He was going to go in the top 20. That's where people thought he was going to go. He went where he should. A lot of people said, fine, take whoever, but you should have traded back. Think of everybody that's available right now to you. The players that went from 25 on, and then, so anybody available today, and then these last players were the ones that went. Jackson Dart, James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackle from Ohio State, Josh Connerly, tackle from Oregon, Maxwell Hairston, corner from Kentucky, Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama, Josh Simmons, tackle from Ohio State. Those players right there in that group are, before the draft, I didn't hear anybody talking about those players as better than Booker. Not like hardly anybody. A couple people liked him, but they all have issues. James Pierce is a massive red flag player.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've got issues with all of them. To me, they tried to make a deal. They couldn't move back that far and sacrifice the capital. So they said, we're going to trust our process here. This is a whole group decision of scouting staff, coaches, everybody else agreeing that this was the best move.
Yeah, guys, on the fan text 214 from pick number 12 wanted the team just to trade back in general. You can get a lot of trade back here on the fan text. 214 also says maybe they would have wanted to pick Walker or Pierce over Tyler Booker. 817 says Matthew Golden would have been their pick, and 214 says they would have traded back for Luther Burden.
Here's the thing. So I'll play out both of them for you. Jalen Walker. They picked Jalen Walker. You know what the narrative is this morning? I don't trust these defensive coaches to turn Jalen Walker into somebody. He's a linebacker. They can't figure out if he's a linebacker or an edge rusher. That's somebody you've got to know you have the right coaches to put that guy in. You need good coaches to bring that guy up. I've seen Matt Eberflus before. This is the same guy who would talk about, Tyrann Mathieu and other guys. They're not scheme fits, and I'm supposed to expect him to be Dan Quinn for Micah Parsons with this? No. James Pierce. If they pick James Pierce, oh my gosh, I read something on PFF where they talked about his hips were tight. And he's a red flag guy. Why is he down here at 25? If this is where we're at, why are we taking this guy? You're going to have
what
that
about Golden
consistently. Matthew Golden, what you would have gotten there, you would have had people that would have been excited about that one, but you similarly would have had people talking about Matthew Golden as he's not polished. He's not a finished product because he's not. He's not prepared to just step in and be a guy. Nick Harris said last night he thinks Green Bay is a much better situation for Golden than Dallas is because he would be asked immediately to be something that he's not right now.
Golden was the Longhorns clear cut number one.
Yeah, and he stepped up in bigger games, but I mean he had 100-yard games at Texas. Otherwise, most of his games were like 40 yards, and he stepped up in big moments. But that's not a finished product. I like him. He was my 10th overall player. I would have been fine taking him, but there was questions there, and you naturally would have split it up by people who like Ibuka more, and they would have said, "Well, I don't like Golden because of that." So the narrative was going to be angry, regardless, because that's just where the Cowboys are. And it's fine. They've earned being in that position.
Yep.
I'm just saying, be rational when you talk to us about it, because I'm telling you, that's a good player, regardless.
I thought the number one storyline of the night was Travis Hunter and the Browns-Jacksonville trade, but all the networks, of course, decided that the number one storyline was a guy who wasn't even picked. Will Chambers? No. Shedeur Sanders. What happened?
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is, of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
I just got a text, by the way. Cowboys did not love Golden's short leg, short height. So from someone that I trust for what it's worth. Now, I'm going to be honest, and I feel a little grimy doing this and saying this, but I was laughing at the Shedeur storyline. I was getting enjoyment out of it. I was. I'm being honest. I was sitting there and I hope the fall continues. It's funny. And I like his answer right there. And I'm not wishing bad on the career overall, but this is a combination of things. All right. When you burst into the room as the flashiest, loudest one, hey, I'm going to look at you and be like, yo, is that the life of the party? Oh my goodness gracious. That's the fun one. But when you continue to be that, we may get a little sick of you. And there are other people in the party looking at you being like, just shut up. Oh my gosh. But I have to be so loud. I have to be so cocky and arrogant. What Dion and Shedeur and Travis did at Colorado, I was really impressed by. They made noise to where they had to be talked about. But when you have to be talked about, you become a polarizing topic. And when you become a polarizing topic, what happened last night and what they're dealing with many laughing at them, Bobby Belt, it comes with the territory. So this is what helped and caused Colorado to get on the map. But unfortunately now today, this is what comes with it, with people having Shedeur Sanders as the number one negative storyline along with Dion.
Yeah, look, what they really need to do and sit back and evaluate is they're going to say this is hate. This is just getting hated on.
Yeah.
These are the haters.
And you got to factor in the networks and the insiders. This becomes a nasty personal attack of why are you doing this to this kid? And then you have the network with the overcovering of it. So all those things, when something is covered nonstop, Cowboys outside of the FW, people are like, I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it.
Let's think back to
Shedeur should not have gotten that amount of coverage last night. I understand why they did it, but I'm like, yo, man, Why are we talking about him? Like, Travis Hunter's on the clock, and they had like a Shador highlight package.
Yeah.
Like, with a top 3 pick. You want to get to 21 at Pittsburgh? I get it. You want to get towards the end of the round? You want to get toward Cleveland? Okay. But I'm like, why is Shador Sanders on this screen when Travis Hunter is being selected?
Look, the loud nature or the very like confident and brash approach, yeah, you're right. It helps in a lot of ways and it can hurt in other ways. But like, let's just think of similar quarterbacks. Caleb Williams was very brash. Caleb Williams did a lot of in-your-face stuff. Caleb Williams was never questioned as being anything other than the number 1 pick. Baker Mayfield was brash, undersized, loud, cocky. Baker Mayfield went number 1. Take it over to the NBA. Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball had a loud, brash dad who was involved in Lonzo Ball went number 2. LaMelo Ball went number 3. If you're talented enough, they'll look past it. If you're that loud, maybe you're not that good. You're good. I think he's good. He's not as good as he thinks. And he was never.
You had him as a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah. But I mean, he's my top quarterback. I think he's better than Cam Ward. I do. And I'm one of the few who does.
Wow.
But like, I do think he's better than Cam Ward. I think physically Ward's more impressive. Shador's a better processor to me. And to me, that's more important at the quarterback position is how quickly you can actually process what's going on in front of you. But this is why I had to set Will Chambers straight when we were in that bar and he was trying to tell me Shador's been the number 1 pick for 2 years. I said, no, he's not. And we got in a big fight about it. And then by proxy, you and I on October 21st, 6 months ago, similarly got in an ugly fight about it. It's when it's a bad take.
But you're not the king of sports. You're newer to this than Will. Will has more skins on the wall than you do. Will's been around in sports talk longer than you. So to become the arrogant ass emperor of sports talk radio and takes.
That's not the point.
That is the point.
No, it's a point about what's right or wrong. No, God, it's a point about what's right or wrong. About just what does value mean when it comes down to who's plugged in one way, who's plugged in another way, and just the idea of like what is the actual value of the player. That's what it's about.
You're a bitch. You act like a little
that, Peyton. We're not allowed to call people that.
Go ahead. Dump it. I don't care.
And I'm just a tattletale mode at that point. Dump it, Peyton. Sean said a word he's not supposed to.
The next thing you need to take to your therapist, if and when you find the next one.
Sandler has just shamed me out of that.
Is this being right thing. Like, it really is your drug.
Yeah, I love it.
Trying to be right, trying to go find every clip to prove it. I saw you pull up old tweets towards one of our Tolo's Wade. It still doesn't justify you walking out and messing up a good day of day drinking. But
that's true.
You did end up being right. Now, I didn't say you were going to be wrong. My problem was with the fight that broke out at the bar and you storming out and disappearing for the rest of the afternoon. Well, I never said you were going to be totally wrong.
Well,
but Will, that's a fat L. And I texted Will last night to trash talk him, and he goes, "Well, I wasn't the only one." That's not the point. It doesn't matter if other people were wrong. You were dead wrong about it. You got to own it. Just like Bobby was dead wrong about this offensive lineman. Well, you're not dead wrong yet. But right now you're looking wrong after this lineman that Nick Harris and Zach Wilczek liked and that Albert Breer said could be a Cowboy possibility ended up going in the first round. Gray Zabel, number 18. And you had him as a 3rd rounder. But you can continue to brag about Shador.
I'll address that really quickly. My grade of a 3rd round player is not to say that's where the rest of the league sees him. Just similarly, like when I say Tyler Booker's a top 20 player and people try to tell me, well, no, he's 31 on all these boards. Like, that's not the point. The point is the league has him here. And that was actually where the whole fight with Will had started. Will kept saying he's been the number 1 pick for 2 years. And I kept saying in like media articles, he's been the number 1 pick. The NFL has never thought of him like that. And he goes, well, what do they know? I'm like, well, they're the ones picking him. I'm not saying they're going to be right, but they're the ones picking him, so he will not go number 1. And that's what I couldn't get through to. I probably, if I hadn't had drinks, I probably could have avoided the fight because I would have explained it better.
Yeah.
But I think I was buzzing a little and it wasn't coming out the right way, or I wasn't clearly explaining
you were
it.
Slamming your vodka glass
I
on
was.
the table.
I did, yeah.
But look, you ended up right in the argument overall, which I know is the most important thing to you, even over your children today.
It is. I mean,
congratulations.
it is. I mean, that's my children are things I'm right about too. That's why I love them. But I would say that, yeah, the Gray Zabel one, they were I didn't say he wouldn't go 18. I just said if they picked him at 12, that would be a reach that makes me mad.
Yeah, but you said you'd rather have McCarthy back than that.
Yeah, I would.
It'd be that crazy. Peyton, what were you thinking during the Shedeur fall? Be honest. Everyone has to be honest at 877-881-1053. It'll probably be a 50-50 split because that's what a Sanders topic is.
I mean, I'm still in the group that likes him. I think he's pretty good. I thought he was a first rounder. I think going into yesterday, I said I would have been shocked if he fell out of the first round. I was still thinking because, I get caught up in the whole, what does Vegas think? Pick 21 around Pittsburgh. I was like, okay, that's fine, into first round. But man, after Pittsburgh drafted and they got to the late 20s, I was like, I think he's really going to fall. I was stunned, honestly.
Bobby, where did you think at one point it was going to happen last night? Everyone in the world, pluckers of all the predictions.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh Steelers, number 21, they go with a defensive tackle out of Oregon. Did you think the Giants were moving back for him, despite all of our Jackson Dart intel and homework yesterday? And what happens today with Cleveland at the top of this round?
I didn't know which spot it would be, but I did think he would probably go at either 21 to the Steelers or go to Cleveland or the Giants trading back into the first round. I thought somebody was going to do that. I didn't think he'd be sitting to the second round. I knew it was possible, but I didn't think I figured somebody would just say, I want the fifth-year option on him. Let's go ahead, trade back into the round, take him at the very back end. Lamar Jackson got picked 32nd for the reason of the fifth-year option. But he's been compared so many times throughout this process to Geno Smith. And this is exactly what happened to Geno Smith, too. Like, as a player, he's been compared to him. Geno Smith was supposed to be a top 5 player coming out of West Virginia. I think Dane Brugler had him as his number 1 prospect that year. And Geno ends up falling all the way out of the first round, fired his agent. It was this big, messy thing. And then he gets picked 39th, 7 picks into the second round by the Jets. And so you've got Cleveland with 2 picks early in the day here. They got the top one at 33, and then they're picking the 4th pick in the second round, 36. I'm guessing he's going to be one of those.
I wanted Deion to be the head coach here badly, but you had told me the NFL is not going near him. And I thought of that last night in connecting. I'm like, okay, is this a little microcosm of what the NFL also thinks of Deion? Because I'm attaching Deion to Shedeur. I don't want any part of it. You got to be John Elway. You got to be great in order for me to deal with Deion's open commentary for the next 10 years on my program. I don't want to deal with it. I don't. He's an all-time great. He's a legend. He's doing nice things in Colorado. I don't want Deion Sanders' mouth attached to my football program with his kid. And I'm convinced that it wasn't going to be mute. Deion wasn't going to be quiet. He's going to sit there and throw out little shots nonstop. And that's baggage.
He hasn't. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been quiet yet. How many times did we hear him say he's going number 1 or he's going to the Giants? He's already talked in those terms, and he's already borderline threatened people along the draft process of I'm going to expose who you are, who I know you're spreading this bad stuff to teams. I'm going to expose who you are.
Look, and Shedeur apparently interviewed badly. Maybe he got the bad advice from Deion. Look, if they are 10 or below, tell them to kick rocks. And maybe I don't know.
No, I mean, he flat out, there was a team that approached him, just wanted to have an informal at the combine just to talk to him in passing after his workout, and he refused. And I mean, it was a very, I don't want to say which team, but it was a very prominent, well-respected offensive mind that he basically told, yeah, jump in a lake, I don't care, dude. And they were like, okay. All right.
Albert Breer said worst quarterback interview that a coach had told him that he had ever been through. So, look, this isn't out of nowhere. And when you're cocky and you're arrogant and you throw offensive linemen under the bus, and the best meme, though, was his number retired at Colorado with the 2 next to it. And he said, I didn't realize this meant this is where he was going to be drafted. Oh, that had me laughing. But I'm just being dead honest. I was enjoying the fall. And the shot to Deion and the misery sitting there in that room. And I wanted Deion as Cowboys head coach. So I'm just being honest.
I'm going to throw
It doesn't help when in the background there's a shoe rack that's lit up that says legendary at the top, apparently with all the different hats of teams that he thought could take him. Look, I mean, come on. It's optics, too. All right? If you're great enough, they would have overlooked it. So it's not some smear hate campaign. All these teams are whores. Forgive my language. I'm sorry if kids are in the car. They'll sell out and sell their soul and do anything. They'll sign Deshaun Watson to win. If he was good enough, it's not a smear campaign and some conspiracy because someone will go ahead and do anything to try to get W's.
Yeah, I mean, that's like we just ran through some of those names. Caleb Williams, Baker Mayfield, all these different guys that had similar type of cockiness or confidence or however you want to label it and different factors like that, and they still got picked where they did because teams believed in him.
But there's no way he gets past 4 today, right? I don't. Here's the round setup. Cleveland 1, Houston. Do you know if Cleveland likes him? Cleveland 1, Houston 2, Tennessee 3, Cleveland 4, Raiders 5.
Raiders have liked him, I know. Cleveland has not been totally clear, but the Raiders have liked him during the process. The Saints are the 8th pick in the second round. There was talk.
Tom McShay said they won't draft him at 40 either.
The Jets are picking at 42. They're 10 picks in the round. Do they do it? And then, of course, you get 44. You roll around to the second round, Sean. No, that's not going to happen. But I do. I think I would guess he's one of these Browns picks.
Why wouldn't it happen? Why wouldn't it happen here?
Because I don't think that they're going to have him graded anywhere close to the best player left on their board.
What's your point?
I think they're going to have several players that they have above him at that point.
How did everyone, all right, at what point in this round today does he fall to where you're all in that draft room going, oh my gosh, this is getting crazy?
Third. If he gets through to the third round, then it's like...
third round.
Yeah, if he gets through to the third round, it's like, okay, teams have been scared off by him is what's happened here. So he must have been so bad in the interviews that teams are just like, you're toxic and we don't want to be around you.
Give me everyone's, by the way, Bobby previews the rest of the draft at 8. Vach Lombardi will join us at 8:40. He is apparently in love with Tyler Booker. Give me everyone's reaction in the room, like a pick or two before. Give me everyone's reaction when McMillan went off the board, and then everyone when Booker was the pick. Everyone.
Everybody was sad when McMillan went off the board. That's who I think we all had agreed we wanted. But we also, it was more just like, we didn't know it was going to be Carolina, but it's like, so that kind of gave it a gut punch, but you were expecting McMillan to go off. It's just when it happened, you're like, oh, I didn't think it'd be right there. Okay, that kind of sucks. So that was disappointing, but I think pretty quickly everybody just started figuring out, is there a trade back scenario? And if not, everybody had kind of coalesced around the idea of, I think we were all just like, Golden or Booker, we'd be fine. Everybody agreed pretty much that if they got Golden or they got Booker, they'd be fine. When they picked Booker, Vach and Zach were pumped enough that like Zach came in with these Miller Lights and was like dropping them for. So I mean, Zach really
they just drink weekly on G-Bags, so he's used to it.
Zach really likes Tyler Booker. Vach really likes Tyler Booker. Broadus is like everybody there. Nobody dislikes him as a player at all, and that's where I think it's like I understand again if you think it's an inefficient use of resources, but the player himself, he's good. If you're doubting who the player is and trying to say he's not going to be a good pro, you have not watched him or you've bought into some weird like corner of the internet that's talking smack about him. But the reality is he's a good player. And everybody there was like, yes, this is a good pick. They're a better team right now. Universal, everybody was happy.
Here's Wolchuk's scouting report. Versatile lineman that could play multiple spots. Wide build with a strong lower body. Dominant in the run game. Knocks people off the ball. Can mirror linemen. Able to get to the second level, but not always the smoothest athlete in space. Plays with an attitude. Sustains block extremely well. Difficult to get away from once he is locked on the motor. Plays well versus power. Has to stay inside. Would not want to play him at tackle ever. Physical. So that's Zach Wolchuk with the scouting report. So now give me the line left to right.
It'll be left Tyler Guyton. They established that last night. Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe at center, Tyler Booker at right guard, and then Terrence Steele at right tackle.
Yeah. That's a lot of pedigree, man. Choppy would love that amount of pedigree. Like, if that can be realized, if that potential can be hit, damn, yo. I mean, I'm excited about that.
They had, again, when we talk about the athleticism with him, and look, Tyler Booker mentioned it himself. We heard it in the clip earlier about the pedigree stuff. He's like, I went to IMG Academy. That's one of the most prominent high schools in the country. I went to Alabama. Now I'm going to the I'm built for this. I've been trained to handle this.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal to them. But when you talk about the athleticism and some people saying, I saw somebody on the YouTube earlier that said, well, let's see what happens when you speed things up times 10, and now that athleticism is going to catch up to him. It's like, guys, he's on the interior in the SEC going against Jalen Carter at Georgia. He's going against Jordan. Like, he's going against the Georgia defensive lineman. He's going against all these South Carolina defensive linemen that are available in the draft, and he's handling He gave up 1 sack in his college career.
Look, all I heard about was Muzzie's strength and athleticism, so I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap. It's a sexy thing to fall in love with like a 40 time. But watch these highlights that Aiden puts up. But we shall see. Vach Lombardi, loving the pick. He will join us at 8:40. Let's get set for today and the rest of the weekend. Who is on Bobby's big board, and who do you want with the Cowboys' second round selection, heard right here on this station? That's next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Oh, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
What is it?
Basil baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of America's team and the best draft coverage in the Metroplex. Not even a question. Day 2 will get started today with the same crew, including Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Vach Lombardi will join us at 8:40 this morning. What time you guys going on air today?
I am going on air at 7. They are going on air at 6.
Okay.
So I'll be on there at 7. 6 o'clock is we're not doing an hour lead-in like we did yesterday or like we'll do on day 3. This is just right at the draft start time at 6. We jump on the air, but we've got a rotation this year, and so it'll be a group of 5 of us right at there at the start, and then we'll kind of circle in throughout the night.
All right, Bob, set us up for today and the rest of the weekend with the Dallas Cowboys selection. How are things looking? Top prospects? How are things looking depth-wise at receiver, at running back, everything else?
Yeah, so the way things are stacking up right now, I mean, the Cowboys are in good shape to be in position to get a player they like at both spots, like without feeling like they have to move, I think. I think in the second and the third round, they feel like in both of those instances, the way the board has broken out so far and the way they've got it stacked and the kind of depth they have, I think they believe that they're going to be able to pick who they want or pick somebody they really like without having to do any movement. It kind of depends on which direction do you want them to go. So one of the reasons why the argument, I think, in favor of offensive line made sense yesterday, if you want to make a compelling case for that, the drop-off from, or not even the drop-off, I can find a starting wide receiver in round 1 if I get Golden or whoever else. Can find a starting offensive lineman if I get Booker or Josh Simmons or whoever else. I'm not finding a starting offensive lineman in the third round. There's not one this year, like not it's got to be a project. It's somebody you are not going to be able to just say go in there play. Reasonably, given the depth that's there at running back and receiver this year, you might be able to find somebody who can start all these games for you at running back or receiver in the second or third round. And so again, if you're just trying to talk about is Golden better than Booker? Maybe. But Booker and receiver you can get in the second or third round is better than Golden and tackle or guard you can get in the second and third round. Your depth is going to stretch a lot better. You've built a stronger team that way. So I think running back is going to be something that they'll focus on today. They've got a lot of different options. I think, Travion Henderson is still on the board from Ohio State, who we've talked about. They really like both of the Ohio State guys, actually. Quinshon Judkins, the other running back, they really, really like him too. But I think one of the names that is worth monitoring is Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech, who's a speed freak. That's a guy I think that they really like a lot. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they come out of today with a running back. My guess is it's one of those 3. Henderson, Judkins, those 2 Ohio State kids, or the Virginia Tech running back Tutin. So if you want to go running back, there's depth here. It stretches a little bit. Receiver, you still have Luther Burden on the board, who for a long time was the popular 12 mock pick.
So when I was driving home last night, I heard Broaddus just ask you in the draft show, Luther Burden a pain in the ass, Bobby.
Yeah, he is. Luther Burden, or I guess I shouldn't say pain in the ass. He is frustrating to people because I think they wonder, I think NFL teams have questions about how much are you bought in? How much are you, when they talk about these NIL era players and they wonder how much they're committed to things, how entitled they're walking into the sport, how much they're willing to really say, I love the game and I this is what I want to put my entire soul into. I think there are questions about Luther Burden with that for NFL teams. I don't know if Dallas is one of them, but I know that teams in general have expressed that as a concern. And last year was not good for him. There was chatter last year, people saying that they thought he was quitting on routes if he knew the ball wasn't going to him. Like he just basically curl off his route and be done.
By the way, get in your questions if you have if you want to vent about the pick last night or day 2 prospects. Call right now at 877-881-1053. Bobby will answer all your questions. 877-881-1053. Back to Burden.
I will say though, most people that I talk to leading up to draft day, because I'll talk to, it won't just be people in Dallas. I'll talk to people that I've met over the course of doing NFL draft stuff in all sorts of different areas.
I know. I drink with all of them in Indy.
And yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, I should tell you right now. I'm going to tell you on the air. That little tip off you got from Ivan, that was me.
Are you serious?
I was like, here, make Sean think you're an insider.
So my guy had told me, Walter Nolan, Ivan, who used to work here, my boy, he texted me, he goes, hearing that Booker is the backup. And I was like, well, he had told me some other piece of big news last year at this time, and he was right. It had to do with something else. It wasn't a direct sports topic. It was kind of a sports topic. So I was like, oh, okay, he's hanging around. He's a professional engineer with the Cowboys and everyone else. And I texted him after you texted me and you go, Booker's the backup. And I go, you were right. I'm wrong. And he never, you bastard.
When he texted me, I was like,
it came from you?
I was like, just tell him, re-emphasize, just be like, bro, trust me, I got a good one on this one. And then I was like, and then I'll wait 5 minutes and then I'll follow up. So then it'll start seeming like a swarm is getting to show. But I forgot to tell you last night that was me and Ivan just messing around. It was me.
I have no problem being wrong, but now I know Ivan back to being a van driver.
It was a good bit. He's in Denver for a good bit. Like when he takes all the photos of me.
Yeah.
But
I'll get revenge on him.
No, Burden, when I talked to people leading up to draft day, the majority of people I talked to thought Burden would not go in the first round this year. There were a couple who thought, yeah, I think he could go in the back end of the first, whatever. Oh, it only takes one, that kind of thing. But Burden is a guy that has some character questions, not like criminal stuff, but just has some stuff around him about his football character. He's somebody, though, that I think the Cowboys do like as a player. I just don't know what they think about that mental makeup and some of those things. But other receivers to know today, Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, his teammate there in Iowa State, Jalen Knoll, who was one of the guys I heard rave reviews about. When we talk about the culture thing, the Tyler Booker commentary we got is said frequently about Jalen Knoll, the receiver from Iowa State. And he's a really freaky athlete who can, I think, be a really good Z receiver. And then Jack Besh from TCU, the one who his brother, Tiger Besh, the Princeton receiver, was killed on New Year's Eve in New Orleans. And he was, gosh, the things you just hear about how Jack Besh handled everything, this whole process with all of that weighing on him, people just marvel at how strong he is.
So you think we should feel decent about what's going to be there at 12?
Yeah. No, I think they're going to get somebody that in normal drafts, they'd be like, will they fall to us with it? Because I think they feel like it's just so dense with players that they have around this
And you think it's kind of even at wide receiver or running back in terms of the quality and depth of the prospect when it gets there?
I think you're more likely to have a higher rated, like the running back at 44 in the second round might be somebody where you're like, this value's really high. Then at receiver, you might have somebody you have graded around there. Whereas running back might be somebody you have graded a little higher than 44. And then in the third, you get a lot of just volume where you can kind of pick and choose and see who falls to you.
Because the scary, glaring thing right now for this football team is number 2 wideout. It's jumping out. It's becoming a little bit. It's alarming. It's getting scary.
It's last year's running back. Where when we were going like, are they going to pick one of these? Or are they going to get out of draft weekend without? You're getting a little. If they get out of these first 2 days without one, people are going to start panicking.
And we need to look at the rest of the market too for them to reach. Tyler Lockett in Tennessee. Jay in Dallas. You're live here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Jay.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
What's up?
It's such an honor to hear from y'all today. Now, I just want to say this. We saw what happened last night. And what I want to say is, let's get rid of all the narratives. First, we want to say that we are very thankful to even have an opportunity to be able to play in such a wonderful league. We have worked hard. We have played fast. We have done our thing on and off the field. We have checked every box. And we are not in any war room right now. So we cannot be angry at any decision that was made.
This is amazing.
Now, in saying that, I'll end with this. We heard what folks have been saying. We keep receipts. We keep receipts. And when we come back to it, y'all keep that same energy. Y'all doing a wonderful job. Keep it. And we're going to see y'all today. All right.
Jay, you need to be performing alongside Frank Caliendo.
Is that Jay Farrow?
That was frighteningly good. He's better than Jay Farrow.
I legitimately started wondering. I was like, is Dion just using a fake name to come on here and defend Shador? That was dead on. That was very good.
That was amazing, Jay. Wow. So good. Mike and Denton, you're up next. Mike, you're live on The Fan.
I love the first round pick. I really do, because I think Brian Schottenheimer wants to run the football.
Yeah.
What about taking a receiver in the second round and hoping Ollie Gordon falls to you in the third round?
I think Ollie Gordon's the running back from Oklahoma State. I think Ollie Gordon, I really like him. He's a 3-down running back. That's a legit like starter potential, starter upside. I think Ollie Gordon will potentially get to the 5th round. because it's so dense there's so many running backs from the second round on, and Ollie Gordon, I think, has some questions. He had a DUI last year. I think some people are just wondering about some of the character questions, but Ollie Gordon, I think, is a good player. I think third might be a little early for them, but I don't dislike him as a third-round player.
Aaron and Sherman, you're next up here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Aaron.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
What's up?
I actually love the first-round pick. It's going to be 2016 all over again, but with a veteran Dak instead of a rookie Dak. But would y'all go – I know y'all been saying receiver or running back. Would cornerback be in the discussion to take 2 or 3?
Their cornerback stretches today. So, yeah, there's some depth there. Wanye Thomas's brother is in this draft. He's a really good corner out of Florida State. You've got Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, Trey Amos from Ole Miss, who they've been connected to at different points. I think Brian is just praying Siobhan Revel from East Carolina continues to slide down to 44. Revel would be a Blue Star special. He is a guy who played at East Carolina, is like a 6'2", 200-pound, 4'4", just freak kind of at the cornerback position. Tore his ACL last year, barely played. And so there's a little bit of a flag on him where he's sliding a little bit. But if he would have been healthy, a lot of people thought Siobhan Revel would have gone top 15 in this draft. And so the fact that he's not and he continues to slide, I think Brian's got him circled as like, if he's there at 44, that's who I want. I don't care who else is on the board. I want Revel.
Carlos in Dallas, you're next up here on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Carlos.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Many blessings to y'all. Keep doing great draft coverage.
Thanks.
So just to my point, man, we got to look at the Cowboys, how they think. And I think them choosing Tyler Booker is they got to see their division. You hate to see the pick. You can't get a weapon, but you got to match up against, the Eagles, the D-line of the Giants, the Commanders. And I think they did a great job at that, matching up front. And you still got wide receivers like Higgins, Williams, Horton, Armstrong in the later rounds. And that's all I got.
Thank you for the call.
Yeah. I mean, look, the receiver class really does stretch well. I think they're going to feel really comfortable that they're going to be able to get best player they want and be really happy with anybody they get in these 2 rounds today.
Michael, waking up early in California, listening on the Odyssey app.
California.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, I just want to say shout out to you all, man. You guys do such a great job with all this draft coverage. But I'm really excited about the pick. Of course, I'm right here in Southern California, and I'm a diehard Cowboys. But for years, I've seen the Marty Ball effect over there down in whenever the San Diego Chargers. And I think that's what Schottenheimer's trying to establish, just like his pops. He's trying to get a run game going. And I know a run game can go a long way for you. I seen the Carolina Panthers turn it around when they signed Davis from Washington, and Jake Delhomme took them to a Super Bowl, So with that being said, I just hope we can get Travion Henderson in the second round. But also I would love to see them double dip just because we need the young depth at running back. And, Bobby, I just want to know what you think about Woody Marks from USC, if we can get him in the later rounds. If you could tell me a little bit about him. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking my call. Have a great day.
You too, Mike.
Man, I would have a really hard time going that direction. Like, I mean, with all the needs that they have right now and the fact that running back's pretty deep and they don't have the 4th round pick, I would have a really, really hard time saying, yeah, I'm okay with going ahead and saying, let's go ahead and double dip at running back, no matter how late in the process that it is. Woody Marks is a guy who generally, I think by the league is considered like a 6th round pick. He's fine. You've already signed Javonte Williams, though. You got Miles Sanders. They still have Deuce Vaughn. They're going to draft somebody else. I think that's going to be their depth. I don't think they're going to want to look past that.
Give me your ideal selection for today.
At running back or period?
No, period. A name that we can celebrate if it happens.
Man,
you want to think about it for a second?
No, it really is so deep and there's so many options.
Think about it, and we'll answer a few more calls. What else stunned Bobby about round 1? And Shannon Sharp says goodbye. All of that, along with Voch Lombardi, live at 8:40 and below the belt. The draft coverage continues right here on 105.3 The Fan.
lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
cell phone swap?
Kids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Oh, the meatballs were celebrating on my college group text, and I don't have the heart to tell them this morning that Bobby Belt thinks it was a bad selection. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. Choppy will be back on Monday. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys and Draft Insider, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back. Voch Lombardi will join us at 8:40 live on the Fan Cam to love on Tyler Booker and preview day 2 and the rest of the weekend.
Do you think at all Houston was like, ooh, maybe we should have picked up the phone and called Atlanta? That the very next pick, the Rams trade their first and their third rounder to Atlanta for their second, seventh, and then next year's first.
We'll get into the other things that stunned you about last night. But first, we need to answer the question. Your ideal pick for the Cowboys today at 12. Your ideal realistic pick.
In the second round, I really love Jalen Knoll, the receiver from Iowa State. And so I think, again, if you're going to talk about building the culture and getting somebody who can stretch the field and I think is going to...
Here's a text that I got just while you think of how to phrase that, because I think it goes along with what you started with. Mm-hmm. One thing that keeps getting brought up is Shoddy is done with rolling the dice on picks. He wants character and football IQ, not projects.
And that's Knoll. That's Jalen Knoll. Jalen Knoll is going to be high character guy. He is an hour early to the workout guy. He is, I'm first up. Let's raise the level at practice. Hardcore study, and he's a really good athlete. He's not totally polished as a receiver yet, but I think he's got massive upside. A lot of the guys have him in the third round. I have him in the second. And so I'd really love him in the second round. And then with the third round pick.
What about Higgins?
So Higgins is really good. I just think
he's the wide receiver from
Iowa State. He's the guy that most people have. He's the teammate of Jalen Knoll. He's considered the better receiver by most people. And I think he's really good. I have them flip. So most people have Higgins in the second, Knoll in the third. I have Knoll in the second, Higgins in the third.
And Higgins is high character?
I mean, I haven't heard anything bad about him. Basically, I mean, I'm not saying he's high or low. I just haven't heard anything. Knoll, that's something that people feel they have to bring up when they talk about it. People, I talked to a scout outside of Dallas who had told me, he said, that is my favorite player of the entire draft cycle is Jalen Knoll.
Wow.
Just from dealing with him and seeing who he is every week and the type of player he can be. And then the third round pick, I'd probably do the dumb thing and I'd roll the dice and hope the running back stretch to the fifth round. Because I think the difference maker in the third round would be Jacob Parrish, the cornerback from Kansas State. That's Jordan Lewis. I think that you've replaced Jordan Lewis again. You get a really aggressive competitor. The measurables are similar. I think the IQ is similar, the toughness, everything. That to me he's the same player. You get the Jordan Lewis starter kit again. So if you walk out of here with Booker, Knoll, and Parrish in the first three rounds, I'm pretty excited.
Look, if you end up with Rico at running back again, or that season, I'm fine with it. I know we want to leave with something new and flashy, brand new tires. That's all I think about at running back. I want fresh tires, fresh tread. And I want that too, someone with absolute burst. But if you gamble and you wait to the fifth and you fail and you lose that gamble, I'm okay with a Rico type performance or player for the season.
Yeah, and look, I mean,
and that's what Jerry said in the pre-draft presser. I want something more, but I'll take it.
They are in the same position that they were in last year, which is you're looking at a running back. It's a deep class that really picks up around the third round, and you don't have a fourth, and you're guessing it's going to stretch to the fifth. And last year, it didn't. They went a run, and it was 5 running backs and 6 picks, and all of a sudden you're screwed. and it got to your pick in the 5th round, it's like, well, that went faster than I thought it would. So you'd be gambling a little bit. But I think this will stretch. I think you could get, as the one caller had asked about, I think Ollie Gordon could be there in the 5th round. And I think that's a 3rd-round type of player and a complete back who could start for you.
DJ and Rockwall, you're up next here on Sean and Bobby. Go ahead, DJ.
Hey, yeah, I hope you guys are doing good this morning. I'm happy with the Tyler Booker pick, and I believe we still need a running back, receiver, and corner. So without a 4th round, can we trade any 5ths to move up to maybe grab an extra player? Thank you.
So they have...
What happened to these Jerry trades, as Atolo just asked? Where here it is, TC. Where are these substantial Jerry deals?
I think they're figuring out how did the board... Because clearly they didn't know. If McMillan's not there, we could take God knows who if we move back. So I think they're trying to establish what did we cover our bases with, so which one of these are we going to potentially... I think they've been calling around on corners. I think they've been calling around potentially or seeing what's out there on the market with receivers and running back. Basically, the 3 things we're talking about here, corners, receivers, running backs, I think they're looking at what are we going to fill in the draft and what might be available after we've solidified some of that.
I'll give you a wild thought, not a prediction, a thought. Let's get your wide receiver at 12. Let's get your corner.
12 today. Mm-hmm.
Let's get your corner in the 3rd.
Okay.
Let's roll the dice and wait for the running back.
Okay.
And then if the running back is not there, I would not completely, totally extinguish or bury the Breece Hall talk. I'll just put that out there. I don't know what Breece would get. The Jets say they haven't taken calls on him, but there is talk about Breece Hall. I would not completely rule that out as the Cowboys. And depending on the compensation, I mean, he's been a hell of a player.
Yeah. I mean, look, he had the knee injury in 22, and that cut his season short. Came back in 23. He's been really solid though. I mean, for his career, but since he's had the injury, so his first year before he got hurt, he was 5.8 yards per carry. Then he comes back, he was 4.5. Last year he was 4.2. So kind of like drops down a little bit. But that was somebody who, yeah, if you want to talk about a receiving back, which Schottenheimer loves, that's a receiver. He had 76 receptions in 23, 57 last year. He can be really explosive. I've not watched a ton of him since he injured his knee, so I don't know. It's just like, all right, has he lost any of the explosiveness? If it's still the same player I saw at Iowa State, I loved the player at Iowa State. That was a first-round player for me.
He's
I loved him.
23. The problem there also is I think he's got one more year, and then he's a free agent. So what would the Jets take? All right, I'm the king of compensation, but I'm going to make you the king of compensation here. What do you think? You think we're talking 4th and later for sure?
Man,
it's not gonna like 5th feels like you're stealing a little too cheap.
Let me see. So I'm gonna pull up. I'm just curious if you look at over the course of the last few years, what running backs have typically gone for, and obviously it varies depending on the type of value they have. Breece Hall's still very young, like you said, but he's also got an injury history. So
when you had 1 year, he had one game of 100 yards last year, and he had, my God, his second highest total on the year was 80 yards, and everything else was under that?
It was all about Aaron, man.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, I'm surprised by that.
So Philly, when they got DeAndre Swift from Detroit, which feels like out of the running back trades I'm looking at here, feels the most similar. They got DeAndre Swift and a 7th in exchange for a 7th, basically just trading spots, and then a 4th. So it's essentially like a 4th or 5th probably is Breece Hall. So I would say, yeah, I mean, one of your 5ths, maybe that gets it done, or a 4th next year.
Jeffrey in Philly, where they were celebrating Howie again late last night after the linebacker from Bama. Jeffrey, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the morning show. I just want to tell you guys about the pick. Love the pick. I just want Cowboys fans to realize and remember that history repeats itself. Last time the Cowboys drafted 3 offensive line in 4 years, DeMarco Murray led the league in rushing. Darren McFadden in 2015 had 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns, and I think he only started 10 games that year because Joe Randall got cut for stealing cologne and panties and something like that at Dillard's. And then, of course, we know what happened with Zeke. He would have led the league in rushing 3 straight years if Roger Goodell didn't have it out for Jerry. So, like I said, love the pick. And I want to get you guys' thoughts on trading for possibly Pickens. If Schottenheimer is all about culture, why in the world would Jerry trade for a diva who's known for crashing out on the sidelines or drafting Luther Burden with character issues? I'd stay away from that. I get high character guys like Jack Besh or Jalen Noel, like Bobby was saying. Like I said, love the show.
Great call.
Darren Woodson, Hall of Fame 2026. Go Cowboys.
Great call, Jeff.
Yeah,
move out of that city. You don't deserve it.
It's a great call. Here's
they don't deserve it.
I agree with you. I don't understand why. I don't believe the George Pickens stuff because that is completely counter. So here's a story, and we've referenced it before. I don't think I've told all the details specific of who it was. A.D. Mitchell, Adonai Mitchell, from when he was coming out of Texas, he ended up getting drafted by the Colts. There was a story that was making its way around the combine last year that when A.D. Mitchell walked into his meeting with the Pittsburgh Steelers, that the first thing out of his mouth in the first 30 seconds was, "Oh, y'all got my guy George Pickens? I taught him everything I know, or everything he knows, blah, blah, blah." And they silently looked at each other and thought to themselves, off the board. If he taught George everything he knows, off the board. So that should tell you where it is. I will say on the Booker point, because he was talking about being excited about him, this has not been brought up one time, I don't think. Tyler Booker is younger right now than Tyler Smith was when they picked him. He just turned 20 12 days ago. Or he turned 21 12 days ago.
Wow.
So, I mean, he is super young, super fresh. This is a guy, and one of the things he gets a lot of credit for, even though he's not a super athlete and he's a bigger guy, he gets a ton of credit from people at Alabama talking about his conditioning and the way he stays on top of his diet and the workout room. This is a guy who, like, Nico Harrison would trade 5 first-round picks for him. But he checks all these boxes. This is clearly important to them.
Big Jim in Round Rock, you're up next on the home of the Cowboys. Good morning, Jim. What you got?
Well, fellas, it's good to talk to you. I will have to say I was very impressed with Luther Burden when, I watched him play, but I don't know that we need to get him. Happy with Booker. I think he's pretty good. And, Bobby, I just want to say we need to hear a few more raps out of you. I think you did a good job, son. And, Sean, you probably ought to get in on it. Choppy's not very good, you know that, but I think it's good. But, no, I'd be happy to see. I got one question for you, Bobby. I was looking at that rootin' tootin' fell out of Virginia Tech.
Uh-huh.
He's fast. We all saw him at the combine. He seems to run into the backs of his fellas when he's going down. It doesn't seem to have that good vision. I just wonder what you think about that. And I'll stay tuned in, and y'all have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Big Jim.
This is where my mom texts me, and she's like, "You have the best callers. Why don't you take more calls because of this morning?"
Hey, Round Rock guys got to stick together. That's my birthplace right there. I was born in Round Rock.
Oh.
Yeah,
a lot of people there have that accent?
No, not quite. But I will look, Tootin, I'm not as high on him as I think the Cowboys are. Like, I think the Cowboys think really highly of him. That's a guy who, if they didn't take a running back in the second round and they get to their pick in the third round, like, if he's on the board, I don't know how much they think about it. I think they go, take him. Like, they really, really like him. I saw some of the same stuff you did. The vision's not always there. I think sometimes he's a little over-eager. There's not a lot of patience. He doesn't let his blocks develop in front of him. But he does have a really great skill set, and if you're opening wide holes, that's going to be really big.
If you love the Cowboys pick last night, you're going to love what's next. If you don't like it, let's see if Voch Lombardi can convince you, and who is his dream scenario for today and the rest of the Cowboys weekend. Fan and Cowboys draft analyst Voch Lombardi, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube after this.
Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
And the dissatisfaction of Cowboy fans followed from many in the Metroplex. Not from me, not from Bobby. And Bobby says especially not from this guy. Part of the Dallas Cowboys and fan draft coverage is joining us now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Vach Lombardi here on DFW Sports Station. What time did you get up this morning?
I don't even think I went to sleep. I probably dozed off for maybe an hour or two, but I'm a YouTuber, so there was a lot of money to make last night. You know what I mean? High grease, man. Drop the fish. You know what I mean? So I put another video out. I did a live stream that was about 2 hours. We're gonna get this money. You hear me?
Why do you like the pick of Tyler Booker so much?
First and foremost, Cowboy fans hate everything, and that's all right. It is what it is. But let me just be clear here. I'm not like team O-line. I didn't walk into this thing going, hey, we shouldn't draft wide receiver. I think that's a bit odd, that we're broken down into groups like this, but this is the Cowboys and this is how they run the organization. There's no way we're going to have a full team ready to go and then go in the draft and, pick somebody, right? But you just got to look at the player. And Tyler Booker, who's number 8 on my board. Now, my board ain't got to be your board. It's just my own board. What I see in this guy, he's a mauler. He's an ass whooper. I don't even know if I can say that on the radio this early. He's an ass whooper. He moves bodies. And what's exciting about that is if you're a Cowboys fan, right? Let's just make this personal. If you're a Cowboys fan, you've been here for a lot of Connors that don't move people. You've been here, you've had this center that didn't necessarily move bodies. We used to call those hat-on-hat guys, right? You would just get in front of somebody and just, hey, I have stalemated the line of scrimmage right here. You didn't move anybody. And then everything else just kind of happens around you. But when you watch Tyler Smith or you watch BB, you get really excited when they move people. Later in the season, BB and Tyler really, they got a good feel for that combo, for that movement, for that double team, right? So now we're in this world to where you have another dude like Tyler Smith. He's not the athlete like Tyler Smith, and we'll talk about Tyler Booker's movement or whatnot. But you have this powerful figure that you could put next to your powerful center, that you could put next to your other powerful ass guard, and you get to move people. We live in this world where you got to run into Dexter Lawrence. And if Dexter Lawrence over on Tyler Smith, we feel good about that matchup. If Jalen Carter's on Tyler Smith, we feel really good. Any of the Washington kids, we feel good. The second they move to right guard, we go, damn, what's about to happen next? Now you live in this world where you're powerful over there too. And I don't know if anybody's talking about this. I mean, it's early, you know, we just, reacting right now. But on the audio last night, they were talking to Coach Adams, and Coach Adams like, hey, let's move the line of scrimmage. And Book said, hell yeah, duo and all that S word, right? So if you're a Cowboy fan that's worrying about lateral movement, he's not going to be a good pin and pull guy, whatever. Well, if you're duoing, your job is to whoop feet. And Tyler Booker is possibly the best offensive lineman that you could have picked to just insert at right guard today and whoop feet. And he's a really good pass blocker. He's a really good gap exchange guy. He's a really good combo guy. He's a really good help guy. Like if you're a center and you're getting whooped and Tyler Booker doesn't have anybody to block, he'll come in and just whoop the dude that's whooping you. And I don't see BB getting whooped like that. It's just all positives here. And we live in this world. This is my last thing. We just live in this world where, Dak is a quarterback that he can be great with Cam Fleming and Chuma Edoga at tackle, right? But when it gets nonsensical in B gap, that's where things get a little weird for Dak. He has to spin all around and run all over the place. Dak isn't an athlete that he once was, so he might have to sit his ass down in the pocket and not have to move. This is a Romo type move, right? And those highlights where we see Romo just sitting in the pocket for like 10 seconds because the B gaps are clean and the A gaps are clean. That's what you're about to get with Dak. And Dak is an old man now. And whoever we draft at running back today or tomorrow or don't, they'll also benefit from the Mall of America that we have at left guard, right guard, and center.
Vach Lombardi joining us here on 105 The Fan. Okay, Vach, you mentioned the power and like he's a people mover. And then that's the thing that's really great about Tyler Booker. But I also think whenever people think of the people mover, they just think of like, all right, brute strength. Like he's just going to go in there and like, oh, move people. This is like a very high IQ mental processor. Like when you watch him and some of the stuff he does on handling stunts, the way he's able to ID blitzers, the way he's able to react quickly and get to where he needs to. And then not just that, but going against Georgia and the way Kirby Smart likes to do those late shifts with the defensive line that can confuse people, confuse the hell out of Texas. He has always been steady and kept the guys around him steady. And to me, like the big thing here is not just the power, it's just how smart he is.
He sees it early. And, if you're worried about his feet, in which, I'm making this video right now to debunk all the bad feet. He doesn't have the best feet in the world, but he's not a sloppy footed guy or anything like that. But with his, with the gap exchange and things like that, and movement. He sees it early, so he's not just passing guys along. He's tossing people into another player, and then he'll get whoever is looping back in. High IQ player, very smart player. Like to your point, he's not a brutish dummy movie guy. Like he's a smart guy. He's he doesn't get mixed up on the easy stuff, but he does have that ass whoop in him. So you're not losing very much with that.
Vach Lombardi joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. So was McMillan your first preference? And then once that happened, I imagine with him being number 8 on your board, it was easily Booker for you. What were you thinking about other possibilities that could happen last night?
Sean, let me tell you something, man. I'm not a complicated Cowboy guy. As long as me and Dallas like the player kind of equally, we'll be good to go. So as long as it wasn't like a Michael Williams type situation, Stewart, Will Johnson. Will Johnson's on the board right now still. So as long as it wasn't a guy like that, I wasn't going to be complaining. I'm a big Josh Simmons guy. But even though Simmons was higher on my board or whatever, but Simmons is a tackle, so that'll require like some movement amongst Tyler or there's 3 Tylers we got to deal with this thing now. So it's Big Tyler, Guyton, and we'll just call him Booker now. So Guyton would have to move or something. Terrence would have to move. I think we're just drafting Booker. You don't have to move very much. Like, hey, Zach is gone, you just put Booker right at right guard and just cool. But when Ted leaves, and I'm calling him Ted. He doesn't like to be called Ted. I think that's a character flaw. He was like, oh, well, I don't know why. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know why y'all would call me Ted. Boy, because your name Ted Aroa. That's why we call him Ted. But Matthew Golden would have been a name that I would have loved there, but I don't, I think the Cowboys have a plan for what to do at wide receiver. I don't think we're just going to roll Mingo and Turpin out there. I don't know if that's going to be a trade after the draft, but Luther Burden just kind of sitting around. I would love to have him. Jack Besh is kind of sitting around on the board. We're just talking about wide receivers there, but if Booker wasn't the pick, or if Simmons wasn't the pick, or if Golden wasn't the pick, I may have been a little upset, but we got Booker, so I'm cool.
Knowing the depth that running back seems to have and really stretches, like you pick up in the third round, fourth round, like you start getting a lot of names kind of filling out that area. If the Cowboys were to say, we're going to prioritize it enough to take it today in the second round, that's our top pick in the second round, we went with a guard in the first round. Does that tell you enough? You think about like, all right, this is going to become more of a run-oriented football team under Brian Schottenheimer.
I'll believe it when I see it, because Cowboys coach has been lying and saying they've been wanting to run the ball for decades. But something else that I've been thinking about though is we have Booker now, and we've just gotten more information, moved the line of scrimmage, duo, and all that. Like, does that kind of tell us what kind of running back that they're possibly looking for? For example, like Sampson, right? Like Sampson is more of a outside zone. He's a slashy dude, speedy guy. Or are they looking for somebody that's going to thump the hell out of you? Are we looking at, Johnson from Iowa? Are we looking at Harvey? Henderson's there. I don't think Henderson's going to be there at 44. Quinshon Junkins is a guy that they like, and I think Junkins will fit duo everybody perfectly. Like, he'll fit that thumpy type of run style. Conventional wisdom would say you can wait around for the running back and be cool. If the Cowboys would have re-signed Rico, I would feel a little better about maybe taking a 6th round guy and pairing him with Rico. Or if you promise me that they can make a trade for a running back, whether that be Breece Hall or Trevor Etienne or something like that, then I'll feel good about maybe taking a day 3 running back. But if you can't promise me a good back, then I would like a dude right now, so that we don't have to worry about running back too much. If we're really serious about running the football and taking things off of Dak's shoulders, and maybe he throws the ball 25 times a game as opposed to 50, especially with losing, I would like for it to be Caleb Johnson, Henderson, Harvey, Judkins. That's my short list of dudes that I feel like can bell cow this thing and take most of the carries away. And that could be round 2, that could be round 3. But what could happen is teams will look at running back and go, all right, we don't have to take a player now because it's a gazillion running back. So maybe running back will fall to you in the 3rd round.
Vach Lombardi joining us from the draft show here on 105.3 The Fan. What else jumped out to you last night from around the rest of the league and the division?
So just the Bears real fast, right? Like, hey man, what y'all doing, man? What's going on? And Colson Loveland probably shouldn't be going that high, but somebody got to do it. I wouldn't have done it. If you're a Colts fan and you've been mocked to Colson Loveland your whole life, I've seen Colts fans hate it to be mocked to Colson Loveland. They want tight end, but they hate Colson Loveland. And to think that you get the better tight end after being mocked Colson Loveland this whole time, I think that reach was crazy. As far as the Eagles go, I mean, they get Campbell. Campbell was a guy that probably would have went in the top 15 or 16 or something, but I think he had a shoulder or something like that. So he fell down the process. The Eagles get a linebacker. Whether you love it or not, I mean, the Eagles get a little better at linebacker. I hate when the Eagles get a little better, but that's how they get down. As far as the rest of the division, I think the Jackson Dart pick was some nonsense. I think giving up picks to go get him. I think you could have just hung around and found a quarterback. You could have took Sanders. I don't say Milroe, nothing like that, but you could have figured it out. As opposed to giving up capital to get Dart. But as far as Carter goes, Abdul Carter's a dude, and you pair him with Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence, it could be a bad time for you. But if your quarterback trash, it don't matter, right? So as far as the division goes, I don't think anybody changed anything overnight or anything like that. But I think if anything, the Cowboys' identity is what changes the most. So if all these other teams are going to be D-line heavy, 1-tech and 3-tech heavy, we got guards that can fight.
All right, Vach, just before we go to break here and we wrap with you, your projection, who do you think it is at 44?
Man, somebody that we haven't been talking about at all. That we might, that's what the Cowboys do. We'll get a pick that we love, and then Schoonmaker just pop up and just But if it's up to me, just a sleeper name, just a guy that I'm a big fan of, Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA. he got Sean Lee written all over him. And I know he's not a corner or a running back or a wide receiver, but if you can, give me a guard that brings back the old Cowboy vibes and give me a linebacker that gives me Sean Lee vibes, we can go party. And then I would love for us to look at wide receiver at some point, but I don't want us to push wide receiver to where the guy that we pick isn't better than what we got at home already. If it's a player that's not going to come in right now and do something, then I would rather them take that pick and trade for somebody that can play.
Thank you, Vach. Great stuff. We'll hear you again today and throughout the weekend. Appreciate you joining us.
No sleep. Vach Lombardi on all platforms. Salute y'all. Peace.
Vach Lombardi here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, the fan cam, the Twitch, and the YouTube as well. I think you're going to fall in love once you hear the Dallas Cowboys' new player. We have all the secret audio before anyone else. Maybe get ready to run through a wall with your coffee after hearing from Tyler Booker next on The Fan.
Oh, we're laughing all morning. Ha, ha, ha.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. You all are impressive this morning with the tune-in numbers. Thought you'd be dragging a little bit more last night and with some of the Cowboy anger after the selection. But you are bringing it strong, and it's going to continue today with round 2 from the same cast from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And one of the top things about being out there, by the way, was there any different look to the War Room, Cam? Was Schottenheimer there?
No, not. I didn't notice any. I would say that they've gotten the last couple of years. This has just been a change. They no longer will walk the assistant coaches into frame until you know who's picked. Like, it's like they don't want to tip it almost because they used to just have guys kind of float in there. But otherwise, no, setup looked pretty much the same.
Great job by ESPN last night as well. I can't tell NFL Network. I hate knowing the pick beforehand. I hate it. A couple Tolos were like, all right, I found the site. I found the insider, and I don't want to see it. Don't bring it near me. And they did a great job. I was afraid, like, when they were showing Shador or they were showing someone waiting, that they'd be on the phone with the excitement. And it's like, all right, you know he's going to be picked. I want it to be not known until the announcement, until Goodell goes up there. And I thought everyone did a pretty nice job of that.
Yeah, see, and I have to follow.
By the way, let me out these losers for a second because I've been way too nice for a Friday show. You losers who think that you're proving that you're some insider. The dirty little secret I learned when I hosted the draft for all those years, the pick is in a computer system that a lot of people, including us, had access to. So you're not getting some breaking news information sent to you because you're someone important. All they're doing is looking at the computer system, taking the name, and sending it out and ruining the drama for people like me. So that you're no extra great insider. You're just pretending to be better than what you are.
So I like it being spoiled. I don't do it when I'm on the draft show because I can't, because we got to, if we happen to see it, I'll say, like, I saw it. And I'll say that before the pick comes in. But I actually don't like the suspense. I don't like surprises. I want to just know instantly, all right, there it is, and let me just... I don't like the moment where it hits me in the gut.
What a
I didn't like finding out about...
I called him a loser.
You hate fun.
It was so much fun to be blindsided by Tet McMillan last night at 8. That was great. I loved it. I loved just, like, grabbing
Okay, and then
my
when you
stomach.
see it, did you feel better about it reading it first?
I didn't read it first. I heard it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I did not love that.
And if you would have read
awful.
it first, it would have been no difference. Like...
No,
your mouth would have been ajar.
But if I would have read it first and I'm sitting there, I could privately and quietly just reflect for a moment and have some time to think.
Peyton, you're in charge of really the audio of the pick being announced on the station during draft night. Which way do you like?
No, I like the surprise, because I have the view on the fan cam of, like, the War Room as well. Even though it's not live, I can still, like, look at it. So if I see, handshakes going around and, McClay's on the phone, I go, okay, maybe a player's being picked. And I think it was the Jackson Dart pick that Bobby said I saw it, but I'm not going to say it. And so that got me kind of thinking, okay, do I go look at it now? But I can see Carter put up images on the fan cam, and I'm like, all right, I can't see it because he'll, put it beforehand. But I like the suspense.
You're good to ask for this then, Sean, since you don't like it being spoiled. Would you consider, like Peyton was just saying there, would you consider it spoiling if when we, like, narrate the War Room cam saying Will's on the phone, so, like, a trade might be or Steven's on the phone, a trade might be happening?
No, I love that.
That's okay. So as long as it's just not
great suspense.
So as long as it's just not telling who it is, you're fine with, like, the updates of are they working the phones?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. It
Okay.
paints the picture. It builds the drama. Of course. It's entertainment. It is a show. And part of one of the best parts of the draft show is the exclusive access being the Cowboys flagship. And that means secret audio. This could be the best secret audio that I've ever heard from a first-round pick, with Jerry welcoming Tyler Booker to the team.
Hey, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and we're turning you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, boy. We're glad to have you as a Cowboy.
I'm glad to be a Cowboy. I'm glad to keep this O-line tradition. Thank you.
Okay, well, man, listen, we're proud of you. Congratulations. Tell your folks how proud we are of you. But here's your coach.
Will do.
Here's your head coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tyler, Coach Shoddy, man.
What's going on, Coach?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, you blew us away in the process, brother. Here's what we need. You just come here, be you. You kick ass. Welcome to the family. We are so excited. We just want that same dude every day. Be physical.
Oh, yes,
do what
sir.
you do, man.
Yes, sir. You're going to get as long as we can listen to that Whitney Houston you was listening to that day.
Yeah, hey, ain't no doubt about that, man. Hey, I want you to talk to our offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. Hey,
Okay.
Congratulations, man.
Yes, sir.
So fired up. You're a Cowboy, baby.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Here's Coach Adams.
Okay.
Book, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
I am so freaking fired up that you're coming, man. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys?
Let's go. Let's move the freaking line of scrimmage now, huh?
Let's do it.
Let's
do
do
on
it.
all that.
Here's Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
sir.
okay?
Okay.
Your offensive coordinator is a true offensive coach lineman at heart. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. I know that.
Oh, you
I
know
that.
Okay, well, you know him, but you got a lot of backing. I'm an old offensive
Yes, sir.
lineman. I'm an old offensive lineman, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
They always are the best looking. They're the smartest, and they own the damn team. So that's an offensive.
Oh, definitely.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, best looking for sure. You should see my suit today.
All right. Hey, listen, good to have you here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be a
You have
Cowboy.
a lot of support in this room. A
Yes,
lot of
sir.
support.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I can't wait to get there and get to work.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
He and Shoddy listening to this?
Yeah, I mean, the way it made it sound was like Shoddy was playing it in his office when he strolled in for the meeting. 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Shoddy's apparently just blaring this in his office. I think it was just for that moment. But he's got an eclectic playlist, and I guess Tyler Booker was like, yeah, just keep the music on. Let's talk over this. I like this.
Great song.
It is a great song. Whitney's got a great catalog. That's why I was curious what it was specifically they were listening to.
So after he gets officially welcomed by the staff in the war room, he hops on the draft show and answers all the questions from the crew.
Offensive lineman Tyler Booker is on the line. Tyler, congratulations on a dream come true. Tell us what you're thinking at this point.
Thank you so much. And the thing that comes to mind is that, like, I'm blessed. Like, I'm so blessed to be a Cowboy. And I'm a football fanatic. Like, I love the game of football. So I used to grow up watching the football live. So I just remember watching all the football lives of how great the Cowboys were. And I'm excited to get to work and bring us back to where we used to be, to where we should be, America.
We heard you talk to the front office on the secret audio just a couple moments ago, and you talked about the tradition. What does it mean to you to add that tradition or add to that tradition now as a part of this team in Dallas?
It means everything to me. You know, it's just the way that I aim to further the winning tradition in Alabama. That's the same way I feel about coming to the Dallas Cowboys, and then especially being on a team and being a part of a brand so iconic, just as Alabama was. It's funny. Like my track record, I've been so blessed to be a part of like some of the best organizations in the world. Like I went to IMG Academy, one of the best high schools in the world. I went to Alabama, one of the best football programs in the world. And now I'm a Dallas Cowboy, like another one of the best programs, sports programs, sports organizations in the world. So like my journey is just very. I'm blessed, and I've done a lot of winning in my football career so far, and I'm ready to continue that.
Hey, Tyler, this is Tommy Yarsh. Congratulations, man. This is a team that, under new head coach Brian Schottenheimer, has made it very clear that they want to move up front and they want to run the football. What were those conversations like when you were going through the process with Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams in terms of what they want to do in the run game and how they want to utilize you to have success there?
Knowledge, my football IQ, and just talking about listen to how I talk about the game of football. Like I'm always talking about how I want to be at the point of attack, how I want to move the line of scrimmage, how I always want to be on the attack, and then they saw how fun I was, things that they liked. And I just remember my visit. I really enjoyed it. Like I got a great vibe from them, and I knew that I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. You never know on draft day, but this is what I was confident about, and I'm glad God saw fit me, the Cowboy.
Hey, Tyler, I got to ask you, we've heard the secret call of the team, and you referenced there to Brian Schottenheimer that he needs to keep playing the Whitney Houston. What Whitney Houston song were you guys listening to?
So I forget which Whitney Houston song. I wanted to say the one exactly. I told my parents as soon as it happened. So my parents 100% no. Okay, I want to dance with somebody. I remember now. I want to dance with somebody. It was funny because we're sitting there talking. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. And, like, I got to talk over Whitney Houston, but I loved it. Like, he's just authentically himself.
Tyler, this is awesome, man. Congratulations to you. What a night. What was that draft visit like? And you've obviously been training here in Dallas. So what do you like about the area, and how pumped are you to now be in DFW as your home?
I just love the area. Like I trained there this past summer. Last summer I trained there, and then just being one of my close friends, Jack Ford, he's actually from the area, so he showed me around, and then the training there for combine training too. Like I just had a great time. Like there's a lot to do around there. It's a really nice area, and then to be completely honest with you guys, y'all have Hutchins barbecue, and that's some of the best food I've ever had in my life.
Nick Harris, Tyler, I actually went to Hutchins earlier today, so I think I manifested this. I literally went to Hutchins at about 1 p.m. today. Yeah, we'll have to do a story on you over at Hutchins. Tyler, I want to talk about your love for football because I think it's very unique. Even when you talk about guys that love football in this class, when you were in high school, you were living in Connecticut. You drove 90 minutes every day to go to high school to play at a really respected program in New Jersey at Bergen Catholic. And then you moved halfway across the country to go to IMG before you were even the age of 18. You have put so much into this game. You have done so much at the University of Alabama. Can you just describe your love for football and why it is as strong as it is?
Yeah, my love of football starts from before I can even remember. Like my dad literally put a plush football in my crib, like as soon as I was born, and then I still have it to this day. And then some of my first memories are watching old Steve McNair highlights because my dad was a Titans fan for a little while, and then just memories of me watching him play the college football video game and put me in the game. And just a lot of my first memories have to do with the game of football. And then I just start playing, and then my parents just kept me around the game. They saw how much I loved it at such a young age. They're like, we have to continue to push him and tap into this. And for that, I'm forever grateful for them.
So there's Tyler Booker on the Draft Show last night, heard exclusively first right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. He got me in my feels, man. Whenever I hear someone paying homage to the history and the classics like A Football Life, or I grew up on Sports Century, that gets us all a spot with me.
He just seems different.
All right, compare the Tylers.
Mm-hmm.
Compare getting Guyton, Smith, and this. Because Smith, fast start, certain Pro Bowler moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Guyton, a little disappointing. Monster. But some questions. Going to be the left tackle, we think. And now Booker. Compare them coming out.
So, okay, so like stack them as prospects when they're coming out?
Yeah,
so
and just like where we are with them.
So Booker is the best of the prospects coming out. Like when he's coming out, in terms of just what you knew he could be. Tyler Smith and Tyler Guyton were projections. So far, Tyler Smith hit. Guyton has not yet. I want to be really clear on something with Guyton, though, because when I was tweeting about Booker last night, I had a couple people go, "Oh, didn't you say you liked the Guyton pick last year?" And it's like, yeah, I did. I did like the Guyton pick. You traded back. You picked up Guyton. You picked up an extra third. But here's the other thing with Guyton. Guyton was always going to be a project. Last year was going to, like we talked about that, last year was going to hurt with Tyler Guyton. I don't think you can just say, because of Tyler Guyton, we now can't trust their evaluation of offensive linemen and that they're not going to know Tyler Booker. Right now, Booker is the best prospect in terms of how they come out. Smith has hit in a way that his ceiling is really high, and he's such an incredible athlete. Booker's not that kind of athlete at all. And so it's just a matter of can Guyton put it together. But I think right now, yeah, you're going to get instantly. He's not going to be to the level of Zach Martin, but it's going to be closest to Zach or Travis in terms of coming in and not looking like a rookie. He comes in and he looks like a pro-ready player. And I think that's going to be the significant thing that can really make a difference for them.
He was hyped. That was cool to see last night, running through the hallway. His dad had the emotion, and he talked about training in DFW as well. All right, what else stunned Bobby? What other teams were making moves that we can make fun of? Where's Shedeur going to end up? And I'm going to tell you what I'm hearing about today and the rest of the Cowboys draft with some rumors that could be percolating next on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ.
Sean.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
And then the real fun began as Adam Schefter, I think, overhyped. Last night, I think he got overhyped as crazy. The closer we got to it, Schefter said that someone told him to expect explosives. We got it with Jacksonville and Cleveland, with Travis Hunter going to the Jags. But overall, I didn't feel like it was a crazy evening.
So I think it was because they initially, Cleveland made the move back with Jacksonville. And then I think after that, Cleveland was trying to go back again. And then Carolina was trying to bail to where Denver would have maybe come up into the top 10. And so if those other dominoes would have actually fallen over, I think that was more what was stirring that people thought was going on. Because we were hearing before the draft started chatter about watch Denver could come up in here. You could get somebody else trying to jump up. Carolina's trying to bail. And then Carolina stands in and still picks Tet, and that's surprising. And then you've got the Bears, which tight end's not as sexy, but that was the most stunning moment of the night for all of us. It was like you just took Colston Loveland, the tight end at Michigan, before Tyler Warren at Penn State. That was the thing that threw everybody else off with us.
Anything else jump out to you?
Overall about the draft, I like Shedeur. I totally understand why he's fallen to where he did. And it makes sense, especially the way he's kind of approached the draft process. I was surprised Kenneth Grant from Michigan went as early as he did at pick 13. I really like him a lot, but there was talk he might fall into the second round. I love being right, as you know. So I loved being right that only 2 running backs went in the first round, and now we still have Travion Henderson there who could get put down. I have no idea what the Atlanta Falcons are doing, though. The Atlanta Falcons, not only did they essentially draft 2 edge rushers, because Jalen Walker's considered kind of a tweener who does both. They pick him at 15, but then they get a very questionable...
What's wrong with that? 2 edge rushers.
I just don't like it. You're going to go trade up to get for it. Like, one is a tweener who's not totally solidified there. And then you went for the guy who's a massive character risk that people are not totally sure of.
With Pierce?
Yeah, James Pierce from Tennessee. And not only that, you went with that character risk guy. It wasn't like he just fell to you and you're like, well, I guess we'll take this. You aggressively went up and got him and traded a first next year for this. That I have no idea what they're doing there. But this is 2 years in a row they did something totally bizarre because they took Penix last year at 8, and that was weird.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Of course, they wanted it to be the number one story last night. It's going to be today. This was Shedeur addressing everyone at his draft party.
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
All right. Did he end that with legendary?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to get to a couple of Tolo responses on Twitter. TJ, I was laughing my ass off watching Sanders fall. The only thing that could be better is him falling to the third round. Titanic, can we have the real discussion about Shedeur? Shame on Coach Prime and those around him. They built up the hype and had the hubris to think they could handpick where he'd go. The kid didn't go in the first, and folks are dumping on him. Where's the blowback for those around him? I think that's a good point. And then finally, from D. Y'all better than this. Stop. Y'all know what this is. People are okay with nepotism as long as it's not from somebody black. This is a cultural divide. Jackson Dart is not better than Shedeur. It's not even close.
I mean, I agree with that. He's not even close. Like, to me, Shedeur is very clearly better than Jackson Dart, but I understand.
But the Giants also drafted Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and I understand.
And my response back to that is, all right, if it's, race or cultural divide, I mean, Cam Ward went 1.
Yeah. I mean, there is that aspect. And I mean, Cam Ward has... I think what you're seeing here is not so much... It's a combination. It's a combination of the brash, loud approach that he's decided to go with. It's that coupled with you weren't as good as people originally thought.
Yeah.
And so when you couple those, it's like, all right, do I really, in a like we talked about with Dallas's pick, when everybody's kind of stacked close together, you start looking for tiebreakers. If Shedeur's tied with some people, well, some of the stuff in those meetings probably is enough to push you down and say, all right, you've lost the tiebreaker on this one. And now he's in there. I would imagine he goes sometime. I think his floor here is 37, the Raiders. I think that's where he stops. But I mean, I guess
the
he could keep
Browns
on.
have 2 picks in this top 5.
Right, that's why I think he could go with the Browns potentially, but I would think if he got past them, no way he gets past the Raiders at 37. That's what I think, but I mean, I don't know.
D responded and said, well, Cam Ward's father is not Deion Sanders. Yo, man, that is the price. There's good and bad. As I tweeted, it was great for Colorado that Deion Sanders was as loud and brash and known as he is. if I was an evaluator, it's going to be probably fourth on my list. I don't want to deal with Deion's noise while I'm coaching his kid for my NFL team. I don't want to hear his commentary. I don't want the locker room to be answering questions. I don't want to be answering Deion questions. Do you think Deion Sanders is going to be quiet about his kid's career in the pros? I don't. I could be wrong, but I've done a football season one-on-one with Deion, and we've all heard and seen what he does. And Shador came across as arrogant too. If you want the attention, you got to get ready for the backlash. When you hold your Rolex up to the crowd and people think you threw your teammates on the bus and you blow off interviews at the combine, this is what you get. This isn't some 100% victim thing.
Yeah, I think the Deion factor could definitely be something that affects this for people, or again, could be a tiebreaker for people. I think Shador himself has done way more damage to how people are viewing him within their building than Deion's presence might have.
Look at how people talk about Travis Hunter versus Shador.
Yeah.
It's different galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Hunter is supposed to be this perfect Boy Scout, and Shador is supposed to have more Deion while throwing his offensive lineman under the bus.
Yeah, and there's no telling. Deion may meddle where Travis Hunter goes too. You never know, the way he's talked about Travis Hunter before. And that didn't stop the Jaguars from going, we will sacrifice capital and go up and get him, and without barely even talking to him, we'll bring all that on for that. I will say, if Cleveland would have just stood in and took Travis Hunter, though, and then they were set up today, they wanted to play him at receiver, and then they were set up today, and they could have taken Shador, oh my gosh, people would have been filling up those Cleveland games. They would have been Cleveland would have been a headline. You pair Shador and Travis Hunter together for the future. Oh gosh, people.
Whose side are you on? And then you get Deion after Stefanski's gone. Whose side are you on between Jacksonville and Cleveland in the trade?
Jacksonville. So Jacksonville gave up a lot. They sacrificed a lot of capital to move up 3 spots, but they got the number one player to me. They got a legitimate difference maker on either side of the ball that you play him on. Like, I think he will be a Pro Bowler, whichever spot he really commits to. So I think that's a big thing for them right there. It energizes a fan base that has largely been dead there in Jacksonville. They have a hard time filling up that stadium. There's so many different things that check the box for them. And then Cleveland goes back, picks up some extra capital, but then takes Mason Graham, who to me was a first-round grade, but is like one of the most bland possible prospects they could have gone and gotten.
All right, let me empty the notebook to give you a preview of today. If I'm not right, like Walter Nolan, forget it. If I am right, please praise me as a genius.
Is Ivan your source on this?
It helped me that Jerry said Walter Nolan's name in the post presser, though, so I was happy.
You were 100% right. They were very interested in Walter Nolan. That was not, you weren't wrong about that. That was somebody they were considering.
So I know that my number one panic right now, too, in the fan base is number 2 receiver. I think they know how important it is for Dak Prescott. They know they cannot go into the season with Jalen Tolbert as the number 2 receiver. I don't know where the answer is. Maybe Bobby has it for his number 12 pick today. But I think Dak, he might be letting them know, hey, now, we do need a number 2 receiver. Schoonmaker, I think they may be willing to pick someone to replace him on day 3. I think that the Schoonmaker patience may have run out. And I was also told, hey, just don't immediately flush the Breece Hall stuff. That the Breece Hall stuff could be real. So those are some of the things that I was told late last night.
I can see all that. That all makes sense. I'm curious at the receiver in the second round. Like, if they're like, we really got to get a number 2 receiver. I'll just ask you.
And by the way, Mingo has apparently looked better than Tolbert in OTAs.
And well, yeah, in their off-season workouts. Mingo is a guy who, I mean, they liked him a lot coming out. They thought he was somebody who was worthy of a second-round pick. He was just picked in the second round recently. So, I mean, that clock has been running shorter than Tolbert's has, and they were viewed similarly in terms of the type of graded prospect they were. But if I told you today with their first pick, 44 in the second round, that I can either get you a nice, steady player with some good upside, like there's some decent upside there, but it's like just a steady floor, You know you're getting a solid contributor.
Like who? Like a Jordan Lewis type? Give me a comp, Nick Harris.
Yeah, what Michael Gallup was when you first picked him.
Okay.
Where you go, all right, I know I can get just a decent guy. How much he can maybe tap into a little bit more, but there was a limit with Michael Gallup.
All right.
Or I tell you, you can get the guy who a lot of people had in the first round for a lot of this time and is a boomer bust. Like he will either
Is he boomer bust because of talent or his attitude and work ethic?
He's boomer bust because of there's questions about commitment and football character. Not necessarily that he doesn't have it, but teams feel they need to investigate it, especially after last season was a dip from his 23 season. And that's Luther Burden from Missouri is who we're talking about. The other receiver we could be talking about could be Jack Besh, could be Jalen Knoll, guys like that. But that could fill a number of different guys. But the guy that you'd be contrasting against is probably Luther Burden.
And what do you think his ceiling is?
Luther Burden has gotten comps before to his ceiling can be Deebo Samuel. But his floor can be...
So like a beast?
Yeah. Like, I mean, a
multi-purpose beast?
Game wrecker. If he taps into everything that he can do. This was a big-time 5-star recruit coming out who has put on some ridiculous stuff on tape. Last year was really dull, and people are trying to figure out why.
I'm trying to pick apart what the bad character trait stuff would be. Like, are you a jackass, or do you not go 110% at practice?
More like the question of, do you love this? Do you actually work as hard as you can?
Yeah.
Are you really working hard for your teammates?
I'd probably lean Burden.
Okay, just for the upside?
Yes. And then the other thing I was told, running back wise, Judkins.
They do love Quinshon Judkins. I think 3 running back names.
Ohio State?
Yeah, Ohio State running back. I think the 3 names to really watch at running back today are the 2 Ohio State guys. Travion Henderson probably won't get you at 44, but it's possible. And then Quinshon Judkins. They really do love Judkins, though. I think they like Judkins more than a lot of people may realize. And then I think Bashil Tootin from Virginia Tech is another one that is one that they really like. So those would be second round, probably Judkins and Henderson, and then third would be Tootin.
All right, no reason to change the station if you want to see and hear me take the chocolate to the face. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweeter?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
All the time for us, and just all the different shows, just all comes together all at the end of the day.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I'm super excited. I'm blessed to be a Cowboy. It's a great tradition, a great offensive lineman. I'm excited to follow suit with all that came before me.
You did not allow a sack on your quarterback this last season. Did Dak Prescott just become your new best friend?
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get on the phone with Dak. Getting the protection means make sure he goes clean every single game. I'm just so excited to be a Cowboy.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors. How was Pluckers? What?
It's Cupcake Day.
It is Cupcake Day. And we brought Alec Medford in.
For what?
Because he's the assassin around here.
We got 3 extra people in
That's
here.
why, yeah, we got
you
extra
want to get
people.
your hands dirty, Corey?
I'm actually trying to stay away just in case Alec gets a wild hair and decides, you know what, Corey? All those short jokes. So I'm trying to stay back just a little bit here.
Okay.
Is he Jason Kidd? Like just trying to stay out of the fray, but really he's like involved in this?
That's perfect.
Nobody's dying.
That is a perfect analogy. How were your different Pluckers locations?
My Pluckers was really good, but I have a request for people who go to Pluckers.
Okay.
Have you ever been to a draft or seen how a draft has gone before? Don't sign up for a pick in the 20s or 30s. If
You don't sign up for the draft. They just pick you
hour.
and tell you if you're going or not.
No, if you're being the GM at the Pluckers.
Oh.
Like, how long do these people think the draft is? Oh, I thought the draft would be over in 45 minutes. Get the hell out of here. If you're going to sign up in the 20s and 30s, I need to know that you're going to be there.
Yeah, that was
probably not.
That was the first time for me that I've had more than one person missing at the end of the night. And I think we had like 8 at the end of the night.
First time more than one?
Yeah, usually it's like they're there all night long. And then last night I was like, oh man, what's happening here? And
The Cowboys are usually having a better season.
I had one dude though, he signed up for 2 slots and he came over to me and he was like, hey, I'm leaving. Tampa's going to take a Emeka Egbuka. It was an hour before the pick. He said, just in case. And he picked, I can't remember the other one. He got both of them right.
I had some cheaters. I felt a little bad for the Mesquite staff, who was tremendous.
Yeah.
But I had a couple Tolos. They didn't think I don't think they realized that I was on to them, but they're like, I'm going to make my pick like 40 seconds before the announcement. Meanwhile, frantically searching their phone for the leakers. And then, bam, they're hitting the Steelers D tackle.
Good.
I had somebody at pick 32 try to say that the Chiefs were going to take Banks. And I was like, I'm so sorry. He went off the board like, I don't know, 24 picks ago.
Could have been another Banks.
No, he meant
Tyra Banks.
Tony Banks.
No, he meant the lineman from
of America.
Did you guys but you guys were on the mic. You guys were emceeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sean was not.
No, that's not true.
Did you get one of the fortunate, your assistant?
He never had that.
Sean was announcing, but he did have a warm-up. He had a warm-up act. He had Jake Riepma.
Right out of the year, where everything's the winner. And tonight's that night, we got 24-ounce Bud Light coming with Cam Ward and Vic. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
That was
the
at
intensity
beginning.
on this man's face too while he's doing it. He's you remember the Howard Dean? We're going to is that?
He had props. He had Fire Nico undershirt in case the crowd died off to reinvigorate them.
How many times did that chant start on y'all's microphones? Because it happened about 3 times in my place last night.
We did not have it. Man, Corey, you're like a master of ceremonies for this.
It's fun, man.
Sounds buck wild whenever you get there.
Although the one thing I have found listening to myself, Alec, is that I do sound like a stripper DJ whenever I'm out there. I'm like, Ivy to the stage. It's always a little weird.
For drafting the Panther.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the show?
Alec gets to answer the phone today, and he's furious with me because, the phones. But we're going going to do a couple of phone segments today. Let people talk and vent or be happy about this pick. And we also have Stephen Jones joining us at 11:30 today.
Nothing was a bigger beatdown when I was producing than when you had to screen let's open up the phones and go caller segment. I used to hate it so much that there was this one show I used to hit the dump button when they'd give out the phone number.
What?
Yeah. And they were always like, why is no one calling? I was like, I don't know. Maybe you're just not that interesting.
Oh, man.
Pay handles it like a professional.
Yeah.
Last thing before the cupcake. In your own pluckers, was it 80% dissatisfaction,
You could hear an
disapproval?
audible groan in my pluckers when that was the pick that was made.
Or was there more of a groan when McMillan got picked?
No, I look, I don't know if I had the most educated pluckers.
Well, you just dog your you're just talking about like my group sucks. They're the worst.
Kevin's trying to get canceled next year so that he doesn't have to do it.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, the new Bassick. He's channeling Bassick energy over here.
No, Bassick was great at your event last year.
Right.
He
because you only had to be there half the time.
Mike's really good at that stuff.
Maybe it was half the time.
My group was
comprende.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. They were so eclectic. Like we had every jersey in the place.
Difference. Eclectic versus
we had every jersey. This one dude was in a Seattle jersey, and he's like, I've done this every year since it started. I just brought in 20 new people because they've never experienced this before, and he nailed the Seattle pick. They lost their minds. Like, they went crazy, and I was like, that's awesome for them, but we had so a variety of people that it wasn't just Cowboy fans, so I didn't really know. A lot of people were confused, though, because we've heard wide receivers so much that they were like, I didn't expect that, and I think that's where a lot of people were. But Kevin, we talked about that. We had that discussion of what happens the second and third round. Are these options, offensive line or cornerback, are probably better options in the first round?
All right, let's do it. The only thing I ask, I do not want to deal with Tim Collins afterwards with chocolate on the floor. Kevin, you'll be sitting here, so it'll be you. That I got cameras everywhere, 3 extra people in here. Corey, why don't you reset?
This is the cupcake bet. Years ago, we had a cupcake bet where of a cupcake that sat around forever, and Sean said, will John Morant be suspended? And I said no. It was like 18 games, and he got it. He got the suspension, so at one point, Alec came and destroyed my face with a cupcake. Sean and I had another cupcake bet, and Sean, he did not get suspended. He was only fined this time.
Are the candles in there?
I took the candles out so that we don't poke your eyeballs out.
What has to pick cupcake as opposed to like pie?
It was just sitting there.
Like, I don't know what kind of pie. It could be like apple.
Yeah,
cream. I don't know.
The cupcake.
This is a monster.
The cupcake came from. It was when we had one of those times like Kroger had brought us a bunch of stuff, and that was one of the leftover ones that had been put off to the side, and it just had been sitting there for like 2 months.
Now, Alec, just don't break my nose because you are jacked. So just be careful. All I ask, just
Alex
don't
is a
break
strong
my nose.
man.
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's do a countdown. 15, 14. I'm just kidding.
13.
Long countdown.
28.
Screw you, John.
Give him a courtesy
screw you,
tap,
Adam
Alec.
Silver, you wuss.
I'll give you a real countdown. 5, 4.
Oh, he just smeared it all over him.
No.
He went right up the nose. He went right up the nose holes.
Crap.
I don't know if Sean's going to be able to breathe for a while. Oh, he's
It is in
reaching.
my right nostril. Is the mic in front of me?
Look into the camera and
I feel
smile.
like Two-Face.
Turn all the way. Turn all the way.
I feel like Batman Two-Face.
Tell us that Batman's going to pay.
Batman's going to pay. Give me a coin to flip. But it's in my right nostril. I'm scared to open my right eye, but
Yeah.
I can't open the left eye.
Man, the part about the eye, that's
I've heard
a
this
big
before.
concern.
There's some collateral damage. It's all over my
Oh,
arm.
man,
so.
that
Does this
looks
make
like
you
you
feel bad
missed on
about
your
any
wipe.
parts of your life, Sean?
It makes me feel bad that Bobby is kind of right about Adam Silver being a little wuss.
Yes.
He screwed me over here big time.
Do you need to make any phone calls to apologize to anybody after this?
Who would I apologize to?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh,
Kevin.
I get your joke. I get it.
What is it?
It's a graphic joke about how you just got cupcake cream in the face.
Alec, how did it feel to smash
that
that
is
cupcake
so
in
much
Sean's face,
cupcake.
knowing he's the only one that ever thanks you when you cut up audio?
Yeah, that's why I had to give him the hug and say I'm sorry. I felt like Shawn Michaels in the moment with Ric Flair, where I had to say I'm sorry, I love you, super kick right to the chin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say this one was more satisfying because it wasn't stale.
Ah, yes.
Like it actually gave when
Yes.
I pushed in. So
The good news is you have to carry crosstalk now.
Okay, hey, are you worried that Deadspin might write a fake article about you?
oh no.
That I guess.
I don't know.
Oh my God. I'm a little bit. Okay.
We're just gonna post the freeze frame image out of context.
It's
What
amazing.
is Sean Sharif trying to pull at the fan?
Choppy's actually the one who will get on Bobby and be like, I could get canceled for that. Like,
Oh
you
my
would think he'd
gosh.
be the least one. I can't
Is
remember
that
the
still
last.
that Hakeem Olajuwon?
No, it was over George Foreman.
Oh, George Foreman. That's what it
But
was.
he thinks for some reason there have been so many times where it's like an absolute nothing. He's like, we're gonna
Thanks so much.
Look at these clumps.
It looks like you pooped the front of your pants right there.
Yeah, it does kind of clump up if it sits too long.
Yeah,
so.
well.
Nutty Professor 3 right here.
What did he get worked up over, Bobby?
He got worked up over a George Foreman joke where mine was worse, and he was like, well, that didn't matter, but somebody's gonna call. I was like, nobody's gonna call. That wasn't even I didn't even catch it. It was bad what you were saying, and it really wasn't. In fact, I'll read it again because he's not here, and who cares?
He got so mad that you did that.
Yeah. So what's he gonna do all the way from wherever he is, Italy or wherever he is? No, he it was when George Foreman.
No, I remember.
Yeah, and he had. The others don't remember those. Sean texted while he's out. He's like, George Foreman died, and I replied and I said, okay, go to Walmart. They're like $20, and then he was like, D, and then Choppy replied back with, the good thing about George Foreman died is he named all his sons George Foreman, so George Foreman lives on forever. But he was like, but I said the good thing about him. I was like, yeah, but that wasn't the joke. The joke was he named his kid George Foreman, so he lives in forever. And so Choppy legitimately thought, we're done. We're done because you did. I was like,
Plus, he was mad at you for the sanctity of text messages and reading.
no, he was mad at. No, that's the fake. That's the pretext he used to say that's what was the problem. Because here's the thing: that is a show group text. This isn't like I took Los Hombres and Peyton starts reading all the secrets of there. We reference stuff in there all the time because that's basically show content. Our message.
Yeah,
Corey, what else stunned you about last night? And whose side are you guys on between Cleveland and Jacksonville?
For the trade up?
Yeah.
I mean, Jacksonville they need players. They need talent. That's a very talented player they added to their team. Cleveland, man, they just were trying to give everything away last night, weren't they? They were like, let's trade with Houston, let's do this, let's move around. I don't know I think the James Pierce Jr. one was the one that surprised everybody the most. They're like, why would you give up that and trade? And also,
you know who it surprised was James Pierce Jr. We were laughing our asses off when he saw it because he looked like he was like, no way I'm going to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And the Kelvin Banks video was pretty funny. The baby throwing up next to him.
Yeah.
That cracked me up
And
just a little
Kevin,
bit.
the polarizing topic of the day. I know you'll be honest about it. What were you saying honestly, and what was your moronic, according to you, Pluckers crowd saying when Shador was falling down the board?
So
they loved it.
We had at least 5 people pick Shador at one point or another. We had at least 4 or 5 people pick Matthew Golden as well. Like, those are the ones that popped up a lot. And the thing that amused me the most
I definitely have blurry vision in my right.
Oh, no. Are you going to be okay to drive home?
That'd be funny if you guys cost me an accident because of
Would that? Man, what a weird sense of humor.
What would I tell the cop with chocolate in my hair right here? What would I say?
They're gonna definitely think you're coming home late, and you're gonna be like, I got a cupcake in my face.
Yeah, Diaz right now.
Honestly, yeah, I would just lean on the fake explanation like Tiger of just like, well, I changed my medication recently, and now I'm just acting a little loopy.
Man, what a big faker.
Just know that
my leg because I shut up.
the cop's probably a Tolo. You're going to be fine. Most of them are.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm done.
You look a lot cleaner now.
My hair, I haven't gotten to. I just
No, but your
realized it's in
beard
the
is
hair.
looking a lot better.
But his forehead.
Yeah, it's like just for men. It's covered up the gray.
What time you on today, Bobby?
7, an hour after everyone else, because I guess they put me in timeout or something.
B team.
Yeah.
All right, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the draft. Enjoy the stars. Screw you guys. I'm giving ham.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You've got...
Oh, man.
Corey Majors. That's my favorite commercial. And the famous Alec Medford. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the show. But obviously, we're going to start by talking about draft night. I just wanted to throw this out there. I didn't know it was going to happen or else I would record it. last night, these two guys came up to make, I think it's like pick 12 or 13. And they were like, hey, can we have the mic? And I was like, yeah, let's see what happens. And they go, with the 12th or 13th pick, they're going to take Pickle Rick. And they thought it was the funniest thing in the world. One of them was recording it for Snapchat. The other one was doing it. They thought it was hilarious. I was amused. The rest of the pluckers did not seem as amused. And then I took the microphone back and I go, who's your real pick? And then they made a real pick and that pick was wrong. But they thought it was an amazing moment to be able to say Pickle Rick for the draft.
Isn't that kind of antiquated?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like it's a few years too late.
Yeah.
I will say, whenever you sent that text over, I mentioned it to my table, and they all thought it was hilarious. So they were still in that vibe. So.
We could have used some of that audience last night.
There were a lot of people that were telling me yesterday that they were looking forward to Fry Slay. They were like, I cannot wait for Fry Slay to happen. So they're excited about today's show, and I am pumped too, Kevin.
Now, from the 214, okay, and from the 682 Fry Slay. Come on, people. From the 214, I didn't mind the pick of Tyler Booker. I just thought it was 5 picks too early. And I feel like people who didn't like the pick, I think that's going to be the consensus. Like, and I could be wrong. Like, feel free. Text in 877-881-1053, Franklin and Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Let us know if you like the pick, didn't like the pick for the Cowboys. I get the sense that the overwhelming majority of people who didn't like the pick, it's going to be because they just thought it was too early.
Yeah, and granted, if you look at, I think Bobby said they had them like 7 on their board. And listen, man, we never know. We never really know. But hearing Will McClay last night, Jerry was talking about it. Will like stepped in immediately. He was like, look, man, we ran mock drafts, for 30 straight minutes on this specific one alone, and we all felt confident with it.
Okay.
And they all felt good and comfortable. So hearing them say that, they had a plan. And Kevin, you've been very adamant over history here of, I don't care if I disagree with your plan, just have a plan.
Yes.
Like, just have a real plan.
Specifically for this franchise, yes.
And they seem to have had one last night. And Kevin, we also brought up multiple times last week the idea of maybe, what if Tet's not there?
Yes.
And it was, okay, do you want Golden that much? Or what's more important, offensive line, cornerback? Now, I'll be very honest. Y'all heard me multiple times say, I think the Cowboys are fine going at whatever they got at offensive line because, they signed 3 free agent offensive linemen in the offseason too. And I was like, I feel like they're just loading it up. But a person like that is something that Brian Schottenheimer felt very strongly about and something that it feels like the Cowboys front office felt comfortable going with. So I like the player. I like his attitude. I like the personality that goes with it. And if he comes in here and starts telling Tyler Guyton to get his ass in gear and start actually working harder, just like I'm working hard, then I'm all about it, man. I'm all about that.
From the 469, I love it. We need a big body now that Zach Martin is gone. And I went back after the pick and did some YouTube highlights, and the dude is good. Follow up. Do you think I should, or I don't know. This is kind of what I want to ask Steven at 11:30, Stephen Jones, for my first question. Do you have the guts over the next 2 years to pick 2 more Tyler offensive linemen and really figure this out? Or my other question was going to be, do you regret letting Tyler Biadasz go? Mm-hmm. So then you'd have 4.
Man, I want you to ask that question because I think he'll laugh along with you. I think that's one where you'll really get Steven's approval. And it'll be a better interview because of it.
From the 214, and man, this was when Sean was asking about the biggest surprise last night. Obviously, the biggest surprise from like a bigger picture level was Shedeur not getting taken. But I guess I was also surprised. I shouldn't have been because how much like back and forth there was leading into the draft. How many people were kind of reveling in his fall down the board from the 214. Shout out to NFL teams for not buying into the Shedeur Sanders hype and passing on him in the first round. Now, it seems like there's a divided group of people who are happy about this. There are some who are happy about it because they're like, it's strictly football. I think he is overrated, and I don't like how he got the Sanders hype machine behind him. But then it feels like there's a whole lot of people who are the exact opposite and don't like him strictly because like either his last name is Sanders and they don't like his cockiness, or they don't like what they perceive as his cockiness, or they don't like his dad, or whatever. But man, so many people were locked into that last night, and it feels like a lot of people were really enjoying his slide down the board.
Yeah, at my place, it didn't seem like people were enjoying it as much as they were in shock of it. Like, they were just like, I can't believe that Pittsburgh didn't take him. They couldn't believe that New Orleans went with an offensive lineman first. That made sense to me, knowing Kellen Moore coming from that Jason Garrett group that was like, we're going to invest heavily in the trenches.
Yeah.
So that made sense to me. And then, we'll see what they do at the quarterback position, because David Carr was talking about Derek yesterday, and there's a lot of we don't even know how he got to this point.
Yeah.
So looking at that, I think the biggest surprise, Kevin, was Colston Loveland. Whenever he was drafted, everybody was all about Tyler Warren. Everybody was knocking that one out of the park. And then Colston Loveland was the one that went, and everybody at My Pluckers was like, I don't understand this.
Well, that's why
he's a good tight end.
You need to listen to NFL Overreaction or Reality, when earlier this week, that was one of the questions. Will Colston Loveland be the first tight end off the board? You know me, I love listening to the insiders and the intel, but I also think you should follow the money. And the money had been dropping on Colston Loveland, who was 6-1 or something like that to be the first tight end taken off the board. And it had shrunk to 2.5-1 by the day before the draft. And then it got to about plus 175, plus 200. And so that's not to say he's definitely going to be it, because you're still the underdog. But man, that was a big move. And so I actually liked it when he was the first tight end picked. And I was like, yes, that is something that if people decided that they were going to wager, that they could have gotten 2.5-1 on their money.
I was surprised that Denver went with the cornerback instead of the running back.
Yes.
But then I started thinking, holy crap, their defense was already good. They already had one of the top defenses. I picked them up in fantasy late because they were perfect for me. They already had a top defense. Now they have two fantastic cornerbacks to go out there. This is going to be a tough team to score on, and that's smart for them, considering it seems like their head coach feels confident that I can make offense happen.
But it did feel like, to your point, that Omarion Hampton at pick 20, if he was available, was something that everybody thought was going to happen.
Everybody in the room, whenever the guy announced Omarion Hampton, everybody was like, yeah, good pick. And they were like, all right, what's the special going to be? And I was like, I can't tell you until the pick is done. And then it didn't happen. I was like, y'all don't want to know, by the way. Y'all don't want to know that it was really good.
Oh,
because then they might get upset with the guy and hurt him because he messed up. And
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we don't want that. That's what I'm afraid of, is what I'm saying.
I don't think I've seen enough draft enthusiasm ever for a beatdown of somebody who got one of the picks wrong. Even the CJ Stroud one, people were upset, but they weren't upset to the point where they're like, I'm going to hit you with this microphone.
Can I ask you about the last two picks in this draft? Mm-hmm. Why did they swap? Other than one team picked up an extra pick and one team lost to the other in the Super Bowl this year.
So I think the consensus was that this was actually one of the picks we got without any particular aid. Sometimes you try to help people out along the way. Was Josh Simmons. It sounded like they were pretty locked in and they were looking at offensive line. And of course, Patrick Mahomes posted the shades picture. And so I think Philadelphia was I think they're going to take offensive linemen, but what if they don't? And they probably called, and I could see something to the effect of, hey, who are you going to draft? And he goes, what's it worth to you to find out? And they're like, all right, it's worth a 5th round pick for me to find out. Because at that point, let's say Jahad Campbell was who the Eagles were focused on all along.
So you're poker playing right now. I'll throw my ante in just to see your cards.
And that's exactly what I think happened because, and this is the same thing with the Cowboys. It's the same thing with anybody that's in this draft, probably anywhere below 5. You have what you think is going to happen, and then you have a dream pick that you're going to track. And if they fall far enough down the board, then you can make a move. And for Philadelphia, I think they were amazed that he was there because of their own internal scouting and probably a lot of the mock drafts. And at that point, they were like, hey, I'll give up a 5th to make sure we seal this. Or maybe they thought
somebody else might be trying to move up and take.
Exactly.
I told that was my thought initially, but I didn't really know. But I thought somebody's trying to snag a player they want, and this is the last one. It just seems weird when you switch. It's like moving next door. It's just a weird, hey, we're moving today. Why? Because that's a different house.
But you totally get it from Kansas City's perspective, right? Because they were locked into Simmons either way.
Yeah.
And they were like, do you want to give me a fifth to find out that I was bluffing? Then to your poker analogy, then absolutely. So look, I've already seen it. People concerned about the drafts that the rest of the NFC East had compared to the Dallas Cowboys. Also with the Giants, inherently, you're going to have more ammunition, especially since they moved back into the first round.
That was my first thought, Kevin, whenever Booker was drafted, was the division.
Okay.
And my first, everybody was like, hold on, what's going on? And my first thought was, okay, you got Dexter Lawrence, Thibodeau. That whole defensive line for the Giants now is stacked. They still aren't going to be able to score offensively until Jackson Dart takes over, probably. But defensively, they're tough. Dude, think about the Eagles' defensive front. They're beasts. Yeah. They're monsters there. And so you got that to deal with. And then you got Javon Kinlaw and Payne and Washington. So for 6 games, you need to make sure the middle of your offensive line is stout. And the Cowboys have always felt that way for Dak and Romo, that up the middle is more important, just as important as the outside for a quarterback. So they want to make sure of that. And if you do decide you want to run the ball, you need to have guys that push those guys back, or at least stall them up so that you can create space for them.
Now, and this is what can get tricky, and this will shape a lot of people's opinions. I know that. From the 972, Booker was ranked as the number 32 prospect on the consensus board. Stupid pick. But even the consensus board depends on where you look and whose consensus board you're using.
Yeah, Dane had him as the number 1 overall guard.
And
they liked him.
Some consensus picks had Booker at 27. I know that Mel Kiper does not particularly care for this, and he thought it was a big reach. And then Bobby said that Tyler Booker was a consensus top 20 pick. And so that depends on where you draw your consensus for. And I will go back to this. I understand the complaints because 11 years ago, give or take, I thought that Travis Frederick was a bad value pick. And guess what? He turned out to be an awesome player. Now, that might not change your mind about, hey, I think we could have got him in the second round. But let's just lay this out right now. You'll never know the answer to that.
If Terrence Williams had turned into an all-pro, it would have been like, this is the greatest pick ever because this guy was an addition that you got out of that.
And we'll never know now. Like, if you would have traded down to 25 with Houston, you'll never know if Tyler Booker was going to be on the board. Or, like, maybe you'll hear people say, oh, yeah, we would have drafted him. Like, that's great. You can say anything that you want after the fact. That's the only team that I really heard gave any semblance of a serious offer. And even then, the price to move up would probably be a second and a fourth. And I'm willing to bet that Houston was not offering anything like that. Though I'm going to try to ask Steven about that and see if we can get any confirmation. So again, if you don't like the pick because you don't like the value, I totally understand that. I will admit, I did not like the value of the pick of Travis Frederick. And then he turned out to be an incredible addition to our team. And then I didn't really care about the value so much.
From the 972, I'm tired of the lack of risk over the past, I don't know how many years is all. So they want the Cowboys to be risk takers instead of smart, thoughtful, like this is going to help us. I get it, because you take a risk and what's going to happen? You could potentially boom. There's also the potential higher bust. And I think the Cowboys were mediated. They minimized the amount of potential bust with this pick, I think. Last year's pick so far is a bust, and that one's got to be corrected for sure.
And if that turns around or Tyler Booker hits, then all of a sudden you feel probably a lot different about this offensive line.
From the 817, boring pick, but I love the pick. We need the beefy line because the Eagles have a crazy good defensive line. That's from Dylan in Fort Worth.
Look, I will argue, you look at the span of 5 years, and those teams that just wore you down with a bunch of boring ass picks of players that maybe you've heard of or maybe you haven't until the last week or so. And I bet a lot of those teams are doing really well.
You know, the team that always gets me, Alec, is Baltimore. Baltimore sits there somewhere in the 20s every year, and they're like, okay, we'll just wait for the best player that is going to fit our team to fall to us. And he always does. Like Malachi Starks falls to them, and you're like, of course he does. Kyle Hamilton lands in their lap. Of course Kyle Hamilton's their guy. They're the type of team that they make those picks, and sometimes they're boring because they're just like, there's going to be a really good defensive player in our scheme. And then they consistently are right there in the playoffs contending for it.
By the way, and we'll probably talk about this a little bit later in the show too, for folks asking about, second and third round picks, the potential of Will Johnson. That's one of the things that popped up yesterday is there's concerns about his knee.
Yep.
And we've seen this happen again and again and again over the draft. And if you're looking for a more direct reason of why he fell, there it is. For Shedeur, I'm sure there's like 3 different consensus opinions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to continue with the draft? Heck yeah, you do. And Corey has demanded we go to the phones for your thoughts on the Cowboys and their first-round pick or anything else about the draft you want to talk about. 877-881-1053. We don't always take phone calls, but we're doing it next right here on The Fan.
Your proud home of the Rangers, Cowboys, and the
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Bowl.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
3 the fan. We don't frequently do this, but we've decided to go to the phones. 877-881-1053. Corey demanded it.
I asked. I asked.
He pounded his fist on the table.
And then broke the table.
And asked for GM Justin Rudd. And I was like, that's at Platinum Chevy. And he goes, oh, my bad. All right, let's start it off. Let's go to John in Delaware. Wow. John, how are we feeling about this draft?
I feel fantastic about the pick. We need to get that offensive line back where it used to be, and I can't wait to see Booker take the love of football from people.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, man. That dude right there has a personality of football. And that's the thing I think I like the most about Booker's the pick with Booker is that you saw the audio.
Yeah.
You saw the Micah Parsons moment when that's how Micah wants people on his team to be. Like
It made me nervous at first, right, that he didn't love the pick.
Yeah.
But like
He's like, hold on.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, he probably doesn't watch a lot of film on everybody because, but he was excited when he heard somebody is coming into this place with just as much excitement about the game as I am. And Micah does. I know he does a bunch of stuff off the field that people get furious about. But when he gets on the field, he does love the game.
877-881-1053 if you want to call in and give us your thoughts about the Cowboys' first-round pick. I'm going to go real quick to Cynthia Freeland. I know you like her.
She's my friend.
She said that Tyler Booker was her highest-rated offensive guard, and she liked the pick as well. She thinks it's going to immediately fill in for Zach Martin, and that Booker has the best base, body control, and second-effort response in college football.
Oh, wow. Second effort response is a thing that I don't think about too much.
Okay.
But, that is, when you're on the offensive line, you get knocked back a little bit sometimes. You got a big, beefy dude across from you also. And how are you going to respond on that? How are you going to respond once you've knocked somebody back? And are you going to keep pushing and then go to the next level with it? Or are you done with your block now? So I like hearing that from Cynthia, somebody that I have a lot of respect for when it comes to her knowledge and information and content. She's been great, man.
You have a lot of respect for her Instagram too, right?
She posted pictures of us on it. So yeah, absolutely.
Let's go to Ivan in Las Colinas. How we feeling about the Cowboys' first-round pick?
Hey, good morning, Kevin and Corey. How is you?
We're doing great, man. How are you?
It's always great to hear, especially on a Friday. So I was actually at the Pluggers in Mesquite with Sean, and whenever the pick was announced, there was quite a bit of booze.
Oh, no.
Also coming from me. But I guess now evaluating the pick, it isn't too bad, I suppose. But to be honest, offensive line picks are always boring as hell to me. It's like, and unfortunately, you just got to wait till like late September, October to see if the pick was even worth it. But at the end of the day, anything the Cowboys do right now isn't as bad as what Nico does right now or says. Man, I hate that guy.
There you go. Man, that's fair. I was surprised when you said that the fire Nico chants were breaking out at your Pluckers.
Well,
that did not happen at my Pluckers.
The Pickle Rick thing that happened to you, that was what happened to me. Was they got to the microphone and they'd say their pick and then they'd throw fire. And the whole place started chanting.
Yeah.
Like they knew immediately what to do. And I was very caught off guard. But then Kevin, at the same time, that's when I was like, well, I guess I got to be part of the mob and take part. And I had the microphone. So guess what? I was hollering it too.
So the somewhat new look Dallas Cowboys offensive line, Terrence Steele at right tackle, Tyler Booker at right guard, Cooper Beebe at center, Tyler Smith at left guard, and Tyler Guyton at left tackle. So obviously, at least as of now, not a mass of changes, just pretty much the one.
But a mass of bodies.
Okay.
That is a pretty massive offensive line for what they want to accomplish. And based on everything we hear from Schottenheimer, it is we want to run the ball down people's throats whenever we want to. Like that was the thing, Kevin, that line that had Tyron and they were up to Seattle and they beat Seattle and we were like, dude, this team could actually go to the Super Bowl. Lost to Green Bay. What did they do so well? They knew you can't stop us from running the ball with DeMarco Murray. So we're going to do it. And good luck. We're going to get ours and it's going to wear you out throughout a game.
Ian Rappaport, one of the things that he Rappaported last night was that It was Tyler Booker's visit that the Cowboys were sold on him being a culture-setting piece.
Mm-hmm.
And
I hear him talk, man. I feel that. I can understand.
that's one of the things. Like, again, I'm not trying to convince everybody that you need to like the pick, but I feel like we get more complaints, aside from about the Jones family, about the culture of this team than anything else.
Yeah.
And so how much of a bonus do you throw in for that?
That's something I would want to ask Steven about, is making sure, like how important is toughness, and the toughness part of the culture part of toughness that comes along with it. I hope that that has become a calling card for this team, because Kevin, getting pushed around over the last few years by more physical teams irritates the crap out of me. I don't like seeing it all. I like to be the one doing the pushing.
Let's go to...
Somebody did say from the 817, I'm just disappointed Booker isn't a tackle, because then we could call him Booker T. And I figured that would make you guys happy, because y'all are wrestling
Man,
fans.
that would be awesome. Let's go to Wally in Ennis. Wow. How is it going today?
Oh, it's going good, Tolos. Good morning.
Yeah. How do we feel about this pick?
Well, I feel pretty good about the pick. Dak needs some protection, but also we do need Shadur to come in and come from the Browns, because they're going to pick him. So we need to get a trade with the Browns, get Shadur, make Dak come on with it, and just move forward. And also give CD something else to work with.
Okay.
That's a lot to ask for today.
That is a lot that we have to do. Man, you know what I like about that is I thought that was going to be then that the Cowboys drafted Shador. He's like, no, the Browns are going to take
get this
Shador.
taken care of.
Then you need to architect that trade, which feels very like NBA draft-esque when they're like, hey, we picked this guy, but I know you got to put on the hat, but not really.
Is Shador, is he looming throughout this draft, or is he a non-existent for these GMs?
I mean,
because for us, he's looming. Everybody's like waiting that.
That's a fair point.
But it does feel like these GMs are like, no, we're very comfortable going with something else right now, and nobody else seems to be wanting this either.
Every other team in the league was like, well, we're fine. If he's around in the second round, then maybe. And then the Giants, I think the Giants one is the one that really stung, because like there's talk about him going to the Giants at 3 a month or two ago. And then when they trade back in and they're like, no, yeah, we definitely want a quarterback. It's just you're still not the quarterback we want.
What I'm fascinated by with this is there are 3 positions, Kevin, that we expected 3 or more players to go in the draft.
Running back, yeah.
Wide receiver, running back, and quarterback. We expected more in the first round. And so today is my expectation of you'll see a run on running back and probably a number of those quarterbacks going as well.
Now, real quick, Alec, can we throw it to cut number 13? Because I know some people were asking about the Micah reactions from last night. This is Micah Parsons on talking to Tyler Booker.
You had one of my favorite quotes of the entire draft process. You said, quote, I make guys not love football anymore. What does it feel like to see the love of football leave someone's eyes?
It feels great, football is a child's game. So like people wake up, be like, man, I can't wait to play this football game today. They listen to their hype music, they take all the pre-workout, they get so excited to play football until they come across Tyler Booker. And then when I'm going after you, quarter after quarter, play after play, series after series, and I start to see that love leave their eyes, like that's what makes me love the game. Like I just really love.
I like that part. Yeah, you just got me right. Hey, he got me ready to go. I ain't gonna lie. He got me ready to go.
Bro, I'm going to play right now.
Yeah, go. Yeah, he got me hype. I ain't gonna lie.
All right.
Play after play, quarter after quarter.
Hey, man, welcome to the team. Yeah, he had me ready to go there.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Welcome to the team.
This is gonna be tough to spin into a positive. That is serial killer sounding behavior right there. But that's exactly what you would want for that position.
Okay. So
do you know what I mean? Like when you're like, I saw the light leaving their eyes, and I was like, wow. Except this is all strictly from a legal standpoint in football. And like that's the kind of edge that, do we really have that on this team?
No, we haven't. Micah has said it, but it hasn't lived up. So therefore, the rest of the team hasn't caught up to it. And Dak doesn't have that edge, right? Because Dak's so down the middle because he's taking care.
We see.
Yeah, we hear there's a version of Dak that's like that, but you don't see it that way. And you hear that from him, and I see this from the 214. The more I hear this guy, the more I love him. Kevin, I played that clip this morning for my son Carter, who has just gotten into football. And as he was watching it, his eyes lit up and he said, Dad, that's exactly how I feel when I'm on the field. My son plays right guard. He wants to watch Tyler Booker now because he's like, that's my new favorite player. And I was like, okay, that's awesome to hear. And he said, Dad, when you know you've beaten a guy at halftime, you know you've won. Yeah. And he said, you can tell, you can see it. I love hearing that from him because that hyped my son up who's in love with football right now too. When you're that young and you have that kind of feeling, he was talking about it, you're doing all these things. But when you know you're the alpha, when you know you're walking into a game with the mentality of, I'm going to crush somebody's soul, Kevin, you've often said either my son's going to be a senator or a serial killer. So what you just said about that
merged
line
it into one here.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, you know what? And I get this from the 203. OMG, people think we're drafting a quarterback, and they said that makes them sick. People can have differing opinions. I have to admit now, because of the trade that you made with New England, I would be surprised if the Cowboys drafted a quarterback, and I would be stunned beyond belief if they got Shedeur Sanders. All right, let's go to Jason in Dallas. Jason, how are we feeling about the pick?
Look, guys, I'm not ecstatic about the pick, but I understand the pick. I understand the value at the position. I like Tyler Booker. He's going to be a good addition to the O-line. My question is, does this upgrade the O-line a lot? Because if you remember, whenever Terrence Steele was playing next to Zach Martin last year, he wasn't so good. And I think it was more or less just because Martin was playing hurt. But whenever Hoffman went in there, Terrence Steele started looking better. So do you think that this kind of solidifies the right side of the line?
Now, that's a great question.
Yes, it is.
Because people have concerns about Terrence Steele. I think it was maybe yesterday, maybe the day before. Somebody was like, oh, if you're expecting a good season out of Terrence Steele, you're fooling yourself. And that is an interesting question. I know some people, if they could go back and redo this whole thing, would have liked the Cowboys to move on from Terrence Steele and potentially save that money with the split over the next 2 years.
You know, like they're one move at a time here, but
and
they
so-
have faith. They have faith in him.
So that's what's tricky, because right now, do you feel like the consensus for a lot of folks is they feel like they need a running back and they need a wide receiver tonight?
Mm-hmm.
But what would be really interesting to me, they have a lot of other holes too. But what if they did finagle a trade and they went ahead and picked up a tackle as well?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know some people might be like, how much freaking draft assets are we putting into the offensive line? But I would be fascinated by that if people were happy because they're like, I got the wide receiver, I got the running back, I got the tackle, that maybe you take a look on the right side.
Yeah, I have no clue if that's a part of their plans. Hell, I was very confident that they were very comfortable with their offensive line and Brock Hoffman. And now I'm wondering, I don't think somebody asked if they would move Brock Hoffman to the left side and have him play guard and kick Tyler out to tackle.
That is not the plan for now.
And yeah, everything we've heard is no, we want to make sure there's three in the middle with Cooper Beebe and the two Tylers on either side. That is Mauler City. And Kevin, that's what you're getting with those three guys. You're getting three dudes in the middle there that want to run through you. They're great road graders. So that's the goal there. I hope, my hope is, I don't know where Brock Hoffman's going to be on this. Like, I don't know if he's going to be like, I'm back up again. If they're going to have a strong competition in camp, that should be the thing. But at the same time, it should make Steele better on the outside. They should be working together there.
Here's what I'd say to Brock Hoffman. People don't think that this offensive line is very good. So if you
what are you going to do about
don't get a starting position, maybe you need to step up your game.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
By the way, people have loved the audio from the 682. I want to run through a wall right now. I'm so excited for Cowboys football. From the 469, sounds like a true guard. We need a soul taker on the Cowboys. And from the 217, I have no idea where that is. This is what I want draft picks saying. We have two nasty guards, and I love it. And that's one of the things, again.
That's Springfield, Champaign, Decatur, Central Illinois.
Oh, but like, how many players do you think you really have on this team that are ruthless enough to be like, yeah, that's fine. It's 15 degrees and I'll break someone's effing finger off. Man, that I almost got too Tyler Booker hyped right there. And they're like, yeah, whatever it takes.
Yes.
Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to be upset about it or happy about it now, that's cool. Either way. But we really won't know for sure until September, and actually probably after.
And those kind of guys, Kevin, that you're talking about are the dudes that you don't have to pull into work. They show up, they do the work on their own, and they motivate others around them to be in that room until the work is done.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know what? It is going to be time for baseball nuggets. Will that get hijacked by NFL draft nuggets? We'll find out next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll react to...
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola Free products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
25 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Normally, this is the time that we would do baseball nuggets. And you know what? I wish it was more jovial. But go ahead. Make people insane in the membrane and give me cut number 16 because Rangers had 3 home runs in 1 inning for the first time in like 18 months. They had the game, but then this happened.
The 3-1 pitch. Swung on, line to center, base hit. Rounding third is Arias, and he will score. The throw by Leote is way late. Sliding in without a tag is Arias, and the A's have come back to win it by the score of 4-3.
Now,
appropriate excitement level for Eric Nadeau.
Yeah,
That's
there
exactly where
was
it should be.
There was also an error from Leote. I know he hit a home run as well, which has led to this combination of the topics from the 254. Any chance the Cowboys would draft Leote Taveras today and get him off the Rangers?
You got to imagine at this point that Boch is not happy with that. You've cost me. I mean, you could probably point to multiple games now.
By the way, though, if we're going to be fair, Wyatt Langford cost them yesterday with not seeing the ball in left field too.
Yeah, I would say that you have a little more patience with him, considering his bat and what he is and everything. And Leote did have a home run yesterday, so congratulations for that. Like, that's nice. But winning the game, these defensive efforts, it's happened multiple times this season so far, and it happened multiple times last year. Yeah. And so, like, that's not going to be a beneficial thing, especially when he's already at a point where he's like, we have to win games. I'm not letting this guy come up and play for us because we need to win games. So from the 817, put Pilar or Harris in. And they feel very comfortable with Pilar. Again, Bochy this season has tried to make sure he's in a position that he will succeed the most so that his confidence is there. And whenever it comes to Dustin Harris, we like him. Like, we're all about what he's doing.
Now, it is also Shout Out Friday from the 214. Can me and my new wife, Brittany, get a shout out? We just got married, and I toloed immediately after. That's Paul from Mesquite. Congratulations to you guys. I don't know if that is totally the best strategy, but I also don't know how big of a tolo your wife is. But congratulations. Now, this baseball and NFL draft nuggets combination segment is, of course, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're sad about the Rangers. I feel like we need a pick-me-up.
Oh, I was going to add another sad thing before that.
Oh, okay. Tell me.
The Kamar Rocker.
Yeah.
How that was. So in my mind, it was like, oh, well, this makes complete sense. Leiter would come up and replace him and everything's good there. That wasn't the change that we saw. But knowing that he is experiencing that after what was a poor outing, you kind of feel like maybe you can make that your excuse for whatever it is. But again, roller coaster for Rocker this season. It's going to be like that. Now that he gets his opportunity to kind of take a breath and go back, maybe he'll really start talking to the coaches and start talking to guys about what he can do better and how he can be better when he does get back.
So there's negative Corey with more sad news.
I threw a positive in there.
Always positive Kevin.
It's never been said.
That's probably true. Is here with more positive news about Tyler Booker, but you don't have to listen to me. Let's go to cut number 7. Former Alabama teammate Will Anderson. It's, going pretty well for him in the NFL. What does he think about Tyler Booker?
Tyler Booker, man, I speak very highly of him, man. Great character guy, but I think he has all the attributes you need to play the offensive line position. He's a mauler. He loves to finish blocks. His leadership skills, his mentality. He wants to be the best, and he's really hard on himself. And, I'm kind of the same way, and that's what builds you up. That's what makes you know who you are. And he has all those things, man, and I can't say enough good things about him, man. And wherever he end up, he's going to change that team, change that program, and change the offensive line for sure.
I love hearing that.
He ended up here.
Yeah, and I do love hearing that from a teammate. Not a teammate that's just gushing over their friendship or everything, but he just has all these great things to say about the football player first. And he's going to walk into a building, and that's the first thing you hear from Schottenheimer. He's going to walk into a building and change and help with the culture across the offensive line. And you want your offensive line's culture to be this one mentality of we're crushing people in front of us. Now, you don't want anything else other than our goal every time is to ensure that we get 3-5 yards on every single play. And if not, we're getting 25 yards on a big throw from Dak because we gave him the time.
You know, we talked about this a little bit yesterday from the 254. Just get ready for Jerry to sell everything to get Arch next year. I guess the consensus of our show thus far is we do not believe that is what's going to happen in terms of Arch being available in the 2026 draft. Maybe he will, but I think you can go ahead and look ahead to 2027. Yeah. And he spends the next 2 seasons as the starting quarterback of the Longhorns, and then he goes into the draft. They don't need the money. People aren't going to forget about him. It sounds like being the quarterback for Texas has been a dream of his for a while, and I don't think he sat around with this program so he can realistically play for 1 year and be like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the case either. He wants to, again, run the University of Texas.
Yes.
And he absolutely has that entire school in the palm of his hand. Everybody wants him there. Everybody loves him there. So, was it Archie said he wants 3 more years for him there? So
well, even then,
and I don't know that how much he listens to Grandpa. Maybe there's hey Grandpa, that's a good idea and everything, but I'm going to do what I want to because I'm my own man. But Cowboys have a lot of building, that they're continuing to do here.
From the 682, I will let you decide. Smart ass question or no. I have an answer either way. Just curious, will the station host be providing in-depth baseball draft coverage for the next couple months since you're also the home of the Rangers?
We're good at it.
Yeah, I can only speak for our show. Corey told me about Kamar Rocker 2.5 years before the draft. Now, I didn't actually think there's any way we would figure out Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker, but yes.
Mike gave me credit for that on the TV broadcast.
We talk about we've talked about the situation where they finally introduced essentially the baseball lottery. We talked about that and then the movement of the picks, and we'll do previews for the MLB draft all the time.
We should call our friend Cameron Rupp up and see.
Yes.
Since he did I talked to him when he got drafted in high school, and we had a really great conversation. That experience, we should kind of revisit that with him and see how that goes. But yeah, Kevin, we really like the baseball draft a lot. We have a lot invested in it. So that is our hope, is that whenever we tell you about a player that they are looking at, that's the player that we feel, and that's the player that they also feel is going to be a benefit to them in the future.
Yeah, I agree. And your buddy Ed Werder threw something out there.
Great, man. This is awesome. I love hearing this.
Do you have any thoughts about Ed Werder?
We made a friendship happen at Oxnard this year.
Did you?
Yeah. I went and talked to him for a few minutes, and we got everything squared away.
So Tyler Booker, in his 970 pass blocking snaps in college, gave up 1 sack. Now, I know people point out this past year, 0 sacks. But here's another thing that you probably should care a lot about. In 740 blocking plays, he had 6 missed blocks. That was a missed block percentage of less than 1%, the second lowest in the SEC. All right, so I think you can have lots of thoughts about lots of different things. Feels like people are feeling pretty good that the SEC is a quality football conference. And I'm telling you, 1 pass blocking sack given up, and he had the second lowest missed block percentage in the SEC.
I will say this, is it 17 years now that Alabama's had a first-round pick, 17 consecutive
Is that right?
years?
I did not know that.
And he was the first one picked this year. But how many years, Kevin, have we gone into the draft and been like, man, wouldn't we love to get this Alabama offensive lineman? Wouldn't we love to get that? Oh, and sometimes there's one sitting there and we're like, why don't you just draft offensive linemen out of Alabama? It just seems like they're always getting the best of the country. Whenever they're coming in out of blue chip high school players, might as well take those guys now. And they did exactly that this year. They said these programs produce fantastic talent, and Will McClay has said that many times. We go to programs that are producing, and that's one of the players we found.
And I feel like we've been pretty consistent on this. For people that don't like Dak, I'm not trying to change anybody's opinion on that. You can't change that for at least 2 more years. We try to focus on the things that can be changed.
Yeah.
And so I like this from the 903. Any pick that protects Dak is a solid pick. And
I agree.
That's kind of where I fall as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy where, hey, guess what? Let's talk about the rest of the NFL draft next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys at the North Texas Baseball Show of Record are...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
A Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. Just one of our Tolos just left, Kevin.
Yes.
I
shook his hand while I did that intro.
Pizzathon will be coming back up here and the day before Thanksgiving yet again. And he won the Martin House Brew with Martin House and make his own beer with those guys. And he brought up some of the cans. And it was, I'm looking forward to getting a taste of it later.
You say later. You haven't had a taste of it already?
I've not. If you want me to start cracking one open,
I do not.
It'll make the questions for Steven at 11:30 even more fun.
I do not.
You know me, dude. That's what people come up to me, Kevin. How many times when we're at Buffalo Wild Wings, people come up and they're like, "Corey, you want a beer?"
Yeah.
My first thing is, dude, once I open a beer, I start cussing. And I don't want to get fired, and I don't want to get FCC violated. So I can't. I appreciate it, but I got to wait until after the show.
All right. So a lot of people, we talked about it, a lot of people talking about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is now the betting favorite to be the first pick of the second round. I can't say that is particularly surprising. Whether that means there's going to be a trade to go up into that spot or, perhaps not. But the betting odds are now go with Shedeur at 33.
You are very adamant. How consistent, how accurate are the betting odds?
Betting odds are on point. The only one they really missed on at the top of the draft yesterday was pick 5. And I'm sure that trade instantly
this changes everything.
And I didn't get a chance to see the updated betting odds. But like the pre-draft betting odds that day, they had it pretty much all on point.
The fans at my Pluckers last night that were Cleveland fans, dude, there are so many Cleveland fans. I know we've talked about the Cowboys.
We had a lot of Falcons fans at ours.
There are so many, but they were furious that they went with Mason Graham.
Who did they?
I don't know who they wanted.
Okay,
like they just did not want Mason. They were very disappointed.
Okay.
And I was like, dang, I wouldn't be.
So I wanted to throw this out there. The top liabilities for Vegas last night were Ashton Genty or Jackson Dart at pick 3, Tet McMillan at pick 8. So obviously you avoided all concerns there. How did the public do, though? 91% of the public went over on Shedeur Sanders at 14.5. And by the way, over really literally in this sense does mean follow the numbers. Like that means he'll get taken higher or not higher at a later pick than 14.5. All right. So the public hit on that. A lot of people thought Omarion Hampton was going to go pick 20, but the over-under was 20.5. The people said, go ahead and take the over. Boom. Got that correct as well. Take the under on Kelvin Banks at 13.5. That felt like an easy one. Boom. That hit as well. However, 75% of the people had Mason Graham going lower than pick 7.5. And as you just pointed out, he did not. So that was a big loss for the public.
I get that, man. The public sometimes loses.
Yes.
So do the mock drafters.
The public, that is true. All right. Big night for the Giants. They get Jackson Dart. As expected, they go with Abdul Carter at pick number 3. Right after that, the Giants GM said that they are picking up the 5th-year contract option for Kayvon Thibodeau. Can't say I'm that surprised by that. So the Giants were busy yesterday. Did you see Jahdae Barron's draft party?
Yes.
So for people who haven't seen it, he had a big party, like a lot of these people do if they're having a house party and stuff. He had a.
Would you rather be in the green room or would you
hold that thought, Corey Majors?
Great, I love it.
NFL draft overreaction to reality coming up at noon. That is an excellent question. We're on the same level with that.
Look at us.
They did a Bible study, including not just family members, but some of his former teammates all took part in the Bible study before the draft took place and before, obviously, huge night in his life.
What a cool use of your time.
I do think that
is a really cool use of your time, especially when you got that many people around.
And he, of course, went at pick 20, which a lot of people had carved out as the Omarion Hampton pick. All right. I know this is not about the draft, but probably worth noting. The NFL is going to release their schedule on May 14th. So, and this is maybe a question for another day. Do people love, at times, the nonsensical speculation more than the games itself? Because, like, you look at it, how much time, effort, debate goes into the NFL draft? And then the same thing, May 14th. Everybody, you can say you don't do it, but I think most everyone puts together their mock record.
Yeah, 17-0.
Yeah, okay, that's true. But other people might not be as bullish. But, like, sometimes I wonder, do people enjoy times like this better than the actual games? I think the Cowboys do. And, like, because Jerry told us, hey, if we didn't have to play those pesky games, we'd be loving this.
Yeah. Yeah, probably so, because it's, Kevin, if you've ever, like, watched in Cuba, they, in the Dominican Republic, when they go to games and baseball games, they're like, those are insane crowds, right? We've seen that.
For sure.
But their favorite part is going to stand in the corner and arguing about baseball the next day.
Yes.
Like, that's their favorite part of it. That's what we do on a daily basis. And so, yes, the hypotheticals, the conversations about who's better and what's my team's going to do this, that's always fun. It's an absolute blast. I like the games more. I really do. I do love the games more, but that is definitely a part that everybody gets excited about.
The Lions went ahead and exercised their 2026 options, not surprisingly, again, on Hayden Hutchinson and Jameson Williams. As a lot of people counted on going into this, the SEC and Big Ten, they dominated the first round. SEC and Big Ten accounted for 26 of the first round picks.
Dang.
That is incredible.
That is pretty impressive. And whether or not, some of the A&M products deserved it or not, they still went. No, I'm just
in
joking.
your face, Schmar Stewart.
I'm just joking. A lot of people in my Pluckers thought that was a big reach and they didn't understand it. But
Walter Nolan counts, right?
the Kevin, the money's in the SEC
for sure.
In college football, the money's there. The guys are gravitating towards it, not just because of the money, but the competition as well. The competition puts me at the peak of things. So that's where I do think that, like, that shouldn't be that much of a surprise that the talent pool is so much deeper in that area.
Now, this probably won't surprise you. The top prop bet for a team in a position. So the number one pick for the public yesterday was the Cowboys will draft a first-round wide receiver, which, again, we talked about that quite a bit. I can't say that is particularly surprising or anything like that, but obviously that was a loss. So sometimes when we talk about fading the public, this is why you fade the public, because everyone's like, hey, Cowboys are going to draft a wide receiver. You know it. I know it. We all know it. And guess what?
Get the public drunk. Get them faded.
No, not...
One day I'm going to learn all the gambling terminologies, Kevin, I promise.
Fade the public essentially means whoever the public is betting in mass, bet the other way.
Okay.
And there are a lot of people out there who think you can make a lot of money.
So it is kind of get the public drunk and stay sober.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is they just think, like, sober public is just as bad. Okay. They're like, don't even worry about it. Look, this was tough yesterday. Shedeur Sanders, he tweeted out before the draft, I'm ready. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing. I'm ready for whatever's going to happen today. A lot of people quote tweeted that. We talked about how some people reveled in that. He followed up by saying not being picked in the first round is only going to add fuel to his fire.
It should.
For sure,
like,
right?
That's what it should do for, it did it for Randy Moss. It should do that for every person that feels like they aren't getting what they deserve. And you know what? When you have two options. You either give up and quit, or you fight harder for the next time. And that's what I'm expecting from him. The other thing, too, is what if he does land in the best possible scenario for him? Let's say he does. The Steelers are like, you know what? We got you. We got you in a different round, but we built a really good team for you. That's a good thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm sure we'll talk some more about the NFL draft, but also some AM on the FM.
You get to watch greatness one more time in your life. Who are you picking next on The Fan?
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece. Revolutionary idea. Up next at 2. Ship at its finest, the G-Bag Nation.
low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Peak performance. Game Day Men's Health delivers real results. Get tested and start treatment same day. Book your free testosterone test now at GameDayDallas.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There it is. You heard it right here on 105 through the Fan. Tyler Booker said he and Shoddy were jamming out to Whitney Houston's I Want to Dance with Somebody during the pre-draft meeting. They wanted to feel the heat with somebody.
Stop it.
And clearly that worked out. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 11:30. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. Sean Sharif probably isn't feeling like it's 1 for me and Peyton, 0 today.
Oh, man. He was in the bathroom and he was like, oh, what a coincidence. You two Nimrods come into the bathroom today.
You'll never come into this bathroom until today.
Yeah, to pull the curtain all the way back, I've washed my hands 3 times now, and my arm still smells like chocolate icing.
Oh, bad thing.
So, yeah, I've paid the price for
it.
Have
you licked your arm at all because of that?
Yeah,
well, because
lick it up.
it's also got, soap residue on it, too. So that's going to be a weird flavor combination of, like, whatever guava soap that is or whatever the hell, plus chocolate icing. That's probably going to be a little off-putting. So
I get you.
I'm going to avoid that. But
off-putting. I get what you're doing. That's a dessert joke.
Smarter than the average bear. You know that, Kevin. It's time for AM on the FM. I asked the question of the day heading into break because I am going to Friday Night SmackDown. Corey, SmackDown.
Nice.
Tonight in Fort Worth. All right. In Fort Worth at Dickies Arena. And one of the only announced things for the show tonight, which I love not knowing what's going to happen ahead of time, is John Cena will be there, and it will be more than likely, because the rest of the calendar year hasn't been announced yet for WWE's tour, it will more than likely be his last time in DFW as an active WWE talent. So the question of the day today is, if you got the chance to watch greatness in your mind and anybody's mind one more time, you got to be there one more time to see them, you knew they were retiring, because nobody does this like John Cena's doing it. He straight up said, at the end of 2025, I will be done. And I'm letting you guys know that now. Usually athletes are kind of touch and go. It's, they feel it out and they wake up one day and they're like, I don't have it anymore. Or an injury happens. He's saying, no, I'm deciding. So if you kind of got that same timeline for someone and you could go back and watch them one more time, knowing it would be your last, and you could really take it all in.
Are they going to be special that night, or is it just like they're going to look old?
No guarantees.
Okay.
Ooh.
No guarantees.
I like this person that said Wayne Gretzky. Like that's, and they said in his prime, so they made a guarantee there, because in his prime he was fantastic.
I think it would have been, I think I would go back to Kareem. Because I saw Kareem with the Lakers when he was still a good player, but we had transitioned to you're not the leader anymore. So I would love to go back and see like the Milwaukee Bucks Kareem or something along those lines.
Yeah, that would be nice, dude. Like, because by the time I knew Kareem, it was the was the posters at the book fair of the Lakers, and I was like, who is this other guy? I know Magic Johnson and Kareem, but who's that other guy there? And they were like, that's Byron Scott. And you're like, who's that? But Kareem would be a fantastic one because he changed the game at that position too. He was the dominant factor there.
Oh my God.
I probably would rock. Can't decide here because if it was at their best, Tiger would be very interesting. Jack would be very interesting in golf. But Nolan, I would love to see Nolan one more time. I feel like he could still throw 105 right now, but
Tiger at the golf course or Tiger at the Waffle House?
Maybe both, Kevin.
Okay.
Maybe both.
Okay.
But yeah, Nolan would definitely be one more time to see that kind of pitching experience, the power and the ability to throw you off with his off-speed stuff.
Interesting. I like where we're going so far. 877-881-1053 to answer the question of the day today. I've seen this a couple times already, but from the 817 Muhammad Ali.
Oh, that's a good one.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, that's a good
the 214 does say Tiger. But the 763 says Kobe. I see Derek Jeter from the 940, Nolan Ryan from the 585. Mine was going to be Dirk, but then I realized we kind of knew he was kind of done at the end of that season.
We observed that all happen.
And I did see him, I think, like the last 2 weeks of the season. So I kind of knew this was going to be my last time. For me personally, if it's not Dirk, because I already knew, honestly, Tom Brady. Because I know you don't like that, but I hated him when he played. I absolutely hated him. And then when he actually retired and we knew he was done for
you appreciated him.
I was like, dang. And then that first week of the NFL kicked off and he wasn't playing. And I was like, this kind of sucks. Just because, growing up, that was the GOAT for me. It was Kobe, it was Tom Brady. In baseball, it was really just Texas Rangers for me. I didn't care about anybody else. I was such a Rangers homer growing up. But, if I could have gone to one of the last few games at home for Adrian Beltre, that would have been cool. I just didn't have the money to do it because everybody kind of knew for him too.
Yeah.
The end is near, so let's go ahead and pack this house for him.
You know what? I actually, because you just said that, I want to totally change my answer. And this is going to sound weird. Luka with the Mavericks.
Stop it.
Like I'm not. I swear I'm not doing a bit. I honestly wish I could go back and be like, hey, I know you think I'm insane, but this is going to be one of the last times you ever see Luka play for the Mavericks, and really enjoy it. Because I enjoy watching him, but I wasn't like, I better watch this game or else I'll never see him play for my team again.
Yeah, I guess Barry Sanders does fall in that role too, because we get to watch these great highlights of Barry, and you hated him whenever you had your team had to play him, but we didn't know his career was going to be cut short the way that it was, in the drastic way that it was too.
Yeah.
See, from the 214, Babe Ruth, a lot of Barry Sanders in agreement there. Troy Aikman from the 469. Oh, this is interesting. Non-sports. From the 214, a Michael Jackson concert.
Oh, yeah, when he was at the height of his powers.
Yeah, that would have been amazing.
Kids yet.
Well,
yeah, sure. Yeah, that would probably be preferred if I'm going to go see him.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought about Rage Against the Machine because I think it would be amazing to see them in person.
You know what? If we're going the music route, Queen.
Oh, yeah.
Like the original group of Queen.
Second time, Alec, you changed my mind. I would also like to change my answer to Queen. Because I still want to see Queen with Adam Lambert.
Yes.
And I can't even imagine.
He's fantastic.
Freddie Mercury out there.
Imagine being at Live Aid.
Oh my God.
That would have been insane. But there's your abbreviated version of AM on the FM. I appreciate all the interaction on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones, plus dive into some more NFL draft notes next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll react to night one of the draft and get set for night.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones in just a minute. In the meantime, I wanted to go back through some other NFL draft stuff. Well, obviously, we've talked a lot about the Cowboys. Shedeur has come up, but there are some other things from the draft I think we both kind of want to get into.
Oh, absolutely. There are lots of things that we could look at that could be real strong, real weak. And I think one of the strongest things that I saw from this draft, Kevin, was the amount of trenches that were picked in this one. Very early defensive linemen and offensive linemen. I was very excited about that because that means that it was pushing down running backs. That means that it was pushing down because Caleb Johnson didn't even get selected. So we were expecting him to be gone, maybe a fourth running back in this draft. And now here you are on day 2 with some work that you get to do, and you know that there are running backs there. Do you chase the run, or do you be patient a little bit more and say, okay, we're going to get our wide receiver, maybe Jalen Knoll is the option for us?
All right, we've got Stephen Jones ready to roll with us right now on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen, good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good, but I'll be doing even better if you tell me that in the next 2 years, you guys will have the guts to draft 2 more offensive linemen named Tyler and really fill out this entire line.
That would probably be a reach and a stretch, but it's amazing how the great wall of Tylers come together.
I love it. I love it that you're already in on that. I was curious. I don't know what you can tell us on this. Is there was rumblings that late in y'all's pick window, Houston tried trading up. Can you tell us anything about that and if that is accurate?
Yeah, we had options and certainly looked at it, but just felt like for what they were offering to move up into that spot, we preferred doing the safe thing and taking a player that we had high on our board and taking a player that we think is going to be a special guy here for the next 10, 12 years. He's going to be Tyler Booker, but we've had some great guards around here and for 10 and 12 years at a time, and certainly see him and Tyler Smith continuing in that path.
If a team theoretically was going to drop from like 12 to 25, would you want a second and a fourth? Is that kind of what the price looks like?
I mean, I think you need at least a second and a fourth, and probably more like a second and a third, a late third. Yeah.
I like that kind of negotiation, Stephen.
Yeah.
When we
can negotiate it. We can negotiate it right here.
Okay,
unfortunately, that one's in the past.
Okay.
Negotiating a different one here tonight.
Well, and speaking of that, the word is, and I would love your thoughts on this, that you guys have more than 12 names in mind for the second round, and y'all have the 12th pick. Could you find yourself in another scenario? I know it depends on how the board goes, where you are willing to trade back again or trade back.
Yeah, we certainly always consider it, and we have 10 picks, which is certainly a nice number to have, and we're in a mode now where we are into taking those picks and getting depth, and we feel like we've really done our homework on this draft and feel like we can get players throughout this draft. So we're fired up about that, and it's the right deal. We're there, and we still had still a handful of players left on the board that we liked. We'd certainly consider it. But at the same time, if we are narrowing it down and think that the right guy's there, we're certainly not afraid to take the pick either.
We're starting to see, or we're getting our opportunities, Stephen, to see the passion, the intensity of Tyler Booker. Is that, what we're seeing right now, is that what you guys saw when y'all had the interviews with him, when y'all met him, that this dude has this type of passion for the game?
Absolutely. He's got those type of intangibles. That's why the more we had him, he brings a lot more, although that's a front and center of being a great football player in the SEC and certainly playing at a dominant type level. But his football character, his leadership, what he'll bring to that room, is something that's hard to measure. And certainly you're seeing it with him. It's real. It's not something that he's putting on a show out there. He plays that way. He feels that way. He leads that way. And that's why we felt like he was the right guy for us. And certainly when you're in the NFC East where you're going against some great tackles, you've got to really make sure that you match up, because we're going to see, 6 games every year where they got dominant type tackles, and for them not to be able to move them around now to avoid Tyler Smith or that type of thing's a big deal for us. So they'll have to pick their poison, as we said, between one of the two Tylers in terms of the interior line, and that's what we're up against every year, and we really wanted to solidify that and think we have now with Tyler Booker.
Yeah, I don't want this to sound as a negative, but it did we heard leadership a lot about him. Was there question of the leadership that was already there with your offensive line, and you were like, we need to kind of bolster that some more?
Well, anytime you lose 2 Hall of Fame players in Tyron Smith and Zach Martin, you're going to feel it. I mean, you're going to fill a void. We're talking about 2 guys that are going to be wearing gold jackets. And certainly it was their room, and everybody looked up to them. And I think Tyler Smith is certainly stepping up, and I certainly see here with his play style that goes into his leadership and football character. I certainly see Tyler Booker fitting into that role as well, early and often, and not to mention the fact we've got another, we got three other great young guys in Terrence Steele and BB and Tyler Guyton. So the room's really coming together, and we feel like in the NFC you should need that.
Is Terrence Steele, I know you just said it, is he still viewed as a younger player even though he's got a lot of experience on this offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, I think in football years he's not 30 yet, and, it's just a young offensive line that I think the very best is yet to come. And as I said, I mean, it's a matchup thing in the East. When you got 6 of your 17 games, you know who they are every year regardless.
How many first-round grades did y'all have this year? I know that came up on Tuesday, and y'all were like, hey, we're still finalizing it. Do you know the number that y'all had going into the draft last night?
We ended up with 13.
Are there any more first-round grades available on your board?
There actually are. It just shows you how the league can see things differently, and but we certainly have some first-round grades left on our board.
Now, you talked about trading down, and I get it. Talent acquisition can go any number of ways, but if you've got the 12th pick, there's still first-round grades on your board. Would there be a scenario in which you were like, hey, let's make a move up and make sure we get one of those first-round grades?
It's so costly to move up, and we really like the way we put our board together. As I said, we like players throughout this draft, depending on where you're picking. And, we just to move up, in this part of the draft, it's really expensive, and we really like our draft capital. But if there was something that was just obvious, we'd never rule it out. But right now, my thoughts would be we either pick a player because we think there's going to be a damn good one there, or maybe pick up an extra pick and move down a little bit.
Yeah, the damn good one is something I'm all after, too.
Oh, yeah.
And that being said, Kevin and I, we were looking at it yesterday, and, it seems like more running backs fell than we expected. More quarterbacks fell into the next rounds than we expected. And if there's a glut there in round 2, do you say, no, we can go in round 3 for a potential running back, or is there a specific guy that you're like, no, that's the one we want?
Well, that's what you always consider. Certainly we have grades throughout the draft in terms of the running back position, and we do think the running back position is deep in terms of what's available out there, and you can get good backs throughout this draft. So that's something we consider, but obviously you have first, second, third, fourth, right on down the line grades on all of them, and the reason you have first and second round grades on some of them and fourth on the others is you obviously feel a lot better about the ones with the higher grades.
Do you feel like the team is in a position where they need to draft a running back?
Oh, I like what we did in free agency. That's one of the things we like to accomplish in free agency is, get some guys in and feel like we did that. And so, we don't really feel like we have to pick a position anywhere in terms of, our depth and what goes there. That's how you make mistakes when you just say, hey, we've got a draft for need here. I think you make mistakes that way. Certainly, don't get me wrong, it comes into everybody's pick when you're looking at players up there. But we don't feel the need to have to reach and take a player, quite a bit down the line just because we need a position.
I promise I was listening to your answer. I heard your answer. I did just want to follow up. Same thing goes for wide receiver then, where it feels like maybe there is more of a pressing need.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we think we've got some really good receivers on this team. I think, once you get past the spot where you're not getting a true number 2, then, I think we've got a handful of receivers that fit the, 3, 4, 5, 6 position receiver role on our team. And I feel like there's great competition there. And we do feel like we've got a couple of receivers, that could ultimately, develop into that 2 spot. But, we do feel like we've got great depth there. After it gets to a certain point, we do feel like, we have a lot of guys that are, fit that 3 position down role, and feel good about the group of receivers, feel good about the room. Obviously, we, said coming into the draft, if the right guy opposite of CD that could step in and be that number 2 was there, we'd certainly look at it.
I always love the functionality of the business part of it, the work that goes into it. Do you come in this morning and you're like, okay, now let's reset and everything, or did you guys walk away last night going, we have some really good ideas of what we're going to do tomorrow?
Well, your board gives you your good ideas, and we sat there and looked at it, and they're sitting right there for you to look at. Yeah. And we're looking at the top 15 guys left on our board, and those are our best ideas we got. I can assure you, we'll do a little looking at that and just making sure we got them right. There's nothing we're missing, and continue to respect all the work that's gone into the board that we've put up.
Kevin, that sounds like what you always say about being prepared for a test. The test is here, and now we're good to go. The line that we heard from Tyler Booker was he loves to see the life leave their eyes as they're losing the battles against him. Is that going to become a pre-draft question from now on? How much do you like to see the opponent's life leave their eyes?
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen one that good, and certainly that's the way he plays. You flip on the tape and watch him go. He's all day, and it's ever play, and he certainly plays the game that way. He certainly prepares himself that way. He certainly leads that way. And I think I did get a quick peek at a podcast with Micah on it, and I think Micah about jumped out of his chair when he was saying that. He said, I'm totally in now. This is my guy. So you got to love it. And, of course, I know Micah's been against some great ones in this league, and guys who are all day and give him fits, but I think he loved that as much as anybody.
Well, and that's something I know we get to see a version of Micah, and you guys get to see a different version of Micah too. Does he have similarities to that kind of feeling about football and about the game?
Oh, absolutely. He's. I promise you, when Micah lines up the first play, and by the fourth quarter, they're starting to say, "When is this guy going to quit?" Because he keeps coming, and. I think Mike is at his best in the third and fourth quarter, and, when he continues to come at them. And, that's what you're looking for in these guys, just relentless competitiveness. And that's ultimately you get that type of guy. You get 53 of those guys. You get 22 starters like that. You're going to certainly get your team to where it needs to be.
Talk with Stephen Jones right here on The Fan. On Tuesday in the pre-draft presser, Jerry said we're looking at 2 things that could happen before or after the draft, 2 pretty substantive trades. Been working on that. Are those 2 things in play? Did any of those go off the board based on what happened in round 1 yesterday?
No, I think those are things that could still be there after the draft. Sometimes those things have a way of sticking around. Sometimes they don't. But, we're always looking at ways to acquire players. Certainly trades are one of them. Certainly this draft is a huge player acquisition part of any season. And then you got the post-free agency, and you got trades and things of that nature that we'll continue to look at to improve our football team.
And I know in the pre-draft presser, too, that Jerry was discussing, hey, I want Brian Schottenheimer to be right there involved in it all. I want him hollering if he has to. Was there any hollering necessary? Was there any standing up on the table and arguing necessary yesterday, and you feel like there might be today?
No, I think, there was some hollering. It was we were fired up, but I don't think there was any question who our guy was when it came to that 12th pick. We were all fired up that he was there. Certainly we give ourselves every opportunity to make sure that, make sure there wasn't a trade there that was too good to be true, but it was a complete consensus on who our players should be yesterday.
Is it safe to assume then when pick number 12 came up that Tyler Booker was your best player available at that point?
At that point, he was definitely our best player on the board.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for the insight. We're looking forward to the draft this evening, and we will catch up with you again soon.
Sounds great, guys. Great being on with you.
Have fun, man.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think it was a fun time just in general for sports fans, for football fans. Like this should be a fun process. And the fun does sometimes come from arguing about it too. Being just as upset as you are happy about it.
Man, the part of the conversation that he dove into way more than I thought he would was the question about Houston trying to move up to pick 12. And I said, are you looking for at least a second and a fourth in that scenario? And his answer, I think that gives you great insight into how those negotiations went, because we talked a lot about...
We wanted a second and third, and you know what? That was yesterday, so let's negotiate now.
Yeah, and so just the idea of, we talked about before the draft, would there be kind of more discounting of the assets, for lack of a better description, because maybe people weren't super enamored with this draft. And so if you go off the Rich Hill version of the trade chart, you're moving more towards a second and a fourth. I know the Jimmy one would have it closer to second and a third, but his answer right there of, I think you're talking at least a second and a fourth, probably more like a second and a third. That sounds like maybe they were just being offered a second or something like that, or a second and a day 3 pick. That was like, nah.
Yeah, we want more. And hey, look, man, when you're in that position of power, you are trying to squeeze something out of people. They're coming to you. That's why Jerry likes that, right? That's why he likes the phone to ring, not to pick up the phone and call, because that means they're coming to you with hat in hand, asking you questions.
Yeah,
and so that's what they're trying to aim at.
And that's where I will admit, I don't get the texts like this. He goes, some of these answers really piss me off, or there's no content to them. If you're just done with listening to the Cowboys or listening to the Jones family, I get it. Nothing that's going to be said is going to change your mind about that. But in terms of the content, I was really fascinated by his ability to go into kind of what those negotiations look like. The fact that the two substantive things that Jerry talked about on Tuesday are still in play and probably more likely don't involve draft capital, and we'll see play out afterwards, and that Tyler was definitely their best player available, and that they have multiple first-round grade players still available today, and what some of the pitfalls of them trying to trade up would be. Just from an informational standpoint, I took a lot out of that, but I understand some of the bias that people have going into it. I have that all the time.
From the 3-2-1, I'm disappointed Corey didn't say go get Cowboys. And you know what? I do. It is Boches. That's just for Boch, Kevin. So I want to kind of try and keep that strong.
Okay.
And then somebody said from the 469, have fun, man, like he's your son. That's awesome. Yeah. Hey, man, we talk to him all the time. I want him to have fun with this draft. Everybody should. Everybody should be having fun with this draft. Again, whether you're upset or not, that's the part of the fun.
Now, speaking of the part of the fun, we wanted to talk about the rest of the NFL draft, but I think every time we go back and talk about the NFL draft, we need to go back to April 24th, 1994. We need to go back to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
And what they thought. Well, just take it away. You've heard this, hopefully.
One question, Bill. A lot of criticism about not taking a quarterback here. Your response?
Well, we got a guy up there. Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Oh, man.
So what's amazing is that video at the time, whoever was producing had the genius idea of interspersing cuts of Mel Kiper reacting in that. You could see how pissed he is. And then after the fact, and I didn't ask for this one, but I'm sure you've heard it, Mel Kiper fires back. And he's like, well, guess what? That's why you're drafting at the top of the draft every single year, because you have no idea what you're doing.
Dang.
And it was just, I just love that cut so very, very much.
Listen, man, there have been times we've taken shots at Mel Kiper for sure. The Casey Clausen moment is probably still my favorite moment, where he put
Jimmy Clausen?
Jimmy Clausen. Yeah, Casey had already gone. And he was like, hey, look, you got to get this guy. Well, I can't believe that people aren't drafting this guy. And then he turned out to be terrible. But that happens. The guys miss on things all the time. Guys get things right.
The guy he was pushing for was Trent Dilfer.
In that draft?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
So
he's a Super Bowl champion.
They did take Marshall Faulk, which he was okay with, but it was the Trev Alberts pick over Trent Dilfer that just set Mel Kiper off.
But a lot of these guys, this has become, look, Mel Kiper was the only one at one time. The only one.
Yeah.
And now how many do you think we have every year? We have 7 or 8 just on our station.
Yeah.
Just on our, like last night, go listen tonight. Again, fantastic coverage. On my drive in, Kevin, I felt so prepared for the draft as I was driving over to Pluckers last night. I was like, I got this. I'm listening to these dudes. I know exactly what's going on. But yeah, you never played the game. You don't know what you're talking about. I can watch the game and see what's good and bad. And you can tell the difference and you can help out a little bit. And that's why, Kevin, there's always such a power struggle between coaches and scouting departments and GMs, because everybody wants their own little power and their own little say.
Now, with a lot of moving parts yesterday, eventually, because we got the Travis Hunter trade or the 2-for-5 trade, and then not a lot for a really long time, which I like because it was moving everything along. But the Houston Texans, big day for Reggie. They have 2 picks in the second round, 3 in the third round, and they also have 2 picks in the second and third round next year.
Okay.
Now, which is fascinating because they were like trying to trade up to pick 12 with the Cowboys, and instead they're like, the hell with it. Let's just get out of this stupid first round, because maybe they had no more first round grades. But yeah, so they have 5 picks today.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look forward to next year, 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Also looking forward to next year, the Rams and the Browns now both have double first round picks next year. Think about it. We made it all the way till the day of the draft this year, and everybody had all of their picks. That's already done for next year. It cannot happen. It's already done. And
Kevin, there was a moment during that interview where you were still on camera whenever you asked Stephen Jones a certain question.
Look.
And you did not seem to care for that question, for that answer.
Look, I told you, I like that he brought us a lot of content. I also do not always agree with his answers.
We like our running backs. We like the ones that we got in the offseason.
About running back is infuriating to me.
Or it's a nice slow play, as you're trying to set up. Hey, I don't want to give anything away that I really want Caleb Johnson today.
And that's fine if that's what's really happening. My concern is
they really like
yes. And I'm like, okay, so you took 2 running backs who aren't good enough to be a starter anymore. You can't combine their strengths into one running back that's fine.
If we build the Great Wall of Tyler, we can.
Okay, maybe you can. And look, you know what? It's funny that you say that, because if you go back to Tuesday, and I disagreed with Jerry when he said this on Tuesday, he said, we do not think that running back was as big of a problem as everybody else.
They thought, listen, man,
I disagree.
Last year, Kevin, the Derrick Henry argument, and then it did wind up. We don't think our offensive line is that good.
Yes.
Like that ultimately did. Zach Martin is coming to an end here. We didn't expect that to happen. We're not as good, yet with some of these young offensive linemen. We're taking a big hit here. But they were committed to that was the idea, that they just didn't quite have the offensive line as much as the running back. But that being said, now that you've built the offensive line, you've got it pretty much squared away that you want it to be. Now it's time to put a productive back there that can be a game breaker. Like that would be if I'm Schottenheimer, that's what I'm standing up in the room and saying.
Yes, and by the way, for the people that are asking, I don't think it's ETN. If that's it, I don't like that either. Breece Hall, I'm more willing to see how that plays out. But with Williams, with Sanders, if they were going to go get ETN, I don't love it.
There's a glut of running backs remaining right now.
Yes.
You have 2 Ohio State running backs that you feel happy and comfortable going with either one of those. That's it right there. So they're feeling pretty good about today.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL Draft, overreaction or reality. I think you guys are going to dig this one. Next on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute workout. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Her name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some NFL draft overreaction or reality. All right. Now, some of these are more specific things about the happenings of the day. Some of them are just general NFL draft questions for you. NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys will draft a wide receiver and a running back today. Today, not in the draft, today.
Reality.
Okay.
I mean, those positions are... We've discussed this for a while now, and I know G-Bag has had this conversation. Broadus does a really good job, even in the coverage, of asking questions that make guys... that aren't the same questions over and over.
Yeah.
He's asking questions that are going to challenge you to come up with a new scenario. And the Cowboys discussed that they went through hours of mock drafts on their own in order to come up with, ideas. That experience helps because then you feel what your emotions were feeling. Like, I feel comfortable with that rather than we panicked in that moment.
Yeah.
And so I feel like they are in this. We know what we need, but we had discussed, Kevin, the potential of taking an offensive, defensive lineman or a cornerback in the first round because we were like, look, if there is so much, what would we land? And I've come up with Sampson out of Tennessee multiple times in the third round. There are plenty of other options in the fourth round. Unfortunately, Kevin, you do not have a pick there, but that's a different story for a different day.
Okay.
There are a couple of really good receivers still left in this round too. And Steven just told us we have first round grades on people still left in
multiple people
in this second round here. And at 12, Kevin, you could probably list off 12 players that you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
And now half of them might go real fast, and you start going, okay, what are we going to do here? But the Cowboys were patient, let that fall to them. I do think that today they will address those places, unless there is a player that we don't know that's higher on their board. Somebody asked a minute ago, when will we see their board? We won't. We'll hear whispers about it.
You think?
I don't. When was the last time you saw their board, really?
I don't remember what year that was.
We didn't even see it, though. Like, we kind of had an idea.
Yeah.
But that being said, we won't. And it's just like poker. You're not going to show somebody your cards for free. They don't want to show people what their board looked like for free. So we'll get whispers of what they liked. Hopefully they stick to it. Like Steven just said, look, the board gives you the good ideas. We went through the process of it all, and we're ready and prepared. Somebody did ask, though, on the fan text, Kevin, does that mean they're not typically prepared for this? I think that this year was back to what Will McClay does best, and hearing Broadus talk about this a lot over the last month or so, maybe Mike McCarthy and them didn't quite not see eye to eye, but have the same vision.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
So hopefully they're back to what they do best.
All right, Alec, I actually want to ask you a variation of this question then. NFL overreaction or reality? The Cowboys have Luther Burden as a first-round grade and are desperately going to try to get him today.
Ooh. That is really specific.
I think that could be one of their guys, though.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say this is a reality. There was a lot of talk. We were talking about it at the City View Pluckers last night. A lot of people were bringing him up, and they're like, oh, if all things were equal throughout his college career, if this last season didn't kind of fizzle out in a weird way, then he's an unquestioned first-rounder because he can destroy a game. And I even heard Bobby talking about that a little bit this morning on the morning show. Like, he can wreck a game just by himself. He is that good, but there might be the whole, and we've talked about it all week now, the whole does he love football thing? Does he really care? I don't think the Cowboys really care about that. I think they say, look, we have some interesting characters on the team. We've had some on the team in the past. If he plays good, I mean, Amari Cooper doesn't really love football, does he?
Sure.
But he's still a perennial, 1,000-yard receiver every single year, it feels like. So I think they value the player, and I think they would love to have him.
NFL overreaction or reality? You wish teams, especially the number one pick, who knew exactly who they were going to take and weren't interested in trading, would just make their damn pick already.
Reality.
Oh, I can't stand it.
The last 8 picks in that draft seemed like it took an eternity.
Yeah.
I don't know what took longer. Those last 8 picks or Blackwell getting to that puck and putting it home. Like, it just took forever. And they were like, oh, hold on, we made a trade. Now we got to take all the time. Why'd you make the trade? You knew what you wanted when you got there. It shouldn't take this long. I'm with you, dude. Cam Ward should have been immediately. Goodell shouldn't have walked up, and I get it. Like, I get the idea of it. Like, Goodell goes up there, and he has to give his speech and get everybody pumped up, and now Cam Ward, let's go wait 7 minutes.
And try to make them boo now.
That didn't make any sense. The Golden pick was interesting. And I go back to, they set that up for a big dramatic moment, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was, the guy goes up there to give the speech, and he's getting everybody, all the cheeseheads all rowdy, and they finally make the pick, and then it's 2 hours before Golden gets down the hallway. But I really do. That was a pretty special moment to be drafted in front of the crowd that you're going to be playing in front of, and they're pumped for you. That's a pretty cool moment right there.
Alec?
I hate the whole theatrics of the draft in general, especially the first pick. Like, my mind instantly goes to Joe Burrow a few years ago. That, outside of Cam Ward, felt like the most obvious in years. And it still took probably 8.5 minutes for the little graphic to say the pick is in. And like Corey said, I get it. They want the player to have their moment where they get the phone call and, are you ready to be a Tennessee Titan? Okay, here's your head coach. Okay, here's your offensive coordinator. Hey, here's the equipment staff guy because you're going to be talking to him a lot, I guess. So it's a lot. It's just way too much. Just make the pick and move on.
All right. Since you guys went that direction, I'm going to stick with this. NFL overreaction or reality? You don't understand what the hell ESPN and Goodell are waiting for when making these picks. And what I mean by that is you'll see the the picks in. We'll bring it to you in 8 minutes. And then when the pick gets made and they're like, hey, the next team has 3 minutes on the clock. And you're like, hold on. So they made this pick 7 minutes ago? What are we doing?
They still haven't announced it yet.
Yes.
You know what they're waiting on, Kevin? They got to make that jersey. They got to put their names on the back of the jersey before they walk out there with the number 1 on it. Somebody did ask me that last night. They were like, how are they getting these made so fast? And I was like, that's what they have somebody specifically back there ready to rock. And as soon as the pick gets submitted, based on how long the name is, because, I mean, the more letters, the longer it's going to take.
True.
I don't understand why they keep doing that. Again, it just goes into the theatrics. It's really annoying. Like, the draft in general is just overblown. I've always said that. Like, it really is just a giant party that does not need to be as substantial is the word I'm looking for. But as it is, it's all annoying in my mind. So I'm right there with Corey.
The 817. What I hate is making it a 3-day event for ratings. Doing it all on one Saturday is still my preference. I loved it. I loved that Saturday. I would be usually...
For the record, that's not how they did it either.
What?
They did it on Saturday and Sunday.
Nobody cared about Sunday, though.
Wow, in your face, Broadus.
Broadus did.
Okay.
But I remember Saturdays, like, being at softball tournaments, you know, playing with my dad, and we'd go play softball, and everybody's sitting under the speaker. And we would all be sitting under the speaker listening to the draft, and then a pick would be made. We'd all holler and then run back out onto the field. Like, that was a fun Saturday. It was a long Saturday. And this Saturday will be long.
Yes.
Like, it will still be long, but you will not get better coverage of the players that you don't know about than you will right here on 105.3 The Fan this Saturday.
All right. Well, we got Corey's answer. This was actually one of my questions. NFL overreaction or reality? You wish the NFL draft still started Saturday morning and was only 2 days.
Actually, Kevin, I like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
What you just said!
Because I would like 2 rounds on Thursday, though. I would like 2 rounds in shorter times between the picks.
3 minutes.
That's fine. 2 minutes. I'm perfectly fine with that. It really shouldn't take that long. But yeah, I like the way it is now. I loved the way that it was when it was just Saturday and nobody cared about Sunday but Broadus.
Alex?
I'm more in favor of less days. Like,
Okay.
I don't care. It could take all day. You know, it could be all day Saturday and be done with it. I don't think it, because the NBA is trying to, steal this formula too. And eventually every pro sport is going to try this out too, where they're like, oh, if we put programming on TV multiple days, that means we can charge advertisers for more ads and we can make more money. Like, I get it. I totally understand it. But as a viewer, it's painful. It's like, I got other stuff I want to do in life. I want to actually do my research on the draft after it happens. I don't want to wait 3 days for it to be done. I want it to be over with so I can get my homework done and look ahead to training camp. But it'll never be like that.
NFL overreaction or reality? You were on Twitter while watching or listening to the draft so you could know the picks ahead of time.
Jordan Schultz did pretty well for a while, and then
then he crapped
he fell off.
Yeah,
and it was right around the Colston Loveland pick that he stopped, and I was like, "What happened, dude?" So that's around pick 10, and I was like, "Oh man, like it's not as fast as it was." Who else? Wasn't Woj in on this one year? He was like, "I got y'all. Don't worry about this."
Oh yeah, he's like, "I got a feeling."
Yeah, and then who was the person this year that was doing it other than Schultz? Was there anybody else that you were following that had a really good tune in on this thing?
Aaron Wilson.
Aaron Wilson. Yes, that's a good one.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely wanted to kind of see just a little bit earlier.
All right. What about you, Alec? Do you wait until
you were trying to help some
podium?
Pluckers people?
It's a reality, and I was trying to help Pluckers people, but specifically, I was trying to help the kitchen staff out with the specials. That was the formula, was if I could see the pick ahead of time, I'd run over and tell them, hey, we're about to have this special going on because they got the pick right. And then we would wait for it to be announced on TV, but it was just my friendly way of telling the staff and the GM, hey, we're about to have this deal. But yeah, Jordan Schultz failed me. After the Chicago Bears area, I was like, dude, then that's when I went to Aaron Wilson's page, and he was just listing them all off, and I was like, that's my guy.
NFL overreaction or reality? You felt bad for Shedeur Sanders last night.
I can't say I did, because I really honestly, there aren't a lot of times I feel bad for these guys. They're going to play in a league where they get a lot of money. where they get picked later on down the road really won't matter. Second contract, people need to forget about where they were picked at that point. So I don't know how he's going to handle it. I feel, as a dad, I feel kind of a little bit for Dion, because you were a great athlete.
Yeah.
You were a top pick. You're a Hall of Famer. You did all these great things. And this kid's trying to live up to you. Quite honestly, we're all trying to live up to dad in some way, shape, or form and get their approval. And now he's got to be putting his arm around him saying, look, you have love from this family no matter what. We're going to figure out how to get you to the next level and all these things. I did not feel bad for him. He still has an opportunity to be in the league, and a lot of people don't get that shot.
I felt a little bit bad because I felt like a lot of it wasn't necessarily his fault. Some of it is just kind of the inherent nature of your dad is Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders is Deion Sanders. Another part of it is it was just a media mess. The past 4 months. Is he good? Is he not? Patting the ball. I've talked about it for months now, that I thought some of the different angles that different people were taking just because we needed to fill time, leading up to the draft, I thought were dumb and misplaced. But do I disagree with him sliding? No, I'm going to trust NFL teams' evaluations more than mine. I think he will be a successful quarterback. I think he still can succeed. So that's one reason that I do feel bad. But from what we've heard from, some of these trusted reporters, he might not have done himself any favors in the interview process. Yeah. So that's where I'm like, okay, if he bombed the interviews, that's his fault.
NFL overreaction or reality, there's no way you're cleaning up after the baby on the night you go in the first round of the draft. Now, oh man, Corey has an immediate thought. Now, I'm sure this happens frequently, but Kelvin Banks Jr., right when he's getting the call, his baby is throwing up on, I assume, the mom. To be fair, I didn't research
the person holding it.
Yeah, the person holding the baby. You get taken in the first round of the draft, overreaction or reality, there is no way you're cleaning up after the baby that day.
I don't know if Chiafalo can hear me right now. I know he's in the building right now, and they were discussing this the other day because Eric woke up and everybody in his house was puking their guts up.
Oh,
and he was trying to have to figure out how to manage this, and he said he was doing it. He was the one doing the cleanup service. That's not me in my house. All right, I want to tell you this right now, Kevin. It was a Christmas Eve. Everybody in my house got sick except for me and Adrian.
Oh.
In the middle of the night. Avery was the first one. Room covered. And Adrian is like, I just had to clean his entire room. And I was like, oh man, that's tough. And then the next thing I know, Carter comes in. He's got it too. Lucy wakes up, same thing. You know what Corey never did? Helped. Because Corey doesn't do that part. All right. I change diapers, but I do not do the throw up or the spit up. That is a Corey. All right. One of the reasons I don't like to hold your baby, not you in particular, but other people's babies. I don't want to have to deal with that part. Babies spit up all the time. It happens. And yes, Kevin, if I am on draft night, I have too many people I have to talk to in order to get all these things taken care of. You can take care of that baby for at least one night. I'll be right there for that kid anytime he needs me, unless he's throwing up.
Alec?
I want to take a different angle. I want to give credit to the baby, because if I just found out that I got generational wealth, I'm probably puking everywhere too, if we're being totally honest. So
that actually makes a lot of sense.
At that point, I'm feeling, like I kind of coexist with the baby at the moment. I'm saying, you know what? Me too. If I'm, mom holding the baby, I'm like, yeah, me too. You know what? I'll join you. Serendipity. Why not?
He's going to New Orleans. I mean, you smelled that street.
Wow. NFL overreaction.
They wash it every night for that purpose.
Or reality. As a player, you'd rather go to the NFL draft than have a party at your house.
I don't know. We could do an entire segment on this because I don't know. The experience of getting to dress up, be sharp, and look good in front of everybody and have all those people travel with me would be an absolute blast. That's a once in a lifetime experience. You'll never be able to do it again. I mean, Luka said that whenever he won Rookie of the Year. I'll never be able to win this award again. I absolutely would love that experience, but more people, I'm going to have a bigger party of my people at my house. And I love to have a party at the house. I'm probably jumping in the pool even though it's cold. I'm having a good one. So I have not made up my mind which decision I would make. I would probably just let Adrian decide.
Alec?
I like that angle. I don't have anybody to decide for me, so I got to make this choice. You know what? I think I'd rather be there. Because I do want that moment of, bear hugging the commissioner, whether everybody hates him or not, getting the jersey, looking in the mirror, making sure the hat's on perfectly. All of that stuff, I feel like that's part of the experience, and I would want that because I'll carry that with me forever. But I do understand hanging out with the family.
Bonus question. The hallway at the NFL draft was the longest hallway in the world.
Way too complicated.
I did think I really did think it was cool when they stopped and put the hat on in front of the camera. I thought that was pretty cool, but yes.
It's like, you still got a ways.
That's why I think I love Tyler Booker even more, because he was running down the hallway. He was like, I got to get to this. I got to get it out. And what did he do right afterwards? Ran out there and was taking pictures with all the Cowboys. Like, he's excited about this thing.
All right, I know we got to go. I just came up with one more bonus one. NFL overreaction or reality. You would think that your draft pick was going to be badass if he picked up Roger Goodell and accidentally broke one of his ribs while hugging him.
For sure.
Yeah, I could see that.
Would he get sued, though?
He didn't do it on purpose.
It was the excitement, boss.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the expressway. We will go back to the phones, 877-881-1053. If you want to call in right now, give us your reaction to the Tyler Booker pick, what tonight holds for the Dallas Cowboys. Plus, we'll do some Forgiveness Friday. All of it next right here on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys KNC are...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it
Base Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Not Melvins? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Now, that reaction right there, I think because once the trade-up was, I think a lot of people assumed it was going to be for Shedeur, especially when it was New York, even though we've talked about this for a long time. There are plenty of teams in this draft that had Jackson Dart rated over Shedeur Sanders. Yep. And so I was not surprised, but man, you hear that crowd, they're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, that was the general consensus at my Pluckers last night. There were a lot of people that were like, this is Shedeur. And then before the pick was made, they'd already made their mind up that they were furious that it was Jackson Dart. Like, people didn't even know yet, but they were just like already upset. And I was like, Dable told us this. Dable told us that he liked him a lot. So that fell that way. The question immediately was, is he going to start over Russell Wilson? And I was like, here's how the order is. It's Russell Wilson for 6 games, and then after that, it's Jackson Dart. Jameis Winston is there for TV purposes.
Yeah.
Jameis Winston is, look, man, say what you want to about his on-field stuff. He is a hilarious personality off-field, and there's other things too. But that is the order. It is those 3 guys, and Jackson Dart is probably the number 2. Russell Wilson is going to have his opportunities to be the veteran, to kind of show the guy the bathroom and all the things around the place.
Now, we promised to take some phone calls here, 877-881-1053. Let's go to Jeremy in Brock. What were your thoughts about what the Cowboys did yesterday and what they might do today?
Hey, first off, I just want to say I love you guys. Y'all make the world a better place.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
And,
you too.
Yeah, man, y'all have no idea. I got sick, was paralyzed real quick, and I learned to walk by listening to you guys on the radio. So y'all make a difference that is compounded in so many ways you can understand. I love the pick. It seems like Tyler is playing for something. You know, Shedeur Sanders, he's a millionaire whether he succeeds or fails. Where the intensity, the love for the game, is disappearing from the fabric, you know, of where it started off at. You know, people used to play so they could set their families up.
Yeah.
People used to play because they wanted to win. They wanted to be the best. And now these kids, I mean, where's the incentive? They're a millionaire when they're in college. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. I don't know how much to do. He acts like he doesn't even want to play.
Now, yeah, thank you so much for that phone call. I think that's a great point that we talked about yesterday or the day before, because Jay Glazer said there started being more questions about, like, hey, do you love football? How much do you love football? Because of those exact things. By the way, that's such a nice phone call. Thank you so much.
Kevin, I told you this morning, and last night was kind of a reiteration of this. Sometimes I don't realize we make a big difference in people's lives until I get out and people tell us how important it is. And I don't even, like, that moment right there.
I had no idea that was going to happen.
Like, I don't realize that there's a dude out there probably right now who's going through something like that, and he's like, these guys are cracking me up. I'm staying strong here because I know I can get this rolling. Man, that's an awesome story, and I'm very happy that we were a small part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Just real quick, as long as we're on to that, I wanted to take the chance to thank Albert Limos and Nick and Sam's, because, as you know, I had a friend, his niece, she just passed away. She was diagnosed with cancer, and she's a freaking teenager, man. Like, it's so terrible. And so one of their bucket list things was to just have the most amazing night out on the town. And so Alba Limo was like, yeah, I got you. What do we need to do? Like, let's make this happen. And then Nick and Sam's, they were like, hey, you know, maybe take care of your waiter. But other than that, like, don't worry about anything. We will take care of everything for you. And I just really appreciate everybody helping Ellie out. That was really nice.
The 817 new slogan 1053, making people walk again. We didn't force it, so I don't know that we made it, but we were helpful in part of it, if you will.
I mean, that's delightful.
He made himself walk again.
Yes, like
I'll give him credit.
Yeah, I'm sure he meant while he was learning to walk again. I don't think he heard the combo platter and he's like, That's
it. Or maybe he did. Maybe the combo platter did it for him.
I guess, but like seriously, that was an amazing call, and I had no freaking idea.
From the 682, I don't know where this "Oh Man" sponsor bit came from, but I'm enjoying it. I just want to let y'all know Dickies said, "Hey, I want you to go over the top," and I said, "Okay." I went over the top, and they said, "We want more over the top," and I was like, "I don't know how much further I can go here." But I'm glad I did it because Kevin and Alec, I get to see their faces light up and smile.
Commercial. Oh, man. I think it's the best commercial we have on the station. Oh, man, I would kill somebody for Dickie's barbecue. Like, I think we need to juxtapose Tyler Booker talking about, like, the light going out of a competitor's eyes, because that's what happens when Corey doesn't get his barbecue. He's like, oh, man. By the way, I'm sorry, just real quick. Also, in that group, the Adolphus Hotel, they essentially were like, hey, we've done stuff with Make-A-Wish before. We will make it magical. And their questions weren't, well, how much can you pay? Blah, blah, blah. Their questions like, what can we do? And when do you need it?
I used to think, Kevin, you were a heartless, soulless man.
Stupid Noah's really messed this up.
You've proven me completely wrong. And I've known you for a long time. I've known you for almost 20 years at this point in our lives.
True.
Dude, we're almost to the point where we've known each other longer than we didn't know each other.
Oh, deep, man. Deep.
Alec, one day you'll get there too.
All right, let's go to Brian in Irving. What are your thoughts about the Cowboys' pick of Tyler Booker and any particular things you want to see tonight?
Hey, guys, I'm so happy to be on. Glad to be a listener, glad to be a fan. I've been for a long time. You guys are great. Just want to say I'm very happy with the pick. I love whenever we get offensive line in the first round. I want it every year, almost every year, pretty much. I want the most stacked offensive line in the entire NFL. I want depth coming out of our ears for the Cowboys. I couldn't be happier with Booker. He seems like a great kid. He seems like he's really focused and into the game and really happy to be a part of the team. I couldn't be more happy for him to be here.
I love it.
Great call, man.
And that's one of the things, I'm curious how much people weigh this. Because like we talked about it, Bobby says consensus was Booker was top 20. There's other like consensus infographics you see out there that say like 27. How much do you factor in like the player? I know some people are concerned about his athleticism, but how much he's going to care, he's going to try, he's going to hopefully be a leader in that locker room. And by the way, I love that he followed up with an answer last night too about his athleticism. And he's like, you know what? I feel like I did pretty good in the SEC for 3 straight years.
But you know what?
Yeah, go check out the tape.
That's a dude that's confident in his work. And he's like, hey, I know I'm watching myself after games and I'm judging myself and what I'm doing, what I can do. I can only do what I can. And I'll just take advantage of everything I got there. And last year's, again, Steven just mentioned it with the leadership part of it. Whenever we asked, he's like, look, you lost 2 Hall of Famers that spent a long portion of their career, potentially Tyron Smith. I know you don't like him.
No.
You've always said that.
Wrong. Don't put that on me. I said because of how the Hall of Fame votes, I think they're going to make it a pain for him.
But that being said, like they did lose 2 dudes that were very well respected in the league, very well respected when you walked into the room too. So now they have to they need to replace that in some way, shape, or form. So I love hearing that they found a guy they're confident in. Not that it was bad last year. I'm not like, but they knew they needed a replacement there. They wanted that kind of high character culture group. So again, you don't have to ask them to work. It seems like from what I'm hearing, Tyler Guyton is being asked to do some extra things. He's being asked, hey, why aren't you putting in that extra effort to get it done with? And maybe whenever he sees another pick comes in the door and he starts looking around, if he's the alpha in the room and he's younger than you and he's standing there going, guys, I'm doing this. Why aren't you? Man, now it's time for you to be better.
Let's go to Abel in Arlington. What did you think about the Cowboys pick yesterday? Anything you're looking forward to this evening?
Hey, fellas, I appreciate the call. I like the pick. I mean, it is kind of like what Dallas does, build the offensive lineup. But like I stated on Facebook, we did need to replace Zach Martin, or at least attempt to. So I appreciated that. He's a good kid. Like he said, check his stats. I mean, I think it was only he gave up, 3 sacks in 3 years or something like that in the SEC. So he seems that he can fit that spot. Overall, I think we do just need to get a couple of, guys on the perimeter or, another running back. But we do need to get somebody to help with CD because, we move CD around a lot, which we can still do. But to make life easier for Dak, CD, and everybody else, just get somebody else there to help him out to where he can, just do what he needs to do and somebody else can take some of the load off of him. But I appreciate the call and I appreciate the pick that they made. I think it's going to be pretty good for us.
I love that. And by the way, wide receiver has that. If you're looking for a trend, wide receiver has been heavy today. That's what people want to see. Just as an aside note, could we change the sports radio game?
That we start calling people?
Yes.
We start calling them up and say, what do you think?
Yeah, when we do call-in segments, we keep the bank of everybody whoever calls or texts in. And instead of y'all calling us, we decide when we're going to do a call-in segment and we call you.
Hey, you're on the fan right now. Tell us what you think.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Yeah, and you're like, well, too bad, Judd. You answered the phone. It's your time.
Toilet. Well, don't worry about it. Just answer the question.
Now, a lot of talk about Caleb Johnson as well. I think running back and wide receiver would scratch a lot of people's itches tonight, but that's going into it in theory because you have no idea how the board is going to fall. Maybe one of these couple players that they have on the board have a totally different position that the Cowboys still have as a first-round prospect. And then you get to 44. Are you really going to pass that up? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Now, we haven't had a chance to play this today. I was wondering, Alec, real quick, can we go to cut number 4? This is the secret audio that we got from the fan last night of Tyler Booker just, being stoked, finding out that he's going to go to the Cowboys.
Hey, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and we're turning you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, boy. We're glad to have you as a Cowboy.
I'm glad to be a Cowboy. I'm glad to keep the O-line tradition. Thank you.
Okay, well, man, listen, we're proud of you. Congratulations. Tell your folks how proud we are of you. But here's your coach.
Will do.
Here's your head coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tyler, Coach Shoddy, man.
What's going on, Coach?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, you blew us away in the process, brother. Here's what we need. You just come here, be you. You kick ass. Welcome to the family. We are so excited. We just want that same dude every day. Be physical, do what you do, man.
Yes, sir. You're going to get as long as you can listen to that Whitney Houston you was listening to that day.
Yeah, hey, ain't no doubt about that, man. Hey, I want you to talk to our offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. Hey,
okay.
Congratulations, man.
Yes, sir.
So fired up. You're a Cowboy, baby.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Here's Coach Adams.
Okay.
Book, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
I am so freaking fired up that you're coming, man. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? Them Cowboys?
Let's go. Let's move the freaking line of scrimmage now, huh?
Let's do it.
Let's do
on all that.
Here's Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
sir.
okay?
Okay.
Your offensive coordinator is a true offensive coach lineman at heart. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. I know that.
Oh, you
I know
that.
that.
Okay, well, you know him, but you got a lot of backing. I'm an old offensive lineman. I'm an old offensive lineman, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
They always are the best looking. They're the smartest, and they own the damn team. So that's an offensive.
Oh, definitely.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, best looking for sure. You should see my suit today.
All right. Hey, listen, good to have you here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be a Cowboy.
A lot of support in this room.
Yes, sir. I thank you so much.
Okay.
I can't wait to get there and get to work.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Couple things there.
Did it seem like Jerry was in a hurry at the beginning?
From the 817, did Jerry call on a microwave? Yeah, at first I was like, that audio there, but
I got to go.
By the time you got to Coach Adams, it was nice and clear. It was nice and smooth. Brian Schottenheimer introduces himself as Coach Shoddy, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. That being said, every time I hear him talk lately, I like him a little bit more. And it's just, he's saying the right things. And we've said this, Kevin, we said this multiple times leading up to him being hired. If it's Brian Schottenheimer, he's going to win every press conference. When he talks, he is somebody you can really be like, man, he's saying what I want to hear about this. And I don't think he just says it to say it. We interviewed him. He believes the things that he says because he grew up with that lifestyle. You know, he grew up in a coach's room all the time. So hearing him talk to his players this way, I feel like that's real. That's not faked, not manufactured. Although some of the is Hulk Hogan in that room, brother? Because brother, there's a lot of that being thrown around, and I was just like, I don't know, but
yeah, I think if he was, they wouldn't have made this pick.
All right.
Oh, because it's wrestling instead of football. I get it.
Now from the 214. I know we need receiver and running back, but what about making a move for Will Johnson? Can't believe he fell out of the first round. Now, we talked about this earlier today. There are concerns about his knee and medical concerns, and that's why he fell out of the first round. But going back to what Steven said earlier, he said we only had 13 first-round grades. We have multiple first-round grades still on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of them. Obviously, I did not get to see the medicals myself, so maybe that was a disqualifier for them in the first round as well. But I'm intrigued to see where Will Johnson goes.
Can you? I'm trying to do the math here. How many total picks are there in the first 3 rounds? Is it 98? Is that
96?
96. Yesterday, driving into Pluckers to get ready for the party, I do believe it was Nick Harris said that he had 100 first through third round grades. So there are going to be some, in his mind, some left over in the fourth round, which they don't have a pick there. But you have lots of grades that he feels confident in the first 100 players on his board.
And I'm sorry, they start awarding comp picks in the third. There are 6 comp picks, I believe, so there's 102.
Okay, so there you go. You're feeling pretty confident that you're going to get a good player in the next 2 rounds.
Yes.
If you're the Cowboys, especially being at pick 12, they got a lot of work to do. I mean, it's a lot of work to make sure they get the right people here, though.
And from the 903, what about these 2 trades Jerry and Steven said they were working on? Again, this is why you got to turn it on, leave it on. We asked Steven about that in the 11:30 segment, and he said they are still in the mix, but also then added that they're not dependent on the draft.
Right.
So it does not sound like these trades, I mean, I get why it would work during the draft because you'd probably be doing some sort of draft compensation, but it did not sound like he thought it was dependent on it happening this weekend.
And quite honestly, Kevin, and maybe it's not this weekend's picks either that they're willing to move on from. They got next year's draft picks too that they could utilize in this process. But why close any options off when you're in round 2?
Sure.
You want to make sure you have everything at your disposal to be able to say, this is what we're going to rock with. No, this is actually, hey, man, we just got presented something. We're prepared for it because we have other options. And there are a lot of other teams that are just as prepared. There are a lot of other teams that aren't. They don't have a clue what they're doing.
And if you think Mike Green is the guy, I know that is another person
on the field, dude. That dude
out of the first round that people were shocked by.
Yeah, there's still a lot of names. The Will Johnson thing, that injury seemed to be the main reason for that. And then as we were hearing, Kevin, with the first round, character was a big deal. Jay Glazer was saying, love of football is a big deal for a lot of these guys that they're taking the first. I wonder if that changes as you get further down and you're like, hey, the talent really is there.
Do you think over the next couple of years, players will adjust knowing this? Like future draft classes will adjust just strictly in terms of answering that do you love football question and just knowing like, hey, for my pocketbook, yeah, I love football, or a more contemporary reference about money.
I don't know any job that you really want, that you've ever really wanted, that you've ever applied for, that when you were asked a question like that, you're like, well, not really, except for this. I'll give you an example. I went to interview for a real estate broker's job.
Oh.
And I was talking to the guy, and he was like, do you love this? And I was like, I'll be honest, dude, I'm just trying to make some cash. And,
okay.
And after we got done talking, he goes, look, man, I'm going to be honest with you. You have another skill set that's really good. You talk to people, you're personal, but I don't think this is for you. He said, you need to go find what it is that you love, and then you're going to be happy. And I did. I left that interview knowing I'm not going to get that job. I don't really want that job. I was just doing it because I thought I needed to. But right now, I'm going to go pursue something I want. And that was the thing that led me here. And I do think that if you really love something, you're never answering no when you're asked that question. If you love football, you're stepping into it saying, I do. But there are a lot of guys that they just look at it and they view it as an opportunity to make some money or something else to do.
Well, the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, you know what? Let's do a little Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. We'll try to still tie some of this into the NFL draft as well, because this is the one that I was like, ooh, that hurts. People digging up the tweets from last year from Coach Prime. And somebody tweeted him, tell your son to stop acting like the coldest out there when he put up a 4-8 season. Coach Prime responded, he will be a top 5 pick. Where your son going? LOL. I got time today. LOL. Now, on the community notes, or the readers adding context, underneath that added, Shedeur Sanders was not a top 5 pick. And just the way they cut right to the chase of that, man, that felt ruthless and painful.
Yeah, the internet is cruel sometimes.
No kidding.
And undefeated at a lot of times as well.
Yeah.
And this is, at the time that he said that, he might have been right. Like he at the time, there was a lot of love for Shedeur when it came to, man, he's got what we're looking for in quarterback. But guess what, man? Film starts getting looked at.
Yeah.
Questions start getting asked. People start making up their minds based on questions and answers. And sometimes you put off somebody and they don't love it. Sometimes maybe it is. A lot of people are saying it's Dion, that like this is a LeVar Ball situation all over again. But it's
I mean, at least Dion did something.
Yeah, no, but a lot of people are just like, that's, and you know what? Mike kept bringing up the same thing. He's only been coached by one guy his whole career.
Yeah.
So at this point, how does he respond whenever another man is trying to tell him how to do his job? Is he going to listen or not? So there are a lot of things that people are unnecessarily unwilling to. Now, the other thing, though, is he gets drafted in second, maybe third round. Does that knock him down a little bit where he's like, you know what, I got a lot to prove? And I maybe I do need to be a little more humble. Does it humble him? Did the league humble him already in this draft process? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. That is a good question. Now, do the Atlanta Falcons need to ask for forgiveness? So in their baffling to me trade with the Rams, they essentially gave up compensation of essentially an extra third round pick outside of what the value of the pick is. So, we talk about the value of these charts and everything like that. So Atlanta and the Rams matched up on that value, and then Atlanta gave what would be the equivalent of the 67th pick additionally, besides that value, for somebody in James Pierce Jr. that I know a lot of people have off the field concerns about.
Yeah.
Do they need to ask for forgiveness for just not understanding how the value chart works, or being like, the hell with it?
I think for the just the hell with it part in the first round.
Okay.
Like there's lots of other things you can do in that round and change your mind up there.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll give them forgiveness for it.
Now, I warned you that this was going to happen when the Super Bowl came along.
Like while we were at the Super Bowl?
Yes,
or, okay.
Yes, while we were at the Super Bowl.
Was this when I ran off to talk to my kid's dentist?
No, that was super weird though. That's a real thing that happened.
His best friend runs a giant radio conglomerate. I didn't even know.
But it's weird that you're like, oh, we're at the Super Bowl. Hey, I'll be right back.
We were going
There's
to
my
break.
kid's dentist.
We were going to break.
So, does Kendrick Lamar need to ask for forgiveness, or perhaps his label? Because as I told you, Drake has added more people to the defamation lawsuit and has now included the Super Bowl performance as part of his defamation lawsuit. I told you that this was going to happen, whether or not you think it's valid. Like, I'm not here to be the court, but I told you this was going to happen when the Super Bowl performance took place, and here we are.
Was Kendrick Lamar in Houston last night?
Yeah, and Kevin, I think this will answer your question, at least on my side. I'll be at his concert tomorrow at AT&T Stadium. I'll be in the club level, the 200 level. So if you want to come say hi, if you're going to be out there, I will be out there.
That's big fat no, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bro mentality.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, they're under the same conglomerate label.
Yes.
So he's suing his own label, essentially.
I'm sure they're like, hey, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, they're really thrilled about that, I can imagine. So, like, just the messiness of it all, like, I don't think it was worth it. You kind of started the fire. You got to deal with it. You got to put it out now, and this is not the way to go about it for my money. I think it's just too complicated and too annoying.
Now,
in the 817, Kevin, two things. When I started listening to the show, I was fat because I listened to you. I'm still fat, but I laugh more.
Hey, some of us went from that to skinny back to the other one, so it happens.
That was amazing.
So we talked about the Rangers earlier, but the Colorado Rockies. Do the Colorado Rockies need to ask for forgiveness? Do you know what they're on pace to go right now?
I thought you were talking about their City Connect uniforms.
Oh, no. Are those bad?
There is a Rockies fan that was like, they're still awesome. And I was like, I don't know, but...
Was that the person who was giving us the updates yesterday?
They
They're like,
updates
the
on
Rockies have the lead, boys.
The Rockies are immediately down. What are we asking for here?
What are the Colorado Rockies on pace for?
7 and...
It's not that bad.
Okay, the worst run scored ever.
Okay, that actually is possible. But you look back at last year, the Chicago White Sox went 41-121 for the worst winning percentage in modern baseball. They're on pace right now to finish 14 games ahead of the Rockies this year, as the Rockies are on track to go 27 and 135. They are already 12 and a half games back. Consider this. They have 4 wins, which means thus far this season, for every win that Colorado has gotten, they've fallen 3 games out of first place. So for every time Colorado gets a win, that span in between, they've fallen another 3 games back. They're 12 and a half games out of first place. They've only played 24 games.
They're not good, man. That's not a good team. At this
pace, they'll finish 81 games out of first place.
And that's unfortunate for that city because they deserve better. Or the state, I guess, because they're a state-named team. Kevin, I want to add one more.
There you go.
I want to add one more to this. Everybody needs to ask forgiveness from Jane Slater. Go check out her Twitter post yesterday, right before the draft, when she said, I've been tipped off that the Cowboys are seriously looking at a right guard.
Yeah.
And everybody else in media that was like, ha, and scoffed at her probably should apologize today because she got that one right, man. And Jane has been more right a lot of times and not given the proper credit.
She tweeted out, hey, at least it wasn't Zabel. I know you guys would have hated that too. So, I mean, I guess...
I love that she does have a good perspective on it when everybody's coming down on her on that.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And my pluckers, there was a bet that Eric Chiafalo was the drunkest of the group. We will find out how things went for him last night next on The Fan.
They say this...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Invited Eric Follow into the studio for this segment.
Yeah, where the hell is he?
He's probably still down the hallway. Oh, look at that guy.
No, I bet he thinks he's big time because he's got a pop of himself now.
He has a pop of himself?
Yeah, I saw it. It was awesome.
You saw my pop?
I have not seen your pop yet. That's pretty cool.
Show me the pop.
I didn't even realize I
opened the box.
Showed Hagee my pop like that.
No, I looked in there.
You just went right into the box.
I know they said don't scroll down, but I did.
You did. Interesting. Are y'all following Choppy on his journey through Europe right now? Or
okay,
living vicariously through him.
Yeah, I am too.
All right.
He's eating pizza. It looks amazing.
I haven't been. This is going to sound bad. I haven't been watching the content but I've been excited at the frequency of the content because I have scheduled a trip in a few months to go to Germany. And my number one concern was, can I use my phone when I'm in?
That's your concern?
Yeah, that's my concern. We're going on a church mission trip. I hope that they take care of me. So that was my next biggest.
Well, that's going to be epic, dude. I can't wait to hear all about that. My concern would be the food. After all these NFL players have gone to play in Germany, and their biggest takeaway is like the food is kind of a disaster.
Hey, I can eat bratwurst.
Have you seen how plain his food is, though?
No, I guess if you're getting German brats every day, I'll be fine.
And they'll
with
be like,
that.
"Have you had enough?" No.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now, Eric, the last night the conversation at my Pluckers.
Your Pluckers.
My Pluckers. There were bets being made at the table around me that Eric Chiafalo was the most hammered of the bunch. And I will say, what have I always told you, Kevin, about the Velvet Hammer? Michael Peticola says, have two.
Yeah.
But kind of stop there, because they're big beers.
They're dark.
Yeah, they're dark. They're big. They're strong. I had two last night. I had two of those big beers, and I was like, that's it for me. And so, but I was thinking about what was going on around DFW. In my mind, it was Sean Sharif. That Sean Sharif he loves shots.
He loves shots.
Yeah.
All right.
Shot Sharif.
Yes.
I love it. But we have to, by the way.
He got hit in the face with a cupcake today, and it was fantastic.
That's right. Double, by the way. Were you listening yesterday when Nick Harris was on and he said hookah instead of hookah? It blew Sean Sharif's mind, and he goes, well, I grew up in a Middle Eastern family, and I was like,
a Muslim family. Muslim family. Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, that was a great dunking right there. But I had never heard it pronounced that way either.
Sean's changed,
to be fair.
though.
Yeah, he has.
He used to get drunk a lot. Did some people almost want to whoop his ass at a fan event? Yes.
May have been a biker gang.
That definitely happened.
We definitely I had to walk him away from a biker gang once at a party. And yeah, I think Sean has grown up a lot.
Was it Colby Sapp's biker gang?
No, because
even Colby was like, I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to mess with those guys.
We've moved beyond that. We've moved beyond him being drunk off his ass at a professional meeting we had.
I was, hey,
the
listen, dude, you don't have to tell all the secrets right now.
Okay.
I have heard some old clips
I don't think he doesn't get drunk like before.
He is a strong man now. He is strong.
I think he just picks his spots.
Probably
you can be
smart.
strong and get drunk though, right?
And he's smart when it comes to Ubering too. So he's like, I don't want to be driving with this.
Yes.
It's a smart situation for him. So last night, Eric, were the bettors correct? Were you taking part in the drinking process at Pluckers?
If this would have been like 3 or 4 years ago, they would have cleaned up on this particular.
Did you get
bet.
soft too?
It's not that I got soft per se.
You need tea.
I just, it's the maturation of a man. You can only do the Pluckers party 1 or 2 times where you go that hard. Because the thing too, when I was at the City View, like where you were, Medford, I mean, my experience there is everybody is just bringing you.
I heard stories last night. I heard stories from some of the employees.
Yeah. That City View experience was one to forget. But last night, no, we kept it under control. We had some high noons, a couple of tequilas, but by 9:30, it was all about the holy mac and cheese and the wings.
Yeah. Is that because you had responsibilities as well? Sorry, Corey.
The specials. Yeah,
like if you didn't have to announce anything and you had a ride home, then you think you'd be like, yeah, special
party away.
Yeah, we could take a little bit more. No, dude, these hangovers, they're really no joke.
The older you get, Kevin, the longer those hangovers last.
Just because, like, with injuries, your body can't bounce back as fast, right?
Yeah. Father Time gets us all.
Sorry, buddy.
That being said, so let's go through this. We're assuming then Dawson NA, Kevin not at all. So you're rocking with that.
More NA.
I was smart with 2 last night. We don't know where Sean landed on this last night.
I mean, we heard it in his voice, though. Sean was
gravel.
Sean was not doing just water last night.
Alec, how was your life last night then?
It was a lot more calm than I expected.
Okay,
because there's something on brand with this show. I invited one Blake Elliott, and he didn't show up. So I figured that was going to be fun, and that didn't happen. But I did have
shocker.
I did have 2 tall boy psychedelic frogs.
There you go.
Ooh.
And it was my first time trying that.
That was one of the specials that we got right.
It was. That was one of the ones we got. So I was like, you know what? I've never had this, and I kind of got peer pressured into trying it. But I'm a big fan of the mixed drink, so I tried it, and I was like, sweet, I'll take another.
Frog me.
Yeah.
Frog me up.
Yeah, it's I am a little disappointed though, Medford. I feel like you would have kind of been really championing.
Well,
that.
the youth
Chiafalo, there's two things going on this weekend too. I've got Friday Night SmackDown tonight, and I'm not driving. And then I've got Kendrick Lamar's concert tomorrow, which I'm also not driving.
Where's he playing?
AT&T Stadium.
Oh, AT&T.
Yeah, so that's gonna be like 4 hours. I'm gonna have to be nice and feeling it. So
I got
Just be humble.
I got you.
Stay humble.
And Fred
for
Davis
sure.
was out there. He's an NA guy.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe
really? I didn't know that.
maybe
Well,
just,
Sean said 3 beers, 3 shots. So that's more than me. Even with you.
Yeah, all
We're
knotted
tame.
up.
We're tame. We're waiting for other parties we're all together so we can really rip it up.
Okay, I like. There's something about boozing with the sun up now.
Yeah.
that brings excitement.
Day
out of me.
drinking's better.
Yeah.
Quick alcohol question for
All right.
you. One of the specials we got right was, I think it was 750 Patron.
Mm-hmm.
One of the waitresses came by and said, "Is that a shot of Patron?" And I just said yes, because I don't know what, like, you don't put that like in a coffee cup or anything, right?
I hope not.
Yeah,
Good
that's way too financially inefficient, and that will destroy you, right?
Patron tall boy.
And then if it's in a margarita, now you're paying extra. You're just giving away the sweet or the sour mix. Yeah, it's probably just a shot.
It
or
is.
chilled.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is what I'm rocking with there.
Just a shot.
But
That was
yeah,
a big one. That was one that people got fired up for.
I immediately just said yes, and then I was like, hold on.
Maybe
They
I'm not
have
sure.
Different ways of. Go ahead.
One of the things, though, that I know we all enjoyed was the drive to and the drive fro. And that is the opportunity to listen to this broadcast right here on The Fan as the fellows were giving some great content. Zach got ticked off the other day. Very mad whenever somebody said that Kevin and I clearly have the best chemistry on the station. They were like, "Are you suggesting that Eric and Zach aren't friends?" And Zach was furious.
And then
Felt like the
later
shots
on,
fired.
didn't you
And I was like,
Nimrods call us Bert and Ernie? I heard that.
Okay. I don't want to point any fingers, but I do believe that was a Lucius exclusive.
Okay.
Just because
Pretty
the
funny
sound,
then.
I mean, the
That's
evidence.
how it's going to be,
the
Lucius.
sound and the
Pretty funny
evidence
then.
was pretty damning.
So I feel like you're more critical of Zach Wolchuk than anybody else because you can be. So how did you feel that his content was on the show yesterday with you guys leading into it, and then on the broadcast afterwards?
I was so impressed with him because the strenuous day of endurance Wednesday,
yes,
where he's hitting morning
Yes.
drive,
He was on our
midday,
show, yeah.
and then he's hanging out for the full 5 in the G-Bag Nation.
Like Broadus is built for this. Like Broadus does this all the time. It's his daily lifestyle.
Yeah, like there's maybe when he's on the toilet, Broadus is not talking into a microphone. That's probably the only time.
But he wishes he was doing draft stuff.
Yes. Oh, he's still looking at film.
Why do I have to waste time right now on the toilet?
Broadus scouts a lot of dudes on the throne.
Do you think afterwards he's ever told the team, "Hey, I just dropped off what I think of this prospect in the toilet"? Like, I just want to know if anything like that has ever happened.
This player comp is my poo. Yeah, I think that's good. But Wolchuk was on fire yesterday, and he looked so dang dapper as well. Like, he went all out with the suit. He had purple as his color. He knows that. I know that. The lavender shirt underneath was fantastic. He had the draft pin going, so he was dressed for success. And he rode that confidence into a dominant draft performance. I thought he was on fire last night, and now I'm looking forward to tonight. Is really my favorite night.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
more players, more opportunity. Yeah.
Were you also proud when Zach Wolchuk dominated some folks after the draft too?
Oh, would you like to
during-
explain? Would you like to explain then?
Marcus Mosher, right?
Or is it
Mosher?
Mosher.
Either way, he got dunked on.
Yeah,
Deserved.
man. I like.
He
And
got a face full of bully.
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch up until the very end when, or maybe it was the end. Maybe it kept going when Zach was like, "Hey, I don't really care about your football opinion. You just compile a numbers guy." And he goes, "Hey, but thanks for those charts every once in a while." And I was like, "Oh my God." So that was the thing. I don't know how often you get caught in that. I had to click on that tweet so I could go back to the origin, because I missed the origin about Keenan Allen, and I went all the way through, and I was like, yikes.
Yeah, it was when I got home from the party last night, and I was just kind of trying to settle down off the adrenaline rush. That's what I was soaking in right there.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my gosh, Walchuk, you guys were getting after it.
That is the drive home after the party. It's always, there's adrenaline. You're pumped up. You're hearing the interview. Like they had the press conference, the Cowboys presser, as I was rolling into the driveway. And I was like, I'll settle in and listen to this just a little bit too. I thought it was phenomenal content from all the fellas last night. Do you have a specific favorite? Is it Zach? Is it Kyle, Nick Harris, Vach? Which one do you like? That's my favorite. 877-881-1053.
Well, I mean, it's hard to. I feel like Broadus stands on his own throne and sits, as we've discussed. But yeah, Walchuk's voice. It's everything I ever needed. Everything I ever wanted.
And that
the
is
whole crew
friendship
is
right there. Kevin would never say that about me.
I know. I've heard what he said.
I always take the emotion out of it. I would be like, "Hey, let's look at the numbers. Give me, and then you just go like that."
You'd be moshering.
How much of an impact has he had on my life so far?
And Walchuk gets into these draft night Twitter feuds because remember he lamented the Micah Parsons pick, and Brad Sham said, I think Walchuk's tweet was, "What a dumbass pick," and then Sham goes, "You couldn't be more dumbass wrong," and that was
kind of feels like that's
just a few years ago
proven to be advantage Sham on that one.
Sham got the leg up on that.
See, I know you said you're excited for tonight, and I definitely get that from my personal interest. But also, I just wanted to mention Saturday before we get into any specific names. I think Saturday is the day when the gap between coverages is astonishing. You'll be like, who the hell is that guy? Well, I started scouting him 18 months ago when I thought he might come out last year. And you're like, what?
Walchuk's throwing in high school. He was a guard in high school. He played a little center in middle school. What? How does he get this stuff?
The depth of knowledge is through the roof.
Yeah.
And when these guys build their boards out and you have 200-300 guys on it, and that's the difference in a Broadus, a Walchuk, a Nick Harris, Vach. Like, these guys are, it's through the roof. And that's why I do love day 3. And I like joking around with Broadus being like, dude, you could just do this in your sleep. Like, I could just make up a name and a position and you could just rattle off a scouting report for me, just a fake report.
Yeah. And he's like,
that's what they're doing. Like on ESPN, they're ball sacking you on coverage on day 3.
Yeah.
They're clock watching.
Yes. They don't have a clue. All right. So it is day 2. We do have 2 rounds in the way here. Are we going running back immediately, or are you sitting and waiting just a little bit? What's your feeling on what they're doing this evening?
Caleb Johnson.
I do think they want the running back. I know Broadus loves him some Caleb Johnson, but it's interesting because Caleb Johnson seems like everybody's describing him as a zone runner. And I know that this new coaching staff wants to be varied in their attack with the way they run the ball, but when you consider bringing in the offensive lineman that they just did last night, that doesn't really look like your traditional zone blocker. That feels like a guy who's ready to do some power attacks.
He's pushing the sled. Hey, Kevin, real quick, because he said that, I wanted to read this quote that I pulled from Schottenheimer last night. I read this to you earlier, and I think this is a phenomenal quote from your head coach. And he's talking about Booker transitioning from left guard to right guard. Here's the quote. The ability to move him is something we don't have any concerns about. He's a damn good football player. Is there a little bit of a learning curve where they have to learn like their stance and sets and things like that? Yes, but at the end of the day, it's football, and you go one way really, really fast, and if somebody gets in your way, you knock the S out of them. That right there is a coach that I'm just like, yes, that's the mentality. And that's what Booker is. He's a mauler, and he sees something in front of him. He says, I got to move that, and I'm going to go move that right now. So that's to go along with what he was talking about regarding that. Did you have a thought there, Kevin?
So I was going to add up some counting numbers, some nerd stuff right here.
Okay, cool.
Is that Tyler Booker's run block snaps 32.2% of the time, so almost a third, not quite, were against heavy boxes, and he's also in the 91st percentile in rushing yards before contact. And that's the biggest thing. We've talked again and again and again about, like, hey, you got a yard before contact. You got this before contact. And so now you see Tyler Booker top 10% in creating for his primary blocks, rushing yards before contact.
And when does the show start today?
2:00.
2 o'clock.
In the
I like
G-Bag
it. That's
Nation.
good. That's good. That's
We
a
were
good time.
concerned yesterday.
Yeah.
You guys informed me by the way you were talking. I had to get on the horn and figure out, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, it was a little. We were like, we might be going a little extra here. We don't know, but things turned out. It worked out. And when are you guys ending? Is it typical going to 7 today?
We're going to 6 today.
4 flawless.
Yeah,
4 flawless
that's
is what
right.
we're rocking today. Then.
Why do you think they don't allow Bobby on that 6 to 7 hour? Do you think they're like, it's too much? It's still too early.
Because of the rap songs.
We're not in the safe harbor yet.
I
right?
gotcha.
We gotta.
Well, 7 o'clock ain't the safe harbor either, man.
That's true.
Eric, thank you very much for hopping on with us, dude. Always appreciate it. We're one big happy family here at 105.3 The Fan, and
Love you
looking
guys.
forward to listening to the G-Bag Nation when they get rocking at 2 to 6 for 4 flawless.
Coming up next, let's get some predictions for Stars Avs Game 4 or names to watch in round 2 and 3 tonight. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ben out of the bumper to Harley. Wrist shot. Score! Power play goal! Dallas, we are tied!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 575. Hey, guys, y'all shouted out my wife Hannah last week. Can we get another one? I'm making her Tolo right now while we're in Dallas for the weekend.
She's getting to Tolo right now.
Exactly.
Let's make that clear.
She'll love it, and she'll want to listen on her own.
Yeah,
now,
you better.
We got Masterpiece. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in a few minutes, but I want to get out some predictions for rounds 2 and round 3, names to watch for the Cowboys, and then also your prediction for Stars Avs Game 4, where they have led for all of a minute 10 in this series, but yet have a 2-1 series lead.
Do you want the prediction now?
Yes, I do. You could pick either one.
Tomorrow night's game is a 3-1 victory for the Stars. Otter continues to be special. However, one of those lucky Colorado goals does bounce in.
Yeah.
But the Stars find a groove. Are you watching on the national broadcast on ESPN, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay. The other night they were talking about Miro, and they sounded like they didn't think Miro was going to be back in the playoffs at all. I don't know if you heard that or not, but
I mean, that does not line up with what DeBoer has told us.
Right.
But
And I don't know if DeBoer's just telling us that as a, hey, keep the hope alive, kind of thing. But it just, the way they made it sound was, man, we don't even know when he's going to be. It might be a long. And I was like, oh, no. And then with Robertson,
See, I'm more concerned about him.
Robertson, I'm definitely with the word week to week.
Yeah.
And Miro, this whole thing is like contact. We got to figure out how contact's going to affect him, obviously, and how he can fit into this thing. But I feel like this is going to be an offensive effort from the Stars tonight to shut them down, because G-Bag is always right with the desperate team theory. But if you go into it knowing they're the desperate team and you match that level of intensity, you can really be the dominant one.
And this is going to sound weird for the team that is winning the series. I feel like I could make an argument if I'm the Stars that we're the desperate team.
They haven't been dominant in a single game yet.
You have been getting your ass kicked up and down this series. And
somehow you're coming away with wins.
So I would argue like they're going to go into tomorrow's game also being like, hey, if we could score that first goal, that would be pretty freaking amazing. Hey, we're going to bounce around just a little bit right here.
Let's bounce around a little bit.
We haven't played this one. If you can give me cut number 5, we heard the secret audio from Tyler Booker. We heard Micah's reaction to all of that. But then this is Booker on NFL Network talking about being drafted by the Cowboys.
I'm super excited. I'm blessed to be a Cowboy. It's a great tradition, a great offensive lineman. And I'm excited to follow suit with all that came before me.
You did not allow a sack on your quarterback this last season. Did Dak Prescott just become your new best friend?
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get on the phone with Dak. Getting the protection means make sure he goes clean every single game. I'm just so excited to be a Cowboy.
Did you see his post this morning, Kevin?
No, I didn't.
He posted a picture of him, and he was trying to tell Jerry, look at my suit. That's why I'm the best looking.
Yeah,
trust me.
I did like that.
And Jerry was like, yeah, okay. He posted this morning a picture. He's in that suit, and he's got his hat on. It says, woke up a Cowboy. And like that's, for these guys, like this morning has got to be a great feeling. There are a bunch of other dudes that are waiting. But for the 32 that got it last night, it's got to be a great feeling to wake up and go, man, my life is changing right now.
Now, for the Cowboys today, look, I kind of want them to draft Cam Scatterbo just to annoy Bobby. But outside of that, with Henderson, Judkins, Caleb Johnson, I think those are all, and then potentially Dylan Sampson, those are all potential second-round picks. I would wonder if they would hope that they could get Sampson in round 3. I don't know if that is achievable whatsoever, because that's the thing. And we've talked about this before. We talked about Travis Frederick earlier. Unless you're ready to move, you're going to be like, all right, we got pick 44, and then is that person really going to fall 32 more spots?
Mm-hmm.
And when people, and this is the thing that came up with Tyler Booker quite a bit. Oh, you got to trade down. You got to trade down. If no one is there to trade down that wants to trade down with you, then you're stuck. And the one team that we heard that made a real push, Steven essentially confirmed that, was Houston. And Houston wanted them to drop all the way down to 25. So if your contention was trade down to 18 or 20, get the same player, pick up that extra third round pick, well, hell yeah, I'm all about that. But if no one's calling,
then you can't make that move.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to go with what you're doing. It does sound like Tootin is one of the players. He's in. Go look at Dane. He has him not ranked in the top 100. But it does sound he's his RB10. The Cowboys like him more than you do. I don't know that like you specifically, but than most people. Even Bobby was mentioning that this morning. But that is a name that's, hey, if you miss and it just doesn't work out for you because you were getting other things, that's another name that's a little bit lower down in the draft that they have interest in and they feel like kind of fits the mold of what they're looking at.
Now, and I wanted to have these two fan texts respond to one another. From the 214, you clearly didn't watch the game. We dominated in all facets of game 3. The Stars are the better team and the Avs are not clicking.
The Stars forced them to not click, by the way. I mean, they did take away what McKinnon likes to do. And yes, my opinion, my response to them was watched it. We just have different opinions on what we've seen.
I personally cannot see how in the world you took away from game 3 that the Stars dominated that. They won. And I did think at times they were the better team.
They matched the physicality. I thought they were even still.
Yeah.
And I will say this, when it comes to, I know what the Stars are capable of, and I haven't seen their best game yet. That's why I'm still holding them accountable to that. Yeah. I know what, and granted, Robertson not being there, Miro not being there is keeping them from having that mode of it. But when this team plays at its best, the best version of itself, the Colorado doesn't, and they're not going to stand a chance against the best version of the Stars. And they've been able to get away with a couple of quick wins to say, hey, see you later. We didn't even give you our best. And we were able to take that away from you.
If Mike Green was available at pick 44, as well as every running back you could have ever wanted to draft there, would you take Mike Green or a running back?
You said every running back I want's there?
Yep.
I'm probably taking Henderson.
Okay.
Like I just because like I don't know if he's going to be there again, and he's the dude that I don't even really expect to be there at that point. But if he was, I would probably go with him. But man, yeah, to add something like that to the defensive line, and if Shoddy's really serious about being in the trenches and starting that way, then yeah, you're feeling pretty good that you can add a player like that to it.
And if you think they're going to go running back or wide receiver, we've talked about it. Luther Burden is a kind of divisive prospect for some people, but maybe that's who you
is
take
it because
a look
of the
at
love of the game? Is that the divisive prospect portion of it, or is there something else that people are stout
It's this
on?
last season too, and I think people are like, yeah, because that team sucks and couldn't get the ball down the field. And so there is some question about his give up on certain routes, I think, but that's another name that you need to keep in mind. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Oh, man, my favorite part of the week. This time.
I feel like y'all are being facetious here.
I'm being serious. This is my favorite segment of the week.
Yeah, me too. I cannot understate how much I enjoy those commercials.
It is awesome. And what is also awesome is Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program. And gentlemen, we have a tradition, a long-standing tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. This is a very special someone, at least according to Corey. He loves her Instagram page.
Y'all got to stop this. Y'all really got to stop this.
Is Cynthia Freeland. This one just straight up scared me.
No, but now I need to because I love serial killers.
Yes.
When she said that, it did kind of freak me out.
Because she was like, of course I've been to Holland, Michigan, and I asked about the Nicole Kidman movie Holland, which I was going to watch, and then everyone's like, it's not that great. And so that was her response. All right.
That is
Cynthia takes the early lead.
Yeah, she does. And that is, look, man, she is most women in that demographic. And I'm going to say the age period.
Go on.
My wife is right there in the middle of that demographic too, where they watch these serial killer documentaries on Netflix all the time, and they can't get enough of it. That's what she meant.
Have you noticed that they've kind of ruined Netflix? Netflix now and again is like, hey, we'll put out some stuff, but mostly we made this one $300 million movie and every serial killer documentary or missing person documentary you could ever imagine.
Yeah, no, they want it because they knew this is how we're going to get you to Netflix and chill more.
Do you just
and as
real
husbands
quick,
or boyfriends, we just kind of have to be understanding that that's the way it goes.
I know we're getting out of the winter season, and I think most newscasters have learned this, but Netflix and chill does not mean it's cold. Like, they'll be like, there's a snowstorm coming through. It's time for Netflix and chill. That is not what that means.
But it's the best time because you don't want to go outside. So you're more likely to...
It's always a good time to chill.
Or to go. All right. Corey.
Yeah, don't think we didn't hear what you said, Lucius.
We're going to start.
Hey, bird.
You got to send him the meme now. Send him the meme, Kevin.
I got it. I got this.
Send him the meme.
I got this. I will send it to Lucius because he deserves this.
Please do.
All right, Corey, you said this.
I can't make 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
And they're like, but hey, hold on. We're almost there. I could totally make 5 minutes, all right? Barely, but I could totally make it there, all right? Look,
I don't know, man. If you're almost there, 5 minutes feels like a big ask.
That's an eternity.
I had a coworker once say, look, if it felt any better because it lasted longer, wouldn't know what to do with myself. And I'm the same way there.
What?
I'm sending this Bert and Ernie to Lucius just for him.
It would be better if he could hear what's happening, but my microphone's on. So now he's just going to get that picture out of context, and it's going to be even better.
From the 214, every show needs to start off with, oh man, it's the KNC masterpiece.
This is going to be a hell of a show today.
I love it.
You know what? My honest reaction to that information.
Oh man!
I'm going to send it to him too, just in case.
Just to get the point across.
Oh, hell no.
Let's see. Kevin Hageland, you said this?
Okay, fine. 4 holes.
All right.
That was about the offensive line.
Or the question he asked Alec during the break.
But look.
All right.
If you want to text in and talk more about that, because I've really seen like a lot of trending for 4 holes. And
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, I do.
He's talking about Swiss cheese.
And so if you have thoughts about that, text them in.
I love this text because this is a smart way to put it. Since we're picking on people now, y'all show seems so much more productive since y'all got Mike to take a new job.
Oh,
I like the way we didn't push him out. We got him to take a new job.
Yeah, in the spirit of dunking on people, you know.
Well, look, and we go over this all the time. Somebody asked me this at Pluckers yesterday. Do you miss Mike when it comes to the show? And my standard answer is I definitely miss Mike. And there are times when I'm like, man, I wish we would have had him for that. But then there are other segments where I'm like, we would not have been able to get through that with Mike.
Yes.
Like Cowboy segments specifically.
Yeah, and whenever people ask me if I miss Mike, I'm like, I talk to him pretty much every day.
That's true.
He calls me.
We do communicate a lot.
He's excited. We were talking to him last night on text.
Yes.
Yep. The whole group. I was very surprised. I was like, why is Mike on this? And I went, oh, he's the first one that texted.
Yep.
And usually I don't give context for clips. I let y'all figure it out or just have fun with it. But this is actually Corey telling Mike one of the reasons that they couldn't coexist anymore.
My D bigger than yours. That's not true. That is not true.
In your face, Anthony Edwards.
Somebody had to get the Anthony Edwards story out there, and I happened to deliver.
You're a knight in shining armor and just say, you know what? Fine. I'll be the one. I appreciate that.
I'll do it myself.
Ooh, man, there's some tough choices today.
Let's see. I feel like it's only going to get more difficult. We're going to go back to Kevin Hageland when he just made a very valid point, I guess.
Why? Because somebody took a dump in somebody else's shoes. That's why. I still think canceling the rest of the game is too harsh. Unless it was like a kid's game, then them kids got to learn.
Yeah, but that was the referee that had the poo shoes?
Yeah, because some disgruntled fan somehow made it in there and took a crap in his shoe, and he's like,
did he
"Game's
take his shoes
over."
off at halftime?
I also want to know that.
Unless he gotta breathe. Maybe he was going to the restroom and he left his, because I take my shoes off to go to the restroom.
What?
Y'all don't?
All right.
Are you serious?
I don't want anybody to know who's in the stall. They can see by my shoes.
You do this in communal bathrooms?
Oh yeah, man. You put some toilet paper down on the floor so that you have somewhere to put. Yeah.
What?
Nobody knows what my feet look like. Back to you, Alec.
What do I do with that?
I don't know.
Like, how do I move on? That's all right. Fine, Corey.
It's the small victories, guys.
Okay, Corey. I guess if radio doesn't work out,
what?
My dream has always been to open multiple daycares.
Yeah. See, I think that should be a category. Kevin is always supportive of Corey's dreams. Play that one more time. I am there for him. What?
My dream has always been to open multiple daycares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin used to work at a daycare.
Yeah,
true.
So like I can get some support. I knew I would get support there.
Yeah, daycare's like a buzzword for Kevin. He just instantly goes,
"Oh man!"
You know. So, let's see, Kevin Hageland.
So glad we have that as a drop.
From the 817. No. That's actually genius, Corey. I'm going to try that, bro, because I'm the same way. I don't want strangers to know that I'm in there.
Why?
Making
When are
poo.
you ever going to see that person?
Other people disagree with the approach.
It's a cycle of nature. I don't care.
And when are you taking your shoes off? Are you sitting on the toilet and take your shoes off? Because otherwise you're walking barefoot.
I'm not going to walk barefoot. That's
foot?
disgusting.
He's truly taking a load off. Kevin, you said that this might be my winner.
I have become Joe Mazzulla.
You hate Jason Tatum too. How did you do that?
That'd be neat. I would have tanked out the finals last year for sure.
That's so stupid.
Man. I get it, because he's like, hey, get up.
Who else can you become?
Apparently Bert and Ernie. Let's see. Corey Majors. There's a lot of
Bert and
alarming
Ernie
ones.
were lovers, right?
What?
So
they were in the bathtub. They slept in the same
they took
bed.
baths together, and Bert was always bent out of shape about Ernie eating cookies in the bed, because that's not going to help with what's
Man.
going to happen next.
I don't remember if it's Derek or Mike that I have the drop of somewhere from years ago where they're like, showering with your teammates is kind of cool. Like, I've got that somewhere.
Yeah, because you're on the same team. Like, I don't know how many people have roommates now that they're not like in a relationship with. They're like, yeah, we bathe together. I bet it's not a lot.
Corey, you said this.
That's a long one. I don't even know, but
It was Bert and Ernie.
Hey, Bert.
Corey, you also I feel like this goes hand in hand.
3/4 of an inch. Not that long. Not that much of a difference.
Man, how many people listening right now are like, the hell it isn't? 3/4 of an inch. They'd be like, it's Christmas.
Jeez.
Probably several Christmases. Would you sacrifice, this is a serious question, would you sacrifice all your Christmas presents for a year for that?
No.
For 3/4
No!
For 3/4 of an inch?
Yeah.
I get one Christmas present a year, and it's for my wife. So yeah, sure.
That's nice.
Yeah, I'm not. Santa doesn't love me anymore.
She's going to like it too.
All right, Kevin. Well, this is a bad segue.
Hey, you're a giant. You can smash people. That's, oh man.
That one's good. I like that one a lot.
I don't even remember the real context of that. I was just alarmed when I heard that. And one more. Another, just Kevin Hageland's statements are my favorite.
I just saw somebody throw up. Okay, seriously, this is going to be so weird, but in context. So when we went up to, pretty sure it was Delaware. It was either Vermont or Delaware. We were driving down the street, and this, like, we were at a stoplight. This person opened the door. It was the most throw up I've ever seen.
Oh my god!
And they were in the
there's been
passenger
too much
seat.
puke talk today.
And then Jess was like, "What is happening?" And then they opened the door again and went back after it. We did so many things on that trip. The number one thing I bring up from that trip is, you remember that person who opened the car door and just started going? And she's like, it was so much.
Jess was like,
oh man,
that was crazy.
I'm going to vote for Corey really breaking down the logic of asking for an extra 5 minutes, because that's too much.
I can't make 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
And they're like, but hey, hold on. We're almost there. I could totally make 5 minutes. All right. Barely, but I can totally make it there. All right. Yes.
All right.
Got it. I'm voting for Kevin's Giant.
Oh, man.
Hey, you're a giant. You can smash people. So stupid.
I didn't even edit that together or anything. You know what? It's draft week. I'm going to leave this up to the people because this is so stupid.
I have become Joe Mazzulla.
So dumb.
All right. 877-881-1053. Your options are Corey's 5 minutes in heaven, I've become Joe Mazzulla, and What That Giant Do. All right, those are your choices. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well, and I want to go over to Corey for a sad but heartwarming draft update.
Oh, okay. It looks as if I saw this. Nick Harris retweeted it. Derek Harmon's mom, who was on life support, passed away shortly after he went to the hospital and got to tell her that he had been drafted by the Steelers last night. Tom Pelissero then added Derek Harmon was dealing with a lot in recent weeks and had to cancel some of his pre-draft visits to stay by his mother's side. And he obviously was a good young man. So congratulations to him for being drafted. And
yeah,
that's a tough story, but I'm glad that she got to get that news.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that he got to tell her that. Obviously, you would have traded probably everything for her to just be alive. Now, a lot of people had mixed reactions earlier in the day, but it feels like people are getting over the fact that, like, you know what, if you want to trade down, you need multiple people to make that happen. You probably weren't going to trade all the way down to 25, and they have come to accept, perhaps even love, that you got somebody who can plug and play and wants to destroy people along the way. How are you guys feeling about what the Cowboys did in the first round?
As soon as Tedrow McMillan went off the board, I was pretty crushed.
Yeah.
And then I pivoted and was thinking, okay, this is probably going to be Booker. Maybe Walter Nolan was a guy that they loved. Honestly, I was just happy it wasn't Nolan. But Tyler Booker's a really good player. Like I never have an issue with going line of scrimmage. I know Gavin was probably thrilled about this because he's been pounding the table for line of scrimmage. But now you've got a really physical and strong interior of your offensive line with Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, and now Tyler Booker. Booker's a people mover. He's mean. He's nasty. I think we all got to see a little bit of his personality and hear it last night. Yeah. He seems like an incredible human being. The leadership qualities were something that, from Alabama, they spoke very, very highly of. I was happy with the pick. And if they had moved back with Houston, you had Minnesota at 24 take Donovan Jackson, the guard out of Ohio State. Yeah. Would they have then taken Tyler Booker? Would Booker even made it? Would Seattle have considered taking Booker at 18? You can always say, like, yes, I would have loved to have traded back. They loved Tyler Booker. They had an extremely high grade on him. They got their guy. They didn't want to move back. And look, offensive line, we all look at what Philadelphia is doing, and we want to win championships. What does Howie Roseman and the Eagles do? They constantly take linemen offensively and defensively. And yeah, it's awesome they've got good skill players too, but it's one pick. You can't take a receiver, running back, everything you need there. They can address that today.
And the NFC East is brutal at the defensive tackle spots too.
Yeah, you could. This draft kind of sets up really well for Dallas on day two when it comes to the wide receivers, the runners. They could definitely make some hay. You didn't have the run on the running backs last night that a lot of people thought was going to happen. I tell you what, you can, to me personally, you pair a guy like Caleb Johnson from Iowa or Henderson in this group right now, and I think you're going to do pretty well with how the scheme is with what they're doing or what they want to do scheme-wise running the football with some of the inside zone stuff. I think that would be the secret audio gave us a little bit of a hint of what they might try and do.
Yeah.
When they start to talk about people move. People move is combo blocks, tandem blocks, those are the kind of the inside zone stuff. And then maybe, you find a way to work the edges a little bit more with that pin and pull they're doing. But it sounds like to me they're looking for some inside zone running backs.
I'm just happy, the Cowboys keep reminding us that Dak's the top paid player in the history of football. I'm just glad that privately they're not pretending like that means he's the best, because you tried during his prime to skimp on offensive line and what it got wasn't good, right? So now they're thinking, okay, we got to make sure he does have great protection and a good running game, or our offense is going to fall flat on its face.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We have Greg Wyshynski joining us to talk hockey at 3:20 and the Tyler Booker presser at 4.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Remember, the draft will be immediately following the G-Bag Nation. You can catch up on the draft with us tomorrow as well. We will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Hey, you're a giant. You can smash people.
You're proud.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on an NFL Draft Football Friday. Let's rock and roll. You know I got a big old smile on my face as the Cowboys did the right thing. I love it. Big, strong guy. What is he, 330 pounds, 340 pounds? Holy cow. Did you see how he picked up that other player back there after he got drafted? He was like, come with me, young man. I'm just jogging here like it's a jaunt to a picnic in a prairie with a 250-pound son of a gun right here, and he's going to be doing that for the Cowboys now, probably at right guard, 321. That's an athlete right there. Obviously love football. Obviously love being with the Cowboys. That was outstanding television to watch, and then to later listen to him. Everything that he brought to the party last night. I was so happy for him and really happy for the Cowboys and their fans that we're getting serious about rebuilding a run game. It's been a long time since it was like, oh, here comes the Cowboys offensive line and a good runner. And I think we could be just hours from that falling back into place once again. So pardon me, but I'm excited. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, NA. I don't know if we'll have time for what you're drinking, what you're thinking tonight. We'll be back into the draft coverage coming up at 6 o'clock. There's a lot of things to talk about.
6 o'clock, yeah.
There's Broadus in his draft show polo. You and Wolchuk in matching baby blue Cowboys polos here. Those look sharp.
How about that? If it's free, I'll take 3. If I have to pay, no way. The scouting motto. But yeah, thank you to Miller Lite for the nice polos that we're wearing today. We're like the Ryder Cup, Dawson. We're kind of like the Ryder Cup partners.
I'll drink to that.
Very
like nice.
Teammate, Ryder
in
Cups.
Uniform.
Yeah. Shake
and bake, baby.
Yeah.
Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. He's set for 4 flawless right here. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Yes, I would say reaction from the fan base on Twitter is, about what we experienced last night at our Pluckers. A lot of people really wanting a wide receiver, wanting Matthew Golden, wanting a running back, but the Cowboys went a different path. You've heard from me. I like this move. How about you guys? Did it get the thumbs up from you guys?
I'm giving it the thumbs up. I mean, obviously, I think Tedero McMillan and the Cowboys said it too. If he had been there at 12, that was the guy that we would have liked, or I would have liked personally. And I think they would have too. I mean, he would have been an excellent complement to CeeDee Lamb. When that didn't happen, the conversation pivots to Booker and then Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss. I mean, I do believe that they stuck to their board. I mean, that's how they had it. BPA, and this is one of those weird drafts, we've talked about it, where there's going to be a lot of variance in opinion. I think a lot of teams' boards are going to look very different to others, and we'll see how the Cowboys' evaluation ends up being. But Tyler Booker fits a need, and I don't think it's ever bad to address line of scrimmage. I think offensive line has the highest hit rate in the first round compared to any other position. They need to hit on this pick. He's going to be very helpful, and you know what? If you wanted a left tackle, they now have a lot of players that can compete. And Brian Schottenheimer said play your best 5 last night. Mm-hmm. So I think Tyler Booker is plug and play. He's going to be your starting right guard. But if something happens and Tyler Guyton shows up and he does not earn that spot, they've got position flexibility here. You can kick Tyler Smith to left tackle, and you have a variety of guys who could then possibly compete to earn the left guard spot. So they've added a lot of competition on the offensive line, and you better damn be good in the middle of your offensive line in this division, as Corey just said, with Philadelphia, with Washington, with New York, what they're doing with Dexter Lawrence. Brian, you've talked about this. They're kind of built to win the division. I think this is another move to help do that. Maybe it doesn't help them against some other teams. I don't know. But offensive line travels. And when they've had the best chance to possibly break this drought and get to a conference championship game, it's been 2014, it's been 2016, and the offensive line was the best in football.
Yeah, this really came down to because we had a lot of discussions about McMillan and then Golden. And it really, those were the discussions that, everybody like, it's receiver. But they're really, when you put your stack together, and I know we've talked about it here in our show and some other platforms, Love of the Star and things like that, is that if it's McMillan, okay, then where is the last receiver? in that group. There were going to be players in between that. The fact that they were talking about Booker and even talking about Nolan, they were looking at line help, regardless whether it was the offensive line or the defensive line. So it really never was. I know there was just so much talk about skill and skill and skill. Yeah, it was that when it was McMillan was going to be there. But then it turned into, now where's the stack? How's the stack going to play? Is how many players do they have between McMillan and, say, Golden on their board? And obviously they had several. They had with Booker being there, and then also the thought about Nolan. Those discussions. These are discussions they had on Wednesday. They were planning on the potential that they were going to lose McMillan in this draft. And give them some credit. I will give them some credit for being ready for that. They had those discussions, and they felt like that Booker, the plug and play. I think it tells you a little bit what they might try to do scheme wise too. With some of the stuff with some of the inside zone stuff, the combo blocks, they call it dual blocks, things like that. Push guys second level, push guys to second level. Maybe some pin and pull stuff on the edge. But now the mission turns into finding a back that kind of complements that running style. And there's several in this draft. And I think it's going to come when this thing opens tonight, you're going to see them talking about, when Dallas has the chance to pick a runner, a receiver, a defensive tackle one technique, and then also a corner.
And we're going to get into these players a lot. It's going to be an exciting hour or so as these picks start coming off the board. How plug and play is he, Brian? I like this. I'm assuming that this is a easier transition to the league than what we just saw with Guyton.
Well, see, and Zach will tell you the same thing. Guyton, double-digit games?
He started 1 year.
Yeah, but that's it. Booker has played in some massive games. Not that Guyton had, just the experience of Tyler Booker alone.
Yeah, he started as a true freshman in Alabama.
I mean,
both
this
guard spots.
guy, the learning curve for him, I think, is going to be much smaller than it was for Guyton. I really do.
And I do love with this new coaching staff, Clayton Adams, OC, offensive line background, Connor Riley, and what he's done developing offensive linemen at the college level. It's fair to be optimistic about all these guys, and that makes you feel even better about Booker. Like, he's stepping into a great situation. We always talk about it with quarterbacks. Hey, what situation did they land in? It applies to every position to some extent, and I think he's stepping into a great one right now.
Man, this is what's so unfortunate about this offensive line room. This is the third coach they've had. If you go back to with Joe Philbin and Mike Solari, and now they doubled up basically. You got a line coach and an offensive coordinator that's a line coach.
It's a great point.
They've made a commitment to try and make that front better. And now go out and find a way to make the running game better with a running back.
Stephen Jones said today that they don't feel like they need a running back tonight. Do you think that's bluster?
I think he's blustering you right now.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think the stuff with Breece Hall is legit. There's some whispers that they're trying to trade with the Jets for Breece Hall. Maybe that's something that works afterwards. He talks well about the guys. No, he's got a couple of guys. He's got a couple of guys that can't carry the load. Like you cannot tell me, you cannot look at these players that are currently on the board that are left. And we didn't get the run on the running backs that we kind of thought there might be. Now, there might be, when we start day 2, there might be a run on some of these running backs. But the quality of the position is, you cannot ignore that when you get down to 44.
Do you think Breece Hall's their backup plan?
I think Breece Hall is something that they're talking about potentially being a feature guy. Get him as a feature. And then maybe you also look at something in the 5th round or 6th round with some of those later picks. It's kind of like if you had, I think if you had Rico Dowdle, you could wait. You could have waited until day 3 and done that. But I don't think you have that luxury right now.
I think you're right. I think that would make sense if Breece Hall is a backup plan, maybe like a Jamison Williams. That we talked about for a 3rd. Or whatever ends up happening, like some of these other trades, that could be like a fallback. We don't end up getting our guy. I think 44 tonight, I would guess it's corner or running back. I think Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, the 2 Ohio State kids, they both had in for visits. So they clearly like both. I think Henderson comes off the board first. And going by what you're talking about with what they want to do, I think Quinshon Judkins fits best for what they're talking about with the inside power running game, the inside zone. I think Judkins is the guy that I'd probably look at 44 personally, that would probably be available. The question would be, if you get one of these hurt corners that slide, Will Johnson, Revel from East Carolina, maybe Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, do they have that conversation? Like, would we rather take one of these corners? Probably depends on how their board looks. Is Judkins higher or one of these corners? But I'd probably narrow it down to those two positions for 44 to me. And I think that they've seen themselves get screwed by runs on running backs in the last two drafts, and they haven't been able to get their guy. If Judkins is their guy, or maybe it is Henderson that slides there, I think they just turn the card in and take him.
Looking at these BPA boards, though, Brian, it does seem like there's way more than 12 quality guys out there. At 44, there's going to be something to be excited about.
This board sets up really, really nice for Dallas in a couple of different ways. Like mentioned, the running back, I think the receiver room, I think the cornerback room will all be helped here. You know, when I watch Judkins play, I think of Brian Robinson from the Commanders. That type of that type of play. This guy catches the ball extremely well, and he does a really good job of kind of being able to lower his shoulder, finish runs. He is a very, very tough runner with the ball in his hands.
He is.
Would you be looking at the Shedeur Sanders room at 44? Any interest here, guys? And taking an opportunity here, getting some value at a quarterback.
Just for the reality TV portion of it, I do love getting the peek into that particular draft room right there, because that was pretty tough. It was funny to some extent, but it was also like, man, this is kind of a beating here.
I'm kind of bummed that now you had the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jags make that trade, because Cleveland would have the opportunity now to pair up Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Together with the top pick at 33, they could take Shedeur, and they could have just had both of them, and that would have been a lot of fun to see how that translates to the NFL. But hey, Jacksonville, shout out to that 34-year-old GM in his first draft, Gladstone. Yeah. He said, "Look at me, boys.
Yeah.
I'm making the move up. I'm going to get my guy."
Well, he's from the background of F them picks.
Yeah,
and
well,
so he knows
sense.
he knows how to navigate this stuff. I think you have to keep an eye, and we got Jane Slater on the NFL Network right now. She's following the Saints. I wonder if Jane's even talking. The Saints have pick 40 in the second round. I wonder if, in fact, would Kellen Moore go this direction, with that, or would he think about something completely different from where, Sanders was a guy that maybe at 9 there was a thought that he might show up there, but they went right by him.
It would be a page out of the Howie Roseman book of you've got a high-paid quarterback, but in the second round, a Jalen Hurts, a Shedeur falls to you, and you're just like, dang it, he was high enough on our board to just say, let's go ahead and go for it. I could see Jerry making this a huge conversation if he's still there.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be there. I was trying to find it, but the overwhelming Vegas odds say he's just going to go to Cleveland here at the top of the draft. It's going to be it's going to be a short night here for Shedeur.
Cleveland's got 2 picks here at 33 and 36. Vegas is still there at 37 that could possibly have interest. The Saints at 40, the Jets at 42. All of those would be teams that I think would be considering drafting Shedeur.
Alrighty, it is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to all the Tolos who came by Pluckers in Addison last night. Rodeo Ron probably hung out for 3 hours of it. It was great. Getting more of the story here as he's coming up, I believe, on 7 weeks.
Yeah.
So many Tolos there last night, having a great time, and they were on a roll. At one point, we nailed 6 picks in a row. Like the specials were just flying right and left.
Wow. You guys had some better drafters and GMs than we did in Grapevine, I would say. The first 4 picks, we were dialed. And then after that, man, things got a little...
Kind of went to hell.
Kind of went all over the place on us. I think we probably hit maybe 11 or 12 of the 32. Because you didn't have the tip or the pick tipping as much. You couldn't just jump on Twitter and get the name 5 minutes before it's announced. There was only like Jordan Schultz was doing it. Aaron Wilson, I think, was another guy that was doing it. But that was we just went by the book, and we took some L's last night.
You had to do some old fashioned journalism. There was no leaks. I guess they're trying to shut that down, create a little bit more drama for the television.
Yeah.
And it was. How was yours over there, Lucius?
Hey, we were lit in Arlington. It was lit. I got booed like when I announced food as the winning prizes. They wanted liquor. They wanted to fire it up, bro. They were screaming and hollering. We had a good time, but we had massive L's on the board. I even kept a sheet right here. Because I've never seen this many. Like, we've been doing this for 20 years, they say?
Yeah.
I've never seen this many L's in a row, bro. Out of, how many is it? 32 teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 L's on the board.
Wow.
Oh, man. You talking about having to host.
Yeah.
I got to keep the energy up.
Sorry, guys. It's
people are mad, man.
Lucius, if we could get the name of those people, I want to make sure that if they ever tweet at me, that I remind them that they weren't very good doing this either.
Exactly. Somebody reminded me that Woolchuck was buying shots at the last time he was doing this, and he was like, yo, Woolchuck was buying shots, so
that guy was bowl sacking you.
No. You guys got this all wrong. You're supposed to buy me shots.
That's right.
Hey, shout out to Xavier, though, man. Xavier had it lit out there.
Salute.
Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, and thanks to
so
Pluckers.
many people out there. And your chicken guy was out there. That looks like Carlos Esposito, the actor.
Oh, Todd.
Yeah, he was out there.
Todd's the man.
He's a good dude.
I'm glad. That's awesome.
It was lit out there, bro.
Man,
I'm still recovering. We had so much tequila on deck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was rocking.
You got the good stuff, though?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Casamigos was what they had there.
Okay.
And I had a whole lot of it.
Man, I had a whole lot of the Cajun wings. I got on a run with the Cajun dry rub yesterday, and I couldn't get enough.
Yeah, dude.
I think I'm going back this week.
I went with the Baker's Gold, which is that gold rush with the medium or the buffalo medium or whatever.
Okay, did they have the sauce there anymore? Because I asked and they were looking at me like I was crazy. I was trying to explain it. So this is syrup stuff that you guys pour on the wings, and him looking at me like I was silly.
Yeah, I didn't see any
I don't
of
think
that.
it's there anymore.
I didn't see any of that.
But I did take some wings to go. So I can eat them today, and they're right here in the Pim Cup right now.
Oh, that's
I had breakfast wings this morning.
Breakfast
wings. Sure did.
Wow.
Well, speaking of winning, boys, I just heard from Tolo. He says thanks for the draft coverage, and he has sent 5 brisket sandwiches downstairs for us.
Let's go.
So we're going to be feasting like kings as we return for the top 10 at 220. Woolchuck, where are we going with it?
All righty, I've got the top 10 best second-round picks in the history of the NFL, and what's the weirdest thing you've ever sold? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, we're going to get into the top 10 best second-round NFL draft picks. 877-881-1053. Do you have a personal favorite? But also, I want to ask, what's the weirdest thing you've ever sold? I did hear this clip from Micah Parsons, though, that was circulating. And he was doing his thing on Bleacher Report, I believe, and was reacting to all the picks in real time. And we'll get to more of his reaction on Tyler Booker. But this clip stood out to me in a big way as he talks about having to get ready to face this offensive line.
Just say Tyler in the meeting room, and you're going to get one of them.
I'm literally might have to do 100 push-ups as it is, because I got to get ready for practices, anchoring and pass rushing against two beasts.
Yeah. So you're showing up to practice?
It's going to be a wild camp. It's going to be a wild
You're showing up to camp?
Yeah, I'll be at camp.
Okay, good. I know.
Yeah, I'll be at camp. So Mike will be at training camp. I mean, we were kind of wondering, is he going to, what's up with the contract? But he said he's going to be there. So we should expect Micah to be there.
Yeah, but that's slippery.
You think the high-pitched tone was like, yeah, I'll be at camp?
Yeah, sure, I'll be at camp after they give me a deal.
Yeah, if the deal's done.
Sure. Yeah.
Just didn't say it.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks in. Looks like Zach and CD got there eventually.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, at any
was
point.
set.
Yeah, he could show up to Oxnard on the final day.
But he's at camp.
And come through on his word.
That's a very good point.
Maybe I'll be at camp in 26. I'll be at camp.
I'll be at camp. I'll be there.
We'll be at camp, too.
I'll be at camp. Yeah, we'll be there.
We'll be
I don't
there.
know if everyone, some other people out here, they're trying to act like they know what the hell they're talking about are going to be there. We've got Miro skating again, boys. I'm seeing some live video from our friend Elias Simikopoulos. He's looking good. He's doing some tricks out here. We are probably building towards the Miro return. Maybe they want to just save this for Game 5 at home, like Landeskog did. They saved that for at home against Colorado.
Is that what you would do?
Maybe just hope for the Game 5 crowd pop?
No.
You put him out there tomorrow night?
Man, I'd put him out there tomorrow night. Let's try and get this thing to 3-1.
I'm kind of with you. I don't want to play with fire.
Saying?
Colorado scares me.
Yeah, just let's kill the monster before you can, don't let that thing hang around.
We want to shake off Russ. Also, it's going to mess with the vibes. It's going to make things weird. You think it's a coinky dink that Landeskog came back, the building's electric, and they only score one goal?
Could be a good point there.
It's just weird. It's going to throw off lines. It's going to throw off chemistry just a little bit. It takes a while to reset it.
I don't know, Dawson. This is one of the best probably 10 players in hockey, would you say?
I hear you. But I'm just saying, if we do need to have a reset game, I want to go through that reset game and have 3 more to play. Right? I don't want to put off this reset game because I know there's a probability in there somewhere where it actually doesn't add. The change actually can make you worse for a game or two when you're working guys back in.
I think that they've done a really good job of shuffling lines to begin with, and so I think they adapt. I think these guys will adapt. I think that. Yeah, man, Tyler Sagan, how many games he missed? Like over 50?
True. Yeah,
and then all of a sudden
he's right in there.
He's part of it.
It was a buttload.
I just feel like kind of a team that's got some nice veteran leadership, veteran players, got some young guys involved. They kind of have figured out that, like, okay, we've been having to do this a little bit now. We've been losing guys, getting guys back. I just try and kill Colorado while I can.
Yeah, I'm getting that. Okay. You're right. Trap take there, Dawson. I love you.
8 games in a row. 8 games in a row.
I know.
They lost.
I know.
This is fragile.
Yeah.
But we're on a 2-game heater. Let's go.
What have you done for me lately?
Look, I'll tell you what. If Miro comes back and they look like crap, then I'm going to give you all the praise.
How many minutes of hockey have they played? Including overtime.
They've only been
over 200 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
How many have they led, Wolchuk?
1 minute.
About 90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds.
Okay, they just figured it out.
Maybe less.
Let's come together and stop losing every game. They have just figured it out.
I think they've figured it out. I do.
All right.
I think they figured.
We're going to go fragile positive here. We'll see what they end up doing. Okay?
I'm the
We'll see
dumbass that
tomorrow.
picked Colorado in 6.
I know. I'm glad that you called yourself that. Oh, all right. Here we go.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing you've ever sold.
We're starting that.
Sold a $5 shirt off my back at a party for
Throw some of that
$40.
brisket at
Yeah, I'll catch you with
like
my
a dog.
Sold someone baking soda one time who thought it was the other stuff.
Oh, there you go.
That's how you get murdered, bro.
Yeah,
that's not
you
cool.
will get murdered.
Yeah,
Could have killed somebody.
You put your place in, well.
Weirdest thing I've ever sold was some acid.
Whoa, I know where you was about to go.
Is that you personally, Walter?
No, I've never done that. That's not a
Is that ASSID?
Now that's out there. You could probably isolate it, and I'm going to have to live with that forever.
How
but
much per
wasn't
cheek?
Me. $25K, baby. You know me. But this was the weirdest thing that I've seen lately. This headline reads, Florida woman charged with selling human remains in their shop and on Facebook Marketplace. Is there a...
Who's buying? There's a market for this?
52-year-old woman and a 33-year-old woman were charged with purchase or sale of human organs and tissue for allegedly buying and selling human remains at her shop. The shop's called Wicked Wonderland.
Yeah, we're digging up people.
Oh, so we're doing magic.
You get you a bootleg kidney or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, are we doing organ?
Yeah, it seems like the organ harvesting.
Might be saving lives out here, man.
You can get a human rib for $35.
Is that just a
One rib?
the bone?
It's one rib.
A rib.
Just a rib.
That's better than
Still
a
meat on
tomahawk
it?
chop.
Still meat on that bone. Vertebrae for $35.
Come on, bro.
The human skull fragments were $90. And then you can get...
I think this is magic stuff.
So we're back to doing this.
Yeah, we're back to
Well, we've been doing this for a while. Like in the 1800s in America, it was weird. We would sell body parts. We would kill people and then sell their body parts across the land.
And what were they being used for?
I don't know.
Like
some for
you know what?
furniture, some for jewelry, some for saying, I just got it.
It was funny the other
Just the lore of having
Have a finger.
the flex.
a few months ago.
Dude, you want to go see this human skull I've got?
Yeah, man.
A few months ago, I redid my license, so I'm an organ donor guy.
Oh, he's an organ
and then
donor.
every time I think about it now, with Lucius going, bro, they ain't bringing you back.
Yeah.
If you maybe can make it, they might not bring you back.
No. Yeah.
That's just my nerves. I think they'll see my insurance and be like, the other guy.
So
He could really use this. This fool to smoke these lungs out. He ain't got much time left anyway.
Take that fatty liver and see what you can do with
fatty
it.
liver. Yeah,
Listen, we can save one guy here, right? It's
Yeah.
not going to be this one.
Yeah.
So strange.
Guy wakes up and goes, I don't want his liver. What are you talking about?
Give me the other
God.
liver.
We let this play out. We got 2 dead humans.
I'm addicted to tequila now.
I never knew that this was a thing, but yeah, selling the human remains. Absolutely bizarre.
I think we're into voodoo, witchcraft, those kind of things.
Yeah, some dark
Yeah,
magic.
So
That's
Dawson
buck
calls
wild.
it kink, right? We call it kink.
No, I don't think that's kink. I think
Maybe
that's,
some
that's
kink involved. How
cannibalism.
about those people that?
That's cannibalism.
How about those people
My
that like
kink
to
is
have
cannibalism.
relationships with dead people? Though, have you seen that? One?
That necrophilia?
Yeah.
I have heard
people
about
being
that.
around.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
That is just bizarre. All right, the best second round draft pick, seamless transition.
Here we
Top
go.
10 here, just to get you excited for tonight.
These are all warm-blooded bodies.
Yeah, these are living. Well, I think all of these players are going to be living. We'll see if we get to one that's
Best
not.
second rounders in Cowboys history?
Just
in
in
general? Just in world history?
Just in general.
I was going to fire Sean Lee,
Sean Lee.
Trayvon Diggs.
I love both of those.
Jalen Smith.
Bruce Carter.
Who else?
Gavin Escobar, R.I.P.
There you go.
There haven't been a lot of good
played
ones.
that game.
Did.
Yeah.
Connor Williams.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Was a hell of a good one. Luke Schoonmaker.
Kelvin Joseph, boss man.
Boss man fat.
What are we doing?
I think we're rattling off the
No.
single worst
What are
names.
we? The Cowboys.
That's
what are we
the Cowboys'
doing?
recent
What are we
history.
doing? Yeah.
10 is Anquan Bolden.
Yeah, that's Walter Juliff told us.
He was pretty damn good.
Yeah, Walter Juliff goes in that draft room. He goes, listen, you guys are all talking about how slow he is. Put him wherever you effing want to, but he's going to be a great player in this league. He told all the scouts that. Stood up and said that. And because like, he doesn't run fast enough. He can't do this. And Juliff said, put him wherever you want.
Baller.
You bunch of effers, but yeah, he's going to play.
He is one of the slowest receivers ever to be super productive. His rookie season, I mean, he came out of the gates on fire.
He sure did.
And I'll never forget when
Florida
he had his face broken at the goal line by I believe a Jets defender.
Yeah.
And then he played the next week.
Freak.
I always thought Wayne Corbett got his face broken with the Jets. You remember him?
Man, Wayne Corbett was awesome.
He would always take the most wicked shots. They're like, oh, it's not getting up.
Derrick Henry's number 9.
Oh, jeez.
Calais Campbell coming in at 8.
Did anybody ask Jerry about Derrick Henry last night?
No.
At the pressers?
So. I don't think so.
We've ended those questions.
Yeah, I think we decided to.
We simmered down after.
I mean, we'll see. Do they end up getting a running back? If they don't by tonight, maybe they bring it back up again.
You know, if you would have signed Derrick Henry last year, we wouldn't be talking about
wouldn't have
running
this
backs
problem.
tonight, Jerry.
Yeah.
7, Shady McCoy. A little high for me.
Ooh.
It's because he's an Eagle.
Yeah, they put him up
I
there.
think he's even worse as just a blowhard on television who doesn't know what he's talking
way
about.
worse. Yeah. I'd rather have those other 3 guys than Shady, though.
By the way, this Jacksonville GM,
he looks like a little boy.
what are we doing?
Like Peter Pan.
I mean, this guy's like, oh, okay.
You take that guy.
Bro, he does look exactly like Peter Pan.
Take this guy seriously if he walks into the room.
He's wearing tights.
Come on, Tink.
Wow. How old is he? Peter Pan can draft his balls off, though.
The youngest GM of all time.
I'd take Peter Pan any day.
Yeah, me too.
He's an F these picks, guys, is what he is. Yeah.
6 is Michael Strahan. It's a pretty good one.
Texas Southern down there.
40th overall pick in 93.
Whose list was this, by the way? Because, LaShawn McCoy over Derrick Henry in this list is laughable.
Yeah, I would agree with that. This is
Elliot
Jason
Shore
Burgos.
Parks made this list.
Yeah.
This guy deserves to have his body parts
From the
sold
whip
off.
in Philly.
Jalen Hurts is going to be number 1.
Yeah.
Probably.
Number 1.
Maybe A.J. Brown.
Best.
5 is Devontae Adams.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Gronk at 4.
It gets better than Gronk?
It's better than Gronk because number 3 is that guy that Brian won a Super Bowl with, a quarterback. That I just don't want to say his name.
Was that one of those Detmer guys? Favor?
Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Favre.
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 Yeah, Favre. That guy.
Mommy came into the flip checks and said, hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Hungry.
He just skipped the chorus.
Number 2, I think, is the guy with
I
one of
just
the
wanted
best
to get it over.
NFL films lines of all time, Mike Singletary.
Oh, wow.
Come with, is it all day?
Gonna be here all day, baby. I like this kind of potty.
He was playing the Packers that day.
Yeah, man.
We smoked their ass.
The eyes, the Mike Singletary eyes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, you smoked their ass that day?
Oh, heck
Like
yeah.
a barbecue brisket?
Gave, yeah, be here all day. Yeah, you're on grass stains on
Do you
your
think
back,
Singletary's overrated?
No, absolutely not.
There's a contention out there that believes it.
I'll tell you what, though. He instincts were outstanding.
What was the best second-round pick you ever made?
We traded for Hugh Douglas. That's
okay. That one worked out.
Yeah, that
you
worked
didn't
out.
make the list,
No,
unfortunately.
but we traded for him. He was a first-round pick with the Jets. But
Okay,
we traded.
so you gave the second.
We gave a second-round
Gotcha.
pick for Hugh
So it
Douglas.
wasn't actually a selection; it was a trade.
It was a
for the
trade.
second-rounder. But this just goes to show you how many good players you can still end up getting today. So no need to panic. Okay, somebody's going to be really good that's selected on this day. But number 1, best second-round pick of all time, and shout out to Black and Gold B from the 214. It is indeed Drew Brees.
Yeah, hard to argue with that,
Superchargers.
man.
Yeah, Drew Brees, 13-time Pro Bowler. Would you say Brees over the Favre? Ooh. Who would you take? Who's the better all-time
no,
quarterback?
I got my Super Bowl ring on right now because of Favre.
So you got to go with the Favre.
I got to go with him. I can't go with Brees.
You can't go Breezy?
I can't go with Brees.
It's a toughie.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go with 4.
Yeah.
Not 9.
Not 9.
Not 9. Brees did have some years, man, where he was just absolutely epic. But there was something just fun, wild, and crazy about Favre. It's really upsetting that he's kind of tarnished his reputation like this. It's really sad.
Croc pitch.
Because as a player, he was so damn fun to watch. And the Cowboys always kicked his ass, so it was fun for me.
It never beat the Cowboys.
No. And then things changed.
I think it's just what personality you want. Do you want alcoholic popping pills leading the charge, or do
Yes.
you want a quieter CEO type of guy?
I kind of like the fun.
Either one works though. Like as football players, I think it's dead balls on. You know,
Both were really good
It's dead
college
heat.
quarterbacks. Purdue never won until Drew Brees got there. You know, everywhere he's been, he's won.
All right, I'm in an epic run of a certain kind of L at the house. I got to tell you about
Another
here coming
ball
up
through the
next,
window?
Chief.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Might as well. Might as well.
All right. Well, it's perfect time for 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, though, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here on The Fan.
Hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Market to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and at all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Greg Wyshynski's going to join us coming up at 3:20. We'll be talking Stars hockey with him and looking forward to that. My L is I'm on a run here where every time I turn around, somebody in the family's getting me for between $500 and $800. 2 weeks ago, I told you about the window. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That was only $450. Turned out not too bad.
That was a soccer fiasco.
Yeah, and then so last weekend she broke her phone screen. All right, that's probably going to result in a whole new phone.
Is this a wife's screen or daughter's screen?
Daughter. Okay. And then today, as I was getting ready to leave for the house, dryer stops working.
Oh no!
Yeah.
You had the warranty. Is this an old one?
You just had a situation. Was it the washer?
Yes, I just did replace the washer within the last year, so I'd probably replace the dryer within the last 2 or 3 years. But it's just hitting me over the head right now. It's payday, and I'm just trying to catch up from the damn window and the cell phone, and now you hit me with the dryer.
It's awful.
I'm like, forget it.
Yeah.
I'm going, and you have this damn inflation going on right now and the tariff concerns, so I'm already trying to pinch pennies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a giant Hoover's getting hooked up to my checking account every time I turn around, Brian.
It's just snowballing.
I don't even have kids in college yet, like you.
Yeah. It's
crazy.
Like I said, Dawson, in one day those kids will show up in line at a restaurant. They've already had all the food and they need money to pay the bill. So you really have no choice.
Yeah.
You have to send them money right there so they can pay for the dinner.
Yeah, my biggest
that they've
flub.
already had.
My biggest flub of all time was underestimating what a real steakhouse is and taking my now wife in college to a steakhouse for her birthday.
I love this story.
And I immediately looked at the a la carte menu and knew that my $75 was not going to get it done. So I'm having to go on damage control. I'm texting with my dad. I'm like, I don't really know if we should order yet. Let's kind of give us some more time.
Did you just admit it? Did you just tell her?
I did.
Did you say, hey, babe, this...
Oh, man, I hope you had the food and they just threw you an apron. Like, here you go, bro.
Yeah, you can get there and clean some dishes.
You know what you could do?
This was first date, though?
This wasn't first date. This was just first, big... Usually it was like a fast food hangout, Applebee's.
Yeah.
We're in college, It was like a birthday deal. Let's go. I think it was the Queenie's Steakhouse. And I was like, okay, now I know what people mean when they say steakhouse. This is a different level.
Fancy.
Could you have just maybe gone for let her have a meal and you had maybe French onion soup or something like that?
You know that wasn't going to happen. Daddy
Eric, just go for the salad.
Well, I thought then maybe Eric,
why don't we split a little something?
Did
honey?
you think about? Did you ask her about maybe splitting something?
Yeah, well, it
Not
was
a bad idea.
It was going to get to that. I was peppering my dad with some texts and some phone calls, and he had to.
Yeah,
we can share an appetizer, then we got to go, honey.
Yeah,
Your dad helped you out, huh?
yeah. Thank God for Pops that night. Real MVP. Let's go ahead and do it, man. Let's make this thing official. We 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L.
Biggest dub.
Our buddy Tim in Carthage. Biggest dub was draft day, of course. The biggest L, though, we drafted another Tyler on draft day. There's an influx of Tylers.
A lot of Tylers.
There's no question about it.
Yeah,
we do have
two of them are good.
An affinity for some Tylers. Yeah, at least two of them are good. So yeah, the Tyler stuff is real. The Tyler bump, I think that's something to consider in future drafts when you're building out your board, trying to dial it in on what the Cowboys might want to do. Those Tylers, especially on the offensive line, they're going to get more love.
I don't know who it is that thinks this is such a bad move. Is this delusional Dak believer that's thinking just give my guy another wide receiver and we're going to the promised land?
Yeah, I think that I understand it because you do have such a glaring issue there at the skill spot.
Yes.
So you can make,
I want one too.
You can make a heavy-handed argument at a lot of different positions. And everybody's all about the flash. Everybody's, we're all ball watchers when it's all said and done. We want to see where the touchdowns are going to be. We want to see the chunk plays. We want to see the sexy highlights. Our guy Booker's probably not going to end up on a SportsCenter top 10 play unless he dirts somebody 50 yards down the field.
Might happen.
He will. But yeah, I just think everybody wants the sexy stuff. And when you need it, this isn't a reach to say, oh my gosh, they absolutely needed something like that. And so, yeah, our pluckers kind of, you could hear the dejection when you got the. But then when I started going around and it was like talking with the real football guys, they're like, dude, we need offensive line. You build it out in the trenches, man. You can't go wrong here unless the guy is a bust. But from everything we've heard about this guy, it seems like the floor is very, very high for this gentleman.
Yes, floor is very high. I think he's going to be great. And, beyond that, I just don't want to get caught ball watching myself.
Ball watch.
Yeah.
But it's rampant.
It should be the goal to try to make a running game that's so good that you're just getting first downs without having to think about passing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was like with Emmitt Smith. Yeah. Could the Eagles do that? Yes, they could. Did they win the Super Bowl? Yes. I would think, the Chiefs had to. Then maybe they didn't have the big-time running back, so Patrick Mahomes just did it himself. Dak's not going to do it himself, right? So, again, I don't know who thinks that we're a wide receiver away. You're a dominant running game away from giving Dak the kind of man looks that he needs in the secondary to post numbers like an MVP. I mean, their winning percentage when he's got to throw it 35 times plus is putrid, right? Let's all say it together. Dak Prescott is a bus driver, okay? And if you have one of those quarterbacks, you got to have an amazing run game. So I love they took an offensive lineman. And if Guyton doesn't play better this year, I want a left tackle in next year's round one.
Bada boom, bada bing. Dial it up in the trenches. But the man just gave us the order all together in unison.
Yeah.
Let's say it, boys.
Dak Prescott
is a bus driver.
I'm not saying it.
We didn't get enough participation from
the guys
class.
in the blue shirts were just.
No, they're
Protestant Wolchuk got to go in the star tonight.
I was working on something else, I was kind of trying to figure.
That's all right. Every good sports radio show needs homers.
That's right.
Let's go Cowboys.
Sign me up.
Let's go Cowboys.
214 biggest dub. Our guy Woody. Cowboys making some things happen right now. He feels good about it. He also got some fire OG. He says, and then with an
classic OG, bro.
That's a good question.
Classic OG, not that stepped on stuff they've been selling out there. I'm talking about real classic OGs from back in the day when you had New York Sour Diesel going around.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Woody, what'd you get, man? He's feeling good about it, though. He does not mention the opiates and the run that he's on, though. Because usually his dub every week is how he's...
Blue Dream, my God. You got some Blue Dream, bro? Oh.
Please don't tell me.
Hopefully it was Blue Dream, Woody.
I don't think he'd be spending that kind of money on weed if he was back on the opiates.
Yeah, that's a fair point. 512, biggest L, diagnosed with a herniated disc.
That hurts.
It's a good inflection.
Thank you. Biggest dub, don't need surgery.
Yeah,
that is a big win, dude. Get some of that decompression going. Maybe
Work
some of
some core.
the injection deals that they'll give you. Whatever you can to avoid the surgery is always the right move. Maybe you got some BPC 157. Stuff is just rocking and rolling for people with injuries right now. Yeah, the peptide.
I need a run on that.
Yeah, I need to get a run on that as well. 940 biggest dub, seeing Rufus do Sol with my fiance right before we roll EDC tickets. So I don't know. There was
like rolling.
There was a lot
EDC,
going on
maybe?
there.
I don't know.
These
Shout out
guys
to you 940. That sounds great.
Did his wife have a dancing instructor?
Rolling with his honey bunny.
Go watch his wife dancing with some guy named Beefcake.
903 biggest L, no tax return after a month. Need that $33K? Is that what this dude's ready to?
Cha-ching.
That is one heck of a return.
Got a heck
friend.
of a business.
Wow. 214 biggest dub, Vinny, our guy Vincent.
Vinny.
Housewarming party tomorrow.
Can't wait to crash it.
Got his first home. Him and the lovely fiance, dude. That's a wonderful deal. He gave me a glimpse of his man cave.
Some windows for that house.
Pretty impressive stuff.
That's nice.
972 notes. We do have the Tylers are up right now in the Metroplex. Yeah. With Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker, and then you add Tyler Sagan, what he's been doing. Tyler Malley pitching his tail off.
Yeah,
this might have been a really, really good move here.
It's the year of the Tyler.
It is the year of the Tyler.
Would you like to power rank them?
Hopefully, we get Guyton to get on the good side of this Tyler bus. Okay, let's see here. We got a salutatorian to acknowledge. Gentlemen,
Is that a second place?
I believe that is because valedictorian is the one.
Hey, congrats for being that smart though to get beat. You're going to get the ribbon or sash or something around you.
And he's getting some college paid for.
There you go.
So that's the real win right there for Pops.
Second place, I think.
I think we all agree. Could we say this in unison? Biggest L of the week.
Bus driver.
Shannon Sharp.
Yes, and it just seems like it's getting worse every day.
It does feel like it's getting worse by the second. Shout out to Adrian Peterson, who unfortunately took an L last night after the Vikings draft party. A little DWI situation got him going at 3:20 in the morning.
I could have given him a ride home.
83 and a 55.
Oops.
That'll get you.
That ain't good.
John
If you're
Morant.
gonna be buzzed, you better be on that speed limit.
Yeah, dude.
Maybe you're thinking in Minnesota, I got that kind of cachet.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is AP. You know,
set the record. I was 9 yards from the record.
Yeah, I wonder if
Remember
you
my
dropped
birthday
Yes,
party?
sir, Mr. Peterson. Would you put your hands behind your back, please?
And big dub, we'll call this the biggest dub of the week. The judge dismissed the lawsuit filed against John Morant over the fight during that pickup game with the teenager.
Oh, good.
So that is now behind him. Unfortunately, got banged up last night, and the Grizzlies look like a total disaster.
Don't think
he's
playing.
on crutches.
Yeah, he's not playing.
I gotta
Game 4.
I did a search for Shannon Sharp here. I got to dig in here at the break. I had no idea how much worse it had gotten for him.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg Wyshensky's coming up at 3:20. We'll get you caught up on everything Rangers and Stars related, everything breaking here in the world of sports as we're in the midst of NFL Draft Football Friday show with the draft coverage resuming at 6 o'clock, and we're back here in the Nation.
very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Greg Wyshynski's Talking Stars with you coming up at 3:20. Of course, everybody wants to know the status of Miro, and we'll get word tomorrow, probably late afternoon. But tomorrow night's game at 8:30. Tonight, the Rangers pregame at 8:30 as they visit the Giants. Evaldi back on the hill. So we're going to go draft coverage until pregame starts. Is that how that's going to work tonight?
Yeah, we'll get draft coverage until pregame. Then draft will switch to the stream.
Yep.
We'll have the game here on 105.3 The Fan. And you can also check out, if you want to watch it, 105.3thefan.com/fancam for the draft.
What time do we think we're going to get the Cowboys' second rounder in there?
I could check on that.
Okay.
I was able to get the first rounder, but
I leave that to Brian.
Yeah.
He's good at timing things out.
Well, maybe it was okay. Yes, because we have less time. You have more time for first round picks, less time for second round picks.
Oh yeah.
So let me get that for you, and I'll let you know.
Right on. Yeah, this will be flying, and it just sets up for a perfect night of sport. I mean, to jump in with the draft coverage at 6 o'clock to get Rangers pregame coming up at 8:30 with Nasty Nate on the hill. Should be a good evening. Rocker going on the IL with shoulder impingement. This is going to be, interesting with Rocker. I think this is going to be a year where you're looking at building him up and maybe having to be patient. Maybe you want to keep the innings down, get his pro schedule established, but that just ties a ribbon around the disappointment of what has been Kamar Rocker pretty much since we showed up in Surprise, Arizona. Now he's hurt, and we'll have Sandler coming up at 4:40 if there's anything else we need to know about it. Our hope now turns with the youngsters to Jack Leiter, and then hopefully Gray and Bradford will be back before too long. But you guys see Wolcott hit a bomb for the Rough Riders again last night?
Wolcott Bombski.
Guy's amazing.
It's special.
Yeah, I didn't see the Rangers till they lost until I got home at 1 o'clock. It's kind of messing around with that. So yeah, my night. But yeah, that's great that he's hitting home runs. So I'm the guy. If they were not a good baseball team, I just go ahead and bring him up.
Yeah.
But they've got, Jared's told us, they've got other plans. They see themselves as a good baseball team, and they are.
2 homers, 10 ribbies, 10 walks, and 3 stolen bases in the last 11 games for him.
He's amazing.
The slash line's ridiculous.
I don't know how much longer you want to be patient. Sometimes guys are just ready to get the job done, and they're too good for the minors. This would be too early, but I'd give it another month, and we got to get him to AAA, and maybe by midsummer we're going to make this happen. But if you did miss last night's game, as Brian did, and a lot of people were paying attention, we got a Leody Taveras problem, some more bad defense. The untimely hitting, we're kind of getting used to that, and unfortunately, I think this is the second or third time this year where Taveras has made a horrible defensive play. I mean, you have DeGrom out there pretty much dealing. You hit 3 home runs, you get your best relievers out there, and you lose to a below-average baseball team. That's going to be one of those. But the error by Taveras allowing a run to score from second ties the game in the 9th, then the game winner. A couple of batters later, you could have theoretically been out of the inning in the next batter. So Langford lost a ball in the sun at sunset earlier in the game that cost him runs. So the A's were up 2-0. It starts and finishes with your outfielders making costly plays. But DeGrom was pretty good, and he said he's felt like every one of his starts he's made a step in the direction of getting better and stronger than what he has been. It's Apple TV tonight, guys. So navigate that one best you can. Evaldi against Verlander, though. This is
an old school goodie.
Quite a pitching matchup. Yeah, of course, you got the Rangers pregame at 8:30 here on the Fan, so I know a lot of people just choose there to maybe stay up with it here on the radio. Hey, Elijah Arenas is out of that induced coma.
There you go.
Okay, so massive wreck. No broken bones, but had to go induced coma. But apparently he's all right. And the 18-year-old, who's one of the top 15 prospects in his class, for the family now, the biggest concern is, what the hell were you doing going so dang fast in the Cybertruck, son? Let's go ahead and bring this down. That's one of those young life events that maybe makes you a more responsible driver on the other side of it.
Man, you put me in a Cybertruck at whatever 17 years old.
Yeah,
that could have gotten a
go
little
for a party.
That thing was going to be touching.
But it's got the auto driver functionality, son. You know, it's 3 a.m. I don't know what you're doing. You're an adult. Go have fun. If you're out partying, use the damn auto driver, please. You know, that's the number one selling feature to a parent, I think. If you can afford to get your kids a vehicle, a Tesla with the auto driver.
Yeah.
We got this young, stupid partying thing whipped now, I believe, don't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I think that could help.
I'm stupid here, but okay, you're hammered. You're hammered, and you have to program. Do you just hit a button that says home?
Yeah.
And the thing, and you just can pass out, and the thing will get you home.
Yep.
Will you
In theory,
will you wake up like in your driveway?
Wake up at home.
Yeah.
So
In your bed.
They got
That
that
is
thing pretty
crazy.
dialed. I mean, they have that Uber. It's not Uber, but it's like it. That like Waymo or whatever in certain cities where it's driverless Ubers. And
kinda freaky.
I got buddies that have traveled and they get picked up. Nobody's in the car. You just sit in, pop in the destination, and then that thing gets you exactly. It's using
kinda
the
like-
blinker. It's stopping when it's supposed to stop. It's getting over. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
I wonder if those things. Do you think they go the wrong way? What happens if they make a mistake and they miss a turn?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you?
Maybe there's a way you can
Well, you just pass by. Well,
correct
there's
it?
nobody to. Yeah. How do they?
Yeah.
I guess is it just
hit
programmed?
the reroute.
Yeah. What if it glitches on you and you're like, and you go right by the airport?
I guess
You know?
you'd have to have, like, the business would have to have some guy you can deploy, right? Like a mechanic in the area. We're going to send out a response team here, maybe.
It could be like cable TV, you know, when you do Spectrum and they're like, okay, we're sending you the signal now. Make sure the blue thing's on. you
But
know?
I think their collision rates are much lower than human, right? So if you're running into a mistake, I'm sure that's going to be a problem. That is weird, though, because computers do crash.
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
Yeah. Wait, whoa. You need to turn here. Turn. And there's nobody to say turn here. It just keeps going, and you might end up in Oklahoma City.
Just keep going. Brian Schottenheimer on Tyler Booker going from left guard to right guard. It's something we don't have any concerns about. At the end of the day, it's football. You go one way really fast, and if somebody gets in your way, you knock the bleep out of them.
Yeah, knock the bleep out of them.
I was lucky to be listening on the stream last night, so I got that, and it's full glory. Really impressed with Shotty's first day of media. Not a big issue to go left to right guard like left to right tackle, is it?
Yeah. Didn't we talk about this though with some guys? We've said that maybe
some guys can do this
Some
seamlessly.
some
Others,
guys-
it's a big difference. I mean,
some
Zach
guys-
Martin talked about it, like learning to rewipe.
Yeah, well, it might be
wipe the
too,
other
but
way.
if you play in a left-handed stance and then have to play in a right-handed stance, the way your feet are, the way you get away from the line, maybe the way you fire off the ball, the way you step,
Might take some getting used to.
might take a little bit.
I could see that. Will McClay's player comp for Tyler Booker. Grades are very similar to what we had with Zach Martin in 2014. Some of the character traits, there are a lot of things that are very similar. He's his own individual, but he's a grown-ass man like Zach is. How do you like that comp to Zach Martin, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I never saw Zach Martin play over the tops of his feet. Does that make sense?
But I think Zach Martin was a far superior athlete than what Booker is.
Yeah.
Booker might be a little bit stronger. That's high praise.
313 to 321 kind of a thing.
Yeah,
weight-wise. Like I say, there was such balance to the way that Zach Martin played. You couldn't pull him out of his stance. I'm not saying you could pull this guy, but I have seen if you want to nitpick this guy a little bit, he will get a little overextended. Not a ton, but that's the one thing. He will do everything in his power to keep from getting overextended, but you can't run over this guy. You just can't. I mean, he's going to
super strong.
He's going to sit down on you, and that's it.
So it's the quickness, like the speed rusher kind of stuff. You get a blitzing linebacker crossing his face.
What if we play a game and they twist that thing in front of him? The adjust of getting over there and not leaning on that.
I did think it was interesting. Will McClay is like, we have very similar grade on Booker as we did on Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and
well, they were picked right about the same spot.
Maybe
at
not
12 and 16.
Maybe not a Hall of Famer, Brian, but do you see Pro Bowls? Do you see all pros in Booker's future? What do
I
you say?
personally like Donovan Jackson better myself. I'm just
Ohio
saying
State's guy.
Ohio State because of the athletic ability.
Yeah,
part
Donovan
of it.
Jackson was a good athlete.
But I tell you this: the thing about this guy is that the power, the ability for him to get movement in the running game. I mean, that I was thinking Jackson because I was thinking more of the pin and pulls and the outside zone stuff and things like that. It sounds like to me that they're going to be more inside zone stuff with the way that they're going to run the ball. They're going to try and combo block, double teams, get guys up on the second level. So I was thinking more of a Donovan Jackson who's kind of used to playing. I don't know if Booker could play left tackle. I saw Donovan Jackson play left tackle.
No, I think Booker is a guard.
Yeah.
Donovan Jackson proved that he could play guard or tackle.
Right.
I had in my notes, I do not want Donovan Booker or Tyler Booker playing tackle ever.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the feet for it.
Yeah.
Well, he might not be able to play tackle or pin and pull. But,
but he could play it in the space, the things in space. You could see them, like if you watch the Tennessee game and some other games where you could see him pull. And like Milrow, they do straight just a power run, and they put him out in front of Milrow, and they pull him, and they trap him, and they do. He's going to do. This is not a guy that like the grass is dying under his feet. He can move his feet. He's just if you're expecting this tremendous athlete, that's not his game. Where he kills you is his ability to get onto you, get a hold of you, and finish you. That's his game right there.
And he can, as you mentioned, play in space. And as Jerry may have joked or informed us last night, maybe the tush push is in play now, guys.
Mm-hmm. You got some power inside, man. You got some maulers in the middle now.
I personally wouldn't want to be pushing on Dak that much. I figure might get an injury here.
Joe Milton is your tush push quarterback.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
It's time to tush. It's time to push. Let's get Joe Milton in there. Jerry Jones on taking another offensive lineman said when you step back and look at it, we've had some pretty good teams around War Daddy drafted offensive linemen. That's interesting, Brian. You would have gone with a different guy, though, if you had decided to go with offensive line. How many other guys would you have taken besides Booker there?
Oh, I like I said, I had quite a few. I mean, if you're talking about guards, I only had Jackson above him. That's the only other. I mean, if you look at, I had Booker at 37. I had Jackson like at 34. So it wasn't that far off of where I was. I personally like Josh Simmons, the Ohio State tackle. That was one of my favorite offensive linemen that I would take it. But man, it sounded like to me that some of the things with the character and all these things. I mean, it was pretty. I'm like, whoa. Okay.
Chiefs got him right at the end.
Chiefs got him at the very end.
Chiefs.
But man, there's some guys that say, well, this, and this. And you're kind of like going, oh, okay. Kind of see why he slid down the board a little bit. But yeah, I listen, the Booker pick is just fine. There's, like I say, I thought that they were going to do some things differently, more outside stuff with the scheme. It sounds like it's going to be more inside stuff. So we'll see.
Is that what they talked about last night? Or
no,
is that what
you can just tell by the guy they drafted.
Yeah.
The guy they drafted is, if you were going to, because like a pin and pull requires down blocks, pull, what it is. You pin guys and you pull guys to get outside. And so I don't know how many times you want to have this guy playing in space on the edge. There were some times where you were like, I was talking about him pulling in front of these backs at Alabama, Milrow, that they were kind of, backs were having to be a little patient. Kind of waiting for him, and then they would go. So, I mean, but when he latches on, he is very, very difficult to get away from.
Tremendous scouting report here from Brian Broaddus in the G-Bag Nation. 6'5", 324. How about some of these stats? Only 6 blown blocks on 740 blocking plays last season at Bama. Block percentage of 0.8%, blown block percentage, second lowest in the SEC. He gave up only 1 sack in 970 pass blocking snaps in 3 college seasons. That sounds pretty elite to me down there in that SEC.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's doing it against really good competition. And his ability to process and kind of the awareness of blitzers, of stunts, passing off, the combo blocks as you're talking about.
Yeah, learning curve with this guy is very, very, very small.
He's played a ton of snaps. It's the opposite of what you had last year with Guyton, where it was a potential and upside pick.
Yeah.
Do you think Brian's too low on him?
I had him at 21 on my stack. I was a little higher on him than Brian was, but I did have Donovan Jackson. But I had Donovan Jackson as a first-round player. He was 14, I think, overall for me. So, I just loved Donovan Jackson. I thought he was arguably the best lineman in the entire draft. But, yeah, Booker to me was a fine pick.
Do you think they were tipping off that we want a guy that loves football? The way that he came out, it looked like maybe he heard that quote and he was wanting to show everybody exactly how fired up he was to be there and be taken by the Cowboys. Brian?
Yeah, just to finish up, you asked me about the time.
Yeah.
They think that the Cowboys are going to pick sometime between 6:51 and 6:54 Central
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. So we're going to get right to it here.
Yeah.
This afternoon.
The thing that opens up, the draft physically starts at 6 o'clock Central. So about an hour into it.
All right, we got to start talking about what we want the Cowboys to do, what their most likely options are going to be when they get on the clock, presumably at 44, unless there's a trade. But coming up next, a huge Game 4 in the Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow. Greg Wyshynski is going to join you to talk Stars and Avs coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation. Turn it on, leave it on. Leave it on, leave it on, leave it on.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
We're about to talk with Greg Wyshynski, Dallas Stars, Colorado Avalanche. Krusty's Corner's coming up in 20 minutes with Brian Broaddus, and he's going to tell you what he's hearing about what the Cowboys are going to do tonight with the 44th pick and the third rounder as well. Okay, so that conversation coming up. But we got Game 4 tomorrow night, and segment is also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Go to Car and Truck Wreck Attorneys in Dallas. It's the Frankels. And here he is, the senior NHL writer at ESPN, formerly the Puck Daddy, Greg Wyshynski here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Don't forget, and selector of the Dallas Stars to win the Stanley Cup this season.
That's right,
I'm
Greg.
on the
That is
bandwagon,
right.
baby.
That is right. An author of books and very credible hockey voice. And we love that you picked the Stars. Now, that being said, are you surprised they're up 2-1 with Miro not back yet and Robo joining him out?
Extremely. but also for the specific reason that we all assumed that Landeskog was coming back in this series, right? So let's say it's a split in Dallas. That's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, it was. To think that they walked into Denver without Heiskanen, without Robertson, and the Avalanche get the ultimate lift of getting their captain back for the first time since they lifted the cup a few years ago. The place is a madhouse. Everything's going their way, and then they lose in overtime. I'm actually, it's in a postseason that has had some surprises. That is without question the most shocking development is that the Colorado Avalanche lost the Gabe Landeskog game and are now down in the series.
When do you think the Miro Heiskanen return happens? He's been skating. He was out there again today. He's working with the power play unit. I kind of thought, Greg, if he's going to travel with the team to Colorado, that means they're thinking he's back for game 3 or 4. Do you think he goes tomorrow night, or do you think they just say, you know what, let's have the home return in game 5?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think that you have to kind of remember the emotional dynamics of the series. I mean, listen, they're guaranteed at least a split in Colorado. Coming back home for Game 5 and getting Miro some extra time to rest up and then get him back in the lineup gives them their giant emotional apex for the series. So listen, it really comes down to the state of Heiskanen. I mean, if he's healthy enough to play, of course they're going to play him. If they can afford to buy him a little bit more time to get acclimated and get some more practice and stuff like that, I'm sure they'll take it. But the good news is that win in Game 3 affords them this luxury right now.
Hey, Greg, I'm not going to sit here and act like I've watched every single playoff game that's gone in hockey. I'm keeping an eye on the Stars, but I'm also doing a lot of work with the NFL draft. But I was curious. It seems like to me there's been some calls by the officials that have been kind of, in this series, kind of questionable. That, with some of these trippings, and is it that way is it a league-wide thing right now in the playoffs, or is this something that we've kind of been getting in the Dallas series?
You maybe just, listen, every series has their questionable calls. I mean, we saw a situation last night in the St. Louis-Winnipeg game where it looked like a goal was scored inside of Jordan Bennington's glove, and then they waved it off, even if the video evidence kind of indicated that it was a good goal. The interesting thing about the playoffs is that there have been a lot of penalty calls in each series. There has been a lot of power play activity in each series. Sure. And the intrigue in that is that the power plays have, in some cases, determined these games.
Right.
At last glance, and it might be a little bit lower now that Tampa Bay went 0 for 5 last night, at last glance, the power plays were converting at a 33% rate, which would be the highest rate maybe ever in the playoffs. And that's after a regular season in which power plays were converting at a rate that we haven't seen since the mid-1980s. So the more penalty calls that we see, the more important special teams become, because at this point in the NHL, it's power plays that have the upper hand over penalty kills.
It's Greg Wyshynski here with you on The Fan. So if you expected Colorado to get the win in Game 3, do you expect them to win Game 4 and for this thing to come back tied 2-2?
I kind of do. I mean, for all of the Stars' success in this series, I mean, it has been a couple of overtime victories, and that's a bounce one way or the other. That's a shot one way or the other. It's not to diminish the effort of the Stars, because I mean, my God, the grittiness and the determination that it takes to play a team like Colorado and force an overtime when you're as shorthanded as Dallas is pretty remarkable. And the bottom line is that they've found ways to not have McKinnon and McCarr be the difference makers in these close games. And, I got to admit, I'm watching Game 2, and I am counting down the moments. I'm saying to myself, okay, will Dallas score before McKinnon does?
Yeah.
It's kind of how I'm watching. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to have that feeling, too. So for them to take care of business and not have these games linger long enough where, arguably the most complete player in the world right now can put the game away, I think it's to their credit. So it wouldn't shock me to see the series go back 2-2. It's going to be a real desperate effort, I think, from Colorado in that game. And then if it goes back for Game 5 in Dallas, they've got home ice again, and they might have their best defenseman back in the lineup.
What can we do to keep Colorado's shot total so low? I mean, is this sustainable? Because I think that's the best way to contain McKinnon is just to have the puck.
Yeah, have the puck. He's obviously going to get his shots. I mean, he's not a guy that's ever afraid to shoot the puck. But I think that their identity coming into the series was going to be try to mitigate what Colorado does offensively, and for the most part, they've done a pretty good job. Look, the stakes for this series for Colorado are pretty amazing when you think about it. I mean, they get the emotional lift from Landeskog back. They were probably the most active team this season in remaking their roster, blowing up their goaltending basically, a couple months into the season, being extremely active at the trade deadline, the whole Mikko Rantanen thing. Colorado's put a lot of elbow grease into making this team. And I think there's a certain inherent pressure when you have that level of investment in your roster to make the most of it when the window is open for you to try to win a championship. So I'm sure there's some flop sweat happening right now in the Colorado front office insofar as we did all these things and we find ourselves down 2-1 to a team that's missing, two of their key players.
You never want the flop sweat, Greg. That is probably the worst of the sweats. What is your so far? What have you thought about Mikko Rantanen in this postseason with the Stars? It's only been 3 games. He's got 1 point. I think defensively he stepped up in some big moments, but against his former team, obviously this is why the Stars made the move to get him. Is his postseason track record?
I would say the meat sweats are worse than the flop sweats.
Yeah, that's a good call.
When, after you've taken down the porterhouse, you don't know how you did it. You ate a steak so big you get a T-shirt for it, and then you just feel terrible afterwards. Mm-hmm. Rantanen to me, like Game 1, obviously not his best, but he's been getting better as the series goes on. And when you look at the game-winning goal in Game 3. That's him winning a battle against Jonathan Drouin in the defensive zone to then spark the play the other way that eventually ends up with Sagan scoring the game winner. I mean, it was a power move. It was his physicality winning out in that moment, and that's kind of what makes him special. I mean, the numbers are incredible for him in his career, and in the postseason he's been an accomplished scorer, but he's such a power forward and he's such a moose of a guy to try to move off the puck that sometimes that physicality and that size can be the difference in trying to start a sequence like we saw in overtime in Game 3.
How impressive have you been with Thomas Harley in the absence of Miro?
Oh, he's been amazing. I mean, obviously I think he's right now their leading point scorer in a series that hasn't had a ton of scoring quite yet. But, just in the regular season too, if you look at the underlying numbers for the season that he had, whether Miro was healthy or Miro was out, it was fantastic. I mean, he was without question, when you look inside the fancy stats, one of the best defensemen in the league. If memory serves, I think he might have ended up on my Norris ballot for best defenseman in the NHL this year. I don't think he was topping it, but he was definitely maybe in my top 5. Just a breakout season and a player that that I think Dallas has become extremely comfortable being able to put out in any situation, and certainly has eased the loss of Miro this season and in this series.
Greg Wyshynski with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You brought up the Sagan overtime game winner. When the Stars end up having to kill a 4-minute power play, I think we're all looking at each other like, holy crap, this thing's about to be over. We're down 2-1. Was that, when we look back at this series, if the Stars can pull it off, that was the turning point? That's really what won it for them?
I mean, yeah. I mean, listen. I think each win is going to be incrementally more important, and you could even say that, getting a goal from Colin Blackwell of all people in Game 2 really saved their bacon, because if they go back down 2-0 to Colorado and then you have the Landeskog game, we could be talking about an entire different series right now. But that was a remarkable penalty kill, and one where you kind of felt that Colorado getting a fresh sheet of ice in overtime, with the ability of them to whip the puck around, it might have been a quick one. And then when they get that kill, it kind of like puts a damper on the party. The whole thing was just sort of they were party poopers in Game 3. I mean, Colorado comes home. They've got their home crowd. Landeskog comes back. Everybody's anticipating that they're going to take a lead in the series, after losing Game 2. And then, things don't work right. They don't convert their chances, and then at the end of the day, Dallas skates away with a victory.
What do you think of the job Coach DeBoer is doing here, coming up with figuring out a way to get the job done? And is it possible that what we're witnessing is this Stars team, even though they lost 2 key guys, is somehow still better than the Avs with this incredible depth that Jim Nils assembled?
I don't know. That's a good question. If they're better, I mean, I think they've executed better and they've taken advantage of their opportunities better. Again, it's hard to really oversell the effort of a Dallas team that's won 2 overtime games because it's the NHL, and you hit a divot in the ice and the puck rolls the wrong way and all of a sudden you lose an overtime game. I mean, that's the margin we're talking about in this series. But I'll say this about DeBoer. I mean, he certainly has had a talent for beating Jared Bednar in series. And there's something to be said. You see it in the NFL all the time, to reference the NFL for a second, where, some teams and some coaches, because of their game plan, their scheme, or just their knowledge of another team, just seem to have the other team's number. And that's certainly been the case in this coaching matchup for the last few seasons. So, DeBoer is an interesting guy because there was definitely some people that were fading Dallas this season and fading Dallas in the series that were going to probably make the argument, if they lose, that DeBoer hit his expiration date, as he often does with teams after a few seasons. But I think he's coached a good series. I think he's gotten his team pointed in the right direction, and more importantly, believing that they can still pull this thing off, even if they're missing some key people.
Love it, Greg. You're the man. Thanks for your hockey insights, and I hope you enjoy this Stanley Cup weekend as much as we do.
It should be fun. I'm going to Jersey tonight to see that slow funeral, but the rest of it's been pretty fun.
I love it. Take care, Greg. We'll be watching and reading. Greg Wyshynski here, ESPN senior NHL writer, with you once again in the G-Bag Nation. He's been fantastic for us all year long. Isn't he fun to talk hockey with?
Oh, yeah.
He's the man.
Easy, yeah.
Okay, speaking of fun, got some Pluckers trucker hats last night, guys.
Saw that. Noticed that.
Yes.
Looks good.
Yeah, thank you. Salute to the manager up there. He dropped some on me. I should have brought them up there in the truck, though. They got your names all over them. Promise.
Oh, are they next to the cookies your daughter sent?
This is different than cookies. Different than cookies.
Are we sure
I
about
promise.
this?
He's not going to gatekeep
I thought I saw everybody down in security had on a Pluckers hat. Are we sure?
I'll get it for you. And they do have some great merch, of course, and the best wings. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though, as we turn our attention to night 2. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to try and give you an idea who's still going to be on that board for you. We'll do that next.
Okay, I'm going to tell you who to call if you're hurt, not your fault. Maybe you're heading home from work or you're out and about this weekend.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
best segment on The Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, yeah, we have been waiting for this. It's Krusty's Corner here on an NFL Draft Football Friday in the nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is to tell you all about it, the King.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well. And thanks again to all the folks that were hanging out with us yesterday. Thanks to the folks at Pluckers, too, for being a part of that. Sound like a lot of fun, with all that you guys do with the general manager stuff and try and get the drink specials and stuff.
It's a great experience.
Whatever. That's great.
Very communal.
Yep.
Party atmosphere. Hope is in the air right up until you draft a lineman instead of a playmaker. The only regret is we missed out on the $8 Moscow Mules last night. Really? Yeah, that would have set it off. We did get the $8 Holy Mac. Ooh, that was a fan favorite. And it is a chutney, by the way. I asked the guy. He's like, yeah, strawberry chutney.
All right. Strawberry chutney?
Yeah.
Chutney it up, baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I like what you're saying.
I was
over
asking him if we could get like a house fountain of that just pouring out.
That's the stuff I was talking about. That's what it is?
Yeah.
Strawberry chutney.
That's what it's called.
All right. They were looking at me crazy, brothers. The syrup stuff that people pour on their wings and then they dip it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Right?
A chutney.
What are you talking about, sir?
No, we don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that. Lucius just turns to the bartender. I need a tequila shot right now.
It's like, yes, you do.
Never heard about this chutney.
The chutney's
great, bro.
Yeah, it comes with when you order the Holy Mac, you get ranch and the chutney.
Yeah.
And they're both 10 out of 10.
Sweet and delicious.
Yeah, dip the ranch. I mean, you dip it in the chutney, then the ranch, or whichever one you want to do, but you have to have both on there, bro.
You have to have both.
Oh, my God.
It's
All right. Let's talk about your Dallas Cowboys and potentially what needs to be addressed here in the second and third rounds tonight. By the way, the coverage starts at 6 p.m. Central, so feel free to join us for that.
I will.
Wolchuk, I'm going to give you 4 positions, not in particular order. I'll let you put them in order, what you think. I kind of have wide receiver, running back, defensive tackle 1, technique, and cornerback.
That's your order of need?
I would say I could interchange the 2, but on my board personally, I have my wide receiver there that I really, really like. So I would like for them to grab that guy. But I think Dallas does have a need at wide receiver. I think they do have a need at running back. You can change those 2 if you like. I think Dallas will take a running back at 44. And 1 technique and a cornerback as well. Any disagreements there?
No, it's definitely running back, wide receiver, corner, and D tackle. I mean, 2 of those 4 I'm sure will be addressed tonight. And I am leaning probably runner at 44 as well. I think Henderson probably goes off the board early. They visited with him and Judkins. I think they like Judkins a lot. I think Judkins could be the pick at 44. But they also visited with Tootin. So maybe like those corners. That's what fascinates me. You got 3 corners that we both like a lot that could have been first-round type of players.
Right, but the medical stuff. And I'm going to throw Johnson in there too. Will Johnson of the possibilities. But you're dealing with some medical stuff there with him. So that means that...
But I think Wolchuk just said he thinks Quinshawn Judkins is going to be the pick tonight. Brian, do you agree with that?
Oh, I think if Henderson's not on the board, I think that would be a big possibility.
Makes sense with the power stuff that they're building with the offensive line and Judkins is a power back.
I'm going to walk you. I'm going to walk you through a minefield, though.
Let's go.
I'm going to walk you through a minefield to get to this running back.
Oof.
I'm going to walk you through the minefield of Cleveland twice at 34 and 30. Excuse me, at 33 and 36. That's one of their needs that they were talking about when we were getting down to those things. I'm going to walk you through the minefield of Chicago at 39 for that running back. And really, to be honest with you, that's you have to deal, with Chicago. It's actually 39 and 41. So you're going to have to walk through Cleveland twice, Chicago twice, to be able to maybe get a shot at drafting Henderson.
But there's 3 running backs? That sounds good to me. There's 2 teams that could take a running back. Yes, they have 2 picks each, but they're not going to take two backs.
The running back, I like Johnson from Iowa.
Yeah, I like Caleb
lot.
Johnson the most.
You like, and I'm the same way.
I just don't know.
I don't know if they do.
Is that still a fit with the way that it seems like this is going power? This is gap scheme.
Oh,
we're
this is
bulldozing
Johnson's this guy. Yeah,
Okay,
Johnson's a better fit for what drafting. If you take athletic pin and pull lineman guys, and that's what you want to do, probably not the best with this, but with the power they're now playing with inside, no, Johnson can help
fits.
you.
Okay,
Johnson can absolutely
He's super
help.
smooth. I mean, I've got him ranked. I think we actually do probably the same, Brian. I've got Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, then Judkins.
Yeah, me too.
But I don't know, listening to Bobby, he just kind of soured me like they might not like Caleb Johnson.
Oh, that's okay. We just got to throw him out there, though.
Sure, absolutely.
But for the Cowboys, I think Henderson would be the number one priority for them when it comes to the running back. Am I right about that, you think?
I think yes. I think he's the explosiveness that he's able to bring to the table. But there might be something with Quinshon Judkins when you talk about him being able to smash it in between the tackles, the receiving ability. They might like what Judkins brings to the table. I think Henderson can also do that, and then he's got the home run hitting. I think Henderson's going to be gone, so that's why I'm saying Judkins at 44. But I'm with you. Overall, I would put Henderson above Judkins.
Do you think he's going to? Okay, so you think we're going to lose him at 33, or do you think we're going to lose him at 36?
I think we're going to lose him at 39 to the Bears.
Okay. So 39 for the Bears, take Henderson out. Then that, okay, well, tell me about what you think about Judkins then.
Yeah, I like Judkins a lot. I mean, Judkins at 44 would not bother me. They've gotten wiped out when it comes to running back the last couple of years. I would be fine in the third round taking Bashal Tutin, the running back from Virginia Tech.
There's some questions. Well, where would he might be a guy that is going
Moving
to go? Well, yeah, maybe he's more of a second round guy, right?
Yeah, and he could, and that's why maybe you just pull the trigger at 44 and you take Judkins because you don't want to risk Tutin being gone there. I love R.J. Harvey. I don't know how they feel. So
I don't think they're a big fan of him.
Right, so they visit. Like I'm going on the three guys they visited.
Yeah,
with. That's
absolutely.
Tutin,
Yeah,
Judkins and Henderson.
Tutin, I think, is better. Is better of the two for them.
Between Judkins and Henderson.
Between Judkins, Tutin and Harvey.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. But yeah, I mean, Judkins is a guy transferred from Ole Miss, and he was a super good back there. He's physical though. He's a physical downhill runner, explosive first step to get to and through the hole. He's runs behind his pads, good receiver, works himself open in scramble drills. He's elusive in the open field. He adds third down value, willing blocker. I mean, he would lead block for Will Howard to get into the end zone at times. I mean, Judkins, he shows patience to allow linemen to get into blocks. We've talked about that. Maybe Tyler Booker needs that. Judkins would be a good fit.
I think he would be a good fit, too. I've got Luther Burden on the board still as a first-round grade. Now, the question is, I can't find anybody. The only thing that somebody tells me is about that maybe he goes to the beat of his own drummer. That kind of a guy. But nothing like, when you start to talk about Mike Green, the edge from Marshall, there's domestic violence stuff.
The Mike Green stuff, the character's going to dock him. I've got him as the fifth best player in the draft. I don't know where the hell he's going to go. And then there might be some teams that just took him off the board.
Completely.
So Burden's your biggest hope at 44, Broggs, right? The wide receiver.
That is my 10th overall player still on the board.
Wow.
So if it was me, this is being selfish again. You always want them to take your guys. I think they would actually take the runner before they would take the wide receiver.
I think they would too. And
if it was Burden, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Because, I mean, look, Burden kind of goes against, at least just some of the stuff that we've heard, what Brian Schottenheimer's preaching. Yeah. Do you love football? The character? Are you showing up and practicing hard? Those are some of the question marks with Luther Burden. I don't know if he's a guy. That might be the trump card while you go with the Judkins. Those corners, though, my gosh. I mean, I've got Ravel as the top player left.
Yeah.
Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame's awesome. And then Will Johnson from Michigan. Those would be interesting names to just kind of consider. And I'd also advocate for Donovan Izaraku, the edge from Boston College. I'm a big fan of his as well.
So you're saying even over Mike Green because you just don't think Mike Green?
I don't think they're taking Mike Green. Mike Green would be my pick. If I'm taking, based on my stack, he's the best player. I'm going Mike Green. But they don't care what I think. And so if you're going to go edge, I'd go Izaraku from Boston College.
If there's a point, though, domestic violence, not advocating for it or anything like that.
That's good.
But is there a point though that
it's bold
that you would take this guy that good of a player at 44?
I thought it would be this round, right? I mean, they've kind of done that in their history.
Yeah, I mean, this will be the round that some team makes that choice. Will it be the Cowboys is the question, I guess. But Mike Green is not slipping to the third round because of all this.
302 said he'll be a Kansas City Chief, and that'd be...
Wow. Chiefs get Green and Simmons. That would be awful. Do we have a narrative that he's super sorry and it's not going to happen again? You know?
I mean, to me, I have never had a chance.
Somebody's going to give him a second chance.
That's what I'm saying, though. I wonder when does the player become so good? Because we used to have in the fourth round was always us, the criminal round, what we called it back in the day, the criminal and then the injured guy round. But I don't know
for sure
if we
by
do
the
that.
fourth. I might be thinking third or second if you're good enough.
But that's what I'm saying. Mike Green, when you watch his tape, he is one of the best edge rushers in this draft. I mean, we were talking about, we'll take Mykal Williams. I'm like, give me Mike Green.
Atlanta traded a first for next year to go get James Pierce Jr. I think Mike Green's better.
Mike Green's a better player. Absolutely, he's a better player.
Do you think they're thinking tonight it's still best player available or best running back available?
I think they're looking at the four positions that we've talked about. I would handicap them as the running back, the wide receiver, the one technique, and the corner. I think there's plenty of corner. I think they probably feel like there's plenty of corners there. I'm not sure they feel that way about the other positions. So I would think that, to me, that it would be running back first, and then if their running back is gone, then maybe that we start to think maybe they'll go for this wide receiver, depending on, like I say, if Luther Burden is still there from Missouri. But there's some teams that could absolutely, Cleveland with a wide receiver, Tennessee with a wide receiver. I mean, this is pre-draft stuff that we're talking about. Vegas, there's probably more teams that need wide receivers than they do running backs here.
Yeah, and I would look at it like we are basically having nothing. We have nothing at running back, and we have nothing at wide receiver too. We can get by with our corners. We can get by with our defensive tackle room. Okay, maybe we can throw an NFL league minimum vet at it in the summer or something like that. But I think running back and wide receiver is how I'd prefer round 2 and 3 in any order tonight.
All right, so we'll go Quinshon Judkins at 44, and let's go Isaiah Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State, in the third.
I think that would be a really good possibility right there.
What if it went the other way? What if Burden is there at 44? Am I totally snake-eyed at running back?
No. Tootin, can he make it to 76?
Yeah, that would be the one. You'd have to stretch that thing. Me personally, I'd love to see Burden be there. And I think the Cowboys do like him. I just don't think they were comfortable taking him at 12. I think maybe they might be comfortable taking him at 44. If it's him or Henderson, I have a feeling it would take Henderson.
You do?
I do.
I'll fight you on that. I think they do Judkins.
You think they go?
Yeah,
go, okay.
I would take Henderson. I think they will go
Judkins. Okay, dude, Judkins or Burden then?
Judkins.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Brian.
It's going to be fun.
Look at that. A Friday draft edition of Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, is in the books. Tyler Booker's press conference is scheduled for next. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Plant your flags, Tolos.
Eats a load of feed products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are great.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Melvin? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. We are going to have the Tyler Booker press conference here up at the Star before too long. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Day 2 coverage coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Brian, you were saying the Cowboys pick at 44 will happen somewhere late in that 6 o'clock hour, maybe 6:50 or so.
Yeah, I think the number was 6:51 to 6:56.
Right on. Well, it'll be fun. 2 picks for you on a Friday night. Go big. Hopefully the Cowboys, nailed it last night, stopped a trend of failure first-round picks, and hopefully they continue with good work tonight. The track record in the second round has been they've taken a lot of big chances, and I don't think their hit rate is high. It's probably below average. But who would be the big risk-reward player tonight if the Cowboys wanted to continue with that trend of taking a guy maybe with a checkered past or an injured past? Well, Chuck?
I think it's probably Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan. I'm pretty confident Rebel's going to be fine with that. It's just like how quick does he get back up to speed? But the bigger risk, I think, is Will Johnson. I mean, it sounds like, what he's dealing with, some lower extremity injuries. There might be something down. There's various reports on him. But also with some of the concerns I had with watching the tape, not that he's not a good player. I think this would be a good value to get him. But that would be the most possible, oh my gosh, does he turn out to be a bust second rounder, or does he end up being one of the better corners in the league?
Yeah, I think Jerry loves trying to get first-round talent here at this point, and that's why, Jalen Smith, a lot of times, we'd heard that they wouldn't even necessarily downgrade a guy. They just want to know what the value is, and that's how, super talented guys would get picked in the second round from them.
Man, I'll tell you what, I mentioned about, Mike Green and that whole situation with him, Luther Burden. It seems like to me maybe a little bit difficult to deal with. But I think Ravel, when you start to talk, this guy, if not injured, if not with a knee injury, and Dr. Dan Cooper did the surgery on this kid to put him back together, if not for that, he would not be on this board right now. And you start to talk about a need that the Dallas Cowboys had at corner. I think this would be, this potentially could have home run potential.
Mm-hmm.
If you get this guy and all of a sudden you get him to training camp, you get him back going, and he starts to practice. When you're 6'2" and you're over 190 pounds and you cover the way he does and the way he moves, and if people are staying away because of the knee, boy, I tell you what, I would sure ask Jim Maurer, okay, tell me why I can't take this guy. Tell me that. Tell me again why. Why can't I take this guy? And if Jim doesn't give me a really, really great answer, I'm thinking about handing the card in on a guy like this.
So Ravel, Will Johnson, Mike Green. I mean, Cowboys of past did not shy away from a little domestic violence here and there.
No.
I don't know if they're thinking along those lines, but that would fit the bill here with the Cowboys. Like the balance of Jerry Jones as the GM, those kind of players have happened quite a bit. But Wolchuk, you're feeling Quinshon Judkins over there, aren't you? The running back from Ohio State here at 44.
I am. I just think that he fits kind of.
That's
what it
with
seems
Henderson
like they're
gone,
building.
or with Henderson still there. I'm going to ask that question again.
I think Henderson's going to be gone.
Okay, so
but I don't know how they have them stacked. I mean, it could be that they like Judkins more than Henderson, but I'm going to say it's with Henderson gone.
Okay.
I've always kind of thought that if Henderson made it to the second round, Chicago just seems like a great fit for him.
Sure.
With Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he makes it past Cleveland and Chicago with both of those picks, because he is an explosive player. Like, I could see Ben Johnson looking at Trayvon Henderson and thinking that could be Jahmyr Gibbs-like for me in my offense.
But you guys are confident either Johnson, Henderson, or Judkins will be there at 44, as long as a team other than the Bears and Browns don't take a running back in front of you.
Yeah, I think Johnson can be there at 44. The question then becomes, like, if you get a phone call, do you want to risk moving back a little bit?
No.
Or you just want to take your dude?
Yeah, I think you want to take
pull
your
the trigger
guy.
and take him.
I would love to get that 4th round pick back, though. I'll tell you what. I would like to get that back. Is there any position that you think, based on just guys that are still available, that there could be a surprise position that we think it's the core 4 still of wide receiver, running back, D tackle, corner.
Safety.
Uh,
A
safety
could make an
Xavier
appearance.
Watts from Notre Dame would be on my board for sure.
Watts, Makuba. They met with Makuba. And then, Nick Emanwari's still there, who a lot of people thought would go in the first round. We are not as high on Emanwari, but I don't know how the Cowboys feel about him. They might love him.
I think Watts is one of the best safeties in the draft.
Yeah, he's just one of the best defensive players.
Yeah,
Dude's incredible.
And last night, I know that we had a situation where Starks went to the Ravens. I felt like that with what you have with Kyle Hamilton, Watts would have been a better pair for him, I think.
Oh, really?
Playing as a guy that could play back, play center field, could play in coverage. Stark's a good player, but the pairing, if they would have drafted Watts, their up the middle would have been tremendous.
Watts is a true free safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's my first line is, I'm not sure how you can dislike this player.
Yeah.
Like, he is one of the most fun tape to watch. He's super productive. He's incredible. And I also love Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State, but he also is coming off of an injury.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Tyler Booker press conference coming up here any minute, up there at the Star. His walk-in, I think the thing of legends. I think everybody's, aiming for a high bar now if you want to beat that. Just the enthusiasm, the energy that he brought to the table was awesome. The most annoying thing for me personally about these drafts is watching the Eagles take great defensive players from college late. But then beyond that, I don't know how you guys feel about this. Maybe I'm just a little get off my lawn about this, but where do they keep finding the nonstop stream of super crazed fans who are willing to yell, let's go, and come on into the camera like their team just scored a touchdown. I'm thinking, is this file footage that they have stored? But they're all unique. I imagine they're going around to the draft being like, okay, now we have Jags fans who are basically like, a 10 out of 10 energy-wise. It's 9:30 on a Thursday night in the middle of the offseason. Where do they keep finding this stream of people? Is this methamphetamine?
It could be.
I'll tell you, I saw
making a comeback.
I saw Matt Pittman.
Come on, let's go. Yeah. Your team picked 90 minutes ago.
Yep.
I don't know what it is. But
I think they might give them those late night talk shows where it's like, hey, everybody laugh after the joke gets
applause
made.
sign?
Yeah, they may have something like that where they're kind of coaching them up. Hey, when you see that camera, you go buck wild.
Cheer.
Act like you guys just won the Super Bowl.
I guess if you get on TV a couple of times, it fuels you to maybe do it more. And then your whole 4 hours is spent trying to get the attention of the cameras. That seems exhausting.
I do presume all these people are just hammered too.
That could do it. Yeah.
Plus the meth you were talking about.
We had a couple of tables last night at Pluckers. They were turning up pretty good. Yeah. You get that booze flowing through you, some good old American football. You can go for hours.
Bro, we had real Raiders fans in the building last night.
No way.
They were
Cops had to get called
loud
at any point.
and proud. Yeah, I was waiting for the 5-0 to pull up.
I'm amazed of how non-football savvy Lucius's group was. They just couldn't get their picks right,
Yeah, the effort was there. Like they wanted that 750 Patron shot.
They were more interested in winning the party battle than being
they were inebriated
than the good general manager. They're like, we don't.
They were doing it right.
We don't need the mac and cheese. We just need more alcohol.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep these drink specials rolling. Well, salute to Pluckers for having us out. We've been doing this for so many years now.
Yeah.
Looking forward already to doing it again next year, but not before we get to round 2 and 3 tonight. I have some day 2 mock drafts for you. This is the Athletic. And just going through this, it really shows how insane it's going to be to watch all these players that we like for the Cowboys going for about an hour before the Cowboys pick at about 6:50. Shador is at the top to Cleveland. I don't know what to make of this whole situation, but for me, the way that I took his quotes last night, I was like, you know what? I'm buying it. This guy was just like, yeah, everything's going to be fine. I think for Shador, that what we saw was true confidence. Like, I believe in myself. I don't need the validation that someone else thinks I'm good.
He's very poised.
We got all the money in the world already.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to a team tomorrow, and it's going to be fine. Like, I think if you are too emotional, you would have a breakdown, and you would storm off. And I just think he took that so well that I would put that as a plus for last night.
I will say this, though, and I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not trying to pin this on him for any reason. He is very, very poised in front of a camera with a microphone in front of his face. He's very calm that way. I wouldn't be surprised if he went into his room and just broke down. There's a lot of pressure on him, a lot of eyeballs. His future, just think about, if he was a first-round quarterback and all this, that, and other. Yeah, this is going to fuel him and stuff wherever he gets picked, and hopefully he'll go and do great things. But, man, I don't know how he couldn't just go into his room, close the door, and just sit there and maybe have a good cry, of all the things that, were ahead of him. I think they're all still ahead of him, but just the expectation that this guy at one time talked about being the top quarterback in the country, and he went from a guy being the top quarterback in the country to being a guy that went through the first round. I know
it is interesting, like what's really going on between those years, because he's never going to let the world see him.
He's never going to do that because he's going to crack jokes with his brother. His brother's going to say, "Wow, if they're treating you this way, how do you think they're going to treat me?" But
even that's difficult to do. I think a lot of guys in the same situation, you would have seen the visible sadness, frustration, anger, embarrassment, all of it right there on the camera.
He's very good.
Him being able to hold it all together and then whatever he did behind closed doors.
Yeah.
But I thought that was really impressive last night.
I would not think that he didn't. I could believe him just going, and then the weight of it, just now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he might still end up in Cleveland.
Yeah.
He's probably like, cool, I don't have to go to Cleveland. And now he's got to sleep another night.
Could still happen. And they didn't take his guy, Travis Hunter.
Luther Burden to the Texans at 34 in this bad boy, so that'd be a bummer. I'm kind of excited for Luther Burden and a running back to be on the board at 44 together. That'd be some great content
interesting. That would be fun.
He's quite a talent. Brian said he's 10 on your board.
10 on my board.
He's super talented.
Yep.
Mike Green, edge Marshall, 35. Then Henderson to the Browns, 36. Okay. Will Johnson, 37 to the Raiders. This is what I'm saying with all these names we've been talking about for 5 months. They're all going to go between 33 and 43.
You're gonna see him just go boop, boop, boop.
And there'll be a couple that should be blinking to us as a red light if you've been listening to Broadus and Wolchuk talk about these guys. The 38 is Jalen Knoll. That's a wide receiver, right?
Yeah, that's Iowa State.
Wow.
Smaller wide receiver, yeah.
39, Bears get the offensive tackle from Minnesota.
Ursery.
The Saints do Tyler Shuck at 40.
Yeah, I have heard.
That's loud right now.
Yeah.
Schefter and everybody else is saying they like Shuck better than Sanders.
You fool. I love your Goodfellas laugh, dude. That's classic. You pull that meme off so well.
I tell you that Jane Slater's down there, and I alerted her. I said, "Listen, I'm hearing Tyler Shuck is the guy," and she's like, "Yeah, I'm hearing that too."
Well, hey, you know what?
Shuck and Helen Moore,
New Orleans
bro.
might end up getting a star because I didn't think Bo Nix would be any good.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we don't have to see
wonder.
Shuck's family as much as we had to see Jackson Darts last night.
Oh,
Holy cow.
Shuck.
That family must have got a combined 20 minutes. Yeah. It was like the Jackson Dart family reunion. Every time I turned around, there was a new kid coming out of the woodwork.
What's your deal? You just got tired of him?
I don't know what it was.
There's a new kid coming out of the woodwork.
I might have been hating. I might have been hating. That's a good-looking kid.
Did you give it a situation? Did you make the comment while you were watching there at Pluckers? Did you go, "Oh God, why do we have to see these kids again? What are we doing up there?"
Yes, they were snot-nosed Brad Cousins all over the television constantly. Whenever you went to Dart, I want to see more of his mom. If I'm being honest. 41, the Bears get the edge from Boston. Boston College, Donovan
Ikeruke.
Wolchuk's got his name.
I think Broadus has it.
Ezerike?
Yeah. Milrow with the Jets, Bama, Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, going to San Francisco there. Then Caleb Johnson.
Who?
Shamar Turner.
San Francisco.
Yeah, defensive tackle going to San Francisco. That leaves Caleb Johnson on the board.
Yeah.
That's the ideal running back situation for you from this point forward.
That's for me, but the last time
I'm simpatico with you on that.
Last time they listened to me was 2005, and so we'll see. But that's the guy. I think he would be a great scheme fit for probably what they want to do.
I don't know.
6'1", 224, that type of runner.
4.57.
That's thick.
I'm just telling you, man.
He looks faster than that. But
no, he plays faster than that. And how many 30-yard runs do you have in an
He just
NFL
must be
game?
moving his arms really fast or something. The clock doesn't lie.
It's yards per carry on this guy. Big time yards per carry.
Right on. It's the G-Bagination here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know.
I'm trying to sell you on this one.
262 touches, not a single fumble.
I mean, if you're running 4.57 at 22 years old, what's 27 years old?
Yeah.
It's, we're gonna be Zeke here looking like Bam Morris by the time you're in year 3. You know who Bam Morris is, Brian. It's not a good thing.
Wham Bam Dawson.
We got a draft dump coming up, don't we, Wolchuk?
Yeah, we can dump it. Let's get to some reaction from the Tyler Booker pick. We'll hear from your former coach. We'll hear from Micah Parsons. And then all the latest rumorooskies. Maybe a Cowboy special in the 3rd round that'll make Brian Broaddus and I pretty happy. That's next.
first media I ever came to when I bought the team. And I've never forgotten it as long as I live. I was almost shell-shocked that it would have that deal right there. But this is a happening within itself. Y'all get some pictures of them with the group all around with them, too.
All right, Dave, start us out.
Hi, Tyler. David Moore, Dallas Morning News.
How you doing?
I know when you were talking last night, you were talking about how the offensive line here has always been a staple, and you followed it kind of growing up. Any individual Cowboys offensive linemen in particular that you followed, or you like to think you've patterned your game, or it resembles in any way?
Well, I've definitely always watched Zach Martin and Tyron Smith. Those two are just legends, two Hall of Famers, too, who have really broken success down to a science, and they were consistent for so long. And to see them retire, I feel like I'm getting old because I grew up watching them. And then like one signature play that I remember watching is when the Cowboys were playing the Steelers. They were in Pittsburgh, and Zeke broke that run to put the to ice the game essentially. And I'll never forget that. I was just like, man, like that offensive line is really winning the game for him. Like that was years and years ago. That was like what, 2015, 2016, 16? I was close. Yeah. So I remember that game, and I remember that play, and I was like, wow, like that's what offensive line play could do. Like just part of like the Red Sea. I think it was like zone or split zone to the right. But yeah, that stands out in my memory.
Todd.
Todd Archer with ESPN. What's this day been like for you since you've gotten to the Star and seen where you're going to be for the next however many years?
It's been great. It's great to call a place like this home, and me being at Alabama for the past 3 years have really prepared me for this moment and this day. Alabama is a place known for greatness. There's a lot of tradition. There's a legacy there. There's an aura when you walk into the building, and you feel it. Like you feel like you have a standard to live up to. And just as I felt like I'm walking into Malmore, that's how I felt walking into the facility today. There's a lot to live up to. There's a legacy. There's a standard that's been upheld here for years, and I'm looking forward to continue to further that.
John Machado with The Athletic. Expanding on that a little bit more, what was it like? How does it compare to, obviously IMG is as big as there is in high school, and Alabama for college, and then walking in this facility compared to when you walked into those?
It's truly a blessing overall. Like as you mentioned, I went to IMG, the biggest high school, went to Alabama, the biggest college, and now I'm with the Dallas Cowboys, the biggest pro team. So it's truly a blessing, and going into each level, obviously the buildings get a little bit bigger, and this is definitely the biggest out of all three. It's just truly a blessing to be here, and I just want to take this time to shout out my family while I'm looking at them. They're sitting over there, and I wouldn't be where I am without them. They essentially had to watch their son grow up over FaceTime because I left home when I was 14 to chase this football dream. So for them to have the trust in me and love and really making that sacrifice, I just want to say I thank y'all and I love y'all.
I'll give you guys that.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. You went to IMG. How did that shape you to go to the next level?
IMG shaped me for the next level because it was essentially the next level. You're pretty much doing a college schedule. So we practiced in the morning, we went to school in the afternoon. We played a national schedule, so I was used to traveling. I was used to scheduling my time, and we would be done with our day around 5 or 6 o'clock. So you have all that time before you go to bed, so you have an opportunity to get ahead of the schoolwork, to get some recovery in, to get an extra lift in. So just as college was. So IMG definitely prepared me for Alabama.
One thing to commute from Connecticut to Jersey, you got to Bergen Catholic, but you had to leave, go to Florida. How tough was that as a young man? I think you were 14, 15 when you had to move to Florida. How tough was that?
It was tough, but it molded me into who I am today. Like, I feel like as a man, nobody grows in comfort. You have to be in situations where you're uncomfortable. That's how you grow as a man, when you have to figure some stuff out, when you have to figure out, like, okay, how bad do I really love football? How bad do I really want this? Because you can ask my parents, like, there were days where I was like, man, I'm tired. I want to come home as a 14 to 15-year-old, and they just reminded me of my goal. They reminded me why I was there, and they told me that if you just keep on working, you stick to it, everything's going to happen the way it's supposed to. So, again, thank y'all for keeping me on track.
Tom.
Tommy Arch, Dallas Cowboys.com. Tyler, getting to see Connor Riley and Ramon Chinyoung earlier, what were those conversations like, and what have they told you about how excited they are to get to work with you?
Yeah, it was just a whole lot of excitement. We really embraced each other. We had a great time on the 30 visit, just seeing how Coach Riley coaches, and just see how he coaches. That's a way that I learn really well. He's very, very animated, very loud, very demonstrative, and very much like my past two coaches in college, Coach Wolford and Coach Cap. Like both those guys, same way. Very demonstrative, very loud, very animated, and I respond well to that kind of coaching. So I'm very excited to get to work and learn from Coach.
Earlier on the visit, too, we saw you go to Luke Casey and get fitted for some boots for the first time. It's your first pair, right? What was that experience like?
It was great. So actually, I was in Dallas training for the combine, and I went to the stockyards, and there was a boot store. I was like, man, it would be pretty cool to get some boots. But I tried them on, and they didn't fit. So I was very upset. And ever since then, I'd be like, man, I want a pair of cowboy boots. So for me to walk in and get fitted for a pair of Luke Casey boots, that was pretty cool. And then even have my foot measured the way it's supposed to. That added to the greatness of the day. So now I know what size I am in cowboy boots. So I'll be rocking some around the facility pretty soon.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. You trained here during the pre-draft process. You had a 30 visit. I know at the end of the day you just want to be drafted. First round would be cool, but did you dream at all during the process about landing here?
Yes, the entire process. So I actually trained here last May as well. I spent some time with Duke Manyweather again, and just being in this area. I have a close friend, Jax Porter. He's from this area, so just spending some time with him, I was like, man, it would be really nice to live around here. And that's something that people don't think about. Like, obviously, we're here to play football. We're here to win championships. We're here to work. But at the end of the day, this is a place where you want to get drafted to a place to where you can raise a family and plant your roots. And for me to be a Dallas Cowboy, for one, to have that honor to be a Dallas Cowboy and play football here, but for me to live in this great city of Dallas as well, somewhere to plant my roots, somewhere I'm looking forward to playing my roots. It's just the best of both worlds. So I've definitely dreamed about having this be my landing spot. And I just want to thank the Jones family for taking me and making me a Cowboy.
And then your head coach, you are his first pick.
Yes.
What are your emotions around that? And any added pressure, or have y'all talked about that? What's that been about?
We haven't really talked about that yet, and there's no added pressure. All he asked me to do is just come in and be me every day, and that's what I'm going to do. So I'm very excited to come in and be Tyler Book every day.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, DLS Sports. Tyler, you talked last night about how players will do pump-up music and pre-workout to get excited for games, and how much you love to just take away the love for their game and seeing that in their eyes. Two-part question: what's your pregame routine, and how many moments do you remember last year where you took the love away from opponents' eyes?
Okay, so my pregame routine. When I wake up, I definitely listen to some gospel music. I do that every day. Give glory to God. Just spend some time with God. I love music, and I feel like that's a great way for me to connect with God earlier in the day, get my day right, and then from then on, it really depends on how I'm feeling. So I just use music to kind of level me out. So if I'm very amped up and animated too early before the game, that's when I put on something smooth like Rick James, the Isleys, Marvin Gaye. That's my kind of music. But if I need to get amped up, that's when I turn on the Jadakiss, the Jay-Z, the 50 Cent, the Nas. So it really just depends on how I'm feeling throughout the day. Once I get to the stadium, that's when I put on my pregame workout clothes. I take a lap around the field, and I just breathe. And I take that lap around the field just to really claim that space and really essentially mark my territory. This is my field. I'm going to dominate today. Do a quick little routine, and then I'll call my great-grandmother. We pray over the phone. And then once I get back in the locker room, I'm big into sports psychology. So I practice something called visualization. So I have the openers to the game. And so I have the openers to the game. I'll close my eyes and mentally put myself in the headspace of the game. So I'm thinking about what my gloves feel like, what my cleats feel like, socks, what it smells like, how loud it is in the game, what jersey numbers I'm going to be going against, what their jerseys look like. So mentally, I'm already in the game, and then I'm just thinking about those openers. So let's say we got inside zone, duo, and then play action. So I'm thinking about those plays in order. Got my eyes closed, and I'm seeing those plays against a 4-down front, an odd wide, what they're going to do if they stunt, what we're going to do if the safety rolls over, just thinking about all the variables. So I'm just checking off every checklist in my head before the game. So I'm essentially playing the first quarter of the game already. A lot of people feel like they need that first hit. That's how I get my first hit. And then an example of me taking the love away from my opponents. Man, my favorite is definitely playing LSU this year because they're a rowdy crowd. It's the SEC. It's just like anywhere else in the SEC. There's going to be a loud crowd. It's going to be rowdy. They're going to be talking a lot of smack to you. And when we played LSU this year, the stadium was empty by the beginning of the fourth quarter. We were beating them so bad, our coaches weren't even in the press box anymore. They were on the sideline with us. So that was a good example of me taking love away from my opponent. playing Missouri, having a shutout against them. That was another example. And then probably my favorite right next to LSU was 4th and 31 when we beat Auburn. And it was funny because you see everybody coming down, getting ready to storm the field. You see everybody's flashlights on. And then when Jalen throws that ball and Bond catches it, and then everybody's flashlights goes off and they just start leaving the stadium. That was the best feeling ever.
Saad.
Saad Yusuf, The Athletic. Tyler, Duke was on a podcast, a local podcast earlier today, and was raving about your leadership. What is your leadership style, and how do you, as a young player, plan to bring that into a room that already has some guys like Tyler Smith and even Cooper Beebe, a young guy, but has been here already?
First and foremost, when it comes to leadership, you have to earn the right to lead. So that's what I'll be looking forward to do first. You earn the right to lead by being a producer on the field, by doing everything right off the field, and being somebody that your teammates being somebody that your teammates love, trust, and most importantly, respect. So that's where it comes. That's my approach when it comes to being a leader. But like the kind of leader I am, I'm a teammate by teammate approach when it comes to leadership, because you can't. Just like you can't coach everybody the same, you can't lead everybody the same way, but you can lead them fair. So obviously some people respond well to me getting after them, be like, hey, let's go, pick it up, me yelling at them, getting after them. But some people, when I take that approach, they may shut down, and then you won't get anything out of that teammate. So it really just depends on who you're leading. But that's why it's so important to have that love, trust, and respect from your teammates, because once you have that, you know who you're leading, you know which approach to take, and you know how to get the most out of your teammates.
Brian, obviously we're getting a flavor of his routine and all those kind of things. Just what stood out to you in the way when you had the conversations with him in the 30 visit?
This. You guys have listened to him. I mean, it was just authentic. It was real. His confidence, the way he carries himself, which you guys are witnessing right now, is what we shared with entire day, basically.
Brianna Aldridge, CBS Texas. Tyler, a lot of players often on draft day will share their draft moment, going back, reflecting on how that day was so special. Just wondering if there's anything in particular from yesterday that's kind of something that will always stick with you.
The prayer right before the draft. Like, I had everybody that was in the green room with me. We prayed beforehand. I just asked God to send me to this spot that was going to fit me the best, somewhere I was going to be able to plant my roots and really grow and really come into manhood, you know. So that's what I pray for. So that'll forever stand out to me. And then just seeing my little brother Mason there, like the whole time, like that's my boy. Like he's like, I feel like as a man who has a younger brother, like however well he does in life, like that's up to me. Like I'm laying out the blueprint for him. So for him to be able to sit there and see me get drafted, like Mace, I hope you see that, and I hope you know and understand that if you just listen to mommy and daddy like I did, you can have the same future.
And then my second question, when is Trina coming to Dallas?
Trina's gonna come to Dallas once I get everything settled. Once I get everything settled, because the terrarium, it takes a lot to transport. So actually, my dad and I, when I was training in Dallas, I had my dad fly all the way from Connecticut. He met me in Dallas, and we drove 8 hours all the way to Tuscaloosa because I didn't want them to go without their tank for too long. So Trina will be coming to Dallas soon, but we just got to be strategic with it.
Ed Werder, WFA. Tyler, having played in the SEC against a lot of guys who, like you, were first-round picks, how does that prepare you to be better able to make that transition yourself to playing some of the great players in the NFL that you go against every week?
Well, that's why you play in the SEC, to go against those great players. And iron sharp as iron. You don't get better by going against lesser competition. And that was the whole point of me going to Alabama. Like, being at Alabama, you're everybody's national championship. You're everybody's Super Bowl at Alabama. Everybody's going to give you your best shot. There's going to be trick plays. They're going to put stuff in front of you that they never put on film before. So you're going to get everybody's best shot at Alabama. So iron sharp as iron, and I've gotten better going against some of the best defensive lines in college football the past 3 years.
Can you make guys at the NFL level wish they hadn't played football when they play against you?
It'll happen with time, but I know I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to improve on before I get to that point. But that mindset is always going to remain the same.
Garrett.
Garrett Codell, CBS Sports. Tyler, you interacted with Michael Parsons a little bit after you were drafted
last night. Was that like connecting with him, and your thoughts on practicing against him on a regular basis?
It was really cool, and that's somebody who brings a lot of energy. He from the outside looking in, he seems like he's the heartbeat of the defense, really the heartbeat of the team. So to have an interaction with him like that already, that was really cool. I'm very excited to practice against him because, as I just mentioned, iron sharpens iron, and that was another reason why I went to Alabama. Like, obviously, I'm getting that in-game competition, but I'm getting that in-practice competition. Like, I'm going against guys like Will Anderson, Dallas Turner, Henry To'oTo'o every single day. Like, especially as a freshman, like, that's how you get better. Iron sharpens iron.
Back to Ed.
Jerry and Steven, you guys have made a big draft pick investment and a big financial investment in Tyler. What's your impression been of him as you've listened to him here and engaged with him throughout the day?
Well, when he was on the board, I was speaking, and Steven, can you talk today?
I'm better.
Better. All right. All right. Really. But seriously, listening to Tyler, I'm reminded that I don't know that we ever see a Super Bowl that I would have a chance to be a part of if it weren't for Michael Irvin. And Michael, we know the competitor, we know the challenger, and we know the spirit. But the part of Michael Irvin that was most impressive because he was the leader. He was the leader. For instance, when Alvin Harper caught off the goal line against San Francisco in the NFC Championship game, and nobody could believe that play was called, Michael and Alvin Harper were in the huddle together, and Harper got in the spot that Michael might have thought he should have had because they both thought the ball would go to Harper. Of course, Harper ran 80-something yards right off the goal line, and we hadn't stopped them all day. They made 600 yards, and we won the game and won the Super Bowl. And I was talking to him about that, and I said, and he said, because I'd heard that he told Alvin, he said, you be a man, whatever you do, you don't even think about doing anything but take that thing across the middle. You don't even hesitate. You grab that ball, and you run to the total end, but don't flinch. We've all counting on you. And he said, have I ever let you down, Alvin? Have I ever let you down? And Alvin, of course, said he hadn't. The rest is history. He made the play. Michael later told me, you don't think that transpired just because we were on the goal line in San Francisco in the huddle there. He said that started 4 years ago. And he said, you don't call on each other right at huddle time or right in the game. You put it in a long way back. And he said Alvin got a call to come talk to his Saratoga club in his hometown. And he was trying to ask me what would say. And I said, how would you like me to go with you to your hometown, Alvin? And I'll go down there with you, and we'll both go to the Saratoga club. He said, you have to put that in sometime years before you call on it in a football game. That's looking around the corner. That's awareness. I think this boy's got it now. Same stuff. They're different now, obviously, than Michael, but different. But looking around the corner, leadership, thinking ahead. What's it going to take to win one of these things?
No, the only thing I would add is I think everybody in here is getting a great feel for what our scouting department, our coaching staff, our organization got a feel for when you get prepared for a draft. And I think Jerry said it, I've said it many times. You don't want to be up here much picking this high. I can tell you, Tyler is going to do something about that too in terms of us not being up this high picking something. But when you do, when you pick a man this high, you want him to be unique and special. And I think everybody's getting a great feel for what we thought of Tyler and what he can do for this organization for many, many years to come. And, you know, we've been fortunate that when we have picked high, you know, we've had good results. And, but a part of that is looking at the whole package. And there's a whole lot more than to Tyler than what he does on the field, as you can see. He's a special man, and we look forward to having him make our organization better.
Boy, I'm going to say this. How proud you must be. Great job of parenting. Mm-hmm. Great job of parenting. he's unique.
Jeff Cole with Fox 4. Tyler, welcome and congratulations. You mentioned the legacy, the aura of IMG in Alabama, and now, of course, this franchise with 5 Lombardi trophies. Also, there's a 29-year Super Bowl drought here as well. What are your feelings about trying to come in here and end that for this franchise and fan base?
Well, that's a goal that I definitely want to accomplish. Like, I definitely want to win the Super Bowl. Me just being drafted, like, I just have to take things one day at a time. And the best way that I can help my team, help the Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl, is just authentically be me and just take everything one day at a time, get better one day at a time, and really raise the level of the room altogether, raise the level of the team altogether. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. And then winning, like I love to win and I hate to lose. So. I lost too much this past year. Like I lost too much, a lot more than I should have in college. Me being at Alabama, I left without a national championship, and that's something that's going to burn at me for the rest of my life. So I'm going to bring that burning, passionate desire with me to the NFL and transfer that over to wanting to win Super Bowls.
And you thank your family, of course, that's here supporting you. When you think back about the sacrifices they've had to make, what moments stand out about the key support they've provided along your journey?
Oh man, if I said every sacrifice that they've made, we'd be here all night long. But something that stand out to me is how my mom literally had to change her work schedule so I can get to middle school. So I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, but I went to school in New Canaan, Connecticut, which is about an hour away. So we both had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning so I could catch 2 buses in order for me to just go to middle school. And then she had to change her work schedule so she could go earlier and leave earlier so she could pick me up from the bus stop as well. My father just taking me all across the country to whatever football camps I wanted to go to, and then eventually moving to New Jersey with me for the tail end of my time at Bergen Catholic, him having to get a job there, us just doing whatever it takes, and financial resources that they had to sacrifice and invest into me. Like, I wouldn't be where I am today without them, so thank you guys.
Sydney Staples, DG10 Sports. Tyler, what is your earliest football memory?
My earliest football memory is one when my dad and I were watching a Titans game. I think it was probably Steve McNair highlights, some old Steve McNair tape. I don't know why I remember this so clearly, but like I remember just being in a high chair and just watching the Titans play because I remember my dad was a big Steve McNair fan, but like I couldn't have been any older than 2 or 3, something crazy like that. But I remember watching the Titans game with my dad.
Who are you excited most to line up against?
Who am I excited most to line up against? I'm excited to line up against Jalen Carter. He's just somebody that I've been watching for a while. Me playing defensive line in high school, I'm very interested in both sides of the ball, offensive and defensive line. So just seeing how his body moves, seeing how well he plays, seeing like how dominant he is, seeing how much of a game wrecker he is. Like, you only get better by going against guys like that. You only get better. Only get better by going against guys like that. So I'm very excited to take on that challenge of going against him and then just improving game by game.
Mike
Leslie, WFA, welcome to town. I saw that you FaceTimed with Dak Prescott last night after the draft. What was that communication like, and how excited are you to protect him?
It went really well. We just talked about how we both want to win some Super Bowls. That was the main point of it, and then just building that relationship. We talked about how I was excited to build a relationship with him because I see how much that relationship can translate onto the field. Like, I don't know if you saw last night, but I almost carried Jalen Milroe onto the stage with me with Roger Goodell. Like, that's what our relationship was like. Like, Jalen Milroe is my brother. Like, I love Jalen to death. Like, some of the stuff that we've been through, some things that we've done, it's just like that relationship that we have is so strong. Like, and it translated onto the field these past 2 years. Like, we were really successful as an offense these past 2 years, and I credit that to the relationship that we had as an offensive line and quarterback, and knowing that I'm going to try and do my best to translate that to this level with Dak.
You mentioned the support of your family. I saw also the Instagram post that the letter from your girlfriend kind of went viral in the last couple of days too. What does her support mean, and what have the last 24 hours been like for the two of you?
Her support, it really means a lot to me. Like, Kalani essentially becoming part of the family now. Like, my mom calls her child, like her daughter. So it's funny. Up in Connecticut, our Christmas tree is still up because Kalani hasn't been back yet to get her Christmas present from underneath the tree. So when we get back to Connecticut this weekend, Kalani will finally be able to get her Christmas present. We can put the Christmas tree back up. But Kalani, that's my rock. Like, every day, whether I'm having a good day or a bad day, day. Like, I'm calling her, I'm talking to her, and she really just talks me through the good days and the bad days, and she's truly a blessing. I'm so thankful that God's put her in my life.
Nick.
Brian, you were emotional a little bit earlier, but what is it about this moment for you?
I'm just excited for the fans to get a sense of the young man that we've brought into our family, the upbringing, but it's not even beginning to resonate just because of the type of competitor he is. To hear his routine before the game that he took you guys all through that was so eloquent, that's real. And that's what this guy is as a competitor. So I'm really happy for him. I'm happy for us. I'm happy for his family.
And Tyler, you mentioned it a little bit already, but just kind of speak to the type of teammate you are. Your quarterback is still on the board. To somebody who would be thinking about drafting him, what would you say about your quarterback?
Jalen Milroe is going to change your program. He's going to change your franchise with the energy that he brings. But obviously, with his talent on the field, like Jalen can make something out of nothing, and he's done it time and time again. And I know you guys see that stat of mine that says, "Oh, I didn't let up a sack in the past 2 years." Well, if Jalen wasn't as good of an athlete, that stat would look a little bit different. So I'm just gonna say that.
Tommy.
Brian, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but when you hear this guy say that he wants to make people lose their love for football, how fulfilling is that for you, knowing that's the kind of style that you want to build with this team?
Yeah, and it is contagious. It really is. It's something that we will practice. It's something that we will talk about. And to add people like Tyler that have that mentality, it just rubs off on the entire team, the entire program. And there's going to be an expectation to win. When we step on the field, we expect to win. And having that confidence, that relentless competitive nature, it's contagious, and he'll add another component to that.
Tony McDuff, Next Star Broadcasting. You have an uncle who played in the NFL for a Super Bowl winning team. How has your uncle served as an inspiration to you?
He's just really shown me what it's like to be a pro. He's told me a lot of stories, and he's really mentally prepared me for what it takes, and just him and my family all together. Like all the sacrifices that they've made, like he's just been able to give me a different perspective on what it's like to be a pro. And then just having my family, like my sister Jalen, like she's amazing. Like she gives me the perspective of like somebody who's not so much into sports. And I'm just talking about life, and I just really want to take this time to shout out Jalen and talk about Jalen. Like that's really my second mother. So just like my just like everybody in my family, everybody has played a major part into why I am where I am. And my uncle, everybody over there, especially Jalen, like they've done a great job, and I'm forever indebted to them for all they've done and all they've imparted to me. And then something my uncle especially helped me out with is Coach Saban, because he played for Coach Saban for a couple years when he was at Michigan State, and it's funny talking to him. So I remember I came back after my first spring at Alabama. I was telling him a story about Coach Saban, and he just starts moving his hands like this. I was like, how do you know he does that? Like, he did that 20-something years ago. He was like, he's the same person. So kind of gave me some hints on what to expect.
Tyler Adarasso, Spectrum News. You mentioned your bond with Jalen. I saw that J.J. McCarthy was kind of advocating to bring you to Minnesota. What is it that you've been able to kind of forge these bonds with your quarterbacks, and how do you kind of put that in action with Dak?
I know the quarterback is the heartbeat of the team, and I know that the more confidence he has, the better he'll play. Like, the more confidence anybody has about doing something, the better they'll perform at. And if I, an offensive lineman, can breathe confidence into my quarterback, I know as a team we're going to do a lot better. And there's no better way to breathe confidence into your quarterback by making sure that he doesn't get touched. So I do that by practicing my tail off, and then also being in blitz pickup meetings with Jalen. Like, that's something that we did the past 2 years, and that's what made the sack numbers go down so much. Like, we were able to articulate things and talk about things, and I learned a lot about the game of football from Jalen. So for us to be in those meetings and me being able to help him out during the game, because he has to worry about everything. If I could just let him know, like, hey, that safety rolled down, they could bring something over here. If I could just say hot, 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 that's going to make Jalen's job a lot easier. So whatever I can do to make his job easier.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan Hour. Insane coverage of this draft will resume coming up at 6 o'clock. Brada should be pulling into the Star here real soon. Wooly Bully's going to be on his way up there after we talk with Sands here about your Texas Rangers. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Buddy, how we doing today?
Guys, I'm great. I'm here at Oracle Park in San Francisco. This is one of my favorite ballparks in baseball. I love coming out here, and hopefully we get to experience some Rangers wins.
Yes, that would be fun. I guess that starts tonight with getting some hits off old Justin Verlander. How's he looking these days?
Yeah, he hasn't had a great year. I don't know that it means much for the Rangers. They haven't handed him a losing decision in the regular season since 2018 when I believe, I could be wrong, I think that at that time, the matchup of Ariel Jurado and Justin Verlander, again in 2018, the Astros coming off a World Series, one of the best teams in baseball, I think it was the steepest odds for a regular season baseball game in like X amount of years, and the Rangers actually won that game. Ariel Jurado was really good. Justin Verlander wasn't. But the Rangers haven't beaten him in a regular season game since. Now, they did, of course, beat him in Game 2 of the ALCS in 2023. They doesn't matter how he's been going in the regular season. He doesn't lose to the Rangers, but hopefully they can turn that around. He's a veteran. He's healthy enough to have good enough stuff, but the command has oddly been off for Justin Verlander to start the season.
All right, Jared, if you can help me out, what went wrong last night? I'm seeing 3-run home run inning. This is amazing. Rangers have this, and then I get out of the draft, and it's like, what the hell just happened?
Well, I don't know. Should we ask Marcus Mosher his thoughts? I feel like
he's got it charted.
He might have stats for us, Jared.
I think he just box scores things, Sandler.
I don't know him. I have never met him, but I definitely got a kick out of looking at your Twitter back and forth with him on the bus from Sacramento to San Francisco last night. I think I texted you as well. What's that?
I'm glad I could help entertain you.
Yeah, it was great. So what went wrong? I mean, you can look at the ninth inning, right? And we always do. Whenever there's a lead change, you always look in that part of the game. And Leody Taveras' error definitely didn't help. I don't know that it ultimately made a difference because the next ball in play probably would have scored the runner anyway. Luke Jackson, for the first time this year, asked to get a 4-out save, and Jacob Wilson was able to deliver the hit. But to me, there's a source of bad luck. White Langford losing the ball in the sky that led to the only 2 runs that Jacob deGrom gave up. Not an error because just the way that they score things. But to me, guys, at the end of the day, you score 3 runs, you're asking for it. And you score 3 runs off of JT Ginn and the A's relievers, and that's not a strong suit for the Athletics. It just isn't. And, this bullpen has been unbelievable in protecting 1-run leads. Like that is the toughest assignment for a bullpen. The toughest lead to protect is a 1-run lead, right? Just the math. They have been dynamite at that. You cannot continue to go back to that well as frequently as the Rangers have so far this year. And so you can look at the end of the game, but to me, it's just the general offensive production. 3 runs in that game is not going to cut it. And it was impressive the way they got those 3 runs with 3 home runs in an inning. But yeah, you score just 3 runs. It's tough to look at anything other than the lack of offensive production in that game. And the Rangers had opportunities. They had the bases loaded in the first, and Josh Young in his first at-bat popped out. He then hit a home run in his next at-bat. And then later in that inning in which the Rangers hit 3 home runs, they loaded the bases again, and Dolis Garcia unfortunately wasn't able to deliver in that spot. So they had opportunities last night, but they just didn't get the hit that they needed to really open it up.
How impressive was DeGrom?
Yeah, he was pretty good. Again, I would have liked to have seen what things would have looked like had he not given up, that routine fly ball off of Lawrence Butler's bat that ultimately contributed to the 2-run inning for the Athletics. But he looked really good, and I think it's another encouraging step forward for Jacob. The velocity was strong again, and yeah, I mean, I think that he might not be full DeGrom, but he's pretty close to it. And he's a guy. Every time he takes a mound, you feel pretty good about your chances to win.
Love it, Jared. Enjoy San Francisco, and thanks for that Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Have a great weekend.
See you, fellas.
There he
You
goes.
too.
As joining us now here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys is the Cowboys' first-round pick from last night, Tyler Booker, with you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. I'm a Cowboy. I don't think I could be much better than this.
Man, awesome job on that press conference. We were just listening to that. We carried it live. It was so fun to watch your joy last night. What all went into that, man?
A lot of hard work and dedication. That was the joy, and that was the joy of the 9-year-old Tyler Booker who loves football, who still loves football, and continuing that journey. And me doing it at the highest level for the Dallas Cowboys, one of the best organizations in the world, on this planet, is truly a dream come true.
What made you want to be a Cowboy so much?
Really the legacy of the program. Just seeing how much success there has been over the years, and then me specifically, personally, just seeing the legacy of the offensive line play year after year, from Larry Allen years ago to Zach Warren, who just retired, Tyron Smith. Like, there's so many. The list goes on and on. But just to be a part of that, the fraternity of great Dallas Cowboys offensive linemen, it really adds fuel to the fire. So I'm very excited to be a Cowboy.
Now, when did you know? Take us through the timeline. When did you first feel like, hey, the Cowboys might take me here in this draft coming up? And then last night, at what point did you know it was going to happen?
So, leading up to the draft, I started to hear more and more about the Cowboys. So really, after my 30 visit, like, my agents let me know that I did really well on that visit. They said that there was real interest from the Cowboys, and then the closer and closer we got to the draft, the more I started to hear, like, okay, it could be the Cowboys, it could be the Cowboys. And then, when you're in the draft, you track some pieces that need to fall into place before you, and all the pieces fell. And a couple picks before, I was like, man, I think we're going to be a Dallas Cowboy, and just I had to calm myself and my family down when Dallas were on the clock. And then I think it got down to like 2 minutes, a little bit under 2 minutes. I hadn't gotten the call yet. So I was just breathing. I was just like, okay, what's for you won't miss you. What's for you won't miss you. I was literally telling myself that in my head. And then the third time I said what's for you won't miss you is when that phone rang. So what was for me didn't miss me, and it was meant for me to be a Cowboy.
Man, it's amazing. Tyler Booker, your newest Dallas Cowboy, with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Your energy's infectious, man. I love listening to you talk. Last night, we got to chat with you on the draft show afterwards, and I think one thing that the Cowboy fans, it's probably because they haven't seen you play, because this is what I told them. They were going by the RAS score after the combine, and the testing wasn't great, so they're questioning the athleticism. What would you say to those doubters right now that are saying, well, the guy's not the best athlete? Because I'd say put on the tape, watch the guy play, and you're going to be wowed.
Yeah, I've been playing football for almost 17 years of my life, and I trained for the combine for about 6 weeks. So that's what that comes down to. Like, I'm a football player. The Jones family drafted me to play football, not running around in circles. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do that at a high level. And Lord willing, I'm going to do that for years to come. So if you're worried about the RAS score, you're worried about the wrong thing.
What was it always O-line for you growing up? Obviously, you're just a football guy through and through. Were you a two-way player? I imagine you were just crushing kids growing up.
Oh, yeah. I played defensive line, and I was big into a football life. So I remember when Deacon Jones' Football Life came out, and he was known for the signature head slap. Yeah. Man, I was out there at 8 years old head slapping kids, and the refs would throw flags on me. I was like, man, I'm just playing football. I'm just doing what Deacon Jones did. But little did I know that was outlawed and illegal, so kind of had to switch up from there. But I did play defensive line all the way up until high school.
Now, you're one of these offensive linemen that loves hitting people, don't you?
Yes, of course. I mean, you got to love hitting people if you're an offensive lineman. I don't think it could be played any other way.
He's a people mover, Gavin. Tyler, last night you were talking to us about Hutchins Barbecue, big barbecue guy. We got to get you to Hurtado, okay? Hurtado's another great spot here, but what do you think's like the most you could put away? Like a barbecue platter, how much do you think you could put down in one sitting?
Okay, so I'm gonna list off my Hutchins order to you. I do a half a pound of pulled pork, a pound of brisket, I do a beef rib, I do 4 pork ribs, and I'll do 2 Texas Twinkies, and I'll do that with mac and cheese, and I'll do that with green beans too, and then I'll finish off all that with peach cobbler and ice cream on top.
That is amazing.
Bravo, Tyler Booker.
That's a damn good order. Now, I would like to suggest, because I'm a Hutchins man myself quite often, don't sleep on that half chicken. Yeah, it's special.
You know that's the thing. I'm going to try it eventually, but like I like playing the odds game. Like the odds are you can find better chicken more often. You can find better beef rib, better pulled pork, better brisket. You know, so it's all about access and the odds. That's what I like looking at when I'm eating it.
I hear you, and I think your strategy was perfect. I mean, you're in Texas. Let's live up the brisket and the ribs and the Texas Twinkies and all that. But I tried that chicken one day, and I don't know if I've had better. To be honest with you. So just put that on your radar. Now, one of the trends with current players is the podcasting. Are you ready to do a podcast? Do you have interest in that kind of thing? Because everybody's telling you you're really good at it, obviously. What do you think about that whole line of work?
I'm definitely interested in it, but I have to keep the main thing. Like the Jones family drafted me to play football, not talk in front of a microphone about things that I halfway know about. So before I do that, I got to do I have to produce on the field before I feel like I have the right to venture off into other things. So I'm a football player, and that's what I'm here to do.
Tyler Booker here with you on The Fan. Listening to your presser, your visualization sounded like you're into like maybe some mindfulness and whatnot.
No, I'm very much into mindfulness. Like the mind is a muscle, and if you really know how to use it and train it, you can really expand upon your physical attributes with your mind.
And then the other thing that jumped out to me, they say like the younger generation can't handle like loud or tough coaching, but it sounded like you might even prefer that style.
I do. Like I love tough coaching. Like it's funny, a funny story. Like playing for Coach Saban, like he's as tough as it gets. And then Coach DeBoer, he has a different kind of coaching style. So he would tell us good job some days, and then like he would tell us good jobs to try and encourage us. And like I didn't like it. I was like, stop telling us good job. Like, why are you telling us good job? Like, so I love tough coaching. I love tough coaching.
Tyler Booker with us here on The Fan. What was the toughest road environment you played in at Bama?
Going to Neyland Stadium for sure. Neyland Stadium for sure. That's one that's always going to eat away at me. It's going to some stuff that I've kind of halfway gotten over, but I know playing Tennessee at Tennessee I'll never get over that. Like I lost to them twice in that environment, and it was rocking. And people say that as a euphemism, but it was literally rocking. Like the stadium was shaking whenever we were on offense.
I believe it, dude.
Tyler, I wonder what it was like at Bama when Nick Saban did retire. We recently, here in North Texas had to depart with Luka Doncic. Now that wasn't our choice or his choice. That was a trade. But what's it like at Bama when Saban shut it down?
Oh, it was definitely tough initially, but I understood that everything happens for a reason. I understood that Coach Saban had been doing that for a long time. He was just ready to get into his next venture of life. So rather than being upset, we just decided to celebrate him, embrace him, and wish him well on his next journey. But the tide still has to roll. So I got together with Jalen and the other players on the team. I was like, hey, like we got to keep this thing going. Like it never came across my mind of going elsewhere. Like I'd already poured too much into Bama, into the community for me to turn my back on it when they needed me the most.
So you went to IMG Academy, Bama. You've talked about now you get to play for the Dallas Cowboys, probably the most known organization in all of professional sports. One thing when watching you play that really stood out is your processing. You have such a good feel and awareness for stunts, for blitzes. Is that film study for you, or is that just, hey, natural feel?
It's a bit of both. It's definitely film study. So like the way I watched film this past year was really like I've always loved football, but I became obsessive over football this past year. And the way that I watched film, the way that I approached it, and I saw how much better I was as a football player, how much quicker I was able to process things. That just made my job a lot easier. And then being able to walk through stunts, walk through blitzes, and then also watching them with Jalen Milroe. Like that's my boy. I love Jalen. So to be able to watch all that with him and really break it down and understand from a quarterback's perspective, for one, that helped me protect him better. But two, it also helped me understand the game of football better. So I'll be able to help Dak out and better protect him coming up this season.
What was the feeling like when you got to see your locker for the first time today at the Star?
it gave me chills, you know. It feels like a video game. Like Madden, you have a creative player. It's been feeling like I've been customizing my creative player. Like they asked me what number I wanted, asked me what locker I wanted, like what my sizes were. So I was like, feel like pretty much customizing my life in a video game, but it's real, and that's due to my hard work and my dedication and everything that my family has sacrificed.
Well, yeah. What went into the number choice? What number are you going to be?
I'm going to be number 52, and it's from college. I wore 54 in high school, but a senior came in and transferred, and they kind of pulled the okie doke on me. Shout out Springer. They were like, "Hey, Steen's coming in and he wears 54 too. Do you want to give him your number?" I was like, "Do I have a choice?" He was like, "Yeah, you have a choice." I was like, "If I have a choice, I want to keep my number." And then I come in the next day, we're like, "Yeah, we gave the number to Steen." I was like, "All right, I'll just take number 52 then." So,
recruiting can be dirty work sometimes.
Yeah, dirty work. But hey, somebody's got to get the raw end of the deal, and I guess it was me at that time. Hey, but I love number 52. It's my new era at Bama, and that's just part of who I am now. So I love that number.
Yeah, you look damn good in that number. You've made it your own. That's fantastic. What type of? I mean, your personality is incredible. Walchuk said totally infectious. I know the flip switches when you get onto the field and you become a nasty bulldozer. But what's your temperament? And are you like a silent assassin, or do you like to do a little trash talking out there
during a game?
Yeah.
Man, it's all natural. Like I feel like if you got to fabricate that stuff, think about it before the game, you're a phony. You're a poser. Like if I'm saying something to you during the game, it's because I just put you on your back and it was just natural. I just felt it in the moment. Like I said something to number 4 after I put him on his butt when Jalen broke out for that 80-yard touchdown when we completely whooped LSU at LSU, which is one of my favorite games ever. So that's an example of it being in the moment. If you watch that play over again, you can see me say something to him, and I don't even remember what I said because it was just in the moment.
I love it. Well, okay, what's the most impressive thing Tyler Booker does in a weight room?
The most impressive thing Tyler Booker does in a weight room is hang clean.
Oh, okay, yeah, you got the explosiveness, the power. What are you moving there?
So hang clean, we don't really max out. Here was my freshman year. I played as a freshman, but they still wanted me to get bigger, stronger, and faster, which they're right to do. So I would play like 40 snaps in a game, and then the next day I'll be in there hang cleaning my max. So my freshman year, I maxed out at hang clean at 385, and I'm pretty confident I could put up 405 in a hang clean today.
Oof, that's unbelievable. And I do got to ask you about this turtle situation. What's going on here? You got a pet turtle?
I do. Her name is Trina, and I got her during combine training because I would just come home. I'd be bored sometimes, be a little bit lonely, and I was like, man, I want to get a pet, but I didn't want to get a dog because that would have been dogs are too much. But a turtle is just enough. It's just enough. They're very low maintenance. So, yeah, Trina, that's my girl.
I love it, Tyler. Congratulations on all your success, and welcome to town. We're so excited to have you here on the Cowboys.
Thank you so much. How about them Cowboys?
There he goes. Hey, man, you're the man. Tyler Booker, the newest Cowboy with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And yes, sir, you can absolutely tell why the Cowboys decided this is the guy. And
what a stud.
If you're looking for somebody that loves football and loves being the Cowboy, you can't do any better than that right there. Eric Nadel is set to join you coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. We have LA Live, G-Bag of the Day coming up as well. And then draft coverage will resume at 6 o'clock right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to...
you forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's our number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just went long there because we had a conversation with Cowboys rookie offensive lineman Tyler Booker. Outstanding, making a hell of a impression on people, similar to how Tyler Smith did a couple of years ago. And, now it's the attention shifts to night 2 of the draft with the Cowboys having the 44th pick here coming up in round 2. We're expecting that pick to be taken around 6:50. Broaddus is pulling into the facility at the Star as we speak. Wolchuk is just leaving downtown Dallas. He is on his way to join Kyle Yeomans and Vach Lombardi and everybody involved in the presentation for the Cowboys draft coverage here, which is going to pick up coming up at 6 o'clock. Very exciting, though, Chief, for me, because I've been beating this drum so loudly that the Cowboys needed to continue to invest in their offensive line. And I wouldn't stop until it's one of the absolute best in the NFL. So, well, you've taken 1-2 years in a row. Okay, well, the offensive line still isn't good. So I'm gonna keep on plugging away. I'm going to have a dominant run game. I'm going to insulate Dak Prescott as he gets older and make sure our offense is balanced.
Yeah, that's how you win football games in the trenches, man. You absolutely do. And in a league now where you're seeing interior defensive linemen be at an all-time dominant level, these dudes are getting paid big money. Yep. And that's because they wreck shop in the run game and when it comes to getting after the quarterback. So I got no issue with what they did. Building in the trenches, I think, is always the right move, and until that's secured, it's sort of like the idea of, hey, you got to eat your vegetables first. Yep. You can go get the flashy crap, and that's all a lot of fun, but there's really no substance to it when it comes to actually winning football games. The physicality and stuff that this dude's going to bring to the table, combined with the new coaches on the offensive line and just the offense in general, I think this is headed in the right direction.
It is. And we'll see how they do tonight. I'm getting a little bit nervous that they're going to take one of these running backs that has a 40 time in the mid 4.5s. Chief, I think if you're going to use one of your first 2 picks on a running back, I want it to be the guy with the size, the speed, the college production. Like, there's nothing I'm gonna have any sort of concerns with. And yeah, I think not having elite speed is enough to be like, I don't need you. I'll take a running back in the 5th round that has question marks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I know Wolchuk has been beating the Judkins drum today, as that's a guy who's likely to be available there at 44, and he's kind of that perfect mix of size and speed. He's described as a power back, but he's a sub 4.5 40. So you see him hit the home run plays as well. So I'm with you, especially with a team with as many needs as they have at other premium positions. If you're going running back there, it needs to be because this guy is a 3-down, checks off all the boxes type dude.
Quinshon Judkins is that guy, you think?
I do think he qualifies.
That's awesome. Yeah, they were talking, was that last hour or the hour before, that maybe Quinshon Judkins could be the pick here tonight. I know a number of mock drafts that are looking at round 2 and 3, throwing Judkins to the Cowboys, so that might be a name to get familiar with as we approach an hour and a half till the pick at 44 is going to come in. We have Eric Nadell joining us next here to talk some Rangers baseball. Then we'll hit the expressway and get into LA Live coming up. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curve?
No.
Welcome back, Nation. It's draft night. Coverage round 2 coming up at 6 o'clock here on the Fan. Rangers pregame at 8:30, right? So you get 2.5 hours draft. You get 3 hours of Rangers baseball after that. This segment's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and Eric Nadel brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And good evening, Eric. How the heck are you today?
I'm doing great. We've got a nice chilly day in San Francisco, continuing the pattern of Rangers road games being only played in cool weather.
Kind of chilly and overcast a little bit, kind of gray out there?
Actually, the sun just broke through. It's been overcast all day, and just as I was on my way here to the ballpark, the sun broke through, and now there's actually blue sky up above. It's really pretty over San Francisco Bay.
I feel like I keep saying this, but maybe that's a sign of things to come for this offense, you know?
Haven't we all been saying that?
Yeah, looking for any sign here.
All kinds of good signs, but it never seems to develop into anything significant.
How much longer until we say, okay, this offense just isn't going to work?
Well, we're a long way to go. I think so. I think the weather has a lot to do with it.
Okay.
The Rangers at home aren't scoring a ton of runs either, so that kind of belies the point that I'm making. But I think to get something consistent going, one of these days they're going to have a big eruption, and I think that's going to do it. But clearly it hasn't happened yet.
So tonight, I can't believe Justin Verlander's still in this game, Eric. It's kind of cool to see him still out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, his numbers are kind of ugly, but talking to people who follow the Giants, he's pitched much better than the 547 earned run average would indicate. He's had a number of base runners that have been allowed to score by the bullpen after he came in, leaving men on base. A couple of plays not made behind him. It sounds like he's been a little snake-bitten this year, much the way Jacob deGrom has for the Rangers.
The Giants have been awesome this year, Eric. What's been so impressive about them?
Well, surprisingly, they're averaging 5 runs a game, despite the fact that they don't have a high team batting average. They are hitting very well with men in scoring position and getting a lot of walks, and I guess that's been the big key. And as always, they have very good pitching. They have a real balanced team this year. They're 5th in the league in runs scored, and they're 4th in the league in earned run average, and they've been really good in the clutch.
It's Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan, joining us from the Bay as the Giants get set to host the Rangers. There's got to be some sort of a musical act in a city like that you're going to see this weekend, right?
You bet. On a Saturday night, I'm actually going to a jazz club tomorrow to see the legendary jazz guitarist Lee Ritenour at a place called Yoshi's in Oakland. So I'll get on the BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, after the game tomorrow. Go across the bay, meet some high school friends of mine who live over there, and enjoy Lee Ritenour.
What do you think's going on with Kumar Rocker, Eric?
Well, we're not really sure whether this shoulder thing had anything to do with the inconsistency in his pitching, or if it's just kind of a rookie thing with a guy who had very little professional experience before getting to the big leagues. But clearly the shoulder was a factor in the game in Sacramento. So I don't think we really know yet exactly who or what this guy is. We know he has great stuff. Whether he can develop the command and consistency necessary to be an outstanding starting pitcher remains to be seen. But clearly the tools are there. It's just very, very early in his career, and sometimes I think we lose sight of that.
How happy were you for Jock Peterson getting that first hit under his belt this week?
We were all really relieved. We were getting tired of counting up that offer and now starting to count down the at-bats to Chris Davis's record 0 for 54. We're very glad to have that behind us.
Was there a collective relief when Seager was not more hurt than what he is?
Yeah, definitely. In the past, it seems he's been a slow healer, and anytime he's gone on the injured list, it's been more than the minimum number of days. I'll still be surprised if it's the minimum number of days, as hamstrings are very tricky and you have to be very careful with them. But even if it's 15 days rather than 10 or 20 days rather than 10, it's a lot better than the possible 4 to 6 weeks that we were looking at and thinking we'd probably be dealing with.
So you get afternoon baseball tomorrow and then some early evening like dinner hockey and then an amazing jazz show. Is that your schedule tomorrow?
That's it. Pretty good,
Man,
huh?
Live it up. What you drinking? What you thinking here on a Friday, though?
Well, first, I'm thinking people need to start getting tickets for my birthday benefit because the seats are starting to go pretty fast. It's May the 29th at the Longhorn Ballroom, featuring the Secret Sisters and Shiny Ribs. All the proceeds go to Grant Halliburton Foundation. It's a big room. One of the reasons we moved is so we could accommodate more people, but the seating is still limited. There's a lot of standing room there, but the seating is still limited, so we encourage people to get tickets as far in advance as they'd like. LonghornBallroom.com. And what I've been drinking here on the cool day is coffee. The West Coast seems to be my coffee place, Seattle. And this trip in San Francisco, when I woke up, it was gray, it was windy, and all I wanted to do was walk and drink coffee. So that's what I've been doing all day. And there's a gluten-free bakery here called the Mariposa Bakery, which is the best one in the country. And they actually have really good gluten-free cinnamon rolls.
Ooh.
So I've been carrying these cinnamon rolls around in my backpack all day, stopping and having coffee and having pieces of cinnamon roll. Now, what could be a better day than that?
Hey, if they're gluten-free, you might as well have the whole dozen, Eric.
I'm bringing some back. I'm bringing the tray back.
I love it. Well, enjoy your weekend, sir. Thanks for joining us once again. Talk to you next week.
Thanks so much.
Eric Nadel here on The Fan, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and by TXU Energy. We will get to LA Live here in just a moment. Can we get a couple of Stephen Jones cuts? We're 27 minutes here from our draft coverage resuming, coming up at 6 o'clock. Cut 9, if there's a bunch of talent running back-wise available at 44, do you think you should take a player there or think actually we can wait because there's so many good ones? Here we go. Here's Steve.
Well, that's what you always consider. Certainly we have grades throughout the draft in terms of the running back position, and we do think the running back position is deep in terms of what's available out there, and you can get good backs throughout this draft. So that's something we consider, but obviously you have first, second, third, fourth, right on down the line grades on all of them, and the reason you have first and second round grades on some of them and fourth on the others is you obviously feel a lot better about the ones with the higher grades.
Okay, so we jump straight to cut 10 from there. He's talking about maybe day 3 for a runner. We'll get Brian's thoughts on this here in just a second, but here's what Stephen Jones says, cut 10. Does this team need to draft a running back? Here we go.
Oh, I like what we did in free agency. That's one of the things we like to accomplish in free agency is, get some guys in and feel like we did that. And so, we don't really feel like we have to pick a position anywhere in terms of, our depth and what goes there. That's how you make mistakes when you just say, hey, we've got a draft for need here. I think you make mistakes that way. Certainly, don't get me wrong, it comes into everybody's pick when you're looking at players up there. But we don't feel the need to have to reach and take a player, quite a bit down the line just because we need a position.
I don't feel like they did enough in free agency. I think when they lost Rico and brought in what they did, I think they've left themselves pretty bare in that cupboard. As Brian Broaddus rejoins us now live from the Star. Brian, good evening. And what do you think about what Steven's saying there, that they don't feel like they need to take any position?
Well, I think right now as I walked into the complex here and then into the podcast studio, they so happen to have their war room camera up. And so it looked like there was a lot of discussion going on about their board. Coach Schottenheimer was standing over by it, and Will McClay, Stephen Jones. It was a pretty good back and forth about maybe how they need to navigate this second round coming up. And so, yeah, do I feel like they've done enough? No. Could Steven be one of those things where he's kind of okey-dokiness and telling us, we feel good about it and everything's good and that and the other, and it gets out around the country. But in reality, though, they're plotting and planning, maybe some type of move to navigate to maybe grab one of these running backs. Zach Wolchuk, who I work with here on the draft coverage, is pretty adamant about Junkins being the pick, the other of the two Ohio State running backs, Henderson being the other. There's some thought that Henderson likely will be gone. So, yeah, maybe that Steven and Will and Coach Schotty were looking at that board and saying, well, is there a way that we can get up there? What are the potential areas that we're going to have to, again, sweat in order to be able to figure out where these running backs could be?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe you want to put out the smoke signals that, hey, we're good. You don't have to go on any sort of a running back run ahead of us. We could be thinking about day 3, just hopefully, planting those seeds that could result in one of those, I think, 3 guys remaining being available for you there at 44. Okay, draft coverage resuming at 6 o'clock. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has some Friday night G-bag of the day.
We don't know what's going on. Neither do I. Neither do I, bro. It's all right. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know who G-bag of the day is. I don't know who the winner is because yesterday, this is how we ended G-bag of the day.
I do like that, though. Hagee and Corey, the Bert and Ernie of the station. After all these years.
Yeah, that's what I think so. Okay, I got these guys hooked up down here. Let's go ahead and vote and switch it on over.
All righty, here they are now, Broadus and Wolchuk joining us live.
Oh, no, what were we doing?
Shoot. I was like, well, hey, we got to go. I was thinking about getting to Arlington. I was like, it is what it is, bro.
Let's go.
It is what it is.
Tequila calling.
Got to go. So I don't know, man. I guess I'll just run it back or I threw in some extra ones in here. Okay, our winner in chap that I do know of is Paul Heyman, the great WWE spokesman, I guess you can call him. I don't know, character. He's a legend. Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
He turned heel during WrestleMania. He turned on CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Then he went on the Pat Mack show and kept that same energy going.
Do you care about the opinions of people who are irrelevant? You don't care about the opinions of most people who are very relevant in your life. You don't care about the opinions of the people who pay you. Okay. They sit there and they go, hey, Mr. McAfee, don't talk about Shannon Sharp on the air today. Okay. And you go, I talk about anything I want. I'm Pat McAfee. Right. Watch me swing my schlong all over the place. Mr. McAfee, don't talk about your podcast on the air. What do? I'm King Schlong. Watch me, Pat McAfee. Right? Last night when the roast was over and you and I were out back and you're going, whoa, why is that? By the way, it's puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 chase down the gummy, puff, 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 pass.
Oh, my.
Yeah, now I remember hearing it. I thought at one point last night, I was like, wait, I don't think we voted for G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I vote for that one.
I don't know how Paul Heyman could lose. I mean, this is just pure gold.
Yeah, indeed.
It's impressive stuff.
Yeah, it is impressive.
I'm with you. Shedeur Sanders, he had to feel a little something.
Yeah.
At that party with Gilly and his big ass hat next to you. Yeah. Everybody super dressed up and he's got this goofy hat. Like, look at that. All right, I know this is radio, you can't see it. Okay, here we go. Paul Heyman, too, talking crazy to a fan in the audience.
Who's the smart ass? You? The one that's going to get deported?
Jeez.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, amigo.
Max are hot.
I may suck, but it's your mother that taught me how.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah. You see what President Trump tweeted about Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, he's not happy.
Beast! All right. What else we got right here? Hey, on a Friday's payday.
Mm-hmm.
Trump still wasn't as mad as Mel Kiper was last night.
No, Mel. Yeah.
Did he go off? I didn't hear what happened.
Every time a player got picked, not named Shedeur, he just brought it back to, I can't believe Shedeur
Can't
didn't
believe
get
it.
picked.
Yeah, okay.
Can't believe it. Walt the Barber, his question went viral this week. Shout out to that man, Walt.
Yeah.
He's got a podcast studio with a barber chair in it. This man is hustling.
He is,
hustling, bro.
He'll interview you and get you a cut.
Get it faded up. Yeah. He went viral for asking Paige Beckers this question, basically saying she's the hottest thing in Dallas right now when it comes to sports.
You're probably the hottest thing in Dallas right now.
I mean, I would say the weather's probably hotter than me. Different in Connecticut and Minnesota, so I'm excited for that.
Quick on her feet.
Yeah.
Very witty.
Yeah, that's all over the country. And in every comment, you can see Walt in there say, I asked that question.
That's me.
Tag me.
Yeah, follow me. Yeah.
Tag me. Bro.
Poor Paige, man. It's only April. I mean, just wait.
Oh, she has no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
I bet her and Walt are going to have more of these throughout the year.
100%.
That's the prediction.
She's going to remember that guy.
Yeah.
Draymond Green disappointed with himself during the Warriors post-game presser.
Yeah.
And the ones that we can for sure get our hand on, we got to come up with those balls. So, I think, Jesus Christ, it's crazy. Oh my God. Wow. No, that reaction was to my words.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Gotta get our hands on those balls. Oh, Broadus, I don't know if you heard this one. I played it yesterday. The Giants Ball Dude program.
Oh, no.
The Ball Dude program. So, like, they're guys, the older gentlemen.
The older gentleman, yeah.
Yes.
Broadus qualifies.
I could be on their show.
Get you that application.
Go out there, B. Put that uniform on. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Like Tommy Lasorda out there.
Get knocked down with a foul ball.
That's what Brian looked like in that rental car parking lot. Right here.
Oh, no.
He's not lying, Lucius. He's not lying.
I was just glad you didn't have any scabs on your forehead.
Yeah, it was bad.
Take forever to heal.
Yeah. The older guy with a scab on your forehead, they're like, I had a fall. Huh?
Yeah.
You had them knee scabs, though.
I did hand, knee,
shins.
Oh, my gosh.
Minus an earbud.
You doing okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, San Francisco Giants Ball Dude program. You can go shag some balls if you're an older guy out there. Get the foul ball, throw it back to the fans, or put it back in play, however it goes. Yeah. This dude right here, older gentleman, he's also an author of physics, and he face planted out there trying to go for a foul ball.
Yelich, foul ball. The draft tonight is in green. Oh, no.
Oh, that's our ball dude, Paul Robinson.
Paul.
And everything looks to be good. You had us worried there, Paul.
Oh, boy.
He's going to have a CAT scan
later. 2-1. Everything's relatively good.
Well, huge Giants fan, and he's an author. He writes physics books.
Yeah, let's break down the physics of that fall.
It's poetic.
All right, let's check out the technique. I got it. And face plant. Okay.
Oh, no.
He took one off the ankle, and face plant. Okay.
Force, mass, acceleration. That's about all I got.
That's the physics of that.
The physics of a face plant.
Oh, man.
Yeah, objects in motion tend to stay in motion. So
stay in motion.
Hysterical.
That was so good, dude.
I love you, Mo. Hey. And the last one, bro. The church pastor from yesterday. Easter Sunday service fell on 420. Pastor wants to know who rolled that stone. Because he's risen.
The stone away from the entrance of the tomb. Now, I heard that today was 420.
I heard.
I don't know what that means, y'all. But I heard that today was 420.
Here comes the organist.
All right?
Yeah, listen, organ, bro.
And
Here
I
comes
just
the
want to
organist.
ask for a question by the means of subject for today.
Get it.
Who's going to roll it? Y'all will catch that on the way home.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the stone.
I got 5 on it.
Yep.
Tell your neighbor he's talking about the stone. Y'all got a little too excited about that. I'm talking about the stone, y'all. I don't know what y'all gonna roll, but I'm talking about the stone.
There he is.
Well done.
The pastor. This year, Easter.
Look at Dion. He had Pilar on his property. That's
the
growing
mom showed
up.
up.
That's growing up, bro.
Now he's got to keep her around for a second night.
Growing up. Hey. I know she got her pockets tapped before she walked on in there. Now, you can come in here, God darn it, but you can't bring your phone or nothing like that. And none of your friends, too. No +1s or nothing like that, okay?
Yeah.
Hey.
Going through enough stress here now.
Enough.
We don't need more stress.
Look at the diamonds on that boy's chest.
They did have a good party, that's for sure.
They did have a good party.
Is it the pastor on Easter's
Who's going to roll the stone? Is it the Giants ball dude program? Draymond Green disappointed with himself. Is it Walt with Paige Beckers, or is it Paul Heyman, the WWE announcer with Pat McAfee? That was just savage.
Yeah.
Does Paul Heyman have a podcast? You know, that's Tiger Blood stuff right there.
Winning.
I'm going to go with my guy Walt. Chief, how about you?
I'm gonna rock with the ball dude.
Lucius?
I'm giving out of the pastor and the first lady.
Brian, we're still tied at 1.
I'll tell you what. Let's go with Walt.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Walt. Yeah, you're gonna want to check us out every afternoon, 5:30.
We're gonna want to vote on that one. Or what do you want
for the G-Bag of the Day? No, that's 2-1.
I know. I'm just saying. I thought you were going to go with I'm going to create an Insta poll, and you guys.
Yeah.
Can, I thought you were going that route.
We're under 50 hours to draft time, Broadus. We don't have time for that.
All right, what are we doing here? We talking draft? We doing LA Live? Lucius?
No, we're not doing LA Live. I guess you guys are going into draft because we're up against it.
Okay.
But LA Live would be sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season. Hook those boys up. Call them.
Yes, sir. It is. All right, Brian, let's talk about what we're hoping happens for the Cowboys here at 44. The draft pick is about an hour and 5 minutes away. These picks are going to come fast and furious, and a number of the players that we've been talking about here are going to be amongst the first 11 selections. Is it realistic that the wide receiver Luther Burden from Missouri could be available when the Cowboys pick?
Well, I don't think it's going to be realistic. I think there's some teams ahead of Dallas that clearly need wide receiver play. The question is, though, do these teams feel like that, hey, and in the second round, can we live with maybe some of the things that we're hearing about him, that maybe he could be a little difficult to get along with? Maybe he doesn't always practice hard. Maybe he doesn't always do this or do that. I think in the second round, as talented as this receiver is, you could absolutely turn away and say, no, we'd be very happy to have this kind of player. I think that he would bring a lot to an organization as far as his playmaking ability. You know, he's my 10th best player on the board. When you just watch the tape, take everything else out of it, just watch the tape. This kid's outstanding. I think he's going to be selected before Dallas gets a chance at 44.
Is he or anybody else, Broadus, you think worth maybe getting aggressive and trying to move up for?
You know, that's what I always kind of wonder, with, like I say, when I walked into